Chapter 1. Master's Sacrifice to Heaven. In the wilderness, Li Qingdao, clad in a gray Taoist robe, opened his eyes and shielded them from the blinding sunlight with his hand. Am I still alive? Master. Li Qingdao suddenly sat up, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings, quickly landing on a pale corpse. No, it cannot be. How could the master, so formidable, possibly perish? With disbelief etched across his face, he stumbled over to the body and, engulfed in sorrow, cradled it in his arms as tears streamed down his cheeks. Master, please don't leave me. What will I do without you? As his tears fell upon the lifeless form, the corpse's once tightly shut eyes fluttered, gradually opening. Gazing at the grief-stricken Li Qingdao, the figure in his embrace sighed softly. Foolish child, my time has come. I fear I can teach you no more. Upon hearing this voice, Li Qingdao quickly looked down, realizing his master had opened his eyes and was speaking to him. A surge of excitement coursed through him, and he embraced his master tightly, his eyes glimmering with joy. Master, you're all right. How wonderful. In his earlier sorrow, Li Qingdao had not fully grasped the master's words and had thought he had returned to life. In his arms, the Xian Yuan Daoist sighed. Brat, help me sit up and listen closely. Li Qingdao promptly assisted the Xian Yuan Daoist to an upright position, standing attentively before him. The Xian Yuan Daoist's complexion remained pale, and observing Li Qingdao's obedient demeanor, he spoke with a hint of resignation. Qingdao, my time is short. I shall not see another day. Li Qingdao's expression turned somber, ready to protest, but the Xian Yuan Daoist gestured for silence. There is no need for words. Listen to what I have to say. Li Qingdao hastily closed his mouth, settling into silence as the Xian Yuan Daoist continued. I shall not survive this day, yet the legacy of our Zihua sect must not be extinguished. In this age of dwindling spiritual energy, cultivation is arduous, and many sects have turned to the path of soul cultivation. Only we, of the Zihua sect, remain steadfast in the pursuit of magical power. Li Qingdao nodded, fully aware of this matter, for as one of the two disciples of Zihua's sect, many secrets were known to him. It was not that the Zihua sect lacked the desire to pursue soul cultivation, rather, the lineage had not passed down such teachings. Distinct from contemporary sects, the Zihua sect has had a sparse population since its inception. Apart from the esteemed Zihua immortal who ascended before the decline of spiritual energy, no one has reached the heights of immortality since. In recent centuries, the Zihua sect has been passed down through a single disciple. Although the teachings are well preserved, the current age of decline makes it inhospitable for cultivators focused solely on magical power. To this day, the Xian Yuan Daoist has only reached the pinnacle of magical condensation. Breaking through to the liquid transformation is utterly unattainable. The cultivation methods of the Zihua sect are categorized into 7 realms: spirit absorption, magical condensation, liquid transformation, energy solidification, demonic refinement, golden core, and Yuan infancy. Though the techniques remain intact, the conditions for practice are no longer present. In contrast, sects like Maoshan and Longhushan have shifted to the path of soul cultivation. Even if they cannot attain immortality, they may serve in the afterlife. For instance, in Maoshan, even the ancestors are in the netherworld. The Taoist of Xian Yuan had once gathered various methods pertaining to the cultivation of the soul, yet the knowledge he acquired was steeped in malevolence, leading him to disdain such practices. Thus, he remained at the pinnacle of the law of condensation to this day. The Taoist of Xian Yuan continued, Disciple, I have bestowed upon you the name Qingdao, for it is my hope that you will inherit the lineage of the Xian sect and elevate its glory. However, I have come to terms with the reality that as long as you preserve the legacy of the Xian sect, that is sufficient. Whether you can amplify its prominence is secondary. Simply do your utmost. This embodies the entirety of the Xian sect's heritage, which I now entrust to you, with the hope that you will carry it forth. As he spoke, he retrieved several volumes wrapped in oiled paper from his robes, their appearance suggesting great value. In truth, the Xian sect's teachings were extensive, encompassing not only methods of cultivation, but also the arts of alchemy and artifact forging. One should not underestimate these tomes had they surfaced before the arrival of the end of the Dharma. Even the most formidable sects would have sought to seize them. Li Qingdao stepped forward, receiving the precious text with both hands and earnestly declaring, Master, I shall endeavor with all my strength to ensure the legacy of the Xian sect endures. The Taoist of Xian Yuan responded with satisfaction. Indeed, after my demise, return my ashes to Xian Mountain. From henceforth, you shall be the 16th leader of the Xian sect. Remember, take advantage of the daylight to swiftly return to Xian Mountain. That entity is far too formidable for you to confront. There are protective formations laid by our ancestral master at Xian Mountain, which will keep malevolent beings at bay. With that, the Taoist of Xian Yuan stood still, closing his eyes, and ultimately relinquished his breath. Master, Li Cheng Dao cried out in anguish, rushing to embrace the Taoist of Xian Yuan, weeping as a child would. Soon, Li Cheng Dao wiped his tears, glanced at the sky, and hastily laid the Taoist down, urgently searching for firewood. He recalled his master's words distinctly. He must return to Xian Mountain before nightfall, for that entity was beyond his capabilities to contend with. In the wilds, dry kindling was plentiful, and Li Cheng Dao quickly gathered a substantial amount. He swiftly cremated the Taoist of Xian Yuan, removed his Taoist robe, and collected the ashes before surveying his surroundings and rushing towards Xian Mountain. Although Li Cheng Dao was uncertain of the time, he understood that returning to Xian Mountain before dusk would not be an easy task. However, as a cultivator, albeit a novice, just beginning to assimilate spiritual energy, he was swift, his body refined by the essence of the universe. Before nightfall, Li Cheng Dao finally arrived at Xian Mountain, returning to the location of the Xian sect. Though referred to as a sect, the Xian sect had only reached its zenith with a mere 8 disciples. Consequently, the buildings of the Xian sect were few, totaling no more than 9. At the heart stood the Grand Hall of the Ancestor, which enshrined the venerable Xian Immortal, while the surrounding 8 structures served as residences for the disciples. Naturally, to facilitate convenience, the master and disciple resided in the houses closest to the Grand Hall, while those further away had begun to show signs of leakage. Upon his return, Li Cheng Dao quickly entered the Grand Hall of the Ancestor, respectfully bowing several times. Having completed these rituals, he finally exhaled in relief. After a brief respite, Li Cheng Dao retrieved a shovel and commenced digging beside the vegetable garden. Master, your passion for cultivating plants suggests that being laid to rest beside this garden would bring you joy, he mused. Li Cheng Dao swiftly interred the Xian Yuan Taoist, however. As dusk fell, he did not erect a gravestone, intending to return at dawn to do so. With utmost reverence, he bowed thrice before the grave and earnestly declared, Master, rest assured, I shall diligently cultivate my skills and strive to elevate the Xian sect. Having embarked on the path of cultivation in this lifetime, I am determined to behold the vistas at the pinnacle. As he spoke, a resolute glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 2. The Ancient Lamp of Purple Flame and Truth. Li Cheng Dao is a time traveler. Upon his arrival in this new realm, he was merely a destitute child, a beggar, until he was discovered by the esteemed Xianyuan Taoist, who recognized his innate talent for cultivation and took him as his disciple. Had it not been for Xianyuan Taoist, Li Cheng Dao would have remained a mere 7 or 8-year-old beggar, unable to survive in an era rife with chaos and malevolent creatures. This period of relative stability lasted only 5 years, after which his master, Xianyuan Taoist, passed away, leaving the 13-year-old Li Cheng Dao to fend for himself. Indeed, Li Cheng Dao is but 13 years old now, and his cultivation level is merely at the spirit-gathering stage. This is not due to any lack of diligence on his part. Rather, the body he inhabited upon his arrival as a beggar was severely weakened, rendering him incapable of effective cultivation. Through the careful guidance of Xianyuan Taoist, it took him 3.5 years to regain his strength. After an additional 1.5 years of diligent practice, Li Cheng Dao reached the latter stage of the spirit-gathering realm, having refined his physical form and now working on unblocking his meridians. Once he achieves complete circulation of his energy pathways, he will be able to harness spiritual energy, operate his inner universe, and condense his magical power, ultimately reaching the realm of law condensation. Half of the meridians within Li Cheng Dao's body have already been opened, and within no more than 6 months, he expects to achieve full circulation. After paying his respects to Xianyuan Taoist, Li Cheng Dao made his way to the kitchen to start a fire and prepare a meal. After all, he must first satiate his hunger. He is no deity. Possessing no ability to fast, without nourishment, he risks succumbing to starvation. After eating his fill, Li Qingdao returned to the grand hall of his master to offer incense, after which he retrieved an oiled paper wrap containing 3 books. These tomes detailed the techniques of the purple flame immortal art, the methods of purple flame alchemy, and the craft of purple flame artifact forging. Li Qingdao settled on a cushion and opened the purple flame immortal art first. The upper half of this book elucidates the methods of cultivation, while the latter half expounds upon the mystical arts of the purple flame sect, including spells such as the purple flame spirit fire technique, sword control technique, Ascension technique, and the purple flame thunder method, among others. As Li Qingdao perused these spells, the sorrow in his gaze diminished significantly. Now that he had arrived in this world and encountered the path of immortality, he was determined to ascend and experience the life of an immortal. Upon completing his review of the purple flame immortal art, Li Qingdao closed his eyes, and in his mind's eye, an ancient lamp appeared, the very object that had caused his transmigration. Li Qingdao had once been an ordinary person living on Blue Star, where a falling object struck him on the head, leading to his untimely demise. To his astonishment, this ancient lamp had traversed realms alongside him. Regrettably, it remained dormant in his mind, never revealing its purpose. The lamp, crafted from pure white jade, features a wick resembling jade, and beneath the wick lies a small space of unknown function. During Li Qingdao's cultivation, the lamp would emanate a gentle spiritual light, aiding him in achieving tranquility and swiftly entering a meditative state. Thus, the ancient lamp was not without its merit. Alas, he pondered, when would you prove to be of use? The lamp remained silent, as if it were an inanimate object, yet its presence in Li Qingdao's mind suggested it was far from ordinary. Suddenly, as he observed the lamp, a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. The ancient lamp, devoid of flame, posed a question: how could one ignite a fire? With this thought, Li Qingdao opened his eyes, retrieving a fire starter from his bosom, and gently blew upon it. Suddenly, the flame ignited, yet as Li Qingdao closed his eyes in an attempt to summon the ancient lamp, it vanished without a trace. Resigned, he opened his eyes, extinguished the fire starter, and let out a bitter smile. The ancient lamp seemed to disdain ordinary flames. It appeared that only spiritual fire would suffice. Suddenly, Li Qingdao's gaze shifted to the altar of the ancestral master, where the lamp remained perpetually lit. Dear lamp, what do you think of this fire? Yet, the ancient lamp remained unresponsive, darkening Li Qingdao's expression. Could it be that this ancient lamp was truly devoid of value? He shook his head, settling into a meditative posture and perusing alchemical texts. However, he soon found himself helplessly setting the alchemical tome aside, his eyes reflecting despair. Alchemy necessitated a mastery of the law-condensing realm. Not only was an alchemical furnace required, but also spiritual herbs. In this age of declining magic, where could one find such abundant alchemical tools and herbs? Eventually, Li Qingdao picked up a text on artifact crafting. This discipline, while somewhat promising, had its limitations. For although materials for crafting low-level artifacts still existed, the resources of the Xian sect were painfully meager. Sighing in resignation, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. If he could attain the law-condensing realm, he might be able to refine the Xian spiritual fire, which could potentially ignite the ancient lamp. With this thought, Li Qingdao settled onto his mat, earnestly drawing spiritual energy into his body, cleansing his meridians. The external spiritual essence flowed continuously into him, purging his channels, and once they were unblocked, he would ascend to the law-condensing realm. As night fell, while Li Qingdao was deep in his cultivation, the rustling of leaves outside caught his attention. He furrowed his brow, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, engrossed in his practice. Outside, a shadowy humanoid creature repeatedly approached the Xian sect, but could not breach its defenses. Though the Xian sect had fallen into decline, the protective formation left by the ancestral master still held some efficacy. Alas, in this age of diminishing spiritual energy, the formation's power had significantly waned. Otherwise, such a creature would never dare to approach. Suddenly, the dark figure outside let out a chilling cry and began to batter against the Xian sect with fervor. Li Qingdao frowned slightly, but continued his cultivation, seemingly undisturbed by the commotion. After all, since Xianyuan Daoran had summoned him back, there must have been a reason. He was not afraid of any troubles arising within the sect. Indeed, as if sensing the creature's ruckus, the once closed eyes of the Xian immortal painting suddenly flared open, shimmering with a flicker of violet flame. In the next moment, the purple flame from the left eye shot forth, bursting into the mind of the humanoid creature outside. Instantly, that wisp of violet fire transformed into a raging inferno, consuming the creature with wild abandon. The humanoid monstrosity let out a cacophony of cries before swiftly reducing to ashes, and the violet flames were on the verge of dissipating. Suddenly, an ancient lamp materialized above Li Qingdao's head, transforming into a streak of light that vanished in an instant. Outside the violet flame gate, as the purple fire was about to extinguish, it was abruptly absorbed by the ancient lamp. Moments later, one could observe a diminutive violet flame flickering atop the now extinguished lamp, dancing delicately as if it might extinguish at any moment. Had Li Qingdao witnessed this scene, he would have experienced an epiphany. The ancient lamp craved not mere fire, but rather the ethereal essence of spiritual flame to ignite it. Regrettably, Li Qingdao had never encountered such a spiritual flame before. Otherwise, the lamp would have been ignited long ago. Chapter 3. The convergence of magical power. As the ancient lamp soared into the air, Li Qingdao abruptly awoke, startled by the sudden opening of the eyes in the portrait of the ancestral master. The eyes of the ancestral master had always remained closed, and their unexpected opening left him questioning whether it was linked to his ancient lamp. However, he quickly surmised that it was more likely connected to the monstrous entity outside. Could it be that the ancestral master had truly manifested? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a wisp of violet flame erupted from the ancestral master's right eye, hurtling towards Li Qingdao with astonishing speed. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively attempted to evade, but the flame was far too swift for him to escape. Alas, my fate is sealed. The flame penetrated Li Qingdao's body, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain that elicited an involuntary scream. Thankfully, he was alone in the violet flame gate. Otherwise, he would surely have disturbed the peace of the neighborhood. At that moment, the ancient lamp returned, merging into Li Qingdao's consciousness. Strangely, it paid no heed to the violet flame, allowing it to burn within him unabated. Writhing in agony, Li Qingdao suddenly succumbed to unconsciousness, not merely due to the torment, but also because a torrent of information flooded his mind, overwhelming him into a faint. The following morning, Li Qingdao groggily opened his eyes, discovering that the pain had vanished, replaced by a refreshing clarity. Upon gazing at the ancestral master's portrait with its eyes wide open, he instantly regained his composure and respectfully approached, lighting 3 incense sticks and bowing thrice in reverence. I am profoundly grateful to the ancestral master for saving my life and for the divine gift of enlightenment. The violet flame from the previous night was no ordinary fire, but rather 2 strands of spiritual flame bequeathed by the ancestral master, one for safeguarding the gate and vanquishing foes, and the other for purifying the marrow and imparting wisdom. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon Li Qingdao, as the monster had followed him to the violet flame gate, which, weakened by the scarcity of spiritual energy, was on the verge of collapse. Thus, the ancestral master's contingency plan was activated in an instant. With the sect facing annihilation, much of its legacy was undoubtedly at risk, and the second strand of violet flame was a remnant of the teachings left by the violet flame immortal. This violet flame purified the marrow and imparted wisdom, enabling Li Qingdao to achieve the realm of spirit convergence, allowing his meridians to connect and form a complete cycle of energy. Simultaneously, the legacy of the violet flame immortal was forcibly implanted in his mind. Fortunately, the ancient lamp provided protection, allowing him to assimilate the knowledge gradually, lest his head explode from the influx. In truth, the teachings left by the violet flame immortal were quite similar to the techniques Li Qingdao had acquired, for the traditions of the violet flame gate had never been lost. However, there were 2 additional components. One was the inheritance of formations, and the other was the experience of cultivation. Both were invaluable, particularly the spirit-gathering formation, which could converge the spiritual energy from all directions, facilitating Li Qingdao's rapid advancement in cultivation. Furthermore, the experience of cultivation encompassed the insights of the violet flame immortal from his years of practice, all of which had been passed down. Li Qingdao felt immensely satisfied. Although he had nearly been overwhelmed, the intentions of the ancestral master's portrait were undoubtedly benevolent. What pleased him most was the ancient lamp, whose name remained unknown but served a singular purpose: to refine all forms of energy into crystallized spiritual essence, nourishing Li Qingdao as cultivation. For instance, the malevolent aura of zombies, the sinister energy of monsters, and the haunting presence of vengeful spirits, among others. In addition, there exists various energies of heaven and earth, such as the formidable chi of the cosmos and the ominous chi of the earth, which can be refined into the spiritual energy required by Li Qingdao for his cultivation. With the ancient lantern in his possession, the path ahead for Li Qingdao becomes considerably more manageable. As Li Chengdao glanced at the sky and tenderly patted his stomach, he acknowledged that while the violet flames possessed the ability to cleanse his marrow, they could not stave off hunger. He swiftly exited the ancestral hall, attended to his personal hygiene, and proceeded to kindle a fire to prepare a meal. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he returned to the ancestral hall, offered 3 sticks of incense to his ancestor, and then sat cross-legged, earnestly delving into the purple flame immortal technique. The realm of spirit absorption involves the integration of spiritual energy into the body, refining the physical form, and unblocking the meridians. This process had already been accomplished. The subsequent step entailed circulating the absorbed spiritual energy throughout the body to transform it into magical power. Once he cultivated magical power, he would possess the means for self-preservation. Li Qingdao had long since become well acquainted with the technique. Since his initial foray into cultivation, he had been compelled by the Xianyuan Daoist to memorize the contents of the purple flame immortal technique, and 3 years of diligence had rendered him quite proficient. Moreover, under the guidance of his ancestor, who also imparted the purple flame immortal technique, Li Qingdao merely perused the texts out of habit. Setting aside the purple flame immortal technique, Li Qingdao narrowed his eyes slightly and began to draw spiritual energy into his body, subsequently attempting to circulate it. Unfortunately, due to the thinness of the spiritual energy, it dissipated shortly after he commenced the circulation. In resignation, Li Qingdao began to accumulate spiritual energy. After all, his meridians were already connected, forming a complete circulation cycle. It sufficed to store the spiritual energy within the meridians without needing to wash them with energy. Once a sufficient amount of spiritual energy was stored, he could then circulate it to convert it into magical power. To his dismay, he found the current spiritual energy of heaven and earth to be exceedingly sparse, hindering the accumulation process. Li Qingdao remained patient, dedicating half a month to gathering spiritual energy before attempting to circulate it once more. According to the records in the purple flame immortal technique, he initiated the circulation of the stored energy within his meridians. This method of storing energy and subsequently circulating it was currently his sole recourse, as any attempt to circulate without adequate energy would yield fruitless results. Now, with his meridians unblocked, Li Chengdao could refine the accumulated energy into magical power simply by performing the circulation. After half a month of diligent storage, he successfully circulated the energy within his meridians for a complete cycle, resulting in a portion of it transforming into magical power and entering his dantian, while the remainder continued to circulate within the meridians. As the first trace of magical power manifested, Li Qingdao's cultivation reached the realm of magical condensation. With renewed vigor, he endeavored to circulate the remaining spiritual energy, converting it into magical power for his dantian. However, the result was a mere 2 traces of magical power refined from the accumulated energy of half a month, prompting a wry smile from Li Qingdao. The arduous effort of half a month yielded only 2 traces of magical power. Indeed, this era was ill-suited for cultivation. Nevertheless, having successfully cultivated magical power and advanced to the realm of magical condensation, he had finally embarked upon the path of immortality, which was quite commendable. The next step necessitated the continuous accumulation of magical power. Once his dantian was filled to capacity, he would achieve the next breakthrough into the liquid transformation realm. However, filling the dantian with magical power was no trivial endeavor. The Xianyuan Daoist had labored for over 80 years before barely managing to fill his dantian. Regrettably, Xianyuan Daoist had not yet managed to transcend to the liquid transformation realm before he met his demise at the hands of that humanoid monstrosity. Li Qingdao, after half a month of cultivation, had only amassed 2 strands of spiritual energy. In a year, he would scarcely acquire 24 strands. To fully replenish his dantian would require an indeterminate span of time. Fortunately, he possessed the ancient lamp, capable of refining demons and spirits, thereby transmuting their energy into crystallized spiritual essence, which would facilitate his future cultivation. It was evident that confronting demons and monsters with a mere 2 strands of spiritual energy was futile, as he could not even cast a single spell with such a meager supply. Thus, Li Qingdao was left with no choice but to diligently cultivate. The moment his spiritual energy reached 1/10 of the dantian's capacity, he could venture forth from the mountains. Of course, there were alternative methods to expedite his cultivation, such as rare spiritual herbs, which contained potent medicinal properties and spiritual energy that could enhance his prowess. Alas, the current state of Xian's sect was dire, aside from sustenance. Acquiring rare materials was virtually impossible. Chapter 4. 5 years of cultivation. 5 years later, within the grand hall of the Purple Flame sect, Li Qingdao opened his eyes and exhaled a deep breath as he sensed the 12 threads of spiritual energy gradually flowing within his dantian. A bitter smile emerged on his face. Cultivating during the end of Dharma era was arduous, yet this was exceedingly difficult. After 5 years of relentless practice, he had only accumulated 12 threads of spiritual energy. To reach even 30% of his potential would require decades of perseverance. He genuinely envied the practitioners of sects like Mao Shan, who, through their cultivation of the path of the spirit, needed merely to cultivate 9 threads of spiritual energy to nurture their souls and solidify their spirits. Once their spirits were formed, they could then gradually cultivate their spiritual energy. However, their energy served primarily for combat, not for foundational cultivation. Regrettably, Li Qingdao lacked the method of cultivating the path of the spirit. Otherwise, he would certainly consider shifting his focus. Rising to his feet, he approached the portrait of the sect's founder, grasping the wooden sword placed upon the offering table. The spiritual energy coursed through the bamboo sword and returned to him. This bamboo sword, crafted from a sentient stock discovered 3 years prior during his procurement forays, was not easily transformed into a magical artifact, despite its sentience. To avoid waste, Li Qingdao had painstakingly refined it with his spiritual energy over time. While it had not yet achieved the status of a low-grade magical artifact, it sufficed to confront ordinary specters. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, Li Qingdao found himself at an impasse. Not only was his pace of cultivation painfully slow, but the Purple Flame sect also faced financial constraints. If he did not venture forth to slay demons and monsters, starvation would soon be his fate. Presently, while 12 threads of spiritual energy may seem modest, they allowed him to perform 12 spells. When combined with the bamboo sword, the number of spells he could cast increased significantly. However, the consumption of spiritual energy posed a formidable challenge. For instance, each spell required 1 thread of spiritual energy, making depletion swift while recovery proved difficult. In the absence of rare resources, it would take 5 months to restore a single thread. During the lifetime of Xianyuan Daoist, he seldom intervened unless the sect was in dire need of funds, at which point he would venture out to vanquish demons. Upon his return, he would enter seclusion to recuperate his energy. Li Qingdao, however, was different. By slaying demons and monsters, he could utilize the ancient lamp to refine them into crystallized spiritual energy for cultivation, a far more effective method than mere hardship. Bowing respectfully to the founder, Li Qingdao earnestly stated, "Master, I must ascend the mountain. If I do not, I shall perish from hunger. I implore your blessings for a safe journey." After concluding his reverence, he swiftly removed the portrait of the founder, tucking it away. This relic could not remain within the Purple Flame sect, for if it were destroyed, the consequences would be dire. Should he depart, the sect would be left without a guardian. With the portrait secured, Li Qingdao proceeded to the backyard, bidding farewell at the grave of his master, Xianyuan Daoist, before leaving the Purple Flame sect without looking back. Stepping outside the sect, he turned to gaze upon it, declaring earnestly, "I will return, and when I do, the Purple Flame sect shall undoubtedly flourish." Since Xianyuan Daoist entrusted him with the duty of revitalizing the sect, it was imperative that he gather numerous disciples. Li Qingdao had 3 imperative tasks to accomplish during his outing. Firstly, he aimed to vanquish demons and enhance his cultivation, all while amassing wealth. Secondly, he sought to gather disciples to elevate the status of the Xian sect. Lastly, he intended to acquire methods for soul cultivation, ensuring that the Xian sect would possess its own unique practices. The urgency of these endeavors, particularly the first, was paramount. Without financial resources, he would face starvation. With determination, he turned and proceeded down the mountain. At the foot of Xian Mountain lay Fingye Town, a modest settlement far less bustling than the larger towns. Yet, despite its size, it boasted a variety of shops. Li Qingdao arrived at Fingye Town shortly, his Daoist robe making him a conspicuous figure. While Daoists and monks were numerous in these times, they were a rarity in Fingye Town. Given its remote location, only 2 Daoists, Xianyuan and Li Qingdao, frequented the area, which meant the townsfolk seldom encountered such figures. To his surprise, before he could even partake in a meal, a servant rushed towards him. Daoist, please wait. My master requests your presence." A thrill of joy surged within Li Qingdao. Although he had some money left, it was insufficient to sustain him for more than half a month. Thus, the prospect of earning some income was most welcome. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him. He halted his steps and, as the servant approached, inquired earnestly, "Pray tell, what business does your master have with this humble Taoist?" The servant hesitated upon noticing Li Qingdao's youth, feeling somewhat apprehensive, yet recalling his master's directive. He pressed on, "Are you perhaps descended from Xian Mountain?" Li Qingdao nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, I hail from Xian Mountain." The servant exhaled in relief and promptly urged, "Please, follow me." It was well known that those descending from Xian Mountain were genuine Taoists, albeit rarely seen in the town. "Lead the way," Li Qingdao responded with a slight nod, following the servant to a grand residence in the town. Upon seeing the inscription Lu Mansion, he recognized the household. Though he seldom ventured down from the mountain, he occasionally acquired resources and was somewhat acquainted with the dynamics of Fengye Town. The prominent families here included the Lu, Zhao, and Bai clans. While the Lu family may not have been the strongest, they were certainly formidable, as the three families were relatively equal in power. Upon entering the mansion's gates, Li Qingdao paused, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. A faint aura of malevolence lingered within the Lu residence, indicating the presence of unclean entities. "Taoist, please follow me," the servant urged. Li Qingdao nodded slightly and complied. The malevolent energy was weak, insufficient to convert the ancient lantern's energy into spiritual crystals, rendering further delay unnecessary. Suddenly, an odd expression crossed Li Qingdao's face. If the ancient lantern could transform any energy into spiritual crystals, could the malevolent energy from the mass grave also be converted? Contemplating this, his steps quickened with a newfound sense of purpose. In these tumultuous times, chaos reigns, and it is rare to find a place devoid of a few forsaken burial grounds. If one could transmute the malevolent energy of these sites into ethereal essence, would it not allow for the elevation of one's cultivation without peril? In this age of diminishing spiritual power, Li Qingdao, driven by his aspirations, could hardly afford to hesitate. As he pondered this, his steward ushered him into the parlor. Upon seeing Li Qingdao, the elderly Lu stepped forward with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Isn't this our little Taoist Qingdao? What a pleasure to see you again." Li Qingdao regarded Lu, memories flooding back of the time spent with his master, resolving supernatural disturbances for the old man. No wonder he recognized me. "It's been quite a while, Lu. I wonder what brings you to seek my assistance? The aura in this courtyard seems rather oppressive." Lu, elated by the observation, quickly responded, "I knew young Taoist Qingdao possessed remarkable abilities. Might I inquire if you could assist me with this matter? The compensation is negotiable." Chapter 5. Crystals of Spiritual Energy. Li Qingdao chuckled and remarked, "Old Master Lu, this matter is somewhat intricate." Old Master Lu cast a deep glance at Li Qingdao and replied, "The old man is aware of the customs of your Xian Mountain. 10 silver dollars shall be the least." Li Qingdao smiled faintly and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Since you say so, I shall undoubtedly assist you in resolving this issue." Old Master Lu then breathed a sigh of relief and hastily inquired, "Young Taoist, when shall we commence?" Li Qingdao responded with a smile, "In the evening, once it emerges. It shall not appear during the day." Old Master Lu nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, I shall arrange accommodations and meals for you, and leave tonight's matters in your capable hands." Li Qingdao acknowledged, "Indeed, tonight shall be my responsibility. However, I must first venture to the potter's field to gather some items. Could you send someone to accompany me?" Old Master Lu grinned, "That is but a trivial task." Seeing Li Qingdao's earnestness, Old Master Lu felt reassured. Although he was uncertain of Li Qingdao's abilities, his demeanor suggested he was not one to boast. Before long, a maid led Li Qingdao to his lodgings, and shortly thereafter, another servant announced that the old master awaited him for dinner. Li Qingdao savored his first truly delicious meal since his arrival, prompting him to reflect on the advantages of being a wealthy country gentleman. This further solidified his resolve to pursue wealth. During the meal, Li Qingdao learned the background of the situation. It was revealed that a maid of the Lu household had inexplicably hanged herself, after which the entire household had been thrown into disarray. Had it not been for Li Qingdao's descent from the mountain, Old Master Lu would have sent for help from Xian Mountain. Although Li Qingdao was unclear about the events that transpired, the spirit had yet to cause harm, leaving an opportunity for redemption. After satisfying his hunger, Li Qingdao was soon guided by the servants to the potter's field outside the town. Sensing the heavy aura of death and gloom, he could not help but feel elated. He theatrically retrieved an ancient lamp from his bundle and waved his hand lightly, causing the lamp to ignite spontaneously. In truth, this was merely a trick. The flame had always existed and would not extinguish. Should it go out, the lamp would become unusable, necessitating the search for another source of flame. The nearby servant gaped in astonishment at the spectacle. The lamp igniting itself was a sight he had never witnessed before, leaving him utterly amazed. Li Chengdao disregarded his astonishment and swiftly approached the area where the aura of death and gloom was most concentrated, holding the ancient lamp aloft as its violet flame absorbed the surrounding energies. As it was daytime and the sun shone brightly, even if spirits were present, they would be reluctant to manifest. Thus, Li Qingdao effortlessly absorbed the energies of death and gloom. In a short while, the surrounding aura was entirely consumed, all drawn into the violet flame of the ancient lamp. Li Chengdao observed closely as beneath the wick of the lamp, a pearl-sized milky white crystal materialized. Had he not already attained a profound level of cultivation, he might not have noticed it. Originally, the spiritual energy crystals refined from the ancient lamp were stored within that space. He had previously pondered the purpose of the space beneath the wick, and now the mystery had been unraveled. Li Qingdao felt a surge of anticipation, uncertain of how much magical power could be cultivated from the sesame-sized crystals of spiritual energy. With all the deathly and yin energy absorbed, Li Qingdao was convinced that there was nothing of value left, and he turned to the servant, saying, "All right, let us return." The servant, somewhat perplexed by Li Qingdao's demeanor, was eager to leave this sinister place and quickly led him towards Maple Leaf Town. In the guest room of the Liu family in Maple Leaf Town, Li Chengdao took out a sesame-sized spiritual energy crystal, cradling it in his hand as he activated the purple flame immortal technique. As the technique circulated, a rich influx of spiritual energy surged into his hand, swiftly flowing into his meridians and rapidly circulating through his body, transforming into magical power. After completing a full cycle of circulation, he cultivated a strand of magical power. It took a total of 10 cycles for the spiritual energy crystal in his hand to completely vanish. The fact that a mere sesame-sized crystal could yield a thread of magical power filled Li Qingdao with immense joy. Li Qingdao could scarcely believe it. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, he had only managed to produce 12 threads of magical power, yet now, with just the refinement of a single sesame-sized crystal, he had achieved 1 thread. It became evident that relentless toil was not the path to success. In the era before the decline of spiritual energy, rigorous training was justifiable. One could find a place rich in spiritual energy and, after decades of hard work, inevitably break through to the liquid transformation realm. However, now, in this age of diminished spiritual energy, even the blessed realms had become exceedingly rare, many having withered away. Under such circumstances, being able to cultivate it all was already commendable. It was likely that even prominent sects like Mao Shan could only pursue the path of spirit cultivation, ultimately seeking positions in the underworld, daring not to dream of ascending to immortality. Li Qingdao felt a glimmer of hope with the ancient lamp. He possessed the opportunity to attain immortality in this age of decline. Just as he finished his cultivation, the voice of a Liu family servant reached him. Taoist, Taoist, the family head requests your presence. It is time for dinner. Li Qingdao replied with a smile. All right, I shall come, and, taking up his bamboo sword, he swiftly exited the room and glanced at the darkening sky. It would not be long before that entity made its appearance. Before long, guided by the servant, Li Qingdao arrived at the dining hall, where the elder Liu and the family members were already gathered. Li Qingdao secured his bamboo sword at his waist and promptly took a seat at an empty spot, surveying the dishes on the table before turning his gaze to the elder Liu. The elder, beaming, declared, "Let us eat." In the Liu family, the elder's word was law. Since the elder had invited Li Qingdao, they dared not object, lest they be cast out from the Liu family. Even their own sons would not be exempt. To inherit the family legacy in good faith, one must heed the elder's directives. After taking a bite of food, Li Qingdao inquired, "Elder, might you have any peach wood?" Juju wood would suffice, preferably over 100 years old. Although Li Qingdao was not a disciple of Mao Shan, peach and juju wood over a century-old possessed spiritual essence, suitable for crafting inferior magical artifacts. The elder Liu glanced at Li Qingdao and asked, "Is this related to the recent events?" Li Qingdao nodded and said, "Indeed, if we can acquire it, it would provide us with greater assurance this evening." Old Master Liu addressed the steward nearby, Liu Quan. "I recall that the old Zheng family possesses a century-old jujube tree. Procure it and bring it here. While it may not be peach wood, a century-old jujube tree is certainly available." A mere jujube tree of that age held little significance for Old Master Liu, who would not hesitate to obtain it. Liu Quan promptly nodded. "Old Master, I shall attend to it at once." Li Qingdao quickly interjected, do not resort to force, otherwise calamity will surely follow. Lu Quan assured him, rest easy, Taoist. The Lu family is one of virtue and benevolence. We would never engage in such heinous acts. For them, a century-old jujube tree was of little consequence, hardly worth a few coins, and there was no need for coercion. After speaking, Lu Quan departed with utmost respect. Old Master Lu reassured, fear not, Taoist, with me around. The Lu family shall not harbor those who resort to coercion. As long as I hold sway, such disgraceful deeds shall not occur. Should anyone dare, I would personally see to their punishment. Chapter 6. The female ghost shouted out. The efficiency of the Lu family was indeed remarkable. Li Qingdao had scarcely finished his meal when Lu Quan arrived with a jujube tree in tow. As Li Qingdao beheld the tree, a flicker of delight crossed his gaze. Indeed, this was no ordinary jujube tree. It was nearly 2 centuries old, brimming with vitality. Should he extract its heartwood for crafting a magical artifact, it could potentially yield a mid-grade talisman. Li Qingdao examined the jujube wood before drawing a bamboo sword from his waist and swiftly approaching the tree. With precision, he sliced through the useful portions, particularly the heartwood. Grasping a piece of the jujube wood, he infused it with his magical energy and began to delicately carve. Although he was not adept at setting up formidable formations, he could manage a few simpler ones, such as the exorcism array, which could be inscribed onto this heartwood. The innate spirit of the wood would allow it to activate several times, rendering it a commendable protective treasure. Of course, this creation could not compare to a true magical artifact, yet its efficacy was noteworthy, making it a suitable item to sell to Old Master Lu. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on Li Qingdao's forehead, indicating the difficulty of inscribing the array. This was intentional, for he understood that to fetch a good price for the jujube wood talisman, its intricate crafting must be apparent. If he could utilize this item to confront the spectral entity, its value would undoubtedly increase. After dedicating a full half-hour to the intricate carvings, he finally ceased. Having successfully completed the exorcism array, the moment any malevolent spirit approached, the array inscribed on the jujube talisman would spring into action. With the first talisman finished, Li Qingdao proceeded to carve the second one. Nearby, Old Master Lu and his companions exchanged looks of concern, though they refrained from voicing their apprehensions, knowing they were reliant on Li Qingdao for salvation. Upon completing the second jujube talisman, Li Qingdao gathered the remaining 8 talismans and the heartwood into the satchel on his back. Old Master Lu hastily inquired, young Taoist, is it ready? Can we proceed to confront her now? Li Qingdao produced the inscribed talisman and handed it to Old Master Lu, replying earnestly, this talisman is yours to borrow. It will afford you protection, keeping the specter at bay. Old Master Lu recognized the effort that had gone into crafting such a piece and promised, rest assured, I shall return it after our ordeal. Li Qingdao smiled. Let us be on our way to the place where the maidens hung themselves. Old Master Lu quickly suggested, perhaps I should refrain from going? I can send someone to guide you. Li Qingdao chuckled. Are you not afraid of the entity targeting you in my absence? At this, Old Master Lu and the others shook their heads vigorously. Indeed, young Taoist speaks wisely. We shall depart at once. With that, they led the way toward the room where the maid had taken her life. Li Qingdao followed suit, noting the absence of potent negative energy, indicating that the female ghost was not particularly formidable. With the jujube talisman and his bamboo sword in hand, he felt a sense of confidence, especially since he now possessed the capacity to wield 13 spells. Regarding the matter of exorcism, Li Qingdao expressed that the Xian sect possesses no such capabilities. After all, there is no one above in the sect, nor below. Only the Xian immortal has attained transcendence, and there is no way to establish contact. Without cultivating one's spiritual essence or employing summoning techniques, it is impossible to invoke the ancestral spirits. Who knows if they are even alive? Furthermore, the Xian immortal left behind only the Xian immortal technique, the Xian alchemy method, the Xian artifact refinement art, and the subsequently inherited formations, with nothing else remaining. Should he encounter spirits, Li Qingdao indicated that he could directly perform a physical exorcism, transforming them into spiritual energy crystals, which are valuable resources. In this era of dwindling cultivation resources, any addition to his arsenal is advantageous for Li Qingdao. In a secluded room of the backyard, waves of sinister energy emanated. Li Qingdao swiftly made his way towards the source, and upon witnessing the figure of a woman hanging from the beam, he could not help but furrow his brow. Elder, could you enlighten me on this situation? It seems heavy with resentment. Others, witnessing this scene, trembled and cowered behind Li Qingdao and the elder, afraid to show themselves. Although Elder Lu felt fear, he did not retreat like the others. Instead, he stood resolutely beside Li Qingdao, tightly gripping a jujube wood talisman. Upon hearing Li Qingdao's inquiry, Elder Lu sighed. "Ah, young Taoist, you are unaware. This maid, known as Xiao Tao, was quite manipulative, attempting to entangle herself with my esteemed master, only to be discovered by his wife." The wife inquired about the master's intentions regarding taking a concubine, but he refused and left the matter to her. The mistress, being a kind-hearted person, merely sought to expel Xiao Tao from the Lu residence, yet no one anticipated that she would end her own life within these walls. "This house belongs to the master. It is truly tragic." Li Qingdao nodded slightly, channeling a thread of spiritual energy into his gaze as he turned to Elder Lu. The Xian immortal technique includes the art of perceiving qi, which Li Qingdao had also mastered, consuming little spiritual power. The Lu family's karmic burden was minimal, and the elder was even endowed with some merit. Although this merit was not particularly robust, it indicated he was not a malevolent individual. Thus, it appeared that Elder Lu was quite commendable, and as for the others, their karmic weight was also light, which is commendable for landlords in this era. Therefore, Elder Lu's assessment was accurate. The issue lay with Xiao Tao. Li Qingdao's gaze fell upon Xiao Tao, revealing a hint of astonishment. The karmic weight she bore was significantly deeper than that of the other Lu family members, even harboring a life debt. A wicked spirit, causing harm in life and now restless in death, is it? With that, he channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the talisman, activating the exorcism formation, which he hurled towards the figure hanging in the room. Inside the room, Xiao Tao, who had been fixated on Elder Lu and the others, suddenly sensed danger and vanished in an instant. However, the jujube wood talisman was not easily evaded. The exorcism formation radiated light, illuminating the surroundings. "Ah!" Xiao Tao shrieked in agony as her form materialized, glaring fiercely at Li Qingdao. "You meddlesome fool! How dare you interfere? Die!" As the words fell, Xiao Tao's resentment intensified. With a swift gesture towards the grand door, it soared into the air, hurtling towards Li Qingdao. A smile involuntarily crossed Li Qingdao's face as he wielded his bamboo sword, cleaving the door in twain with a single strike. In that moment, he failed to notice that the original Xiao Tao had vanished and reappeared behind him. However, sensing the malevolent energy approaching from behind, Li Qingdao swiftly turned, channeling a surge of magical power into his bamboo sword as he struck fiercely at Xiao Tao. A pain scream escaped her lips, and her aura diminished significantly. Li Qingdao's expression shifted dramatically. This was his precious cultivation resource, and it could not be squandered. "Ancient lamp, come forth," he commanded, and the ancient lamp materialized in his hand. The tiny purple flame flickered gently, rapidly absorbing the surrounding malevolent and ghostly energies. Xiao Tao retreated, her gaze fixated intently on Li Qingdao. Chapter 7. The ancient lantern dispels ghosts, particularly with the ancient lantern that had just materialized in Li Qingdao's grasp. Xiao Tao felt the ghostly aura, resentment, and emanating from her dissipating rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingdao realized that if the ancient lantern possessed such powers, his safety would be greatly enhanced in the future. He released the lantern, which then levitated in midair, continuously absorbing the surrounding energies. With a disdainful snort, Li Qingdao declared, "Stubbornly obstinate, purging flame of violet, extinguish." As he spoke, he channeled a thread of magical energy, lightly tapping his index finger on the violet flame atop the lantern and directing it toward Xiao Tao. In an instant, a line of fire materialized, rapidly reaching Xiao Tao, and the fierce violet flames engulfed her entirely. In truth, Xiao Tao had been fixated on the ancient lantern, which allowed Li Qingdao to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, she might have evaded it. However, under the enveloping violet flames, Xiao Tao found no opportunity for escape. The flames, drawn from the lantern, seemed to sense her resentment and karmic burdens, and swiftly surged forth. "Ah, spare me, immortal!" Xiao Tao cried out in desperation as the lantern acted on its own. Requiring no further invocation of magic from Li Qingdao, she was swiftly refined into a crystal of spiritual energy. Once the lantern had absorbed all from the courtyard, Xiao Tao had vanished without a trace, her soul scattered. Li Qingdao approached the ancient lantern, his gaze revealing unrestrained ecstasy as he beheld the tiny crystals of spiritual energy, no larger than a grain of rice. Not far away, old Master Lu observed Li Qingdao and then the lantern overhead, cautiously approaching. "Young Taoist, what has become of that female ghost?" he inquired. Li Qingdao replied with a smile. "That female ghost committed numerous vile deeds in life and sought to wreak havoc in death. She has been utterly vanquished. With that, he stowed the ancient lantern away. Old Master Lu laughed heartily. Excellent, excellent. Young Taoist, you truly are a master. Li Qingdao waved his hand dismissively. Just a minor ghost. Nothing of great significance. He then hastened to retrieve the jujube wood talisman he had cast aside. Old Master Lu felt a stirring in his heart as he touched the talisman in his hand. Recognizing its protective properties, realizing its significance, he resolved to keep it. Taoist, do you think you could sell me that jujube wood talisman? He asked. After this incident, I find myself quite unsettled. Li Qingdao chuckled. If you like it, take it, for you provided the materials for its creation. Old Master Lu waved his hand. How could I take advantage of you, Taoist? The rightful payment must still be rendered. Taoist, I shall offer you 100 pieces of silver, plus the previously agreed upon 10 pieces, totaling 110. What do you say? Li Qingdao smiled wryly. Yet, 110 pieces of silver was quite substantial and cumbersome to carry. I am grateful, old master, but could you perhaps exchange it for small yellow croakers? Old Master Lu replied with a grin. No problem at all. Would you like them all exchanged for small yellow croakers? Li Qingdao inquired. Old Master, what is the current price of small yellow croakers? Old Master Lu remarked. Maple Leaf Town is remote, and the price of small yellow croakers is not exorbitant. Nearly 33 coins each. However, when transported to the provincial capital, they can fetch 36 coins apiece. Li Qingdao replied, Old Master, please exchange 3 small yellow croakers for me. You may keep the remainder in coins. Thank you very much. Old Master Lu chuckled. No need for thanks. It is only right. Before long, Li Qingdao received both the small yellow croakers and the coins. They dared not default on a Taoist's goods, especially after witnessing Li Qingdao's prowess. The mysteriously appearing ancient lamp, the flame conjured with a mere gesture, and the door cleaved in two by a bamboo sword all served as testament to the fact that Li Qingdao was not someone to be trifled with. Old Master Lu was a shrewd individual and understood well who was worth befriending. His family was not lacking in wealth. Over 100 coins was a trifling sum. Cultivating a relationship with a remarkable individual could prove beneficial. After acquiring the small yellow croakers and the coins, Li Qingdao could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At last, he had funds. 100 coins would sustain him for more than 3 years. Had he not tasted the sweetness of the ancient lamp, he would have contemplated returning to the Zihua sect to cultivate for another 3 years before re-emerging. In his room, Li Qingdao took out the portrait of his ancestral master and offered a respectful bow. May my master bless me. I hope to earn more money to eventually honor the Zihua sect by replacing this portrait with a clay statue. After speaking, he bowed reverently once more. Having completed these rituals, Li Qingdao sat cross-legged on his bed, grasping the spiritual energy crystal from the ancient lamp, beginning his cultivation. As the Zihua immortal technique circulated, after a full cycle, a thread of magical power was formed. The following morning, Li Qingdao opened his eyes, finding that the spiritual energy crystal in his hand had been entirely consumed. Last night, his technique had circulated for 25 cycles, yielding 25 strands of magical power. During his battle, he had expended 2 strands, and while inscribing the jujube wood talisman, another 2 strands were used, totaling 4 strands consumed. The cultivation from last night had augmented the magical power within his dantian to 15 strands. These 15 strands of magical power intertwined beautifully together, appearing quite impressive. After washing up and having breakfast, Li Qingdao gathered his belongings and exited the room. Upon seeing him emerge, the servants hurried over. Taoist, where are you headed? Li Qingdao smiled. Having settled matters here, it is time for me to depart. Please convey my regards to your master. I take my leave. With that, he strode purposefully toward the main entrance. As he reached the doorway, old Master Lu's voice called out, Young Taoist, is it that the old man has not hosted you well? Why the haste to leave? Li Qingdao sighed, alas. The path of cultivation in this era is fraught with difficulty. When my master passed, he urged me to travel and explore. Now, having made some progress in my cultivation, it is time for me to venture forth and experience the world. Old Master Lu was astonished. What? Master Xian Yuan has passed? Li Qingdao replied with a smile, Indeed. Old Master, continue to accumulate virtue and perform good deeds. Perhaps in a century, great fortune will smile upon you. Until we meet again. Hearing this, old Master Lu nodded in understanding, a sense of joy swelling within him. In this world, where demons and spirits abound, there exists a realm of the afterlife. Since Li Qingdao spoke thus, there must be profound significance behind his words. If one cultivates virtue and performs good deeds, Is there a chance? Upon contemplating this thought, old Master Lu found himself unable to pursue it further. However, once this notion took root in his mind, it could not be suppressed any longer. Unbeknownst to Li Qingdao, after his departure, old Master Lu began to engage in charitable acts. At this time, Li Qingdao had already arrived at Maple Leaf Town. In the local tailor shop, he commissioned 2 elegant long robes and settled into an inn. The Xian sect, to which Li Qingdao belonged, was not part of the Taoist sects and thus did not require the wearing of Taoist robes. Xianyuan Taoists donned such garments for convenience. Now, Li Qingdao had no intention of wearing Taoist robes. Since there were no stipulations from the Xian sect, he chose to dress freely. After acquiring 2 aesthetically pleasing white long robes at the cost of $5 he felt a twinge of regret. The majority of this expense was attributed to the quality of the fabric, for it was inconceivable to spend $5 otherwise. While awaiting the completion of his garments in the inn, Li Qingdao remained industrious. In his package, he paid little heed to the jujube plaque. As it was relatively small and easy to carry, he could carve it slowly over time. However, the jujube wood's heart, aged for a century, was an excellent material for crafting magical implements. Measuring approximately 1 foot in length, it was somewhat cumbersome to carry. Thus, it was best suited for the creation of a magical artifact. Chapter 8. Into the town of Rutu, Li Qingdao sat cross-legged in his room, extracting the jujube wood core and a bamboo sword to begin his intricate carvings. As a mere novice in the realm of methodical cultivation, he knew he could not truly forge a weapon. Instead, he would carve the jujube wood into a small sword, inscribing it with prohibitions, and gradually nurture it until it transformed into a magical artifact. Although this process was slow, through continuous nurturing, the jujube wood artifact could evolve into a mid-grade magical instrument with a guaranteed success rate. For instance, the bamboo sword, which was the finest material Li Qingdao had acquired, was nurtured daily and was nearing completion as a low-grade artifact after 5 years. With his increased magical power, he anticipated that within half a year, the bamboo sword could very well attain the status of a low-grade artifact. The greater his magical prowess, the more likely the bamboo sword would achieve this transformation, particularly as the quality of the spiritual bamboo was exceptional, brimming with vitality, capable of being nurtured into a supreme magical artifact. In this current era of dwindling magical resources, directly forging artifacts with flames often resulted in failure, wasting materials, and depleting magical energy. This was a common practice among various sects, including the prominent Taoist schools such as Maoshan and Longhushan, which focused on the cultivation of spiritual essence. Their magical power, while not as formidable as those who followed the path of pure magical energy, employed their spiritual strength to refine artifacts. Whether through spiritual essence or magical energy, the nurturing of artifacts had a low failure rate. Before long, Li Qingdao had sculpted 5 flying swords, 1 large and 4 smaller ones that could seamlessly align with the larger blade, creating an appearance of unity. He intended to forge a complete set of magical instruments, mindful not to waste such valuable resources. Subsequently, he inscribed prohibitions upon them, such as sharpness, demon slaying, and evil repelling, before refining the sword body with his magical energy to enhance the prohibitions, thereby elevating the jujube wood sword to the level of a low-grade artifact. Although this process was somewhat protracted, it did not hinder Li Qingdao's cultivation. Gazing at the jujube wood sword before him, Li Qingdao felt a surge of joy. He had acquired another treasure that could become a magical artifact. Should he succeed in transforming them all, the foundation of the Xian sect would further strengthen. Elated, he completed his work and promptly retired for the night, aware that as a novice, he still required sustenance and rest. The following morning, as Li Qingdao prepared to settle his bill and depart, he was informed that this establishment belonged to the Lu family and that the elder had instructed him not to pay. Delighted by this news, as his funds were rather limited, he expressed his gratitude and made his way to the tailor's shop, lamenting that it was not part of the Lu family's holdings, for he could have availed himself of their services at no cost. After acquiring his garments, Li Qingdao ventured towards the outskirts of Maple Leaf Town. Since he was set on vanquishing demons and earning some income to bolster the Xian sect, he could not remain idle within the confines of the town. Upon exiting Maple Leaf Town, he was uncertain of his destination, yet he knew that in places bustling with activity, he would surely learn of any lurking demons or malevolent spirits. However, this journey stretched on for half a month without a single encounter with any demons or even a trace of malevolent energy. It was not until one fateful day that he found himself before a town steeped in deathly aura and the stench of decay. standing at the town's periphery. As he gazed upon its name, Li Chengdao fell into deep contemplation. Above the entrance of the town, the words Tung Tung Town were inscribed in bold letters. Upon seeing these characters, Li Chengdao fell into a contemplative silence. In his previous life, he had watched films featuring the legendary Ninth Uncle and was well aware of the existence of Tung Tung Town. Particularly, the pervasive atmosphere of death and decay confirmed that this was indeed the Tung Tung Town he had known. Soon, a smile crept across Li Chengdao's face. While this place might not be favorable for others, it was undoubtedly a treasure trove for him. With the daylight illuminating the surroundings, the abundance of deathly energy beckoned him to seize the opportunity for gain. With this thought in mind, Li Chengdao stepped into the town. As he entered, he promptly retrieved an ancient lamp, and waves of deathly energy surged towards it from all directions. He hesitated to venture further into the town. After all, the streets were teeming with zombies, and with his meager skills, he feared it would be tantamount to courting death. Observing the relentless influx of deathly energy, a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes. Remaining here, he mused, who knows how much deathly energy he could amass before nightfall. Before long, he noticed tiny crystalline formations of spiritual energy appearing within the lamp's space, eliciting his delight, for Tung Tung Town was indeed not a small place. Unperturbed by the potential expenditure of his spiritual energy, he infused a modicum of power into his eyes, employing the Qi observation technique to survey the area. Soon, his gaze settled upon a particular house, its atmosphere thick with deathly energy. Should he venture closer? With this thought, he hastened toward that dwelling. Though he was aware that zombies lurked within, and their ranks were formidable, the allure of the deathly energy was too enticing to resist. In no time, he found himself outside the house, and the crystalline formations of spiritual energy within the lamp had grown larger. Extending his hand toward the edge of the house, he watched as streams of deathly energy flowed ceaselessly into the lamp, intermingled with wisps of ghostly energy. Suddenly, as if sensing the theft of its deathly energy, a roar erupted from within, yet no movement followed. To the undead, sunlight remained a formidable adversary. Li Chengdao stood outside, basking in the bright noon sun, while the zombies inside dared not emerge. As time passed, the crystalline formations within the lamp transformed into grains of rice, and the deathly energy surrounding him thinned significantly. Li Chengdao chuckled, "Thank you, dear zombie brothers. I shall return another time." With that, he turned to pursue another direction, for the day was still young, presenting the perfect opportunity to gather more deathly energy. Had it been afternoon, he would have departed without hesitation. Regrettably, Li Chengdao's strength was insufficient to eradicate all the zombies in one fell swoop. Otherwise, with their energy, he could have ascended to the pinnacle of the liquid transformation stage or even reached the condensation stage. After all, the presence of a zombie king here meant that the energy crystallized from its deathly essence would suffice for Li Chengdao's cultivation for quite some time. With determination, Li Chengdao swiftly approached another house, absorbing the deathly energy and decay, discovering that the corners of the rooms were particularly rich in this ethereal essence. It is likely that these places are more inclined towards the shadows, favored by zombies and malevolent spirits. After absorbing the essence of the deceased and the lingering death energy from 5 houses, Li Chengdao glanced at the sky and unhesitatingly made his way outside. In truth, it was only a little past 3 in the afternoon, not even 4 o'clock yet. However, Li Chengdao felt compelled to leave, for this town of Tingting was peculiar. He had sensed a thickening of the death energy within the town, and it was likely that the zombies would emerge before nightfall. He looked within the ancient lamp space and saw 3 tiny, rice-sized crystals of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he stowed the ancient lamp and swiftly made his way towards the outskirts of Tingting Town. These creatures bear grudges, and who knows if they would pursue him should he linger too long. Although there was a formation preventing the zombies outside from escaping, Li Chengdao remained apprehensive. Chapter 9. A surge in magical power. The town of Tingting posed considerable danger. Upon exiting the town, Li Chengdao did not linger but swiftly made his way toward a nearby village. As dusk settled, he finally entered a small town. Due to its proximity to Tingting, the town was sparsely populated, yet it was still more vibrant than a mere village. After partaking in a modest meal at the local inn, Li Chengdao reclined on his bed to assess the day's gains. He had acquired 3 spirit energy crystals, each the size of a grain of rice, derived from the ancient lamp's refinement of deathly and corpse energy. This discovery filled him with immense excitement. Should he continue this for several days, his cultivation would undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds. Without hesitation, he took out the spirit energy crystals and began the process of refinement. He spent an entire night absorbing magical power, yet by dawn, he had not fully refined the crystals. Gazing at the remaining crystal, which was still half the size of a grain of rice, a smile crept onto his face. This time, he had garnered 3 strands of magical power, bringing his total to 18 strands and 6 threads. The result was astonishing. During his 5-year seclusion on Xian Mountain, he had only managed to cultivate 12 strands of magical power. For practitioners of the path of spiritual cultivation, such as those from Maoshan or Longhushan, 9 strands were sufficient to nurture the spirit. Regrettably, Li Qingdao's focus was on the path of magical power, necessitating continuous cultivation to ascend to higher levels. In truth, he envied those who pursued spiritual cultivation, for he had traversed dimensions and fused the souls of 2 individuals, granting him an inherent strength beyond that of an ordinary person. Had he pursued the path of spiritual cultivation, he would likely have achieved a lofty realm in no time. Of course, at present, Li Qingdao was unaware of the intricacies of spiritual cultivation. He swiftly stored the remaining spirit energy crystals in the ancient lamp space, consumed a small meal, and set out early for Tingting Town. Upon arriving, he found the sun shining brilliantly. Rather than hastily entering the town, he paused outside to sense the lingering Yin energy within Tingting. Confirming it was similar to the previous day, he proceeded into the town. Without delay, he retrieved the ancient lamp and commenced collecting corpse and death energy. On this day, he gathered 3.5 spirit energy crystals the size of grains of rice. With the previously acquired 1.5, he now possessed a total of 5 crystals. With such a bountiful harvest, Li Qingdao did not tarry but quickly departed the town. Returning to the earlier town, he rented a courtyard for his stay. Given that Tingting was such a splendid location for cultivation, it would be a waste not to reside there for an extended period. The small courtyard was modest yet sufficient for his needs. He promptly hung an image of his revered ancestor in the main hall and respectfully lit 3 incense sticks before settling down to cultivate with the spirit energy crystals. Although the 5 spirit energy crystals were ample for several days of cultivation, he welcomed the abundance. Who among practitioners of magical power would ever consider too much spirit energy? After a night of cultivation, Li Qingdao had refined only 1 crystal the size of a grain of rice, with the remainder safely stored in the ancient lamp space. For Li Qingdao, the ancient lamp space is the safest haven. His inner power has reached 21 strands, an increase of 9 since his departure from the Purple Flame sect. It must be said that the pace of cultivation outside is considerably swifter. Given that a spirit energy crystal the size of a grain of rice can yield 25 strands of power, the remaining crystals in Li Qingdao's possession can be refined into 100 strands of power, totaling 10 strands. Contemplating this, a look of uncontainable delight sparkled in his eyes. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Li Qingdao refined his bamboo sword with his power, then did the same for his jujube wood sword, before stepping outside. Once again in Tingting Town, Li Qingdao confirmed the absence of danger and proceeded to collect the death and corpse energy with the ancient lamp, transforming it into spirit energy crystals. However, the areas previously rich in corpse and death energy had been nearly depleted by the ancient lamp, necessitating a deeper exploration of the town on this 3rd day. His cultivation level still felt insufficient. Otherwise, he could have easily dispatched a few zombies and extracted their corpse energy for quicker refinement into spirit energy crystals. Casting a glance at the sun above and feeling its warmth, Li Qingdao resolutely made his way towards the center of the town. Soon, he discovered a place dense with corpse energy and approached it with the ancient lamp in hand. By day, zombies cannot emerge unless they have achieved the state of flying zombies, which are quite rare. If such creatures existed in Tingting Town, the external formations would be incapable of restraining them. Thus, Li Qingdao harbored no fears of their appearance under the sun. The ancient lamp swiftly absorbed the corpse and death energy, refining it into spirit energy crystals. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from within a room, and a strong wave of corpse energy surged forth, prompting the ancient lamp to absorb even more rapidly. Li Qingdao was taken aback by the anger of the zombie contained within. It was a fortunate turn of events, as more roars would ease his collection efforts. Unfortunately, the house was rather sturdy, preventing him from peering inside. Otherwise, he might have offered a little incentive to the zombie within for additional roars. As his power grew, so too did the spells he could wield. The bamboo sword was on the verge of becoming a low-grade magical artifact, and all events seemed to be unfolding favorably. Li Qingdao did not engage with the zombies inside, sensing the thinning corpse energy, and proceeded to other locations. Inside the coffin in the room, A black-haired zombie clung tightly to the coffin, attempting to contain the leakage of corpse energy. After being absorbed by Li Qingdao's ancient lamp for a while, this newly advanced black zombie exhibited signs of regressing to the purple zombie level, which terrified it. In truth, it was fortunate that the zombie had roared, allowing for the dispersal of some corpse energy, which the ancient lamp subsequently absorbed. On the third day, as Li Qingdao exited Tingting Town, the spirit energy crystals within the ancient lamp had reached 8 grains of rice in size. Ultimately, he owed his gratitude to that zombie's roar, otherwise he would have only managed to gather 3 grains of rice-sized spirit energy crystals that day. Following this, Li Qingdao continuously traversed between Tingting Town and the currently inhabited White Peach Town. He practiced in White Peach Town by night and absorbed corpse and death energy in Tingting Town by day, allowing half a month to pass gradually. In the span of merely half a month, Li Qingdao's magical prowess has ascended to an impressive 66 strands, a feat previously deemed unimaginable. Each day, he diligently cultivates by harnessing the energy crystals, resulting in an astonishingly rapid advancement. Furthermore, within the ancient lantern's domain, he has amassed a remarkable 25 pearls of energy crystals. These have been meticulously divided into grains of rice for the sake of convenience in his practice. Achieving 66 strands of magical energy is no trivial matter. For instance, when the esteemed Xianyuan Taoist reached the pinnacle of his cultivation, he had only managed to accumulate a little over 200 strands of magical energy by the time he passed away at the venerable age of 80. Had he commenced his training at the tender age of 20, it would have taken him 60 years to attain such a level. In contrast, Li Qingdao has cultivated 12 strands of magical energy over 5 years. If he were to maintain this pace, he too would require over 60 years to reach 200 strands. However, the circumstances have changed. With the ancient lantern at his disposal, it is likely that Li Qingdao will achieve his goal of cultivating more than 200 strands in a significantly shorter time frame. Chapter 10. The Money Family's Plea for Help. Li Qingdao had cultivated 66 strands of magical power, and with the addition of 25 grains of spiritual energy crystals, he could refine over 60 more strands of magical power. In total, he had amassed more than 120 strands of magical energy. This thought filled him with exhilaration. His master, the Xianyuan Taoist, had spent many years cultivating and had only attained a little over 200 strands of magical power. In contrast, after merely 5 years of cultivation, Li Qingdao was on the verge of achieving 120 strands, which was nearly half of his master's power. However, his excitement was soon overshadowed by concern. After half a month of relentless gathering, the corpse aura and death energy in Tingting Town had significantly diminished, leaving scant remnants of yin energy. In this scenario, to acquire more spiritual energy crystals, he would need to target the zombies. He was aware that Tingting Town harbored numerous zombies, including at least one black zombie. Zombies were categorized into various types: the walking corpse, white zombie, purple zombie, black zombie, hairy zombie, and wandering corpse. Li Qingdao was only at the condensation realm, equivalent to a purple zombie. Encountering several black zombies would spell his doom. Though Tingting Town still yielded a grain-sized spiritual energy crystal daily, the dwindling corpse aura and death energy meant that the crystals would become increasingly scarce. Nevertheless, Li Qingdao soon found solace in his achievements. Over the past month, he had collected a substantial number of spiritual energy crystals, sparing him decades of arduous cultivation. It was unrealistic to expect to elevate his cultivation to the liquid transformation realm solely through the corpse aura and death energy present here. Seizing the opportunity to collect as many spiritual energy crystals as possible, Li Qingdao acted decisively. His aim was to enhance his cultivation and devise a strategy to eliminate the zombies, refining the corpse energy from their bodies into spiritual energy crystals. Another half-month passed, and Li Qingdao's magical power reached 102 strands, yet only 10 grain-sized spiritual energy crystals remained. During this period, the quantity of crystals he collected daily had steadily declined. For instance, today, as he gazed at the sesame-sized spiritual energy crystals, he couldn't help but sigh. With 10 grain-sized crystals, if he accelerated his cultivation, he could only refine for 4 days, yielding an increase of 25 strands of magical power. He felt utterly helpless, as this seemed to be his limit. Yet, reflecting on the bountiful gains of the past month, a smile resurfaced on Li Qingdao's face. Once he refined the remaining spiritual energy crystals, his magical power would undoubtedly reach 128 strands, not accounting for any consumed energy. Upon returning to his rented courtyard, Li Qingdao resumed his cultivation, but his focus was soon interrupted. Knock, knock, knock. Taoist Li, are you there? Li Qingdao felt a sense of resignation. His Taoist robes had marked him as a practitioner upon entering the town, making it difficult to shed his identity. It seemed he had no choice but to embrace the role of a Taoist. If he wished to navigate this world, he could not escape this identity, for he would invariably be scrutinized wherever he went. However, donning the Taoist robes ensured that he would not be questioned. This left him feeling helpless, ultimately leading him to comprehend why his master was referred to as the Xianyuan Taoist. He too preferred to refer to himself as a Taoist. In this world, Taoists and monks were treated with great favor. As long as one donned a Taoist robe and possessed a modicum of skill, they could thrive anywhere. In contrast, an ordinary person would face scrutiny even upon entering a city, which was quite frustrating. Thus, from that moment on, Li Qingdao deemed himself a Taoist. However, without having received formal initiation, he could only be considered a wild Taoist, especially since there was no one from the Xian sect or the celestial realm to rely upon. He had to depend solely on himself. Rising to his feet and stowing away the spiritual energy crystal, Li Qingdao approached the door and opened it. Who is it? What brings you here? Outside stood a middle-aged woman, who, upon seeing Li Qingdao, quickly knelt on the ground. Taoist, I implore you, please save my husband. Li Qingdao was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly helped the woman to her feet. Madam, do not be anxious. First, tell me what has happened. If you do not clarify the matter, I will not know how to assist your husband. The middle-aged woman was the landlord of the small courtyard and appeared to be fairly affluent, yet it was unclear why she had come to seek him alone. Upon hearing his words, she quickly explained, a few days ago, my husband went to the county town to procure goods. Everything was well until his return, when he inexplicably fell into a deep coma. Not only my husband, but also his companions who accompanied him have suffered the same fate. I beseech you, please devise a way to help. I assure you, whatever the cost, my family will pay. Li Qingdao furrowed his brow. He indeed required funds. But if the situation proved to be complex, he would be at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, saying, very well, let us go and take a look. The middle-aged woman felt a surge of relief. As long as Li Qingdao was willing to assist her husband, that was all that mattered. Thank you, Taoist. Please follow me. Li Qingdao followed the middle-aged woman towards the center of the town, soon arriving at the entrance of an imposing three-courtyard estate. The gate bore the inscription Qian Residence, exuding an air of grandeur. Observing the woman's attire, which seemed rather modest, Li Qingdao felt a twinge of confusion. The woman explained, my mother has passed away, and I am in mourning, hence my plain clothing. In my haste to seek your help, I ran out without my maid or servants. Li Qingdao nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of mirth flickering in his eyes. As they entered the courtyard, he soon sensed a dense aura of malevolence. His heart leaped with joy, but his expression quickly darkened. The potency of the malevolent energy suggested that a formidable creature might be lurking nearby. How audacious, daring to appear in broad daylight, seeking death. Suddenly, Li Qingdao's demeanor grew cold, and the bamboo sword from behind him materialized in his hand, slicing swiftly through the air to strike a rat. Squeak! The rat emitted a wretched cry, its body radiating a strong aura of malevolence. Just as it began to dissipate, Li Qingdao summoned an ancient lamp from his sleeve. As soon as the lamp appeared, the malevolent energy was swiftly absorbed, transforming rapidly into a crystal of spiritual energy. As for the deceased mouse, Li Qingdao grasped it in his hand, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and tucked it away in his bundle. Though this mouse was merely a lowly grade demon, Li Qingdao was uncertain whether its flesh and blood held any energy. However, its fur could certainly be used for refining artifacts. If a demon were to produce a demon core, it would indeed be a valuable source of energy, transforming into crystallized spiritual essence. The middle-aged woman observed Li Qingdao's actions with a flicker of surprise in her eyes, though it swiftly vanished. Li Qingdao remarked with a smile, I never expected there to be mice in the Qian residence. It appears I shall need to tidy up more frequently, as these creatures can easily bring about plague. By the way, assisting in mouse catching will require additional remuneration. The middle-aged woman frowned slightly and replied, Taoist, let us hasten to see my husband. The servants will handle the mice. Rest assured, I shall not withhold your due payment. Li Qingdao chuckled, very well, let us proceed. Upon entering the courtyard of the Qian family, Li Qingdao could not help but furrow his brow, for there was not a single servant to be found in the entire estate. Chapter 11. Annihilation of the rat demons. As Li Qingdao followed the middle-aged woman into the courtyard, a subtle change crossed his countenance, for the atmosphere was thick with the stench of death. It seemed that all had perished. Such wicked creatures, daring to commit heinous acts, truly deserved their fate. Wait, is there the presence of a living soul? Could it be? Upon entering the secluded courtyard, the middle-aged woman pushed open the door and stepped inside, with Li Chengdao closely trailing her. The air was laden with a potent aura of demonic energy, not emanating from the woman, but from the rat demons. Remarkably, there were 3 of them. In an instant, as he crossed the threshold of the room, Li Chengdao discerned the situation within. In these trying times, although the path of the immortals was fraught with challenges and demon beasts roamed freely, they too faced hardships. The spiritual energy was scarce, and in order to enhance their cultivation, they required years of relentless practice. Both humans and demons were bound by the limitations of their lifespans. Should they fail to transcend their realms before their time runs out, they would meet their demise. Only through the consumption of blood and flesh could they rapidly elevate their powers, particularly the human race, regarded as the apex of all beings. Among humans, those who devoured the cultivated practitioners gained the greatest benefits, thus revealing the intent of these rat demons toward Li Chengdao. As he entered, Li Chengdao had already deduced their motives with clarity. Despite the presence of 3 rat demons, he felt no fear, for they posed no threat to him. However, the middle-aged woman drew his attention. Her demeanor suggested she was a formidable adversary. Upon entering the room, Li Chengdao approached the bed where a figure lay. Instantly, he recognized the individual. It was the esteemed elder of the Qian family, the very one who held authority over the clan. The reason for the elder's desire for his life was now clear. Li Chengdao bore a Taoist blue talisman, rendering him untouchable by ordinary fiends. The elder had merely fainted out of shock, and there was no significant danger. As Li Chengdao neared the elder, the heavy door slammed shut behind him. Almost immediately, he found himself confronted by the 3 enormous rats, their green, glimmering eyes fixed on him. The middle-aged woman sneered, "You foul Taoist, how dare you slay my ancestors' kin? You deserve 1,000 deaths." With that, she transformed into a large rat, albeit of considerable size. Li Chengdao turned to face the quartet of rodents, and could not help but chuckle. Truly, they were demons, yet, he pondered how they managed to conceal their presence. The large rat, its eyes shimmering with a malevolent glow, lunged at Li Chengdao. He instinctively reached behind him, summoning his bamboo sword, imbuing it with a thread of magical essence. The sword sparkled with ethereal light as he swung it towards the large rat. The rat stood upright, swiping its claw at the bamboo sword. Clang! The collision produced a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. With a flick of his mind, Li Chengdao conjured an ancient lamp before him. With a slight pull of his left hand, a wisp of magical power emerged, utilizing the purple flame of the lamp to form a fireball the size of a palm. His right hand wielded the bamboo sword, which he continuously swung at the rat demon, while the demon persistently parried his strikes, resulting in a stalemate between the two. At this moment, the rat demon was filled with trepidation as she felt the malevolent energy around her dissipating rapidly. Not only that, the fireball in Li Chengdao's hand exerted immense pressure upon her. "Roar! You 3 little ones, hurry and come to my aid." The large rat demon called out to the 3 smaller rat demons behind her, inadvertently granting Li Chengdao an opportunity. In an instant, he unleashed a fireball, splitting off a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball, which hurtled towards the large rat demon. The expression on the large rat demon's face changed dramatically as she swiftly dodged, for this was a potent spiritual fire, far beyond what a mere minor demon could withstand. Boom! Squeak! 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 Although the flames were evaded by the large rat demon, the smaller ones had no chance of escape. One was struck, and the other 2, caught off guard, were set ablaze by the panicked smaller rat demon that had ignited. This was the purple flame left behind by the immortal, summoned by Li Chengdao's magic, and its might was not something ordinary demons could endure. In mere moments, the smaller rat demons were incinerated. The flames danced upon the ancient lamp, and astonishingly, the flames that had consumed the smaller rat demons flew towards the ancient lamp, merging with the purple flames upon it. Subsequently, 3 minuscule crystals of spiritual energy appeared within the lamp's space. Li Chengdao's heart swelled with joy. 3 crystals of spiritual energy were sufficient for him to cultivate 7 strands of magical power, having only expended 2 strands that day. He felt not only that he had recouped his loss, but also that he had made a considerable profit. The large rat demon, witnessing this scene, was filled with terror, having not anticipated the tremendous power of the flames. "Consider yourself fortunate." She spat defiantly at Li Chengdao, slowly retreating towards the doorway. However, Li Chengdao was not about to let her escape. If the 3 smaller ones had provided him with a crystal the size of a grain of rice, how much more could this larger one yield? This large demon was at least 5 times the size of the smaller ones. Capturing her would be a significant gain. Seeing her attempt to flee, Li Qingdao infused the fireball in his hand with a strand of magical energy, splitting off a sphere the size of a ping-pong ball and launching it at the entrance. Boom! The flames roared to life, completely obstructing the large rat demon's escape. "You think you can leave before the battle is concluded?" Li Qingdao stated coolly. The large rat demon, observing the blazing fireball at the entrance, realized she was trapped. At that moment, regret washed over her. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would never have provoked this young Taoist. No one had anticipated that such a youthful disciple possessed such formidable abilities. The large rat demon's eyes darted around, desperately seeking an escape route. This distraction provided Li Qingdao with an opportunity. Daring to divide her focus before him was tantamount to courting death. With a decisive stroke, he brandished his bamboo sword, its spiritual light shimmering as it cleaved towards the large rat demon. Panic flashed across her eyes as she quickly veered to the right. Li Qingdao's fireball split into 3 smaller spheres, targeting the large rat demon from both sides and head-on. Behind the great rat, a portal blazes with fire, leaving no chance for retreat in that direction. The front is equally perilous, as Li Qingdao's bamboo sword poses a threat to her safety. Thus, her only options lie to the left or right. Concerning the center, Li Qingdao surmised that this creature might still resist. For the claws of the large rat are indeed formidable. As anticipated, the rat demon evaded to the right, only to be struck by the fireball that crashed upon her. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Spare me, Taoist. As the flames engulfed her, the rat demon finally comprehended the overwhelming power of the fire, which was far beyond her capacity to endure. Consequently, she surrendered in desperation. Li Qingdao remained unmoved. The lingering death energy outside had yet to be resolved, a consequence of the lives taken by these rat demons. Having dared to commit murder, they must be prepared to face the consequences. "You vile creature, how dare you annihilate the entire Qian family? You deserve your fate. Perish." With these words, the bamboo sword, shimmering with ethereal light, swiftly pierced the rat demon's brow. In an instant, she collapsed to the ground. Her eyes filled with resentment as she breathed her last. Chapter 12. The Gratitude of the Qian Family in Truth. The great rat demon had lost all desire to continue fighting, its sole focus now being escape. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly challenging for Li Qingdao to subdue it. As Li Qingdao gazed upon the charred remains of the great rat demon, he hastily severed its 4 claws. Once this was accomplished, he paused, letting out a sigh of relief. The carcass of the great rat demon rapidly disintegrated into ashes, while the surrounding flames swiftly surged toward the purple flame emanating from the ancient lamp, merging into its depths. Li Qingdao quickly turned his attention to the space within the ancient lamp, unable to suppress the delight gleaming in his eyes. To his astonishment, there were 5 crystalline essences of spiritual energy, each the size of a grain of rice. Li Qingdao had struck gold. With the 3 he had previously acquired, he now possessed a total of 8. This amounted to 20 strands of magical power, and having only expended 3 strands this time, he effectively netted 17. Indeed, harvesting spiritual energy crystallines through the extermination of demons and monsters proved to be remarkably efficient. If he could eliminate all the zombies in Tingting Town, the spiritual energy crystallines obtained might be sufficient for him to advance to the liquid transformation realm. Suddenly, a thought crossed Li Qingdao's mind, prompting him to hasten towards the Qian family's elder, who was still unconscious but uninjured. Rousing him presented no challenge for Li Qingdao. He approached the elder's side and gently patted his cheek. "Hey, wake up! Wake up! No more sleeping." The elder did not stir, causing Li Qingdao to furrow his brow. Channeling a thread of magical power into his eyes, he observed the elder closely, his frown deepening. One of the 3 souls is missing. No wonder he cannot awaken. With a sigh, he decided, "Considering the considerable amount of spiritual energy crystallines you have provided me, I shall expend a thread of my magical power to save you." He would never confess that his motive was to claim the reward for vanquishing the demons, for that was his rightful due. Placing a hand upon the elder's forehead, he infused a thread of magical power into his remaining 2 souls. "Return, O soul! Return, O soul!" This incantation from the purple flame immortal technique was effortlessly employed to summon back lost souls, whether 1 or 2. As anticipated, Li Qingdao soon witnessed one of the elder's souls emerge from a nearby rockery, swiftly re-entering the elder's body. With the soul restored, Li Qingdao withdrew his hand, and the elder soon awakened, his gaze lingering on Li Qingdao with a hint of confusion. However, it was not long before the elder seemed to recollect something, and he suddenly cried out, "A monster! There's a monster. Help. Li Chengyao frowned and replied, enough with the commotion. It was merely a few small rat demons, all of which I have slain. Upon hearing this, the elder quickly regained his composure, struggling to sit up and stumbling toward Li Qingdao. Taoist. Taoist. Thank you, thank you. Li Qingdao waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks, but alas, it is a tragedy that the Qian family has been reduced to just you. The elder's expression dimmed slightly, but soon a glimmer of relief crossed his features. Fortunately, my children are studying in the provincial capital. However, let us not dwell on that. It is best to first examine the body. Perhaps they are still alive? After a moment of hesitation, Li Qingdao spoke. Very well, follow me. He then moved to the doorway and picked up 4 claws from the ground. Upon seeing these claws, Mr. Qian recoiled in terror, taking several steps back. He recognized them. They belonged to the very monster he had heard of, and he could hardly believe they had appeared here. Did this mean that the Taoist's words were true? Had the rat demon been slain? Mr. Qian felt a wave of relief wash over him, a glimmer of ease flickering in his eyes. Yet, as if struck by a sudden realization, sorrow soon clouded his gaze. Li Qingdao led him to the entrance of a room and gestured towards it, saying, There. The victims of the rat demon lie within. However, I advise against entering. It is rather gruesome inside. Mr. Qian peered at the door, the stench of blood wafting out, prompting him to step back once more. Perhaps it is best to first seek the security team, he concluded. After all, Mr. Qian was merely an ordinary man, and even if he held a position of authority, he was not inclined to witness such bloody scenes. Thus, he resolved to find the security team. Li Qingdao inquired, Do you still reside here? Mr. Qian shook his head, replying, I no longer stay here. I plan to go to the provincial capital to find my son and daughter. After all, my family has some business there. If you ever visit the provincial capital, Taoist, do not hesitate to seek me out. Also, I must express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. He gestured for Li Qingdao to follow him. Li Qingdao nodded slightly and accompanied Mr. Qian to a nearby house. Soon, the door was opened and Mr. Qian retrieved a small box from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, he revealed not only 3 large yellow fish and 5 smaller ones, but also a wooden box. I understand that you, Taoist, do not lack in yellow and white treasures. Yet I implore you to accept these as a modest token of my gratitude for saving my life, he said. Inside this small wooden box lies a 200-year-old ginseng. I hope it proves useful to you, and I trust you will not disdain it. Li Qingdao would never disdain such offerings. Gold was always welcome. And a 200-year-old medicinal herb was even more precious. Moreover, the wooden box held significance, preserving the ginseng's spiritual essence from leaking out. Otherwise, it would have surely been consumed by the rat demon before he arrived. If the demon had feasted upon the ginseng, its powers would have dramatically increased, and he might not have been its match. Thank you, Mr. Qian, Li Qingdao said, swiftly taking the small box and expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Qian was equally pleased. To forge a connection with a capable Taoist through a few gold bars and a ginseng root was undoubtedly a fortuitous outcome. Establishing a good rapport now could prove beneficial in the future should he require assistance. By the way, may I ask how to address you and where you cultivate your practice? Li Qingdao smiled and replied, I am Li Qingdao, known as Ling Yan, and I am currently cultivating on Xian Mountain, just outside Maple Leaf Town. I heard rumors of a zombie disturbance in Tengting Town and came to investigate, only to encounter this unexpected situation. Ling Yan is the Taoist title that Li Qingdao bestowed upon himself. Since he intends to traverse the world under the guise of a Taoist, having a title is indispensable. The Xian sect practices a fire attribute cultivation method, and the founder is known as Xian. Thus, he cannot share the same title as his ancestor. Hence, he chose the title Ling Yan, solely for the sake of convenience in his future endeavors. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Qian family's eyes dimmed momentarily, but soon regained their brightness. Fortuitously, the Taoist Ling Yan had arrived. Otherwise, my troubles would have been considerable. Li Qingdao remarked, Elder Qian, you possess a protective blue talisman from the Taoist realm. A few minor demons would not dare to lay hands upon you. Might I inquire as to which Taoist friend bestowed this talisman upon you? The elder of the Qian family touched the pendant around his neck and recalled that it contained a talisman, astonished by its potency. I acquired this piece of talisman paper from a corpse-reviving Taoist. He wore glasses and seemed to be called the Four-Eyed Taoist. Li Qingdao immediately recognized who it was. Given the presence of Tengting Town, it was not surprising that there were multiple Four-Eyed Taoists, and it was quite natural for Uncle Jiu to appear. His heart remained tranquil. Elder Qian's fortune is commendable, He has obtained the genuine talisman of Mao Shan. If he carries it diligently, he shall find that malevolent spirits will shy away from him. Chapter 13. A bounty of gains. Old Master Qian had not anticipated the remarkable efficacy of the talismans. The burdens on his heart had been lifted. With such a precious safeguard, he no longer needed to fear those entities. It seemed prudent to procure additional talismans when next encountering Taoist Simu. Suddenly, Old Master Qian's gaze turned towards Li Qingdao. Taoist, might I inquire if I could purchase some talismans from you? Li Qingdao felt a surge of temptation. Old Master Qian was wealthy, and the cost of talismans would undoubtedly be substantial. However, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He did not possess the skill to draw talismans. Very well, Old Master Qian. I shall be residing in the town for a while. You may seek out peach wood, jujube wood, pear wood, or even spiritual bamboo that is over a century old. Should you bring these to me, I can carve protective wooden tablets for you, be they for defense or exorcism. As for paper talismans, I truly lack the ability to create those. However, for the best protective wooden tablets, it is preferable to use wood struck by lightning. Li Qingdao's words prompted Old Master Qian to ponder deeply, ultimately nodding in agreement. As long as Li Qingdao remained in the town, he was confident that he could find him once he acquired the necessary materials. Old Master Qian was certain that Li Qingdao would not deceive him. After all, no one would refuse an abundance of wealth. Very well, Taoist. Please leave your address, and I shall seek you out to discuss matters further. Li Qingdao provided his address, which was also part of the Qian family estate, much to Old Master Qian's delight. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that the esteemed Taoist Lin Yan was, in fact, his tenant. Excellent. Let us take our leave for now. Once I have settled my affairs here, I will visit you, Taoist. Now aware of Li Qingdao's whereabouts and the potency of his talismans, Old Master Qian felt emboldened. Please hold on a moment, Old Master Qian. I shall check near the rockery. I suspect the lair of the rat demon lies there. Old Master Qian's expression shifted slightly as he urged, quickly, Taoist Lin Yan. Go and investigate. With a slight smile, Li Qingdao hastened towards the vicinity of the rockery, commencing his search. Before long, he discovered a modest entrance emanating a faint aura of demonic energy. Here it is, he exclaimed. With a flourish of his bamboo sword, he sliced through the entrance, revealing a hidden realm within. Old Master Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene. Taoist Lin Yan, is this truly the rat demon's lair? Inside the cave, though it appeared to be a vast expanse, it was teeming with an astonishing number of rats. Li Qingdao's countenance darkened. Summoning the ancient lamp, he channeled a thread of his magic to conjure a fireball, which transformed into numerous small flames that surged towards the mass of rats. The sudden onslaught threw the rats into chaos, scattering in all directions. This frantic flight resulted in a conflagration engulfing them all. Before long, every rat within the cave was incinerated, and the flames returned to the ancient lamp, leaving behind a minuscule essence crystal in the lamp's ethereal space. Having completed this task, the ancient lamp vanished within Li Qingdao. Upon witnessing this, the elder of the Qian family was utterly astonished. When had he ever encountered such extraordinary powers? With a mere gesture, a fireball materialized, only to disperse into countless fragments. This spectacle left onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Master Lin Yan, are you a deity? He inquired. Li Qingdao waved his hand dismissively, replying, I am but a humble cultivator of the Tao, merely at the threshold of my journey. You flatter me excessively. The elder of the Qian family opened his mouth, yet ultimately refrained from voicing further thoughts. If this was merely the beginning, how formidable would he become after truly advancing? In truth, Li Qingdao spoke no falsehood. He was indeed at the nascent stage of his cultivation. Only upon entering the liquid transformation realm would he truly embody the essence of a cultivator, attaining the ability to soar through the skies upon his sword. The path of the soul does not cultivate the physical form. Even upon achieving immortality, one merely sheds the mortal coil while the true spirit ascends. Conversely, the path of magical power emphasizes the cultivation of one's essence, ultimately allowing the physical body to transcend into the celestial realm. The disparity between the two paths is vast. One can fly with sword in hand upon reaching the liquid transformation stage, whereas the path of the soul necessitates a much loftier level of attainment for flight. After concluding his conversation with the elder, Li Qingdao ventured directly into the cave, seeking out anything of value. In a corner, he discovered a palm-sized stone radiating a faint aura of spiritual energy, accompanied by a piece of animal hide whose origin was unknown. Beyond these, There was nothing else of note. Li Qingdao collected these items and made his way back outside. Upon seeing him emerge, the elder of the Qian family hastily inquired, "Master Lingyan, did you find anything?" Li Qingdao presented the stone, smiling as he remarked, "This object is likely the reason they have transformed into monsters." The stone emitted a subtle spiritual energy, yet it was not a spirit stone, indicating that something resided within. However, Li Qingdao had no intention of breaking it open just yet. He merely wanted the elder to understand its potential danger. As anticipated, the elder recoiled a few steps, gazing at the stone with trepidation. Could it be that the rodent's transformation was caused by this wretched stone? Does this mean that it is the root of the calamity that has befallen my family? Li Qingdao nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it is this very object. Now, let us depart from this place." The elder quickly concurred, "Yes, indeed, you are right. It is time for us to leave." With that, the two hastened out of the courtyard, parting ways as they exited. Li Qingdao returned to the courtyard while the elder headed towards the security team. Upon re-entering the courtyard, Li Qingdao wasted no time in opening a small chest, swiftly retrieving a wooden box from within. As he gently opened the box, a faint aura of spiritual energy wafted out. Upon discerning the old mountain ginseng inside, the delight in his eyes was impossible to contain. This ginseng was remarkable, truly aged 200 years, and the wooden box had been specially treated to preserve its spiritual essence. This discovery filled Li Qingdao with joy. Although he could not utilize it at present, once he broke through to the liquid transformation realm, he would be able to refine elixirs. It felt somewhat wasteful to consume the ginseng as is. If it were crafted into a spirit ginseng pill, it would undoubtedly significantly enhance his magical power in the liquid transformation stage. Upon realizing that this was a 200-year-old mountain ginseng, Li Qingdao accepted it without a second glance. After securing the precious ginseng, he proceeded to inspect this latest bounty. Firstly, there were 8 crystalline essences, each the size of a grain of rice, capable of cultivating 20 strands of magical energy. Secondly, there were 3 large yellow croakers and 5 smaller ones, a remarkable find indeed. In this era, a single piece of silver could sustain a family for several days, so 3 large yellow croakers were worth nearly 1,000 pieces of silver, not to mention the additional 5 smaller ones. The Qian family was undeniably affluent. Following this, he noted a rat demon's hide, for rat demon claws, a stone, and a piece of animal skin. Lastly, there were the century-old spiritual woods that he had discussed with the elder of the Qian family. If landlords like the Liu family from Maple Leaf Town could procure century-old jujube wood, then a wealthy merchant family, like the Qian family, would certainly not fall short. As long as the elder of the Qian family could unearth some valuable items, Li Qingdao would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Thus, he felt immensely satisfied with this haul, having struck a significant fortune. Chapter 14. The turtle-breathing method. Li Qingdao was the first to stow away the gold and the old mountain ginseng, intending to utilize the gold to enhance the Xian sect, while the ginseng would be used for alchemy after breaking through to the liquid transformation realm. As for the spirit energy crystals, he chose not to extract them, planning to store them within the ancient lamp space to use gradually during his cultivation. Picking up the piece of beast hide, Li Qingdao examined it closely. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he infused a thread of mana into his eyes and gazed intently at the hide. Sure enough, numerous characters began to materialize upon its surface, eliciting great joy in him. The turtle-breathing method? A technique for cultivating the spirit? Could it be? What a serendipitous find. Li Qingdao scrutinized the beast hide, which detailed precisely the methods of spirit cultivation, and this particular technique was named the turtle-breathing method. After several thorough readings, he finally grasped the cultivation stages of the spiritual path. The path of mana cultivation is divided into 5 realms: spirit absorption, law condensation, liquid transformation, chi refinement, and essence condensation. The subsequent realms, golden elixir and nascent soul, belong to a different paradigm altogether. As for the spiritual cultivation method, it consists of 5 stages: spirit absorption, law condensation, soul nourishment, spirit cultivation, and yin spirit. There should be a yang spirit stage following these, yet it was not elaborated upon here. The turtle-breathing method could only advance to the realm of the spirit, yet this was already a remarkable boon, perfectly complementing the deficiencies of the Xian sect. The sect lacked any methods for spirit cultivation, rendering its transmission impossible. In this current age of decline, to continue cultivating, one must pursue the path of the spirit. The path of mana is undoubtedly a dead end. although the turtle-breathing method indicated that the lifespan along the spiritual path is limited. Only those who cultivate to the Een spirit realm can live to 150 years. Naturally, if one possesses adequate resources. The speed of cultivation in the spiritual path is exceedingly rapid. As for the stages of spiritual cultivation, they align with Li Qingdao's understanding. Spirit absorption is quite similar. But law condensation diverges. It merely requires the cultivation of 9 strands of mana to nourish the soul. Once the soul attains a certain strength, the spirit can be condensed. Of course, the more potent the mana, the faster the soul's enhancement and the swifter the condensation of the spirit. Upon realizing this, Li Qingdao couldn't help but chuckle as he quickly tucked the beast hide away. The Xian sect would now possess 2 cultivation methods. He would practice the Xian immortal technique, while others would cultivate the turtle-breathing method. In the future, he aimed to gather as many spirit cultivation methods as possible to enrich the sect's foundation. Next, Li Qingdao felt emboldened to accept disciples. As long as he found good candidates, they would be welcomed into the Xian sect. After all, he had promised Xianyuan Daoists to elevate the Xian sect. After examining the beast hide, Li Qingdao retrieved the stone exuding spirit energy and a small jujube sword, beginning to scrape at it. This stone undoubtedly contained spirit stones, and Li Qingdao was hesitant to cleave it directly, as any mishap could damage the spirit stones within. Should the spirit stones shatter, the spirit energy would leak out, which was the last outcome he desired. In truth, Li Qingdao was not lacking in spirit energy crystals, but he had a use for spirit stones and needed to collect more. The inheritance of the Xian immortal included numerous formations. Although it is the age of decline and spirit energy is scarce, it does not mean that such energy is entirely absent. If one could arrange the gathering spirit array and the sealing spirit array, it would undoubtedly transform the Xian sect into a paradise akin to a celestial mountain. Although insufficient to sustain the cultivation of magical powers, it would more than suffice for the refinement of the divine soul. Who knows, perhaps in the future, the Xian sect could rise to prominence alongside the likes of Maoshan and Long Hushan, with both its disciples below and celestial beings above. At that time, I would be recognized as the founding master of the Xian sect. As for the Xian immortal, who can say whether he still walks among us? Since his ascension to the celestial realm, no word has reached me. With great care, I pried open a stone, revealing 2 small, milky white stones, each no larger than a pinky finger. Of course, the stones were not entirely white. They were speckled with numerous dark spots. According to the teachings of the Xian immortal, this spirit stone was impure, containing a chaotic mix of spiritual energy. Such stones cannot be directly absorbed or refined. Impurities must first be eliminated. Even so, I found myself filled with excitement. While they may not be suitable for direct cultivation, they would serve perfectly for array formation. My collection of spirit stones was primarily for this purpose. Although crystallized spiritual energy could also be used, it dissipates entirely once consumed. In contrast, even when the spiritual energy within the stone is exhausted, its outer shell remains, allowing the array to continuously draw in external spiritual energy, facilitating a cycle of usage. After inspecting the 2 spirit stones, I retrieved a wooden box to place them inside, inscribing an array upon the box to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy, which finally brought me some relief. My gaze then shifted to the 4 claws and the pelt of a rat demon. The rat demon's skin was a reward for my first victory over such a creature, intended for crafting a storage pouch. Though not as grand as a storage bag or a Qiankuan pouch, it would prove much more convenient for carrying items. However, the thought of the magical power required for its creation made my heart ache. Nevertheless, for the sake of future convenience, the crafting of the storage pouch was essential. As for the 4 claws of the rat demon, they constituted valuable materials for weapon forging and could be utilized to create magical artifacts. Given the considerable rank of the rat demon, these claws would undoubtedly yield a medium-grade artifact. Of course, crafting such artifacts requires a significant expenditure of magical power, a fact that is unavoidable. In truth, with the ancient lamp at my side, I was not overly concerned about depleting too much magical energy. After all, I could recover swiftly, as I had the support of the Vine Town. With a magical artifact in hand, I could devise strategies to hunt zombies in Vine Town, thereby acquiring a wealth of crystallized spiritual energy. Moreover, I could vanquish the zombies of Vine Town, earning merits in the process. Do not underestimate the power of merit. It holds the potential to grant one entry into the heavenly court upon achieving immortality. Being recognized in the celestial ranks is no trivial matter. It is not merely ascending to the immortal realm. Much like the Xian immortal, who simply ascended. The great sects such as Maoshan and Longhushan have celestial beings in the heavenly court, allowing their practitioners to attain a position among the celestial ranks. It is said that the edge of the universe lies within structure, and with such structure, one will not be bullied, especially not by the newly ascended immortals. Many formidable beings disdain the prospect of serving as officials in the celestial realm. However, they possess the capability to roam freely across the heavens and the earth. Newly ascended, they are merely lowly underlings, easily crushed by any powerful monster. Thus, for the denizens of the end of the Dharma age, attaining a position among the immortals is the most desirable fate. Should one fail to ascend to immortality, possessing merit can still ensure a role in the underworld, which can be viewed as an alternative form of longevity. These are significant advantages. With the ancient lamp in his possession, Li Qingdao can vanquish demons and earn merit while simultaneously refining it into crystallized spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation, achieving a dual purpose. Casting his gaze upon the 4 rat demon claws, Li Qingdao unhesitatingly selected one and placed it before him. With a thought, the ancient lamp materialized in front of him. He gently beckoned with his right index finger, summoning a small flame. With a sweeping gesture, the claw was engulfed in flames, and Li Qingdao began the process of refinement. The strength of the rat demon claw is beyond question. It is remarkably hard and serves as an excellent material for crafting offensive magical artifacts. Chapter 15. The crafting of magical artifacts. Under the relentless efforts of Li Qingdao, the claw of the rat demon began to morph swiftly in accordance with his thoughts. Before long, a 3-inch-long spike materialized before him. Subsequently, Li Qingdao infused a thread of magical energy with his left hand and commenced inscribing the restrictive runes. As the first rune was successfully etched, an unmistakable joy illuminated his countenance. Magical artifacts are categorized into different ranks: inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite, based on the number of restrictive runes inscribed. An inferior artifact possesses a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 3 runes. A medium artifact requires at least 4 and at most 6. A superior artifact mandates a minimum of 7 and a maximum of 9. As for an exquisite artifact, it necessitates 10 runes. Should one achieve the fusion of 10 runes into a single treasure rune, it would elevate the artifact to the status of a magical treasure. Thus, the successful inscription of the first rune filled Li Qingdao with immense elation. Previously, he had little magical energy and was reluctant to forge artifacts, relying solely on magical refinement instead. Although this method proved effective, it was exceedingly slow. Despite the prolonged refinement of the bamboo sword, it still fell short of qualifying as an inferior artifact. To his astonishment, his first magical artifact turned out to be this spike. However, its mere existence was already a commendable achievement. Li Qingdao proceeded to inscribe the second restrictive rune, confident that even if the second attempt faltered, the spike would still remain within the inferior category. As time elapsed, he realized that he had expended 8 threads of magical energy since commencing the crafting process. Yet witnessing the emergence of the artifact made it all worthwhile. Soon, an overwhelming joy surged within him as he gazed at the spike, whispering to himself, "It is complete." With the successful inscription of the second rune, Li Qingdao unhesitatingly paused. Although the spike bore only 2 runes, he had not encountered any failures, and he could continue refining it in the future to enhance its rank. Sensing the depletion of 10 threads of magical energy within him, Li Qingdao could not help but smile wryly. Currently, he had only 85 threads of magical energy remaining in his dantian. Coupled with the consumption at the Qian family, he had lamentably expended 17 threads, a painful realization indeed. As he glanced at the spike artifact, a smile crept upon his face. The spike, adorned with 2 runes, sharpness and explosion, had been meticulously crafted to combat zombies. Aware of the remaining 85 threads of magical energy, Li Qingdao understood that he could not continue crafting at this juncture. With only 18 spirit crystal fragments left, he could only cultivate an additional 45 threads of magical energy. It appeared that he would first need to forge a storage pouch and slay a few zombies to replenish the spirit crystals before resuming his cultivation. His expression turned serious as he regarded the rat demon skin. He realized he had but a single opportunity. Should he fail to succeed in the crafting, he would be burdened with his pack indefinitely. With a swift gesture of his left hand, the rat demon skin appeared atop the fireball. Having just completed the crafting of the spike, he had refrained from extinguishing the fireball, thus conserving some magical energy. The beast's skin quickly began to melt, transforming seamlessly into a pouch in accordance with Li Qingdao's design. The pouch was substantial, square in shape, with dimensions of approximately half a meter in length and width. Li Chengdao, with his left hand guiding, began to inscribe the restriction runes. This time, the runes he was carving were distinct from the previous ones. He was engraving the restriction for the containment of objects. As the final stroke of the rune was completed, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Li Chengdao's eyes. It was done, just as he had envisioned. He ceased his efforts, feeling a profound satisfaction with the completion of the containment rune. Though the bag was merely half a meter square and could hold limited items, it was perfectly suited for his needs. Instantly extinguishing the flame in his hand, he turned his attention to the newly created containment bag. "Ha ha ha, this will certainly prove to be more convenient," he exclaimed. Without hesitation, he retrieved 3 large yellow fish and 8 smaller ones, stuffing them into the bag, followed by a wooden box that contained an old mountain ginseng, and finally, a wooden case holding 2 spirit stones. Gazing at the slightly bulging bag, Li Chengdao added 3 rat demon claws and some of his clothing into it. He then secured the bag's opening with a cord and affixed it to his belt. Although this made accessing the contents somewhat cumbersome, he refrained from placing any magical artifacts inside. At that moment, he finally sensed the remaining magical energy within his dantian. Only 80 strands of magic remained. The consumption had been exceedingly rapid. This won't do. I must replenish my supply of spiritual energy crystals in Tingting Town. If necessary, I can confront a few zombies. During the day, their strength shouldn't be formidable, right? With my ample magical energy and artifacts, I should be able to handle them. He contemplated. Oh, and I should purchase some glutinous rice. It's effective against zombies. Also, black dog blood and rooster blood. As for the ink line, I can manage without it. I can certainly obtain some black dog blood. Li Chengdao resolved that the death and corpse energy in Tingting Town had been nearly depleted by him, and it was time to confront the zombies. Although he was not a match for the more powerful undead, dealing with a few lesser ones was certainly within his capabilities. Zombies varied in ranks, including the walking corpses, white zombies, purple zombies, black zombies, hairy zombies, and flying zombies. With his current cultivation level, he could handle purple zombies, but against black zombies, he would likely only have the option of fleeing. Outside Tingting Town, a formidable array had been set up by some expert. As long as Li Chengdao could escape the town, he would be safe, especially after he had eliminated most of the death and corpse energy within. The power of the external array seemed to have intensified, which bolstered his confidence. If all else failed, he had the ancient lamp. He could always resort to igniting the corpses. He discovered that the purple flame from the ancient lamp was effective against demons and monsters, and after each use, the flame would automatically retract into the lamp, gradually enhancing its potency. At least after these recent battles, the purple flame had grown slightly stronger. Were it not for this, Li Chengdao would not dare to recklessly employ the flame. If overused, the lamp could extinguish, leading to troublesome consequences. Rising, Li Chengdao returned to his room and fell into a deep slumber. There was no urgency in dealing with the zombies. Having previously eliminated several rat demons at the Qian family estate, he now needed to tally his gains and refine his artifacts. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed and soon succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Li Chengdao completed his morning rituals and, upon stepping outside, encountered Mr. Qian from the Qian family. "Mr. Qian, what brings you here?" he inquired. With a smile, Mr. Qian replied, "I am currently residing in the courtyard next to the Taoist priests and would like to invite you for breakfast." As Li Chengdao had not yet eaten and felt a pang of hunger, he nodded eagerly. "Certainly, let us share a meal together. By the way, could you kindly prepare several dozen pounds of glutinous rice for me? And it must be uncooked? Also, if you could procure some black dog blood, that would be appreciated." Mr. Qian nodded affirmatively. "No problem at all. I will have someone prepare it for you shortly." Such a request was of little consequence to the Qian family. Forging a good relationship with Li Chengdao was far more valuable. However, his curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but ask, "May I inquire what you intend to do with these items?" Chapter 16. The bicycle. Li Chengdao casually remarked, "Seeing those monsters indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent unsettles me. I thought I might head to Tingting Town to slay a few zombies and vent my frustrations. The effectiveness of glutinous rice and black dog blood against zombies is quite commendable, and I intend to bring more along to maximize my kills." Old Master Qian's eyes brightened, and he nodded, saying, "I shall instruct someone to procure them at once. It will be arranged swiftly." Little did he anticipate that this young Taoist was so fervently opposed to evil, unable to tolerate the wanton murder of innocents. Such a person, who harbors a deep-seated disdain for wickedness, is indeed worthy of association, yet one must ensure not to become the villain themselves, lest the sword of justice be turned against them. Moreover, discovering that glutinous rice and black dog blood are effective against zombies was an unexpected delight. Given his previous experiences, Old Master Qian felt a chill whenever he recalled those events, wishing he could remain close to Li Qingdao. Were it not for his advancing age, he might have even considered taking Li Qingdao as his mentor. Li Qingdao said little more, and the two entered the courtyard, each lost in their thoughts. Although modest in size, the courtyard was far superior to Li Qingdao's own. Upon entering, they found that breakfast had already been prepared. Just as they finished their meal, glutinous rice and black dog blood were delivered. Seeing the 20-pound sack of glutinous rice and several bamboo tubes of black dog blood, Li Qingdao's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, Old Master Qian." Old Master Qian shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such formality. But I am uncertain if the zombies in Ticting Town are indeed as you say." Li Qingdao sighed. "It is best to avoid Ticting Town altogether. There is a formation sealing it off, preventing the zombies within from emerging. However, for anyone who enters, there is only one path: death." Old Master Qian was taken aback, quickly nodding in acknowledgement. He had not realized how perilous the place he had lived for so many years truly was. Though the formation kept the zombies contained, it did not guarantee it would remain unbroken. If the zombies were ever to escape, it would spell disaster. "No, we must leave this place at once and seek safety in the provincial capital." He understood that Li Qingdao could not stay here indefinitely. He would eventually return to Xianmen. Therefore, before Li Qingdao departed, he himself needed to leave. Had it not been for the unfinished matters at hand, Old Master Qian would have likely left immediately. Li Qingdao was unaware of his thoughts. Since he had acquired what he desired, it was time to head to Tingting Town. "Old Master Qian, I shall take my leave now." As he prepared to depart with the glutinous rice, Old Master Qian hurriedly said, "Wait, Taoist. The journey to Tingting Town is long, and I have something for you." Li Qingdao looked at him with curiosity. Old Master Qian entered the backyard and emerged with a bicycle. "Taoist, I am unsure if you can ride this bicycle. If not, I can teach you. It will make your travels more convenient. I actually wish to gift you a horse-drawn carriage, but that requires a driver. Given that no one besides you would dare venture to Tingting Town, I thought this bicycle would suffice. I hope you do not find it lacking." Upon seeing the bicycle, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Qingdao's eyes. "Master Qian, is this bicycle truly a gift for me?" The elder of the Qian family nodded and replied, "Indeed, it is a convenience for you, Taoist, given the arduous journey ahead." Hearing this, Li Qingdao was filled with joy, and he reached into his pocket to produce a wooden talisman crafted from a century-old jujube tree. This amulet, imbued with the essence of the ancient wood, serves as a protective charm. When carried, it wards off ordinary malevolent spirits within a 3-meter radius. I present it to you, Master Qian, for your protection. As he spoke, Li Qingdao infused the talisman with a hint of his spiritual energy, causing it to shimmer with a mystical light. The elder of the Qian family was overjoyed and swiftly accepted the talisman, tucking it into his robe without hesitation. "Thank you very much, Taoist." Li Qingdao replied with a smile. "I too must express my gratitude for your generous gift of the bicycle. It will indeed facilitate my travels." The elder of the Qian family inquired earnestly, "Do you require century-old trees and spiritual bamboo solely for the creation of this protective charm?" Li Qingdao shook his head, stating, "Not only that, I also need them to forge a protective artifact for my journey. As practitioners, we often encounter malevolent beings. Thus, it is essential to possess treasures for our defense. Among these, the wood struck by lightning is the most potent. A protective charm crafted from such wood can severely injure malevolent spirits before they even approach." The elder of the Qian family was elated. It was clear that only by offering valuable items could he procure such remarkable gifts from the esteemed Taoist. As for the lightning-struck wood, although he had no leads, the Qian family wielded significant influence in the town, making it easy to gather information about various century-old trees. With a stroke of luck, they might even uncover the coveted lightning wood. If this truly is the cinematic world of Uncle Gio, then Li Qingdao is aware of the lightning wood. The crucifix in Jiuquan town, though it struck a priest who transformed into a vampire, also bore the power of thunder, qualifying it as true lightning wood. However, Li Qingdao had no intention of venturing there. First, his cultivation was too weak, rendering him no match for that entity. Furthermore, Jiuquan town was too distant, and he lacked the strength to travel there, preferring to hone his skills in Ticting Town. Once his cultivation reaches the liquid transformation realm, he would consider exploring it. After all, Ticting Town is an exceptional place for cultivation, Should he miss this opportunity, he would likely have to seek out the zombie forest. Mounted on the bicycle, Li Chengdao sped out of the town. The townsfolk were taken aback upon seeing him, clad in a Taoist robe and riding a bicycle. Astonished at the affluence of such a Taoist, who rode about on a bicycle. Yet, it was of no concern to them, as they wondered which young master had chosen the path of a Taoist. Upon exiting the town, Li Chengdao pedaled swiftly toward Ticting Town. What would typically take 2 hours on foot was accomplished in just half an hour on the bicycle. Had the roads been more accommodating, he could have arrived even sooner. Upon reaching the outskirts of Tingting Town, Li Chengdao decided against entering, opting instead to meditate on the mountainside outside the town. It was not yet the time to enter. As the sunlight was insufficient, he feared that entering could attract the zombie king. Although in the film, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, two minor characters, boldly infiltrated a horde of zombies that is merely a cinematic portrayal, the present moment is rooted in the harsh reality of our world. Furthermore, the characters in the film, Qiu Sheng and Wen Kai, are fortunate sons of destiny, blessed by their ancestral guardians, while I am but a solitary practitioner. An hour and a half later, Li Chengdao opened his eyes and swiftly made his way towards the heart of Tingting Town. Awaken, purple flame spiritual eye. A surge of mystical energy flowed into his right eye, igniting it with flickering purple flames as he surveyed his surroundings. Under the gaze of the purple flame spiritual eye, the surrounding atmosphere of corpse energy and deathly aura began to shift. The structures around him seemed to vanish, revealing the subtle distribution of the nearby zombies. Li Chengdao meticulously recorded each individual zombie, marking them as his targets. In a short span of time, he identified 5 rooms harboring zombies, each marked by a light aura of corpse energy, none exceeding the level of the purple zombie. Were he to encounter a black zombie, he would not dare to act, even in daylight, unless his internal magical energy reached over 200 strands. Chapter 17. The Slaying of Zombies. Li Chengdao entered the town of Tungting, where he discovered 5 zombies distanced from the others, prompting him to spring into action. He swiftly approached the nearest one, utilizing his purple flame spiritual eye to effortlessly discern the precise location of the undead. Upon entering the room, he grasped a handful of glutinous rice tightly. The zombie lay concealed within a wardrobe, and the dim light of the room effectively shielded it from sunlight. As Li Chengdao stepped inside, the door slammed shut with a suddenness that startled him. The zombie, having caught the scent of his breath, lunged towards him with ferocity. Just what I was waiting for. Break, he exclaimed, as he hurled the glutinous rice at the creature. Crackling sounds erupted as the rice struck the zombie, proving once again to be its nemesis, akin to the sound of firecrackers exploding. As the rice made contact, a thick, foul aura surged from the zombie, causing Li Chengdao to salivate with desire. This was a rich essence of spiritual energy that he had to collect quickly by retrieving the ancient lamp. The zombie was sent sprawling backward, rendered momentarily immobile. Elated, Li Chengdao summoned a piercing tool, channeling his mystical energy into it before directing it toward the zombie's head. With a resounding thud, the tool, imbued with sharpness and explosive wards, met its target, obliterating the zombie's head in an instant. A surge of inspiration coursed through Li Chengdao as the ancient lamp materialized before him, drawing in the surrounding foul energy at an astonishing rate. The recently vanquished zombie's aura, now uncontrollable in its demise, was swiftly absorbed by the lamp's purple flame, transforming into crystalline spiritual energy. In no time, 5 tiny grains of spiritual energy crystals formed within the lamp's space. The slain zombie was a purple zombie. Though newly formed, it possessed a formidable aura. Now completely transmuted into crystallized energy, Li Chengdao marveled at the rapidity of this method as a source of spiritual energy. Indeed, slaying zombies is the quickest way to obtain spiritual crystals. I must seize this moment and eliminate a few more. Picking up the tool from the ground, he quickly stowed away the ancient lamp and proceeded to the next dwelling. Inside, a faint aura of decay lingered, and as Li Chengdao opened the door, the lid of a coffin came crashing down towards him. He deftly dodged it, tossing a handful of glutinous rice in retaliation. Crackling sounds filled the air once more. The purple zombie emitted a furious roar, retreating hastily. However, Li Chengdao's piercing tool had already found its mark, embedding itself in the creature's head. With a resounding explosion, the zombie's skull shattered, leaving it utterly lifeless. Li Chengdao retrieved the ancient lamp, allowing the purple flame to absorb the surrounding aura of decay. This time, it refined 6 tiny grains of spiritual energy crystals. Having vanquished merely 2 purple zombies, Li Chengdao had already amassed 11 grains of these precious crystals, a truly fortuitous haul. The subsequent 3 zombies, however, proved to be a disappointment, merely lowly ghouls. A handful of glutinous rice sufficed to dispatch them effortlessly. Nevertheless, even the slenderest of mosquito legs is still flesh. These 3 ghouls provided him with 3 additional grains of spiritual energy crystals. This was still quite commendable. The day's bounty had been substantial, with 14 crystalline grains, coupled with the 18 he already possessed. Li Qingdao had accumulated enough to sustain his cultivation for a considerable period. Certainly, no one ever finds an abundance of spirit crystals unwelcome. As Li Qingdao glanced at the sky, noting it was precisely noon, he prepared to continue his endeavor of vanquishing the zombies. This time, he aimed to acquire a greater number of spirit crystals, intending to enter a period of focused cultivation. Once he thoroughly refined the spirit crystals he possessed, enhancing his magical prowess, he planned to return to this place to slay more zombies and gather further spirit crystals. If he refrained from action during the day, he could refine 2 rice-sized spirit crystals daily, yielding 5 strands of magical energy. Achieving this daily refinement of 5 strands was plausible before the decline of the magical era or just as it commenced, yet now it seemed utterly unfeasible. Prior to utilizing the spirit crystals for cultivation, Li Qingdao managed to refine a single strand of magical energy every half-month, resulting in 2 strands per year, which was already considered rapid progress. Under normal circumstances, refining 3 strands over 2 years would be quite commendable. Presently, Li Qingdao possessed 32 rice-sized spirit crystals, which could potentially yield 80 strands of magical energy if employed for cultivation. Thus, even with the remaining magical energy, he had yet to reach 200 strands, indicating a considerable journey ahead. With a determined grit, Li Qingdao surveyed the sky and proceeded toward the heart of the town. After walking approximately 20 meters, he halted abruptly, channeling a strand of magical energy into his right eye to activate the purple flame spirit eye. Utilizing this enhanced vision, he swiftly located a solitary zombie within a house. He consciously disregarded those of formidable strength, only noting the purple zombies and walking corpses he deemed manageable. Before long, Li Qingdao approached a particular room. The moment he entered, he cast a handful of glutinous rice, sending the zombie hurtling across the space, rendered motionless upon impact with the ground. Following closely, a piercing tool struck the zombie's head, resulting in a fatal explosion, ensuring its demise. An ancient lamp materialized, drawing out the corpse's rancid energy, refining it into spirit crystals. Methodically, Li Qingdao continued to eliminate individual zombies, and by approximately 3 in the afternoon, he had dispatched 10 of them. Observing the changing light, he decisively departed from Tung Town. He dared not linger in this place, as his cultivation was insufficient, and the act of slaying these zombies had significantly drained his magical energy. Thus, Li Qingdao hastily retreated back to the town. Upon his return, the elder of the Qian family was already aware of his arrival, exhaling a sigh of relief. This town, known as Qinjia Town, served as the stronghold of the Qian family. Following the chaos instigated by the rat demons, the elder and the second elder, among others, had perished, leaving only the lineage of the elder. Consequently, Li Qingdao referred to him as Qian Leoi, for he was now the helmsman of the family. The entire town was under the watchful eyes of Qian Leoi, and as soon as Li Qingdao entered, word of his presence swiftly reached the elder's ears. Eager to forge a connection with Li Qingdao, Qian Leoi promptly dispatched someone to prepare a meal, determined to extend the best hospitality. As Li Qingdao returned to the courtyard and brought his bicycle to a halt, Qian Leoi entered, addressing him with a respectful tone. "Daoist, I hope I am not intruding. How fared your journey?" Li Qingdao, pleased with his substantial gains, nodded and replied, "Ah, Qian Leoi, indeed. I managed to eliminate over 10 zombies this time, which brings me some relief. Regrettably, the abundance of zombies in Tung Town poses a significant challenge for the practitioner, whose skills are still rather rudimentary. Thus, he can only discreetly eliminate a few during the daylight hours. Once his abilities are sufficiently enhanced, he is resolute in his intention to eradicate all the zombies from Tung Town." Master Qian, chuckling heartily, exclaimed, "Your Excellency possesses a remarkable spirit. I have prepared a modest meal. Might you be inclined to grace us with your presence?" Li Qingdao nodded affirmatively, replying, "Certainly, I find myself quite famished." Delighted, Master Qian swiftly led Li Qingdao back to his private residence. Upon their arrival, a small child, around 5 or 6 years of age, rushed out and clung to Master Qian's leg. "Father, you have returned." Li Qingdao glanced at Master Qian with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Master Qian explained, "This is my son, Qian Mao, born from an unfortunate circumstance that claimed his mother's life. Given the dwindling numbers of our family, I have brought him into my care. I hope I do not cause you any discomfort, esteemed Taoist. Come here, Mauer, and pay your respects to the esteemed Taoist. He instructed. Chapter 18. The disciple Qian Mao hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Taoist." Li Qingdao's gaze involuntarily fell upon Qian Mao, activating his purple flame spiritual eye. He discerned a subtle aura of yin energy emanating from the boy, coupled with an inherently robust soul. Reflecting on the fact that the child's mother had perished during childbirth, a frown creased his brow. Was the child frail and sickly from a young age? Did he often perceive things invisible to others? Of course, Li Qingdao did not imply that Qian Mao possessed clairvoyance. Rather, his strong soul, intertwined with the yin energy, along with the child's pure heart, would naturally enable him to witness what others could not. The elder of the Qian family was taken aback and quickly nodded, saying, "What the Taoist says is indeed correct. Mao often spoke of seeing strange entities, though I was skeptical before. Now I realize I was mistaken." Qian Mao's eyes brightened, and in his innocent voice, he inquired, "Do you believe me, sir?" Li Qingdao burst into hearty laughter. "Of course I believe you, Mao. Your soul is powerful, and it is the yin energy that surrounds you, combined with your innocent mind, that allows you to see those things. However, tell me, have you ever seen your mother?" Qian Mao hesitated before replying. "When I was little, I saw a woman who asked me to call her mother. She was so kind that I did, but I haven't seen her since." Li Qingdao's brow furrowed slightly. The yin energy surrounding Qian Mao stemmed from his mother, as they shared the same source. Why then did she not wish to reveal herself? Logically, without a direct reincarnation, Qian Mao's mother had transformed into a wandering spirit. Where had she gone? Li Qingdao smiled and asked, "Do you know where your mother has gone?" Qian Mao shook his head. "Uncle, I do not know. My mother never spoke of it." Li Qingdao chuckled. "Ah, good. Mao is a well-behaved child." In truth, it was quite possible that Qian Mao's mother was aware that her presence would harm the child, as evidenced by the faint yin energy surrounding him. Thus, she chose to distance herself. The elder of the Qian family, taken aback, quickly inquired, "Taoist, are you saying that Yun Yang has become a ghost?" Li Qingdao nodded. "Indeed. She left to avoid causing harm to Mao." The elder sighed. "Alas, I have wronged her. If I had brought her back sooner, this would not have happened." Li Qingdao refrained from commenting. In this era, it was commonplace for wealthy men to take concubines or keep mistresses. Had he not pursued the path of cultivation, he might have also earned sufficient wealth to marry several wives and enjoy a cozy family life. No worries, she understands that she cannot harm Mao. It seems she possesses memories of a past life, yet judging by the yin energy surrounding Mao, she still frequently returns to watch over him. The elder of the Qian family was startled and quickly asked, "Then what of her?" Li Qingdao smiled. "You are now the only living relative of Mao. Do you think she would harm you? How would Mao survive?" The elder let out a sigh of relief, his gaze towards Qian Mao filled with affection. Li Qingdao continued, "Master Qian, Mao is inherently endowed with a powerful soul, making him a favored target for demons and malevolent beings. Yet he is also a promising seed for cultivation. How about allowing him to become my disciple and the 17th chief disciple of the Xian sect?" The elder of the Qian family's eyes gleamed with excitement. He was well aware of Li Qingdao's abilities. If he could take Qian Mao as his apprentice, it would indeed solidify their bond as true allies. In this era, the relationship between master and disciple differed significantly from that of later generations. A master could be even closer than a biological father. After all, the notion that teachings should not be imparted lightly is not merely a saying. To pass down knowledge to a disciple signifies treating them as one's own child. Thus, Li Qingdao and the elder of the Qian family would become genuine kin. Excellent. It is an honor for Mao to be chosen by the Taoist. Today, let us prepare, and tomorrow I shall formally present Mao to the Taoist as his disciple." Li Qingdao shook his head, saying, "There is no need for haste. Since Mao's mother is still present, let us find her tonight and seek her opinion. Perhaps we can even arrange for a protective deity to safeguard Mao." The elder of the Qian family widened his eyes in disbelief, asking, "Taoist, are you suggesting we can summon Yun Yang and let her become that protective deity?" Li Qingdao smiled. "Naturally. Mao is still young, and I cannot keep him by my side, as I must travel the world to vanquish demons. In a few years, once Mao turns 10, I will return to take him with me. In the meantime, I shall guide him in his cultivation, hoping he will achieve some success by the time I come back." The elder of the Qian family laughed heartily. "Wonderful, wonderful, Taoist. It's settled then. Come, Mao, quickly bow to the Taoist, We shall hold the formal apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow. Qian Mao hurried over, respectfully kneeling on the ground and bowing 3 times. Li Chengdao said with a smile, "Good, Maoer, you are now my foremost disciple. Li Chengdao of the Lingyan Dao. You may simply call me master." Having chosen to accept a disciple, Li Chengdao did not hesitate. For Maoer was truly a promising candidate for the path of spiritual cultivation. His innate soul was powerful, making him exceptionally suited for the cultivation of the spiritual path. Once he attains mastery over his spirit, he could secure a position in the underworld, thus providing the Xian sect with a foothold. If he were to advance to the Yin spirit stage, he could attain an even better position in the underworld. Alas, the turtle breathing and spirit concentration technique could only lead to the spirit concentration realm. Further methods for spiritual cultivation would need to be sought. If necessary, he could allow his disciple to deduce subsequent techniques, as all techniques are ultimately derived from human ingenuity. Unbeknownst to Qian Mao, just after his initiation, his master was already contemplating the prospect of having him deduce cultivation methods. "Master," Qian Mao exclaimed eagerly. Li Chengdao nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, here is something for you. A token from your master as a greeting gift. By the way, has the wood I requested been found?" The elder of the Qian family replied with a smile. "We have located a mature bamboo, adorned with a blossom. It will be delivered by this afternoon at the latest." Li Chengdao's heart leaped with joy. 100-year-old spirit bamboo blossoming was indeed extraordinary. "Could you take me to see the location of the spirit bamboo?" Typically, the Lingzhu plant blossoms only after 5 centuries, as its spiritual essence must reach a certain intensity. Although there exists century-old Lingzhu that have flowered, it signifies that the spiritual energy in that region is potent, making it an excellent location for cultivation. Master Qian paused momentarily, then hesitantly suggested, "That place is somewhat distant. Shall we visit it tomorrow after paying our respects to our master?" Li Chengdao nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us ensure that the Lingzhu is brought over without disturbing that exquisite Lingzhu flower." The Lingzhu flower, a manifestation of spiritual energy, will be invaluable to Li Chengdao after his breakthrough to the liquid transformation stage, as it can be utilized in alchemical processes to enhance his cultivation. Master Qian nodded affirmatively. "Rest assured, Taoist, I am well aware of how to proceed. Come, Taoist, the meal is ready. Let us dine first." With that, Li Chengdao felt a sense of relief and followed Master Qian towards the dining hall. Chapter 19. The 3-Sun Purple Bamboo After Dinner. Li Chengdao was preparing to return to his cultivation when the elder of the Qian family stopped him, mentioning that the spiritual bamboo was about to arrive. As he beheld the spiritual bamboo before him, Li Chengdao's heart raced. His purple flame spiritual eye activated instantly, revealing the bamboo's abundant spiritual essence, with spiritual energy converging atop its flower. What a remarkable treasure! Li Chengdao hastened forward and inquired, "Elder Qian, do you have a finer jade box? I would like to exchange this item for it." As he spoke, a wooden token appeared in his hand, crafted from century-old jujube wood, traditionally used for warding off evil spirits. The elder of the Qian family was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, yes. A mere jade box. I have plenty of those. Please wait a moment, Taoist." With that, he rushed into a room and soon returned with a jade box in hand. "Taoist, will this suffice?" Li Chengdao smiled, replying, "Yes. Indeed, this will do." He tossed the jujube wood token to the elder and began to inscribe the jade box with intricate designs. Before long, a wave of joy surged within him as he swiftly plucked the spiritual bamboo flower and placed it into the jade box. With this task completed, he let out a sigh of relief and turned his gaze towards the remaining bamboo. Although the spiritual bamboo was several centuries old, it stood only 3 meters tall and measured 3 centimeters in diameter, being a solid purple bamboo. This was a splendid find, an invaluable material for crafting magical artifacts. With an age of 500 years, its vitality was undeniable, making it suitable for forging top-tier magical items. This realization filled him with elation. Such purple bamboo was indeed a rare gem. Suddenly, a particular bamboo leaf captured his attention. Is that the essence of true sunfire? No, wait. Could this be the 9-Sun purple bamboo? He pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that in this end of the Dharma age, the existence of 9-Sun purple bamboo was impossible. Let me take a closer look. With that thought, Li Chengdao hurried to the side of the purple bamboo, gently touching the leaf while channeling a thread of spiritual power into it. Under his scrutiny, a flicker of flame rose from the bamboo leaf, and 3 layers of spiritual light flickered across the purple bamboo. This was not 9-sun purple bamboo. It was 3-sun purple bamboo. An ancient lamp appeared instantaneously, rapidly absorbing a flicker of the flame, causing the purple flame on its wick to swell significantly. Li Qingdao was filled with delight, astonished that the ancient lamp had also benefited from this encounter. What a pleasant surprise. He stored the ancient lamp away and directed his gaze back at the purple bamboo. Upon witnessing the 3 layers of spiritual light, he could not help but rejoice. 3 layers signified the 3-sun purple bamboo, an exquisite material for crafting magical treasures. In this end of the Dharma age, the survival of 9-sun bamboo was utterly implausible, and even 6-sun bamboo was a far-fetched notion. The existence of 3-sun bamboo was already a cause for celebration. Initially, he had thought it merely a 500-year-old spiritual bamboo, suitable at best for crafting top-tier artifacts. But now it seemed that the creation of supreme magical treasures was well within reach. If he could later refine it with true sunfire, it might even surpass the realm of supreme magical treasures. Li Qingdao could not help but chuckle. This bamboo could be fashioned into 2 flying swords and several bamboo tokens. Since it was Elder Qian who discovered this treasure, he would surely receive a few bamboo tokens, while he would happily accept the 2 purple bamboo flying swords for himself. A valuable item indeed, Master Qian. I shall accept this and, in return, bestow upon you 4 protective bamboo tokens. Li Qingdao had also become acquainted with the circumstances surrounding the Qian family. The esteemed elder of the Qian household had yet to return from the provincial capital where his son and daughter were studying, for reasons unknown. In light of this, Li Qingdao offered him the 4 bamboo tokens, perfectly allocating 1 for each individual. The elder Qian, upon hearing this, was filled with delight and promptly expressed his gratitude. I am most thankful to you, Taoist. For tokens were indeed a substantial gift, particularly as he was unaware of their purpose, yet he trusted that Li Qingdao, a practitioner of the way, would not neglect his own offspring. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, Li Qingdao promptly closed the door behind him and began to organize the bounty of the day. First, he accounted for the gains from Tungting Town, where the 15 zombies had yielded 33 spirit crystal grains, combined with the previous 18, totaling 51. Given that 2 grains could cultivate 5 threads of magical essence, these spirit crystals were capable of producing approximately 127 threads of power. When Li Qingdao journeyed to Tungting Town, his magical essence had stood at 80 threads. But now it had dwindled to 43. The depletion of his power was attributable not only to the slaying of zombies, but also to the investigation of Qian Mao's physique and the inscribing of the array runes upon the jade box. Regardless of the activities undertaken, the consumption of magical essence today was considerable. Li Qingdao paid little heed to this, as the expenditures paled in comparison to the day's harvest. After all, the Sanyang purple bamboo had already compensated him handsomely. In this end of the Dharma age, the emergence of Sanyang purple bamboo would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among cultivators. While it might be squandered in unworthy hands, it nevertheless constituted an excellent material for refining artifacts. Furthermore, the spirit bamboo flower, a rare entity formed from the confluence of earthly spiritual energy, far surpassed the value of a century-old ginseng. Moreover, the spirit bamboo flower bore the essence of true sunfire, a fire attribute spiritual item, perfectly suited for Li Qingdao's cultivation of the purple flame immortal technique. The mere thought of the Sanyang purple bamboo stirred excitement within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved his bamboo sword and began to segment the Sanyang purple bamboo. Measuring 3 meters long, or 9 feet, he resolved to cut 5 lengths for the tokens from both ends. Each token measured approximately 2 inches, totaling 1 foot for the 5. The remainder he intended to divide into 3 sections. 2 segments would measure 3 feet, with the last remaining piece at 2 feet, ideally suited for crafting 3 flying swords. The 2-foot segment of the Sanyang purple bamboo, being at its core, embodied the most potent spirit and concentrated energy. Thus, Li Qingdao planned to forge this 2-foot bamboo into his personal flying sword, while the remaining 2 3-foot sections would also be fashioned into flying swords for his protection. With this in mind, Li Qingdao swiftly proceeded to segment the bamboo, soon dividing it into 8 pieces. He set aside the 5 tokens for the moment and shifted his focus to the 2-foot-long section of the Sanyang purple bamboo. As a solid bamboo, it felt substantial in his hands, and he summoned an ancient lamp before him, channeling 3 threads of magical essence through his left index finger. He directed it toward the violet flames of the ancient lamp, conjuring a vibrant flame that materialized before Li Qingdao. Li Qingdao swiftly placed the Sanyang purple bamboo upon the flames, channeling the mana within his body to commence the shaping of the flying sword. As soon as the Sanyang purple bamboo touched the fire, the flames enveloped its entire surface, relentlessly forging it. With his right hand, he brought together his index and middle fingers, infusing his mana into the tips, and began to mold the flying sword. Before long, the 2-foot-long Sanyang purple bamboo had transformed into a 2-foot rough bamboo sword. Of course, this was merely the embryo of the flying sword. To evolve into a genuine high-grade magical artifact, it required relentless refinement of mana day and night. The Sanyang purple bamboo was a precious material, even in its rudimentary form. Its power was not inferior to that of an ordinary low-grade magical tool, should it undergo vigorous mana refinement for another fortnight. The restrictions inscribed on the sword's body during its shaping would be activated, allowing it to become a true low-grade magical artifact. Once the shaping was completed, Li Qingdao let out a sigh of relief, sensing the mana within his dantian, his face etched with bitterness. Chapter 20. The ghostly visit. Li Qingdao swiftly gathered all his belongings into the spatial pouch, ensuring it was nearly full. After all, it was but a modest pouch, constrained by a single enchantment, incapable of holding excessive or oversized items. With the pouch secured at his side, Li Qingdao settled into a meditative posture, clutching a spirit crystal as he commenced his cultivation. He possessed 51 spirit crystals, ample for a considerable period of training. During this time, he intended to refrain from visiting Tingtung Town, allowing the zombies a respite while he enhanced his own magical prowess. As he practiced the Xian immortal technique, he continuously absorbed spiritual energy, refining it into magical power. Having initially dwindled to 43 strands of magical energy, he expended 13 more to shape his flying sword, leaving him with merely 30 strands, returning him to a nascent state. In the dead of night, Li Qingdao opened his eyes, gazing towards the door. A graceful woman stood outside, nervously observing him. Rising to his feet, he summoned his set of jujube with swords and approached the entrance. "Who dares to spy on me?" he demanded. The woman quickly knelt, addressing him. "Do not strike, esteemed Taoist. I come to express my gratitude. I am the mother of Mauer, who perished during childbirth. Yet I could not bear to abandon him. I followed closely, though I feared my presence might endanger him. Thank you for dispelling the malevolent aura from him. Otherwise, he surely would have fallen gravely ill." Li Qingdao, taken aback, inquired, "You maintain your consciousness? Yet your level appears quite low?" The woman shook her head. "I do not understand why this is so. I have encountered other spirits, and they lack awareness." After a moment's hesitation, Li Qingdao summoned a wisp of magical energy and invoked the purple flame spirit eye, directing it toward the ghostly figure. A faint, mysterious yellow aura enveloped her, prompting a smile from him. "Ah, I understand now. You have accumulated merit, madam. As long as you refrain from actions that diminish your virtue, you shall retain your awareness. However, relying solely on merit is not a sustainable solution. Should your merit wane, you may find yourself beyond salvation. As for the underworld, it is of no concern to me. Otherwise, I could simply send you to reincarnate." The ghostly woman shook her head. "There is no need for such measures, esteemed Taoist. I wish to remain by Mauer's side, safeguarding his growth. If the time comes when I must lose my consciousness, I shall find a way to end my existence." Li Qingdao opened his mouth, ultimately sighing, "Very well. There exists another path. You may become a guardian deity of my purple flame sect, free to remain beside Mauer without constraint. Yet, you must understand that in this age of decline, attaining immortality is exceedingly arduous. For a guardian to achieve such a feat is even more challenging." The ghost replied with a smile, "Please allow me to become a guardian deity, so I may accompany and protect Mauer." Li Qingdao nodded slightly, agreed. "However, let me restore my magical power first. For now, you should return. Tomorrow, I shall formally accept Mauer as my disciple in order to strengthen the Purple Flame sect." Setting aside other matters, the merits embodied by this female specter alone could elevate her cultivation level should she become a guardian deity. Currently, she exists as a vengeful spirit, but upon attaining the status of a protective deity, she could transcend the realm of malevolent spirits through her accumulated virtues. Should she continue to cultivate benevolence, her merits would further augment her power. Additionally, the offerings from the disciples of the Purple Flame sect would contribute to enhancing the cultivation of the guardian deity, albeit at a slow pace. Although Li Qingdao harbors no fear of malevolent spirits, requiring merely a cultivation of over 200 strands of spiritual energy to vanquish certain vengeful specters, his current capabilities are not particularly formidable. It would be advantageous for the Purple Flame sect to possess a guardian deity of the malevolent spirit level. Furthermore, only cultivators like Li Qingdao who pursue the path of spiritual energy cultivation could eradicate malevolent spirits using their condensed energy. Conversely, practitioners of the soul path lack such prowess to confront a malevolent spirit. They must cultivate at least 200 strands of spiritual energy. In principle, the cultivation of spiritual energy is categorized into 5 realms: spirit gathering, energy condensation, liquid transformation, energy manifestation, and spirit refinement. The soul cultivation method recorded in the turtle breathing and spirit concentration technique is also divided into 5 realms: spirit gathering, energy condensation, soul nourishment, soul manifestation, and in spirit. However, these 5 realms are not commensurate. While spirit gathering is relatively similar, the distinction becomes pronounced at the energy condensation stage. The soul cultivation method only requires the condensation of 9 strands of spiritual energy to break through the soul nourishment realm, whereas the energy condensation method necessitates a minimum of 250 strands to have a chance at liquid transformation. Therefore, under comparable circumstances, a practitioner of the energy condensation realm with over 100 strands of energy could rival a soul nourishment expert. If one achieves over 200 strands, even the pinnacle of soul nourishment practitioners would find themselves outmatched. Thus, to draw a fair comparison, it would be essential to have a practitioner of the soul path for evaluation. While Li Chengdao pondered these thoughts, the female specter had departed without his notice, leaving him alone in the courtyard. After a moment, he could not help but chuckle. He resolved to continue his cultivation, intending to visit Tungtung Town once his Sun Yang sword became a low-grade magical artifact, hoping to slay a few malevolent beings. Tungtung Town is rumored to harbor a zombie king, albeit it is likely only of the low-level zombie tier. Nonetheless, caution is warranted. Until he breaks through the liquid transformation realm, Li Chengdao would not act recklessly. Sitting cross-legged, he immersed himself in earnest cultivation. The following morning, Li Chengdao gathered his energy crystals and rose to venture outside. The previous night's practice had granted him 3 additional strands of energy, bringing his total to only 33 strands, which left him feeling anxious. Having once possessed over 100 strands of energy, the sudden decrease to just over 30 was quite disheartening. Exiting his room, he noticed attendants waiting outside. "Taoist, you have awakened. The master requests you to wash up and join him," one attendant informed. Li Chengdao nodded slightly, lacking spiritual awareness at the energy condensation stage. He could not sense the outside world. Surprised by the urgency of the Qian family elder, he promptly proceeded to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, Li Chengdao made his way next door, where a meal had been prepared. The elder of the Qian family welcomed him warmly. The Taoist priest pondered whether the apprenticeship should be celebrated grandly. Li Chengdao shook his head and replied, "There is no need for such extravagance. We can manage on our own. Let us first have a meal, and after we finish, we shall allow Mauer to take his vows." Master Qian was overjoyed by this notion and promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, esteemed Taoist, please lead the way." Although Qian Mao was merely a bastardy, he was nonetheless a young master of the Qian family. Should outsiders learn of his apprenticeship to a Taoist priest, they might speculate unfavorably about the Qian family. Master Qian had already determined that, after his passing in 100 years, his estate would naturally be bequeathed to his legitimate son, with a portion allocated to Mauer, ensuring he would not be deprived. Now that Mauer had found a more auspicious path, one that would also provide protection for the Qian family, it could not have been better. Li Chengdao continued, "Last night, Mauer's mother visited me. She wishes for him to become a guardian deity of the Ziyang sect, to remain by Mauer's side henceforth." Upon hearing this, Master Qian was filled with elation, believing that the Qian family had gained yet another protector. Chapter 21. The Enchanted Bamboo Grove. After indulging in a hearty meal and a refreshing bath, Li Chengdao returned to his humble abode accompanied by Qian Mao and the elder of the Qian family. With great care, he took out the portrait of their revered founder and hung it in the main hall, offering 3 incense sticks in homage before bowing respectfully. He then turned to Qian Mao and said, "Mauer, this is our esteemed founder, the celestial master of purple flame. You must perform 3 bows and 9 kowtows." Qian Mao promptly knelt before the portrait and performed the required gestures with utmost reverence. Disciple Qian Mao pays his respects to the founder. Li Chengdao chuckled, "All right, rise now, and please serve me tea." He then settled himself onto a nearby chair. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qian Mao bowed thrice to Li Chengdao, holding the teacup with great respect as he said, "Master, please enjoy the tea." Li Chengdao smiled warmly, "You may rise." From this moment forth, You shall be the foremost disciple of the 17th generation of the Purple Flame sect. Devote yourself to your cultivation. The rules of the Purple Flame sect are simple. Respect your master and uphold harmony among fellow disciples. Do you remember? Qian Mao replied earnestly, Master, I shall remember. Li Qingdao then removed a bamboo sword from his waist and said with a smile, Since you have just become my disciple, I shall gift you this sword, which has accompanied me for the longest time. Once you cultivate your spiritual power, refine it daily with your abilities, and in merely half a month, it shall transform into a magical artifact to protect you. In truth, with the presence of the 3 young purple bamboo, Li Qingdao regarded the bamboo sword with indifference. Despite his extensive efforts to refine it with his own power, it had yet to reach even the standard of a low-grade artifact, much to his dismay. However, it was perfectly suited to be gifted to Qian Mao. Overjoyed, Qian Mao accepted the bamboo sword with gratitude. Thank you for bestowing this treasure upon me, Master. Li Qingdao replied, No need for excessive courtesy. From now on, come to me every morning and evening, and I shall impart to you the methods of cultivation. Both the path of spiritual essence and the path of magical power require the absorption and refinement of spiritual energy, and Li Qingdao could certainly offer guidance on these matters. Yes, Master, Qian Mao responded eagerly, standing respectfully to the side. The elder of the Qian family chuckled and suggested, Taoist, why don't we celebrate by dining at an inn in town? Li Qingdao shook his head and replied, There is no need for that. Let us first visit the place where the purple bamboo grows. If I am not mistaken, it should be an exceptional site for cultivation. The elder was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Very well, Taoist. Let us depart at once. Indeed, wealth facilitates matters, and the elder promptly made arrangements. A group of them set forth towards the location of the purple bamboo. 20 miles east of the town, they halted at a small hilltop. A flicker of violet flame gleamed in Li Qingdao's eyes as he gazed at the adjacent grove of purple bamboo. The 3 young purple bamboo thrived within this grove, and due to its peculiar appearance, it had caught the attention of discerning individuals. As the elder of the Qian family had suddenly sought these treasures, word spread swiftly among those with insight, leading to their prompt delivery. As Li Qingdao surveyed the area, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Although the remaining purple bamboo in the grove appeared ordinary, they had absorbed the fiery essence of the 3 young purple bamboo, rendering them extraordinary. Particularly, the clusters of purple bamboo closest to the Sanyang purple bamboo can indeed be refined into low-grade magical artifacts. However, such grade of purple bamboo is no longer of interest to Li Qingdao. Rather, in the future, when he takes on disciples, he could craft magical tools for them. Moreover, the spiritual energy within this bamboo grove is notably abundant, at least 3 times more concentrated than outside, especially near the Sanyang purple bamboo, where it reaches 5 times the norm. Li Qingdao hastened over and began to excavate the ground. Soon, he uncovered 3 spirit stones interspersed with black specks. Most significantly, he found 2 blazing stones, known as sunstones, which explained the presence of the Sanyang purple bamboo. He called out to the elder of the Qian family nearby, Elder Qian, may I borrow a few individuals to assist me in searching for some items? Please do not damage the purple bamboo. Restrict your digging to this area. Elder Qian promptly nodded and began to organize the effort. With a larger workforce, they quickly excavated the area, and Li Qingdao ended up with 18 spirit stones and 5 sunstones. Thus, he now possessed a total of 23 spirit stones and 8 sunstones. After unearthing the stones, Li Qingdao inquired, Elder Qian, is this bamboo grove yours? Elder Qian replied with a smile, Indeed, it is mine. If the Taoist finds it appealing, it shall be yours. Li Qingdao chuckled, There is no need to give it to me. It suffices for Mao. After all, Qian Mao is the chief disciple of the 17th generation of the Zihua sect, so it naturally belongs to him. Elder Qian laughed heartily, Very well. Then it shall be for Mao. Li Qingdao earnestly stated, This place is quite suitable for cultivation. We should construct a few houses here, ensuring that the purple bamboo grove remains unscathed. Elder Qian nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Taoist, I will make the necessary arrangements. Li Qingdao added with a smile, Moreover, there is another advantage. This location has been grazed by the true fire of the sun, making it a place that demons and monsters fear. Upon hearing this, Elder Qian's eyes brightened. If that is the case, it could not be better. Li Qingdao instructed, All right, you all may exit the bamboo grove now. Elder Qian nodded and led his people away from the grove. Once they had departed, Li Qingdao quickly buried 2 sunstones beneath the purple bamboo and arranged 6 spirit stones around the perimeter of the grove. This time, he was setting up a gathering formation, a configuration designed to concentrate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Upon completing this task, Li Qingdao remarked, "Elder Qian, I have arranged everything necessary. The rest is in your hands. If Mao cultivates here, his speed will be 5 times that of his practice outside." Of course, this 5-fold increase refers only to the outside environment, excluding the Zihua sect. Although the spiritual energy in the Zihua sect is sparse, it is still superior to that outside. Nonetheless, the spiritual energy in the Zihua sect is indeed lacking. The concentration in this bamboo grove is double that of the sect, making it quite a commendable place for cultivation. Had Xianyuan Daoist practiced here, he would likely have already achieved the liquid transformation realm. Xianyuan Daoist, having lived over 80 years and practiced for more than 60, ultimately only cultivated over 200 strands of mana, making it exceedingly difficult for him to break through to the liquid transformation stage. If one were to cultivate in this place, the spiritual energy would double. After more than 60 years of practice, one could easily accumulate over 400 strands of magical power, likely achieving the breakthrough to the liquid transformation stage long ago. Master Qian promptly inquired, "Rest assured, Daoist, in the future, Mao will frequently cultivate here. If you wish, I can construct a temple for you right here." If Li Qingdao were to settle in this vicinity, it would ensure the safety of Qianjia town. Li Qingdao shook his head and replied, "Master Qian, you jest. I must continue my travels and cannot remain in one place for too long. Moreover, what would become of the Purple Flame sect if I were to reside here? The Purple Flame sect is not something to be compared to this place. After all, our venerable ancestors set up the formation of the Purple Flame sect after achieving immortality. Were it not for the decline of the era, with spiritual energy being so scarce, the formation of the Purple Flame sect could not be breached by mere ordinary spirits. As long as we return and set up a gathering formation to enrich the spiritual energy of the Purple Flame sect, we can restore some of the formation's efficacy. Therefore, this bamboo grove can serve as a subsidiary branch of the Purple Flame sect, but cannot become the main sect unless Li Qingdao achieves immortality. Chapter 22. Returning to Tengting, the esteemed elder of the Qian family found himself at an impasse, ultimately deciding to allow his son to accompany Li Qingdao for rigorous training, trusting that his son's growth would ensure their family's safety. As Li Qingdao and his companions departed, the elder knew that his men would vigilantly guard the Zizhu forest, as it was destined to become Qian Mao's sacred ground for cultivation, warranting utmost protection. Upon returning to Qianjia town, Li Qingdao retreated to his courtyard to commence his practice. With merely over 30 strands of mana residing within his dantian, he felt an urgent need to accelerate his cultivation, as the sensation of weakness was far from pleasant. In the ensuing days, Li Qingdao refrained from visiting Tengting town, instead choosing to remain in his small courtyard, where he diligently instructed Qian Mao in the art of cultivation while simultaneously honing his own skills. Time flowed swiftly, and a month slipped by unnoticed. Li Qingdao's mana had surged to 150 strands. Throughout this month, aside from mentoring Qian Mao, he dedicated himself to personal refinement and the enhancement of the Sanyang Zizhu sword. Not only had his mana ascended, but the Sanyang Zizhu sword had also attained the status of a lower-grade magical artifact. Moreover, Qian Mao had made significant progress in his training. In this era of dwindling spiritual energies, achieving the ability to attract spirits was no trivial task. Fortunately, the Qian family possessed ample resources, ensuring access to century-old herbal medicines. Although Li Qingdao was not yet proficient in alchemy, he was capable of preparing medicinal concoctions. Qian Mao had successfully begun to draw spirits into his body, striving to expand his meridians. It must be acknowledged that the path of cultivation necessitates a harmonious balance of wealth, companions, techniques, and land, with financial resources being of paramount importance. Given Qian Mao's current trajectory, it was likely that within 3 years he would refine his mana. Li Qingdao felt a pang of envy towards such rapid progress, had it not been for his master's cleansing of his marrow. Attaining the realm of mana consolidation would have seemed insurmountable. With only 2 crystals of spiritual energy remaining, Li Qingdao resolved to cease his cultivation for the time being. Having transformed the Sanyang Zizhu sword into a lower-grade artifact and reached 150 strands of mana, it was time to return to Tengting town to vanquish some zombies and procure more spiritual energy crystals. The following morning, Li Qingdao offered 3 incense sticks to his master, took Qian Mao under his wing with instructions to continue his training diligently, and then set out on his bicycle. Just as he exited, he encountered the elder of the Qian family, who promptly inquired, "Daoist Lingyan, I have located the martial arts instructor you spoke of. Shall we begin imparting skills to Mauer now? Li Chengdao smiled and replied, Indeed, Mauer possesses a robust spirit, making him well suited for spiritual cultivation techniques. However, while such methods are commendable, they leave much to be desired in terms of physical combat prowess. Although we can refine the body with mana, it is prudent to have him trained in martial arts to better prepare for encounters with zombies. The elder nodded vigorously, understanding the necessity of this approach. Very well, I shall spare no expense to nurture my son's potential. Even if my legitimate heirs are reluctant to accept him, he will be equipped to thrive independently. Li Qingdao responded with a grin, Excellent. Please attend to this matter with care, as I shall venture into Tingting Town to eliminate a few zombies and return later. The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly nodded. Very well, but why not eradicate all the zombies there? Li Chengdao chuckled bitterly, stating, It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I am unable. My cultivation level is insufficient to confront those formidable zombies. I must first enhance my abilities. He added, If Mr. Qian is fearful, he may seek refuge in the Zizhu forest, where the sunstones reside. No demon, ghost, or zombie dares to approach that area. The sunstones, formed from the essence of the sun, possess a formidable power against evil entities. In places where sunstones are present, malevolent creatures do not dare to venture even an inch closer. Mr. Qian's eyes brightened at this revelation, and he nodded eagerly. Thank you, Taoist, for your guidance. I initially thought that place was merely for cultivation, but I did not realize it held such a protective quality. Therefore, when you are not present, I shall take refuge in the Zizhu forest. Having encountered the terrifying creatures, Mr. Qian valued his life greatly. Despite possessing numerous valuable items, he still felt a sense of insecurity. After bidding farewell to Mr. Qian, Li Qingdao rode his bicycle out of the town, heading towards Tingting Town. Equipped with a sunstone, the formidable Sanyang Zizhu sword, and a reserve of 150 strands of magical energy, he felt he had a measure of self-defense. This time, he aimed to acquire more spiritual energy crystals in Tingting Town. In his youth, Li Chengdao had ventured into Tingting Town with audacity. At that time, the town was thick with ominous energy and stronger zombies could still emerge. However, with a sunstone on his person, he casually retrieved two and tucked them into his pocket. Consequently, he radiated an aura reminiscent of a small sun, causing the zombies to shy away from him. Activating his purple flame spiritual eye, he scanned his surroundings. Soon, he approached a room where, sensing the potent solar energy outside, a zombie began to tremble uncontrollably. Uncertain of what awaited him, Li Qingdao pushed the door open and stepped inside. Contrary to his expectations of an attack, he encountered a purple zombie cowering in the distance. Amused by the sight, he swiftly dispatched the zombie with a thrust of the Sanyang Zizhu sword. The ancient lantern materialized, absorbing the emerging corpse energy, and 5 small spiritual energy crystals appeared within the space. Satisfied, Li Chengdao nodded and exited the room, turning his gaze towards the next location. After a moment's hesitation, he approached another room containing 2 zombies, both of the purple variety. He sought to test his ability to confront 2 purple zombies simultaneously. However, upon entering, he found the 2 zombies did not attack. Instead, they retreated, fearful of his presence. In that instant, Li Chengdao comprehended the profound fear that zombies harbored towards the sunstones. With this knowledge, his task became significantly easier. Their reluctance to approach him emboldened him to act without restraint. With a swift motion, he charged towards one of the zombies. The Sanyang Zizhu soared cleaving through the air to strike the creature. One zombie fell, while the other swiftly evaded, its vacant eyes fixated on Li Qingdao. As it pressed against the wall, seemingly attempting to retreat further, the ancient lantern reappeared, beginning to absorb the corpse energy. Li Qingdao, sword in hand, advanced towards the remaining zombie with determination. With the presence of the sunstone, these zombies dared not approach him, and thus it was time for Li Chengdao to reap resources abundantly. 150 strands of mana were insufficient. He desired at least 250 strands to break through to the liquid transformation realm. However, the records of the purple flame immortal technique indicate that to truly transcend to the liquid transformation realm, it is ideal to cultivate 365 strands of mana. Attaining 365 strands signifies the perfection of the condensation realm, paving the way for a seamless transition into the liquid transformation realm. In this age of decadence, successfully refining 200 strands of mana before the impending doom is already remarkable. Achieving 365 strands is nearly impossible. Yet, Li Qingdao is different. With the ancient lamp in his possession, as long as he vanquishes demons and monsters, he can harness a substantial amount of spiritual energy crystals through the lamp, making the cultivation of 365 strands of mana a trivial endeavor. Contemplating this, Li Qingdao conjured a pointed magical artifact in his hand, which he swiftly hurled at the zombie, who, showing no intent to evade, was instantly dispatched with a fatal blow to the head. Chapter 23. The Crystals of the Dead. The purple zombie, dead beyond resurrection, exuded a miasma which was absorbed and refined by the ancient lamp into 6 small crystals of spiritual energy, each the size of a grain of rice. Having completed this task, Li Qingdao turned and exited the room. He held no regard for the contents within. There was not even a copper coin to be found, merely a dilapidated bed. In a brief span, he had dispatched 3 purple zombies, acquiring 16 grains of spiritual energy crystals, expending only a trace of his magical power, which was solely used to activate the purple flame spiritual eye. It must be said, possessing the sunstone was indeed advantageous, as it naturally suppressed the zombies. Upon glancing at the additional 16 spiritual energy crystals in the ancient lamp, Li Qingdao realized that not all purple zombies yielded 5 crystals. Rather, it depended on the amount of miasma they harbored. Some might convert their miasma into 5 or 6 crystals, while others produced less than 5. This was reminiscent of the earlier purple zombies he had vanquished, which yielded few crystals upon refining their miasma. Contemplating this, Li Qingdao stepped outside, setting his sights on the next target. This next adversary was likely a black zombie, possessing a more potent miasma than the previous 3. With the sunstone in his possession, Li Qingdao sought to test its efficacy against the black zombie before resolving the encounter. The miasma within a white zombie could be refined into a single grain-sized crystal, while a purple zombie would yield 3 or more. The maximum number remained uncertain to him. Approaching the entrance, he pushed the door open, allowing the 3 young purple bamboo sword to advance into the room. Upon confirming that no zombies were lurking within, he cautiously entered. Clang! As soon as he stepped inside, the heavy door slammed shut behind him. Almost immediately, a zombie erupted from its coffin, launching itself at him with a fierce glare. Li Qingdao, taken aback by the sunstone's insufficient pressure on the creature, swiftly drew a piece of the sunstone and hurled it at the zombie. Thud! The zombie made no effort to evade the projectile and was sent flying across the room. Thump! It came to a halt against the wall, a scorched mark appearing on its chest, yet it suffered no other injuries. Roar! The zombie bellowed angrily and lunged at Li Qingdao once more. Li Qingdao channeled his magical power into the 3 young purple bamboo sword, igniting it with a faint flame as he struck at the approaching zombie. The black zombie indeed proved formidable. The sword's blow merely forced it back a few steps, dispersing some of its miasma, but leaving the creature otherwise unharmed. The zombie, undeterred, charged at him again. Realizing the insufficient power he had infused into the sword, Li Qingdao gritted his teeth and sent 3 strands of magical energy into the 3 young purple bamboo sword, causing the flames to blaze fiercely. As the zombie lunged once more, Li Qingdao sidestepped its attack, delivering a swift strike to its neck with the sword. A howl erupted from the zombie as it spewed forth a cloud of miasma, its aura significantly weakened. Li Qingdao was denied an opportunity as the Sanyang purple bamboo sword struck again, piercing directly into the zombie's occiput. The zombie thrashed for a moment, releasing a dense aura of corpse energy, utterly lifeless. With a sigh of relief, Li Qingdao withdrew the Sanyang purple bamboo sword and picked up the sunstone from the ground, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. An ancient lamp materialized, absorbing and refining the corpse energy emanating from the zombie, transforming it into 13 small crystalline essences of spiritual energy. Observing the 13 newly formed spiritual energy crystals in the space, Li Qingdao could not help but smile wryly. It was not worth it. Defeating the purple zombie was far easier. He decided to focus on slaying the purple zombie first, postponing the confrontation with the black zombie. The sunstone had little suppressive power over the black zombies, yet it was quite effective against the purple ones, especially since killing a purple zombie did not deplete his mana. After surveying the room, Li Qingdao made his way towards the coffin. Once he confirmed that there was nothing of value within, he reluctantly exited. The entire town resembled a place that had been thoroughly plundered. There was not a shred of valuable resources within the rooms, making it difficult to find any worthwhile treasures. It was no surprise. Had there been any treasures in Tungting Town, the righteous would not have allowed it to exist, having long since emerged to vanquish the demons. Upon stepping outside, Li Chengdao glanced at the sky, where the sun shone fiercely, and he walked contentedly towards a nearby house. Before long, he dispatched 2 white zombies, bringing his total harvest for the day to 31. Given Li Chengdao's current prowess, he faced the white zombies with such ease that he hardly needed glutinous rice. A mere toss of the sunstone sufficed to eliminate them. After resolving the encounter, he did not linger and continued to the next location. It was not until around 3 or 4 in the afternoon that Li Chengdao reluctantly exited Ticting Town. With his formidable mana and an abundance of valuable items, he found it effortless to deal with the white and purple zombies, occasionally taking down a black zombie to acquire even more spiritual energy crystals. Once outside Ticting Town, Li Chengdao burst into hearty laughter. Firstly, he had vanquished 22 white zombies, yielding 22 spiritual energy crystals. Secondly, he had eliminated 11 purple zombies, each yielding between 3 to 7 crystals, amassing a total of 53 crystals. Lastly, he had dispatched 3 black zombies, although they were more challenging to confront. They provided the most spiritual energy crystals, totaling 36. Thus, his total haul for the day amounted to 111 small spiritual energy crystals. Riding his bicycle, Li Chengdao merrily headed towards Qinjia Town. In the center of Tingting Town, 2 coffins were placed within a room, housing a male and a female zombie. Both covered in fur, their eyes wide open as their noses twitched, seemingly trying to capture a scent. After a moment, the male zombie let out a furious roar, causing the coffin lid to fly off, only to quickly return. It was broad daylight. Even the fur zombies dared not venture under the sun. Hence, Li Chengdao felt emboldened to stroll in and out of Tingting Town without a care. Li Chengdao was unconcerned about trivialities. At that moment, his heart surged with excitement. Although he had expended little of his magical energy that day, he had acquired over 100 spirit crystals, sufficient for him to cultivate to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps fueled by exhilaration, he pedaled his bicycle with greater speed, completing a journey that usually took half an hour in just 25 minutes. Upon returning to Qinjia Town and having a light meal, Li Chengdao eagerly commenced his cultivation. Now, having amassed a sufficient quantity of spirit crystals, he merely needed to engage in stable practice to cultivate 365 strands of magical energy, thereby effortlessly breaking through to the liquid transformation stage. Li Chengdao was devoted to the path of magical energy. Only by reaching the liquid transformation stage could one be deemed a true master, and this would extend one's lifespan to 200 years. With each breakthrough in the path of magical energy, longevity would significantly increase. Should one attain the foundation establishment stage, they could live a century free from illness. Upon breaking through to the liquid transformation stage, they could enjoy 2 centuries of life, barring unforeseen accidents. Chapter 24. 200 Magical Powers. Li Chengdao's greatest anticipation did not lie in the extension of his lifespan, but rather in the aspiration to reach the liquid transformation realm, which would grant him the ability to fly with a sword. This ability to soar through the skies on a blade had been a long-held dream of his. Since the inception of his cultivation journey, Li Chengdao had yearned for the breakthrough into the liquid transformation realm, which would enable him to wield this extraordinary skill. However, in this age of dwindling magical energies, the consumption of power could not be replenished. Thus, even if he were to attain the liquid transformation realm, he would not dare to fly without possessing sufficiently formidable magical power, lest he risk plummeting back into a lower realm. During dinner, Li Chengdao merely went through the motions before returning to his cultivation. He even declined an invitation from the elder of the Qian family to dine, feeling the pressing need to hasten his progress toward the liquid transformation realm. That night, in Tingting Town, the zombie king was filled with fury, summoning all the zombies to issue a deadly decree against Li Chengdao. However, since Li Chengdao had primarily ventured out during the day, he had not approached the zombie king, leaving them helpless. The inhabitants of Tingting Town found themselves unable to escape, especially after Li Chengdao had purged the area of malevolent energies. The formation outside, which had previously weakened, had regained its strength. It remained a mystery who had set up this formation, but the zombies of Tingting Town simply could not break free. Even though the zombie king had transformed into a lesser form, the formidable barrier outside compelled him to retreat obediently. Li Chengdao's ability to effortlessly slay the black zombies was not indicative of his overwhelming strength. Rather, it was primarily due to the daylight, which significantly diminished the zombies' powers. He merely capitalized on this advantage. Confronting the black zombies at night would not have been nearly as effortless. Unbeknownst to him, the circumstances in Tungting Town were beyond his awareness as he remained engrossed in his secluded cultivation. Having amassed over 100 spiritual energy crystals, he was determined to refine them into magical power and strive for a breakthrough into the liquid transformation realm. As time flew by, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Li Chengdao diligently refined 2 crystals each day, finally elevating his magical power to 200 strands. The achievement of 200 strands was a source of immense delight for him, a feat that the Xianyuan Taoist had taken a lifetime to accomplish. Upon opening his eyes, Li Chengdao retrieved the Sanyang purple bamboo sword and began the process of refining it. As for the bamboo tablet and the other 2 bamboo swords, he had yet to forge them, prioritizing the cultivation of his magical power during this time. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted his concentration. "Is the Taoist here? I have a matter I wish to seek your assistance with." The voice of the elder from the Qian family resonated from outside. Li Chengdao opened the door. Curiosity etched upon his face. "Elder Qian, what brings you here?" Elder Qian hastily replied, "Taoist, the century-old locust tree you requested has been located, and the wood has been carved into a statue. What shall we do next?" Li Chengdao's eyes brightened at this news. "You mean everything is ready? Let us go and take a look." To ensure that Yun Yang could become the guardian deity of the Zihua sect, it was imperative to have a sanctum for her. As a spirit, she required a statue carved from the heartwood of the locust tree, which Li Chengdao would refine before she could inhabit it. The 2 of them made their way to the courtyard of the Qian family, where Qian Mao was practicing his martial arts under the guidance of an elderly man. The venerable Master Qian spoke, introducing the esteemed Elder Gua of the 8 Extremes Fist, whom he had painstakingly invited to instruct Mao in martial arts. Li Chengdao nodded in acknowledgement, discerning that Elder Gua possessed a formidable aura, indicative of his capabilities. However, despite the formidable presence of his counterpart, it posed little concern for Li Chengdao. The realms of martial arts and immortality were distinctly separate, especially in this current age of declining spiritual energy. Without ample resources, cultivating true qi in martial arts became a daunting task, relegating practitioners to the most fundamental path of strength. This strength is categorized into various forms: bright strength, hidden strength, transforming strength, and further realms such as Dan strength and Gang strength. In today's martial arts, reaching the level of transforming strength earns one the title of a grandmaster. Yet there are scarcely a handful of such grandmasters in the entire martial arts community, let alone those who attain higher realms. Although Li Chengdao was unsure how transforming strength compared to his current state, he perceived that Elder Gua's aura fell significantly short of his own. Upon noticing Li Chengdao, Elder Gua narrowed his eyes, sensing the dangerous energy emanating from him. As their gazes met, Li Chengdao offered a slight nod in acknowledgement. Elder Gua heaved a quiet sigh of relief and, after a moment of hesitation, inquired, "May I ask, young Taoist, from whom have you taken your teachings?" Li Chengdao replied with a smile, "I am a disciple of the nameless and humble sect of Ascension. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your interest, Elder Gua?" Upon hearing this, Elder Gua chuckled heartily. "Ah, so you are a disciple of the esteemed Xianyuan. No wonder you possess such remarkable prowess at such a tender age." Li Chengdao, taken aback, gazed at Elder Gua in surprise and quickly asked, "Elder Gua, do you know my master?" "Indeed, I am well acquainted with the venerable Xianyuan." Elder Gua replied with a smile. "He has even imparted wisdom regarding martial arts to me." Li Chengdao's understanding deepened. Indeed, Master Xianyuan was skilled in martial arts and practiced regularly, though he had not had the opportunity to pass on his teachings. This realization brought him a tinge of regret, for in this age of scarce spiritual energy, martial arts could have conserved some of his magical power. Nevertheless, he felt only a mild disappointment, for he was on the verge of breaking through to the liquid transformation realm. "Very well," Elder Gua continued. "I shall continue instructing Mao. I must attend to some matters with Master Qian." Elder Gua promptly responded, "Of course, please proceed, young Taoist." As Li Chengdao and Master Qian entered the room, he beheld the intricately carved statue from the heartwood of the locust tree and nodded in satisfaction. The statue was modest in size, merely the palm of a hand, making it convenient for transport. Pleased, Li Chengdao retrieved the statue, revealing a small sword crafted from the heartwood of century-old jujube, one of the 5 magical swords he possessed. With his own magical power significantly enhanced, he refined the magical artifacts he carried, and the 5 swords were nearing the status of inferior magical instruments. The purpose of the small sword was not to carve the statue, as it had already been completed. Rather, Li Chengdao intended to inscribe runes upon it. Channeling his magical energy into the small sword, he diligently etched symbols that formed the in-gathering array, as well as the array for transforming spectral beings into guardian deities. Naturally, for spectral beings to be transformed into guardian deities, they must possess a foundation of merit. Otherwise, they would require a continuous offering of incense for sustenance. Yun Yang has transformed into a ghostly entity, yet she is adorned with a faint aura of virtue that renders her capable of becoming a divine protector. Should she choose to venture into the underworld, she could certainly assume the role of a ghostly emissary. However, attaining a higher position may prove elusive. As a divine protector, she is permitted to traverse the mortal realm, safeguarding her sect, and can venture forth in daylight, which is quite commendable. Li Chengdao diligently etched the runes onto the statue, completing the intricate carvings in a short span. Once finished, he infused it with his spiritual energy, causing the surrounding yin energy to coalesce around it. With a serious demeanor, Li Chengdao positioned the statue carefully, retrieved an incense burner, and placed it before the statue. He deftly ignited 3 incense sticks, channeling his spiritual energy into them, and inserted them into the burner before the statue. Almost immediately, the 3 sticks ignited with fervor, their fragrant smoke, guided by his spiritual energy, swiftly enveloping the statue, imparting an air of mystery to its presence. Chapter 25. The guardian deity gazing at the statue exuding a faint aroma of incense. Li Chengdao nodded in satisfaction. Master Qian, henceforth, let Mauer offer 3 sticks of incense daily. The esteemed Master Qian promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Of course, young Taoist, your efforts are appreciated." Li Chengdao gently shook his head, replying, "It is no trouble. Yun Yang is also a guardian deity of my Xian sect, and it is my duty to do this." "Very well, I shall return now. This evening, I will come back to guide Yun Yang into the statue." Master Qian quickly nodded, saying, "Understood, young Taoist, I will escort you." Li Chengdao nodded slightly and exited the room. Outside, Qian Mao was still practicing martial arts with Elder Gua. Li Chengdao observed for a moment, nodded, and departed. Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Chengdao casually consumed a small meal before settling down to cultivate diligently. The process of crafting the guardian deity statue had depleted his spiritual energy by several strands, reducing it to 200 strands. If he expended more energy that night, the amount would dwindle further. Although he possessed numerous spirit energy crystals, if this consumption continued, it would not suffice for him to reach the liquid transformation realm. That night, Li Chengdao visited the Qian family courtyard once more. At this hour, there were no others present, only Master Qian, Qian Mao, and Elder Gua. Li Chengdao clearly discerned a white figure not far away, which was the vengeful spirit known as Yun Yang. She refrained from manifesting her form, fearing it might frighten Master Qian and Qian Mao. Despite her death, she had transformed into a ghost, retaining her memory and intellect due to the merit that protected her. She was naturally aware of Master Qian's kindness towards his son, which filled her with gratitude. Although she had not been brought to his side previously, it was because Qian Mao was merely an illegitimate child, and at that time, the Qian family was still under the authority of the elder. Now, with Master Qian holding the reins of the entire family, he swiftly took Qian Mao back, leaving Yun Yang devoid of any resentment. Li Chengdao paid no heed to their past entanglements. Upon entering the courtyard, he addressed Yun Yang, "Step forward." At his command, Yun Yang immediately appeared, respectfully bowing to him. "I pay my respects to the Taoist." Li Chengdao replied earnestly, "As the 16th generation leader of Xian sect, you may henceforth refer to me as the sect leader." Yun Yang quickly adjusted her address, saying, "Yes, I pay my respects to the sect leader." Master Qian felt a surge of excitement. Yet he was predominantly apprehensive and dared not approach. You are Yun Yang?" Yun Yang glanced at him and nodded slightly. Li Chengdao interjected, "Enough of this for now. There will be time for such conversations later." Not wishing to linger while they reminisced, he urged them to move on. He had no time to listen to their past stories. He needed to conclude this matter swiftly and return to his cultivation. "Yun Yang, follow me." With that, Li Chengdao proceeded towards the designated room, and Yun Yang promptly followed suit. Once inside, Li Chengdao inquired once more, "Do you genuinely wish to become the guardian deity of the Xian sect? The Xian sect is but a declining minor faction, and should you go to the underworld, with the merit you possess, securing a position would not pose a challenge. If you wish to be reincarnated, you must choose a virtuous family, one that is certainly preferable to the Qian family." Yun Yang chuckled, Thank you for the reminder, Sect Master. I do not wish to part from Mao. I would rather serve as a guardian deity, remaining by his side. Li Chengdao nodded in agreement. Very well, then take your rightful place. No sooner had he spoken than Yun Yang soared towards the statue. Li Chengdao formed a series of incantations with his hands, channeling streams of mystical energy into the statue. Before long, Yun Yang merged with the statue, emanating a faint aura of incense. Simultaneously, bolstered by the merits bestowed upon her, her cultivation ascended to the pinnacle of a fierce spirit, her attire transforming into a red battle armor. Li Chengdao smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. With the power of incense supporting you, you shall be able to venture out by day. If old Master Qian is sincere, he could erect a small temple in your honor, allowing offerings that would further enhance your cultivation. As he spoke, his voice was not subtle, prompting the anxious Master Qian outside to quickly respond. Rest assured, Taoist, I will certainly establish a temple for Yin Yang. He continued, moreover, I will also build temples for the revered ancestors of the Xian sect and the esteemed Xianyuan elder. Li Qingdao couldn't help but chuckle. While he was uncertain whether the immortal Xian and the Xianyuan Taoist required incense offerings, this could be considered a token of respect from him as a disciple. Very well, old Master Qian, since you have made such a promise, I shall rely on you for this. However, remember that the ancestor of the Xian sect is the Xian immortal, a true ascendant to the celestial realm. Master Qian was taken aback, astonished to learn that there truly existed an immortal. He pondered whether by venerating him and erecting a temple, he might also gain some benefit in the afterlife. With this thought, Master Qian hurriedly assured, rest easy, Taoist Lin Yan. I understand. Li Qingdao nodded. I possess a portrait of our ancestor, which Mao has seen. As for my master, the Xianyuan Taoist, Old Master Gu should be familiar with him. Old Master Gu nodded. I have a vivid recollection of the elder. I shall take care of this matter. Upon witnessing Yun Yang, Old Master Gu realized that this world held many powers he had yet to encounter. Although he was a martial artist, he had never encountered spirits. For ordinary spirits dared not approach him due to his formidable vitality, and the stronger spirits were scarce, leaving him untouched by such entities throughout his life. Though he was aware that many Taoists practiced spells, he was not privy to their true strength. Li Qingdao remarked, thank you kindly, I shall take my leave now. Please offer 3 sticks of incense for Yun Yang. Master Qian and the others quickly nodded and hastened towards the room. Li Qingdao returned to the courtyard and, retrieving a crystal of spiritual energy, began to cultivate earnestly. The day's exertions had drained much of his magical power, necessitating several days of practice to recuperate. Fortunately, this posed little challenge for Li Qingdao, as he possessed ample spiritual energy crystals. The following morning, just as Li Qingdao completed his cultivation and was refining the Sanyang purple bamboo sword, a cacophony erupted outside. Li Qingdao pushed open the door and beheld Master Qian engaged in conversation with several individuals. These gentlemen, clad in the attire of local gentry, appeared to be the prominent figures of the town. Nevertheless, their demeanor towards Master Qian was one of utmost respect, for in Qianjia town, the Qian family held the most significant sway. Upon noticing Li Qingdao, Master Qian promptly exclaimed, Taoist, would you care to join us for breakfast? Li Qingdao shook his head, replying, no need, please carry on with your affairs. With that, he turned and returned to the courtyard, resuming his cultivation. Outside, Master Qian's actions elicited curious glances from the others, who were puzzled by the deference shown to Li Qingdao. Ignoring their intrigue, Master Qian solemnly inquired, what are your thoughts on the matter I just discussed? The town chief quickly responded, since it is Master Qian who is financing it, I have no objections. I wholeheartedly support Master Qian. Chapter 26. The Temple of Incense. The elder of the Qian family spoke of establishing a temple, while the celestial being of purple flame and the Taoist of Xianyuan remained silent. Yun Yang, the mother of Qian Mao, could potentially strengthen the Qian family if she were to rise in power. Moreover, erecting a temple for the celestial being of purple flame and the Taoist of Xianyuan would not only foster a closer relationship with Li Qingdao, but also ensure he would look after Qian Mao, thus yielding multiple benefits. With the support of the local gentry, the elder of the Qian family soon established the temple of the celestial being of purple flame just outside the town. The temple housed the deities, the celestial being of purple flame, the Taoist of Xianyuan, and the protective deity, Yun Yang. Naturally, they were bestowed grand titles by the elder, celestial being of purple flame, true monarch of Xianyuan, and divine protector. Though the names were majestic, the temple itself was modest, comprising only 3 chambers. The main hall, the largest, enshrined the celestial being of purple flame, with the true monarch of Xian Yuan to the left and the divine protector to the right, following the ancient custom of placing the most revered figures first. The statue of the celestial being of purple flame occupied the center, while the left was reserved for Li Chengdao's master, the Taoist of Xian Yuan, and the right for Yun Yang. By the time Li Chengdao learned of the news, the temple had already been completed. He gazed in disbelief at the titles the elder had conferred upon the celestial being and the Taoist, unable to suppress a rueful smile as he covered his face. Lighting 3 incense sticks before the statues, he chuckled wryly at their grand titles. "My revered ancestors and master, can you truly bear such monumental names?" The titles were indeed lofty. Terms like celestial being and true monarch are not to be taken lightly. However, Li Chengdao was uncertain of the fate of the celestial being of purple flame, and whether the Taoist of Xian Yuan had already reincarnated remained a mystery to him. As for the divine protector on the right, he found little motivation to comment further. While the title was grand, referring to a protective deity as divine protector was rather commonplace. After all, it merely denoted a guardian of the sect. Li Chengdao found no need to contest it, especially since the temple had already been established and townsfolk were coming to pay their respects, fully aware of the situation. As for the temple's caretaker, Old Gu, he was more than eager to step into the role. Having encountered the female ghost who had become the protected deity, he mused that perhaps he could secure a position in the temple of the celestial being of purple flame after a century. With no children of his own, Old Gu had made a home wherever he roamed, and remaining in Qian family town posed no issue. Upon returning to his courtyard, Li Chengdao reflected on the day's events. He pondered whether the celestial being of purple flame, had he not fallen, might still receive the blessings of incense, and how he would respond to the honor of such a title. As for the Taoist of Xian Yuan, his fate was equally unknown. At that moment, far away in the celestial realm atop Mount Hua, 5 heavenly soldiers patrolled their post. The soldier at the rear suddenly halted. Disbelief etched across his face as he stared ahead in astonishment. Wisps of incense power manifested from the void, seeping into his being, and to his astonishment, his cultivation, stagnant for centuries, began to show the slightest signs of improvement. The 4 soldiers ahead paused and turned to him, their expressions mirroring his surprise. "Purple flame. So much incense power? What is happening?" The celestial soldier could not help but chuckle, quickly remarking, "Oh, it's nothing. Perhaps my disciples have erected a temple in my honor. When I ascended, I left behind a legacy, yet I never informed them about the temple. I was unaware that such a thing would occur post-ascension. It is truly remarkable that, after several centuries, my disciples still remember me and have erected a temple in my name." The other 4 celestial soldiers exchanged glances filled with envy, yet they bore no intense jealousy, as their bonds were strong. The prosperity of Xian benefited them all. "Congratulations, Xian. Alas, the power of incense is insufficient to communicate with the mortal realm, otherwise we could establish contact below." "Indeed, Xian, once you achieve great success, do not forget your brothers," they urged. Xian nodded in agreement, "Rest assured. But it is challenging for us in our current state to elevate our cultivation. I wonder how much incense power is needed to advance. We shall take our time." The foremost celestial soldier smiled. "At least you still have a chance. We have none." His expression was one of bitter resignation, and the others shared his sentiment. Xian reassured them, "There is no need for such despair. We are also entitled to incense offerings. As long as we accomplish significant feats, we will have opportunities to break through." Yet he knew well that such words were mere platitudes. What opportunities for merit could these lesser celestial soldiers possibly have? In the underworld, within the tongue-pulling hell, Xian Yuan Taoist did not anticipate that his merits from vanquishing demons would elevate him to the position of a ghost officer. Although this role was the lowest rank, it was still preferable to reincarnation. After becoming a ghost officer, Xian Yuan Taoist worked diligently, hoping to rise in rank to protect Li Chengdao. However, without sufficient strength or a robust background, his aspirations for advancement were virtually unattainable. One day, just as Xian Yuan Taoist was about to rest after a busy shift, a rush of incense power suddenly surged into his being, and his ghostly form began to solidify. His eyes sparkled with realization as he murmured, "Incense power. This is the incense power from the mortal realm. This young lad has potential." With that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate the Yin Ming technique, a method specifically designed for ghost officers in the underworld. The Yin Ming technique was commendable, allowing for the refinement of one's ghostly form, with the potential to reach the realm of Yin Commander at its peak. The hierarchy among ghost officers is straightforward, comprising Yin soldiers, Yin generals, Yin commanders, and the like. As a newly appointed ghost officer, Xian Yuan Daoist possessed the cultivation level of a Yin soldier. Akin to the realm of vengeful spirits, yet ghost officers naturally held a restraining influence over such spirits. Although he had become a ghost officer, elevating his cultivation was no easy feat unless he accumulated Yin virtue or incense power. As a recently deceased minor ghost, aside from the sacrifices from his disciple, he could not expect any other offerings. Therefore, Xian Yuan Daoist was left to accumulate Yin virtue. But being confined to the 18 layers of hell as a mere foot soldier made it nearly impossible. Initially, he believed his fate was sealed, yet he was unexpectedly granted incense power. It seemed his disciple was faring quite well. In light of this, one must diligently cultivate oneself, striving to enhance one's abilities in order to secure a commendable position in the underworld, thus providing protection for one's disciple. With this thought in mind, the Taoist Xian Yuan immediately cast aside distracting thoughts and devoted himself earnestly to his cultivation. Li Qingdao, being merely a novice at the foundational realm, remained unaware of the matters concerning Taoist Xian Yuan and the immortal Xian. Upon returning to the courtyard, he retrieved a crystal of spiritual energy and commenced his practice. Within the temple, the statue of the protective deity absorbed the surging power of incense, gradually elevating its cultivation. In contrast to the immortal Xian and Taoist Xian Yuan, the deity Yunyang lacked a method of cultivation, relying solely on the instinctive ability of the protective deity to absorb the power of incense. This was a circumstance beyond Li Qingdao's control. As the Xian sect was not an orthodox Taoist school, it naturally did not possess the cultivation methods of protective deities, which Li Qingdao could not provide. Nonetheless, the protective deity possessed the innate ability to absorb incense, transforming it into personal cultivation, which was indeed commendable. Chapter 27. The breakthrough to liquid transformation. Since the establishment of the temple, Li Qingdao's life has become increasingly challenging. The majority of the townsfolk in Qianjia town have become aware of the existence of Master Ling Yan, and whenever there is an otherworldly incident, they seek him out. In truth, with the protective deity Yin Yang watching over, Qianjia town is entirely free of any malevolent spirits or demons. However, the townspeople are unaware of this. After frightening themselves, they turn to Li Qingdao for reassurance. For the gentry and landlords, a visit from Li Qingdao can yield a considerable profit. After all, in his quest to elevate the Xian sect, financial means are essential, and thus, his collection of large yellow fish has grown significantly. As for the common folk, Li Qingdao also pays them a visit to ensure the incense offerings for the Xian Immortal Temple, nominally accepting a small fee for his services to ease their minds. Time flies, and it has been nearly 10 months since Li Qingdao arrived in Qianjia town. During this period, he has not returned to Tongting town, as the spiritual energy crystals in his possession are currently sufficient. Although his cultivation speed is not particularly rapid, he has nonetheless achieved mastery over 365 strands of magical power. Moreover, the Sanyang purple bamboo sword has advanced to a mid-grade magical artifact. The other two 3-foot-long Sanyang purple bamboos have also been refined into swords, albeit of a lower grade. Li Qingdao has named these two swords Taiyang and Jiyang. While the original Sanyang purple bamboo sword retains its name, which is already quite commendable, the names of the two 3-foot swords, Jiyang sword and Taiyang sword, are derived from the refining material, Sanyang purple bamboo. Should the Sanyang purple bamboo undergo further advancement, it could evolve into Jiyang purple bamboo. As the number 9 signifies perfection in Taoist philosophy, and Jiyang represents the utmost yang, the term Taiyang speaks for itself, as the Sanyang purple bamboo continuously absorbs solar energy, justifying its designation. As for the Sanyang purple bamboo sword, Li Qingdao finds its name quite fitting. Although it lacks the imposing nature of Jiyang and Taiyang, it is his innate magical treasure, and he feels it should not be overly grandiose. After all, should it fail to live up to such a name, it could lead to complications. Li Qingdao remains indifferent to the names of Taiyang and Jiyang, as they are not his innate treasures and can be named as he pleases. Additionally, he has 3 remaining claws from the rat demon, 2 of which have been crafted into spikes. The reason for only 2 is due to 1 failed refinement. Notably, all 3 spikes are classified as low-grade magical artifacts, and Li Qingdao is quite satisfied with this outcome. Furthermore, 5 flying swords made from juju would have now also become low-grade magical flying swords, and Li Chengdao frequently refines them. A storage bag made from the skin of the rat demon has undergone further etching with 2 restrictive runes, expanding its capacity just enough to accommodate the resources he possesses. Among these resources are 2 300-year-old mountain ginseng, 20 large yellow fish, and 9 small yellow fish. Lastly, he has 6 solar stones, 17 mottled spirit stones, and a palm-sized piece of lightning-struck wood. This constitutes Li Chengdao's entire fortune, which is remarkably substantial among cultivators in this age of dwindling magic. Although he has depleted his supply of spiritual energy crystals, the magical power within him is now ample enough to facilitate a breakthrough into the liquid transformation realm. Within the confines of a small courtyard, Li Chengdao offered 3 sticks of incense to the ancestral master before embarking upon his earnest cultivation. The Xian immortal technique, inherently of considerable rank, had now seen Li Chengdao reach the pinnacle of the condensation realm. He only needed to refine 365 strands of magical energy, compressing them into liquid form to transcend into the liquid transformation stage. With his eyes firmly closed, the magical energy within him commenced its cyclical motion through the meridians. Under Li Chengdao's meticulous control, the 365 strands of energy flowed simultaneously, each circuit resulting in further refinement. Gradually, they coalesced into a singular mass. Li Chengdao did not pause, for this mass of energy was in a continuous state of operation and compression. As the energy circulated, the resilience of his meridians grew stronger, and they expanded further. This sensation was not one of discomfort. Yet, in pursuit of a breakthrough, Li Chengdao gritted his teeth and diligently executed the technique. 3 days slipped by in an instant. Li Chengdao had locked himself away, abstaining from food and drink during this period. Throughout these 3 days, he remained undeterred, relentlessly cycling his technique, the magical energy traversing his meridians while compressing within. Slowly, only a mass the size of a pigeon's egg remained in his dantian. At this juncture, the energy had been compressed to its utmost limit. Li Chengdao increased the speed of his energy circulation, unaware of how many circuits he had completed. Yet the magical energy within his dantian continued to compress. Suddenly, a sound akin to dripping water resonated from his dantian, as the original energy transformed into a droplet of liquid energy the size of a grain of rice. Success! Li Chengdao's heart soared with joy. He had achieved the liquid transformation stage. 6 years after the demise of Xian Yuan Daoist, he had finally reached this pinnacle. Simultaneously, he sensed everything within a 10-meter radius with utmost clarity, even though his eyes remained shut. Is this the divine awareness of the liquid transformation stage? A mere breakthrough grants me a 10-meter radius of perception. It appears my innate talent is indeed remarkable. However, this amount of energy is rather scant. 365 strands of liquid energy condensed into just a single droplet. Sigh. Li Chengdao was uncertain of the repercussions of utilizing this energy. Would its depletion cause him to regress back to the condensation realm? As this thought crossed his mind, memories of the liquid transformation stage flooded his consciousness. After condensing the liquid energy in his dantian, the first droplet, being of primal energy, was unusable. Only the energy cultivated thereafter could be harnessed. In the face of danger, primal energy could still be employed and would unleash a more formidable power. Yet, depleting this primal energy would result in a regression to the condensation realm. Upon realizing this, Li Chengdao could not help but smile wryly. It seemed that acquiring spiritual energy crystals would be quite the challenge. Nevertheless, with an array of magical artifacts at his disposal and a 10-meter radius of divine awareness, controlling these artifacts to vanquish the undead, white zombies, and purple zombies would not pose much difficulty. Even if a black zombie were to appear, Li Chengdao could detect it in advance and make a swift escape. Contemplating this, Li Chengdao could not help but smile. It appears that the advantages of breaking through to the liquid transformation realm are indeed plentiful. Alas, the art of sword flight remains elusive. Mastering sword flight necessitates the cultivation of swordsmanship, which is meticulously documented in the Purple Flame Immortal Scripture. To refine this technique, one must possess both liquid mana and the synergy of spiritual awareness, alongside a superior-grade flying sword. The Three-Yong Purple Bamboo Sword, while a flying sword, has yet to attain the status of a superior-grade artifact and requires years of diligent refinement to achieve such a rank. Consequently, for Li Chengdao to cultivate swordsmanship, he must also develop liquid mana and procure a superior-grade flying sword. Li Chengdao is not overly ambitious. Having successfully transitioned to the liquid transformation realm, he has attained a lifespan of 2 centuries, while he himself is merely 19 years of age, with over 100 years left for cultivation. Heh. With no more spirit crystal left, it is time to procure supplies in Tung Tung Town. Upon returning with the goods, I shall reward Mauer with a few spirit crystals, enabling him to swiftly break through to the condensing realm. Once he possesses the means of self-protection, I can devote myself to my own cultivation with peace of mind. Thus, it is settled. Chapter 28. The gray-robed man Li Chengdao rose to his feet, adorned with his magical artifacts, spiritual stones, and elixirs, as he stepped outside, leaving behind the gold and silver treasures in the courtyard. In comparison to his own magical instruments, the other valuables seemed trivial, with the master of the Qian family observing. None dared to intrude upon his domain. Even in the absence of the Qian family patriarch, the guardian deity, Yunu, stood watch at the gate. Over the past 6 months, Yunu's progress had not been rapid, yet she had reached the pinnacle of the vengeful ghost realm, poised on the verge of breaking through to the fearsome spirit level. The classification of spectral entities included wandering souls, wild ghosts, vengeful spirits, vengeful ghosts, malevolent spirits, and fearsome spirits, each representing a distinct level of power. Wandering souls exhibited little strength, corresponding to the spirit summoning realm. Wild ghosts and vengeful spirits aligned with the realm of magical prowess, their potency contingent upon the strength of the cultivator's spells and artifacts. Furthermore, the path of the soul diverged. Wild ghosts corresponded to the realm of soul manifestation, while vengeful spirits aligned with the soul nurturing stage. As for the vengeful ghosts, they corresponded to the liquid transformation realm of magical power and the soul realm of spiritual essence. The malevolent spirits correlated with the essence condensation of magical power and the shadow spirit of the soul path. Regarding the fearsome spirits, they likely pertain to the refinement of calamity and magical power, though Li Chengdao is uncertain about their connection to the soul path. After all, the turtle breathing and concentration technique only mentioned the shadow spirit realm, leaving the subsequent stages undocumented, much to Li Chengdao's chagrin. Upon leaving the courtyard, Li Chengdao swiftly rode his bicycle away from Qinjiao Town, opting not to disclose his intention to head to Tung Tung Town. The ride took merely half an hour, and with his enhanced cultivation, he was confident, though he might not match the formidable Wei Jiang, he could certainly handle the lesser Black Jiang. However, his available magical power was limited, compelling him to first confront the Purple Jiang and White Jiang. With audacity born of skill, Li Chengdao disregarded the passage of time and entered Tingtung Town directly. It had been over 6 months since his last visit, and the stench of decay had thickened once more. Upon entering, he unleashed his ancient lantern, for even the smallest mosquito is a morsel. Expanding his consciousness, he scanned the nearby houses but found no solitary zombies, prompting a furrowed brow. Given the density of the corpse aura, it was reasonable to expect the zombies to remain. Yet they eluded his sight. Open, Purple Flame Spiritual Eye. Now, the Purple Flame Spiritual Eye required no magical power, merely the enhancement of his consciousness. As Li Chengdao surveyed his surroundings, the reason for the zombies' absence soon became clear. Perhaps intimidated by his presence, they had congregated near the town center, even clustering in pairs around a single house. A smile crept upon Li Chengdao's face as he strode purposefully towards the heart of the town. As he approached the center, he drew the Sanyong purple bamboo sword from his back and kicked open a door to one of the nearby houses. Under the gaze of the Purple Flame Spiritual Eye, the zombies were rendered visible. Within the room lay 3 zombies, all of the Purple Jiang level. Though Li Chengdao could not currently wield his primal magical power, the enhancement of his consciousness bestowed formidable strength upon the Sanyong purple bamboo sword. With a roar, as Li Chengdao entered the room, the 3 zombies rose abruptly from their coffins and lunged towards him. As the sound of a sudden commotion echoed, Li Chengdao swiftly conjured a handful of glutinous rice, casting it towards the approaching figures, causing the zombies to stagger back. Without hesitation, he advanced a few steps, wielding the Sanyong purple bamboo sword, which he plunged into the skull of a zombie. With his left hand, he directed a sharp implement, guided by his mental prowess, towards another zombie. In an instant, 2 zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. A third purple zombie, caught off guard, was similarly dispatched with another handful of rice followed by a precise strike from his sword. Thus, Li Chengdao effortlessly vanquished 3 purple zombies. The ancient lamp floating beside him quickly absorbed the residual energy from the fallen zombies, transforming it into 10 small crystals of spiritual energy. Observing these 10 crystals, alongside a sesame-sized one formed from the ambient energy within Tingting Town, Li Chengdao exhaled in relief. Having completed this task, he resumed his search for targets, soon eliminating 5 additional purple zombies and 10 white zombies, accumulating 33 more crystals of spiritual energy. When combined with the previous 10, his total reached an impressive 43. Despite this rapid accumulation of spiritual crystals, Li Chengdao remained humble, wary of the black zombies that lurked in the shadows. The town was teeming with zombies, predominantly the purple and white varieties. The outermost ranks were filled with these lesser threats, while the black zombies were a rare sight, especially during daylight when they could not emerge. This knowledge emboldened Li Chengdao as he prepared to move to the next room. However, he paused, his gaze drawn to the outskirts of the town, where a figure clad in a gray Taoist robe appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, he concealed the ancient lamp and hid himself. The gray-robed figure, oblivious to Li Chengdao's presence, strode directly into Tingting Town. Li Chengdao utilized his mental acuity to completely mask his aura, for the malevolent energy emanating from the Taoist was palpable, tinged with a faint aura of darkness. Unaware of Li Chengdao's existence, the gray-robed figure hastened towards a house near the center of the town. Unsure of the figure's intentions, Li Chengdao remained motionless, cautious of being discovered. Although the gray-robed figure might not necessarily pose a threat, Li Chengdao believed it prudent to avoid unnecessary conflict. "How cunning," the gray-robed figure muttered, soon bursting forth from the house with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A growl erupted from the depths of the town, as if the scent of blood had roused the surrounding zombies. Yet, the brilliance of the sunlight outside deterred them from leaving their confines. The gray-robed figure, perhaps having not visited this place in quite some time, was unaware that 3 zombies lurked within the very house he entered, catching him unprepared. Li Chengdao, possessing the vision of purple flame, could clearly see that the room harbored 2 black zombies. The figure, preoccupied with one, failed to notice the other, resulting in an unexpected injury. Despite his wound, the gray-robed figure did not retreat, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination. "You dare to harm the Taoist? You seek death," he exclaimed. As he spoke, a yellow talisman materialized in his hand. With a swift kick, he flung open the door and cast the talisman inside. Boom! A fierce blaze erupted within the room, rapidly spreading in all directions. Li Chengdao was taken aback, relieved to find himself at a safe distance from the inferno, at least for the moment. Suddenly, a chilling roar echoed from within the room, as 3 coffins burst forth, charging violently towards the man in the gray robe. The gray-robed figure smirked, realizing, so there are 3 black zombies. No wonder. Upon his initial entry, he had only encountered one, which had sustained injuries from another, while the third had yet to reveal itself. Thankfully, he had ignited the room. Otherwise, had he entered recklessly, the consequences could have been dire. With a flick of his wrist, a red string emerged from the sleeves of the gray-robed man, swiftly lashing out towards one of the coffins. The red string moved with the precision of an arm, ensnaring the coffin effortlessly. The gray-robed man deftly evaded the remaining 2 coffins, maintaining a firm grip on the one that was trapped. Chapter 29. The zombie counterattacked the other 2 coffins showed no sign of hesitation after the gray-robed man evaded them. They swiftly crashed through a nearby door and rushed inside. The gray-robed man let out a sigh of relief, his gaze fixed upon the coffin ensnared by the red rope. A look of great joy illuminating his features. My precious little treasure, be a good corpse for me," he uttered. With that, he produced a yellow talisman and slapped it onto the coffin, which, until then struggling, instantly became still, evoking a sense of envy in Li Chengdao. Regrettably, he lacked the knowledge of talismans, otherwise he wouldn't have to endure such hassle. The gray-robed man fetched several more yellow talismans, affixing them around the coffin before dragging it towards the outskirts of the town. The coffin contained a zombie, and with it being daylight, he could not open it. Hence, he had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Although it was exhausting, capturing a black zombie held significant value for him. Li Chengdao did not venture out. He awaited an opportunity. From the aura emanating from the gray-robed man, it was evident that he was not a benign presence. Despite Li Chengdao's enhanced cultivation, he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. Roar! While the zombie within the coffin had ceased its struggles, it sporadically emitted a growl. Just a few steps away, a coffin suddenly burst forth from the adjacent building, hurtling toward him. Although it was daytime, preventing zombies from emerging, it did not imply they were incapable of movement. The miasma of the dead clung tightly to the coffin lid, shielding it from the sun's rays. However, Li Chengdao was taken aback by the zombie's audacity to attack. The gray-robed man swiftly dodged the coffin, watching as it disappeared into the neighboring house. Roar! With another growl, several more coffins surged forth, barreling toward the gray-robed man. Wait, this was different. The previous growl originated from the town center. Li Qingdao's heart raced in alarm, realizing that it was the zombies at the town's hub orchestrating these black zombies. Trouble was brewing. If these zombies could move during the day, his future endeavors in exterminating them would become exceedingly troublesome. The gray-robed man continued to evade the onslaught, even neglecting the coffin he had been dragging. Observing the coffins relentlessly crashing into the gray-robed man, Li Qingdao felt this was a trap laid by the zombie king for him, but unexpectedly, it had been intercepted by the gray-robed man. However, the gray-robed man was not to be underestimated, witnessing the relentless barrage of coffins. He summoned numerous yellow talismans and hurled them towards the incoming coffins. Some talismans struck the coffins, causing them to halt abruptly, while others ignited them in flames. The gray-robed man could not afford to linger. Dispatching the zombies within the coffins, he hastily made his way toward the town's outskirts. He had not anticipated that his simple quest to collect a few corpses would lead to such complications. Li Qingdao gazed at the charred remains of the coffins, the surrounding miasma dissipating, stirring a sense of desire within him. A few coffins were nailed to the street. Simply opening them would result in the zombies inside being instantly sun-kissed to their demise. Although this action would result in a considerable loss of corpse energy, it meant little to Li Qingdao. However, he was hesitant to venture outside, harboring a profound apprehension towards the zombie king situated at the heart of the town. Upon hearing that the coffins had been dealt with, the gray-robed Taoist made his way towards the town's exit without a second thought, disregarding the coffins entirely. Yet, before he could escape the town, four coffins surged towards him from all directions, colliding violently. An opportunity. Li Qingdao's heart soared with joy as the ancient lamp materialized instantaneously, absorbing the exterior corpse energy. Simultaneously, wielding the Sanyang purple bamboo sword, he struck fiercely at the coffin lid, which flew off in an instant, exposing the zombies within to sunlight, resulting in their immediate demise. Li Qingdao continued his relentless actions, swiftly opening the coffins that lay fixed on the streets, incinerating the zombies contained within. The ancient lamp incessantly absorbed the corpse energy, rapidly transforming it into crystallized spiritual energy. Once the corpse energy in the vicinity was entirely consumed, Li Qingdao promptly stored the ancient lamp and proceeded towards the direction of the gray-robed Taoist. "Senior brother, swiftly deal with them. We must depart," he declared, undoubtedly intending for the zombie king at the center to overhear, regardless of whether the creature could comprehend his words. The gray-robed Taoist, evading the four coffins, cast a perplexed glance at Li Qingdao. Yet, he quickly grasped the situation and bellowed, "Junior brother, come assist me." With Li Qingdao taking the initiative, the gray-robed Taoist felt compelled to reciprocate. While speaking, he moved towards Li Qingdao. Li Qingdao smirked disdainfully. His body, having been continuously refined by magical energy, had become exceedingly powerful. One should not assume that cultivators of magical energy are merely fragile. That notion is fundamentally flawed. Such potent energy coursing through the body requires a robust physique to withstand it. Seeing the gray-robed Taoist approach, Li Qingdao lightly stepped forward, ascending to the rooftop before rapidly dashing towards the outskirts of the town. The gray-robed Taoist was left in awe, primarily due to Li Qingdao's astonishing speed, which he could not match. Bang! As the gray-robed Taoist stood astonished by Li Qingdao's velocity, a coffin crashed into him from behind, sending him hurtling away. Puff! The gray-robed Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. The other three coffins charged towards him aggressively, forcing the gray-robed Taoist to abandon thoughts of Li Qingdao and hastily evade. As for Li Qingdao, having already garnered substantial gains, he had no intention of lingering and sought to leave Tung Town swiftly. Bang! Just as he was on the verge of exiting Tung Town, a coffin suddenly burst out from a room and hurtled towards him. Li Qingdao, startled, leaped up to evade it. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. As another stone coffin collided with him midair, Li Qingdao's expression shifted to one of alarm. The corpse energy within these two coffins was exceedingly potent, far surpassing that of the black zombies. With only a few meters left to escape the town, Li Qingdao had no time to play games with them. The Sanyang purple bamboo, sword in his hand, swung forth, cleaving down upon the coffin. Simultaneously, he altered his course, propelled by the formidable force of impact. Soaring away from the town, another coffin surged toward him, and with a swift motion, Li Qingdao's Sanyang purple bamboo sword cleaved through it, allowing him to exit the confines of Tung Town. Upon leaving the town, A sigh of relief escaped Li Qingdao as his gaze shifted toward the two coffins. They had retreated back into the room, vanishing from sight. Li Qingdao glanced at the sky, furrowing his brow. Although it was midday, the weather had turned overcast, explaining why these zombies dared to act so boldly. This wretched weather, shifting from clear to cloudy, could it possibly lead to a full overcast? With that thought, he turned his attention to the gray-robed Taoist, who was desperately evading the oncoming coffins. The Taoist appeared quite disheveled, narrowly avoiding the collisions with the coffins as he made his way toward the outskirts of the town. Though he had successfully evaded the 4 coffins, just as he was about to leave the town, the 2 stone coffins that had obstructed Li Qingdao's path reappeared. They moved with remarkable speed, crashing violently into the gray-robed Taoist. Chapter 30. Counting the harvest in an instant, the gray-robed man was hurled away, propelled with great force as a stone coffin rose upright in his trajectory. Just as he neared the coffin, its lid flung open, revealing an overwhelming pull. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he cried out in desperation, "No, spare me." But the zombie showed no mercy, swiftly drawing him into the coffin, which then sealed shut. The other coffins promptly returned to silence in the room. The solitary coffin remained, and sounds of a struggle could be heard from within, though they soon faded into silence. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the coffin burst open, and the gray-robed man was unceremoniously ejected, as if he were refused, landing at the outskirts of the town. Li Qingdao gazed at the coffin and caught sight of the zombie inside, a creature covered in green fur. Yet, before he could observe further, the lid was slammed shut, and the coffin vanished into the house. The gray-robed man had completely lost his vitality. After a moment's hesitation, Li Qingdao rushed inside, seized the man, and sprinted out of the town. The instant they emerged, the 3-sun purple bamboo sword pierced his neck, severing his head. "My friend, do not hold it against me. I fear you would become a zombie, and I trust you would not wish for that either." With that, he swiftly began to search the man's belongings. Before long, Li Qingdao had acquired several items: 2 small booklets, a gourd, over 10 yellow paper talismans, 2 blue talismans, and a few receipts. Having completed his search, he produced an ancient lamp and incinerated the gray-robed man's corpse, miraculously yielding 2 tiny crystals of spiritual energy. Considering the malevolent energies surrounding the man, it was fortunate that such crystals were produced at all. Without delay, Li Qingdao glanced back at Tingting Town with a sense of regret as he made his way to where his bicycle was concealed. After retrieving it, he departed at an astonishing speed. Tingting Town fell into a profound silence, while the sky outside gradually darkened. As he rode, Li Qingdao found himself frowning. His earlier predictions had proven accurate. It seemed that he could not visit Tingting Town casually in the future. Fortunately, once he refined these spiritual energy crystals, his strength would significantly increase, perhaps even allowing for another opportunity. After all, during the day, the power of the sun was formidable, deterring the zombies from appearing. This encounter was unexpected. He had never anticipated the zombies would retaliate in such a manner. Upon returning to the small courtyard of Qianjia Town, a torrential downpour began. Sheltering indoors, he watched the heavy rain through the window, feeling fortunate that he had managed to avoid being drenched. However, thoughts of Tingting Town soon darkened his expression. He pondered the origins of the old Taoist, why he had appeared in Tingting Town, and why he was transporting zombies. He seemed to be a practitioner of dark arts. Regardless, the threat had been neutralized. Once bitten by a zombie, even death would result in transformation into one of their kind, rendering him incapable of becoming a ghost. With the man cremated, even the zombie aspect was eliminated. Upon reaching this point, Li Qingdao could not help but exhale a sigh of relief as he lit a candle and began to assess his recent gains. First and foremost were the spiritual energy crystals, which amounted to a considerable harvest of 99 grains, each the size of a rice kernel. Additionally, there was a single crystal the size of a sesame seed. Regardless of the circumstances, this bounty of spiritual energy was sufficient for Li Qingdao to cultivate for a significant period. Presently, what he lacked most was magical power. He pondered how many drops of liquid mana he could cultivate from refining these over 90 crystals. Liquid mana was remarkably durable and vast in quantity. It was uncertain how many crystals, each the size of a rice grain, would yield a single drop. However, he refrained from inspecting these spiritual energy crystals for the moment and instead turned his attention to other resources. He discovered a low-grade magical artifact, a gourd, which emanated a heavy aura of ghostly and sinister energy, likely a vessel used by the gray-robed man for nurturing spirits. Li Qingdao chose not to open it, as allowing the spirits within to escape would pose a significant challenge, especially since he currently lacked the magical power to subdue them. He was particularly uncertain of the number and strength of the spirits contained within. Next, Li Qingdao's gaze fell upon 2 blue talismans and more than 10 yellow paper talismans. These were commonly utilized by the Taoist sect, and he was unable to craft such items himself, let alone use them in combat. The 2 blue talismans were a corpse restraining talisman and an exorcism talisman, specifically designed to deal with zombies and expel malevolent spirits. This meant one talisman was for confronting zombies, while the other served to protect himself. The gray-robed man had made commendable preparations, yet fate had intervened in Li Qingdao's favor upon entering Tungting Town, ultimately shielding him from disaster. Originally, those zombies were meant to confront Li Qingdao, but the gray-robed man had interfered, resulting in his own demise and granting Li Qingdao a sufficient opportunity to flee. After all, over the past 6 months, Li Qingdao had dispatched numerous zombies in Tungting Town. And if this continued, it seemed all the zombies would soon be eradicated. As for the yellow paper talismans, there were many varieties, and Li Qingdao did not examine them closely, as some were unfamiliar to him. Ultimately, his attention shifted to 2 books. The titles inscribed upon them astonished Li Qingdao, for they were the Corpse Ghost Scripture and the Turtle Breathing and Concentration Technique. It was primarily the latter that took him by surprise. He had not anticipated acquiring another copy of the Turtle Breathing and Concentration Technique, and it appeared to be even more complete than his own version. Regarding the Corpse Ghost Scripture, Li Qingdao recognized it as the cultivation method of the gray-robed man and did not linger over it. He eagerly opened the Turtle Breathing and Concentration Technique, carefully perusing its contents. Indeed, it contained significantly more information than his previous acquisition. The technique was comprehensive, encompassing aspects from spirit absorption, law condensation, soul nurturing, spiritual essence, and shadow spirits, culminating in the cultivation of the yang spirit. At this realization, Li Qingdao could not help but smile. The yang spirit was indeed the natural progression following the yin spirit. This technique allowed cultivation to the pinnacle of the yang spirit, representing a commendable method for spiritual cultivation. The initial sections detailed cultivation practices, while the latter included several minor spells related to spiritual essence and foundational talisman techniques, constituting a relatively complete legacy. Li Qingdao could not help but smile. It appeared that the turtle breathing concentration technique belonged to a more ancient sect's practices. He was uncertain which faction had disseminated it after its demise, yet it had fortuitously fallen into his hands. For Li Qingdao, this technique was quite remarkable, serving as a potential primary cultivation method for the Xian sect. He did not linger on it for long. Now that he possessed a relatively complete inheritance, he would allow Qian Mao to cultivate it. As for the future instruction of disciples, that responsibility would rest with Qian Mao, as he himself had no intention of practicing this technique. Closing the turtle breathing concentration technique, Li Qingdao then opened the Corpse Ghost Scripture and began to study it earnestly. The Corpse Ghost Scripture was also a method of cultivation, particularly suited for the latter days of the Dharma. Although it was not as comprehensive, its practice was swift, allowing one to cultivate through the utilization of zombies and ghosts. By nurturing spirits and refining corpses as these entities grew in strength, he could harness their yin energy and corpse energy to enhance his own cultivation. The yin energy could refine one's spiritual essence, while the corpse energy could fortify the physical body. No wonder the gray-robed Taoist had managed to move even after being struck by the coffin for so long. It was indeed due to the body-refining properties of the corpse energy. Alas, he ultimately could not escape, meeting his demise at the hands of the hairy zombie. Chapter 31. Liquid Transformation. Setting aside the 2 volumes of techniques, Li Qingdao fell into contemplation. The Corpse Demon Sutra appeared to be a method of evil cultivation, yet it was indeed most suitable for the degenerate era. If one were to specifically combat malevolent spirits or zombies, harnessing their corpse energy and yin energy for cultivation would be feasible. However, prolonged exposure to such energies could lead to a transformation that rendered one neither human nor ghost. Should one fail to attain immortality? Although Li Qingdao was reluctant to become a being of such a nature, he recognized the substantial benefits this technique could offer in the age of decline. Thus, he resolved to keep it, both for himself and as a contingency for the future of the Xian sect, in a time when spiritual energy would be non-existent. The Corpse Demon Sutra could undoubtedly yield significant results. With this thought, Li Qingdao settled into a meditative posture, producing 10 spirit energy crystals, 5 in each hand. and began to circulate the Xian immortal technique. Having already transcended to the liquid transformation realm, he found the refinement of the spirit energy crystals to be considerably expedited. Although uncertain of the daily yield, it was likely to be substantial. As Li Qingdao continued his cultivation, the liquid mana within him began to swirl energetically, with the energy emanating from the crystals flowing through his meridians, continuously transforming into mana and merging into the liquid mana in his dantian. Before long, 2 days had passed, and Li Qingdao opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within them. In the span of 2 days, he had refined 10 spirit energy crystals, indicating that he could refine 5 each day. With 89 crystals still in his possession, he realized that he would complete the process in merely 18 days. A smile crept across his face. Although the liquid mana in his dantian had increased slightly, the growth was not overly significant. Nonetheless, he was now capable of utilizing his mana. To transcend from the liquid transformation realm to the condensation of qi, one must cultivate 49 drops of liquid mana. 7 drops signify the mid-stage of liquid transformation, while 21 drops indicate the late stage, and 42 drops represent the pinnacle. However, the teachings of the Xian Immortal elucidated that 49 drops were merely the foundational requirement for breaking through to the condensation of qi realm. To become even more formidable and unlock boundless potential, one could strive for greater quantities of liquid mana, such as 81, 108, or even 365 drops. Yet, in the age of decline, those who could even transcend the liquid transformation realm were exceedingly rare, let alone those capable of cultivating 49 drops of liquid mana. Li Qingdao himself was uncertain whether he possessed the ability to cultivate 49 drops. After all, aside from the single drop of primordial mana, one would require 100 strands of mana to condense just 1 drop of liquid mana. Excluding the primordial mana, 48 drops would necessitate 4,800 strands of mana, equivalent to nearly 2,000 grains of spirit energy crystals. Unless one were to discover a place akin to Tungting Town or stumble upon a vast ghost domain, acquiring such an abundance of spirit energy crystals would prove challenging. Li Qingdao's ambition surpassed mere 49 drops. He aspired to cultivate 365 drops of liquid mana, a feat even the Xian Immortal had not achieved. Only through this endeavor would he have the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm and become a powerful immortal. With these thoughts in mind, Li Qingdao suppressed his distractions and continued his cultivation. Li Qingdao had been meditating in his chamber for 2 days, devoid of any sensation of hunger. This was one of the advantages of the path of magical cultivation. Upon reaching the liquid transformation stage, one no longer required the sustenance of grains, as long as there was an abundance of spiritual energy available. Regrettably, during this age of decline, spiritual energy was scarce. Had it not been for the spiritual energy crystals in Li Qingdao's possession, he would have found it nearly impossible to stave off hunger. Outside, the elder of the Qian family and Qian Mao were growing increasingly anxious. Mao, should we not check on him? The Taoist Ling Yan has not emerged for quite some time, suggested the elder. Qian Mao shook his head, saying, Father, there is no need for concern. My master possesses profound magical abilities. 2 days without food or drink should pose no issue. Despite his words, the urgency in his small eyes was unmistakable. Within the room, Li Qingdao sensed their unease and couldn't help but chuckle. Mao, you may come in. I have merely been in seclusion for 2 days. There is nothing amiss. Upon hearing this, the two outside breathed a sigh of relief and pushed the door open to enter. Greetings, master, they exclaimed. Taoist Ling Yan, you have not left your quarters for 2 days. Are you truly well? Li Qingdao nodded slightly, replying, I am fine, you need not worry. I have cultivated to the stage where I can forego food and drink for 10 days to half a month. This was still due to the current scarcity of spiritual energy. Otherwise, he could have completely abstained from sustenance. The elder of the Qian family was taken aback, not expecting Li Qingdao to have reached such a level of prowess. Qian Mao, however, remained composed, believing wholeheartedly that his master was indeed the most formidable, making a period of 10 days to half a month without nourishment entirely reasonable. Disregarding their thoughts, Li Qingdao inquired, Mao, how is your cultivation progressing? Qian Mao promptly responded, Master, the stage of spirit gathering is foundational. I have only opened 30% of my meridians. If I were to practice in the Zizhu forest, I should be able to break through to the condensation stage within a year and a half. However, if I cultivate in Qianjia town, with the meager spiritual energy available, it would take at least 2.5 years. Li Qingdao nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, focus on your cultivation. I hope you can reach the condensation stage swiftly. As he spoke, 4 spiritual energy crystals materialized in his hand. For Qian Mao, who was at the spirit gathering stage, these 4 crystals were more than sufficient to facilitate his advancement to the condensation stage. Upon seeing the 4 crystals, each the size of a grain of rice, Qian Mao's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, what are these? The spiritual energy is so rich. Li Chengdao smiled. These are the foundation of our Zihuan sect. Currently, you are my only disciple, and you may use them to elevate your cultivation to the condensation stage. Future disciples shall not enjoy such privileges. As his primary disciple, Li Chengdao intended to nurture Qian Mao diligently, ideally enabling him to break through to the soul-nourishing stage, which would ease Li Chengdao's own burdens significantly. However, considering Qian Mao's youth, Li Chengdao did not plan for him to advance to the soul-nourishing stage too quickly. Once he achieved the condensation stage, he would be encouraged to cultivate independently. 9 threads of magical energy would suffice for some time. Li Chengdao himself had taken 5 years to cultivate 12 threads of magical energy, and with Qian Mao now at the age of 7, a period of 3 to 4 years of cultivation would make him approximately 11, an age deemed quite suitable in this era, where one could stand independently by their teenage years. If I were to accept a disciple, I could certainly bring them here and entrust them to Qian Mao for instruction. In return, the disciple would fulfill their duties. Qian Mao, filled with excitement, hurriedly replied, Master, I will certainly strive diligently in my cultivation to strengthen the Zian sect. Li Chengdao then produced a tome, handing it to him with utmost seriousness. This is the complete text of our sect's turtle breathing and mind concentration technique. Copy it, return the original to me, as it is essential for our sect's legacy. Qian Mao promptly accepted the method, responding earnestly, Yes, Master, I shall remember this. Li Chengdao continued with grave intensity. When this technique is cultivated to its zenith, one can attain the Yang spirit. Should you successfully navigate the tribulations, you may ascend to the celestial realm, taking your place among the immortals. My dear Mao, you possess considerable talent for cultivation. It is imperative that you devote yourself to this practice, even if you do not ascend to the heavenly realm. Achieving the Yin spirit within a century could secure you a position in the underworld, thus ensuring the protection of the Zian sect. Chapter 32. Before departing upon hearing Li Chengdao's words, Qian Mao promptly nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the turtle breathing and meditation technique in his hands. The patriarch of the Qian family was filled with exhilaration. Whether ascending to immortality or securing a position in the underworld, such aspirations were the dreams of ordinary people. The fact that his son merely needed to cultivate to achieve this was a source of immense hope. After a century, would he not also receive protection? Mao, you must dedicate yourself to your cultivation and strive to ascend as the first immortal of the Qian family. In due time, your name shall occupy the foremost page of our family genealogy. Qian Mao eagerly replied, Yes, father. Li Chengdao smiled and said, All right, you may return now. I must also resume my cultivation. The patriarch quickly nodded and led Qian Mao away. Once they departed, Li Chengdao resumed his practice. Reaching the liquid transformation stage, he found it exceedingly challenging to further elevate his cultivation. Particularly, the aspiration to condense 365 drops of liquid mana posed a formidable task. Even with an abundance of spiritual essence crystals, relentless practice day and night would require nearly a decade. However, age held little significance for Li Chengdao, as one could live for 200 years at the liquid transformation stage. A decade was but a fleeting moment within 2 centuries, and he harbored no concerns about failing to condense the desired 365 drops of liquid mana. 20 days elapsed in Li Chengdao's secluded cultivation, during which his mana expanded more than twofold. Turning his internal gaze towards his dantian, he observed approximately 3.5 grains of liquid mana suspended within, swirling incessantly. Grasping the Sanyang purple bamboo sword, he activated the purple flame immortal technique, continuously refining the bamboo sword with the liquid mana. Although the Sanyang purple bamboo sword had attained the status of a mid-grade magical artifact, it was still insufficient for flight. After half an hour, the sword flickered with a hint of spiritual light before dimming once more. Li Chengdao opened his eyes, a look of resignation crossing his face. With the spiritual essence crystals now entirely depleted, he faced a choice: either venture to the purple bamboo forest, travel to Tingting Town, or leave Qian Family Town to continue his journey. A trip to Tingting Town was out of the question. The scant spiritual energy in the purple bamboo forest should suffice for Qian Mao's cultivation. Thus, he was left with but one path to traverse the world: vanquishing demons and eliminating evil. However, he resolved that before departing, he must make a trip to Tingting Town. Even if he did not enter the town, he needed to see if any opportunities awaited him. With this thought, Li Qingyao could not help but smile as he briskly walked outside. Since he was leaving, it was imperative to visit the Temple of the Purple Flame Immortal to pay his respects with 3 incense sticks, as well as bid farewell to his disciples. After completing these tasks, he mounted his bicycle, storing all his belongings within a spatial pouch. Although the pouch was not extensive, it sufficed to contain all his possessions. In the future, should he encounter formidable demons, he could utilize their hides to craft genuine storage bags. Li Qingdao possessed the inheritance of artifact refinement from his ancestors and had himself reached the liquid transformation stage, enabling him to forge storage bags using the purple flame spirit fire. Unlike the spatial pouch, which merely functioned as a larger bag, the storage bag represented an independent space. Nevertheless, even so, it was sufficient to encompass all his worldly possessions. Qian Mao and the elder of the Qian family watched as Li Qingdao departed on his bicycle, a flicker of reluctance passing through their eyes. In the past, Li Qingdao's presence in Qianjia town rendered it considerably safer, granting the elder a sense of reassurance. With the emergence of Yunyang as a guardian deity, a true ally, the elder felt even more at ease. Otherwise, he would not have permitted Li Qingdao to leave so freely. Before long, Li Qingdao found himself outside Tingting town. Rapidly, he arrived at a concealed location, producing 6 solar stones and 9 modeled spirit stones to set up a formation. The formation he was arranging was a minor array from the inheritance of the Purple Flame Immortal, known as the Yang Fire Spirit Flame Array. When activated, this formation could ignite the Yang Fire, expelling all malevolent entities. Li Qingdao's intent in establishing the Yang Fire Spirit Flame Array was to prepare for the plans he had for the night. Given his desire to orchestrate something grand upon his departure, it was imperative for him to be thoroughly prepared. There existed a formidable array outside Tingting town, the origin of which was unknown to Li Qingdao. However, he was certain that the zombies within could not breach it. The formation had previously been somewhat weakened, but after several encounters where he absorbed the residual corpse and death energy, it had grown somewhat stronger. Yet, Li Qingdao still felt a twinge of unease. After a moment of hesitation, he began to search for the focal point of the array outside Tingting town. Since this array was designed to contain the zombies within, and he still possessed a few spirit stones, he could certainly enhance the formation. This notion stemmed from his inheritance of the Purple Flame Immortal S-array techniques. And with his current combat prowess, he should have been able to locate the focal point. However, reality proved to be harsh. Li Qingdao was unable to identify the focal point and even struggled to comprehend the array surrounding Tingting town. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly abandoned the pursuit. With no means to strengthen the formation outside Tingting town, he settled down in a meditative posture, while the ancient lamp manifested beside him, gradually absorbing the corpse energy of the town. Although this process was slow, it was not without effect, at least after a day. It could yield spirit energy crystals the size of sesame seeds, sufficient to replenish Li Qingdao's depletions. As evening descended, the atmosphere thickened with ominous energy and corpse qi within Tingting town. Li Qingdao observed that the ancient lamp absorbed the energy at an accelerated pace. Gazing at the spirit energy crystals accumulating in the lamp's space, he felt a twinge of regret. Had he known he could absorb corpse qi and ominous energy outside the town, he would have seized the opportunity without hesitation. Yet, it was not too late. Li Qingdao rose to his feet, his gaze fixated intently on the interior of Tingting town. With a fearsome roar, the zombies erupted from their coffins within the town. Suddenly, a horde of densely packed zombies leaped toward Li Qingdao, led by 2 formidable zombie kings, one male and one female. As he beheld them, Li Qingdao noted that the number of zombies in Tingting town exceeded several hundred, predominantly comprising white and purple zombies, with few exceeding the strength of black zombies. When the 2 zombie kings reached the outskirts of Tingting town, they halted, seemingly apprehensive of the array's power. Li Qingdao, wielding the Sanyang purple bamboo sword in his right hand, elegantly pointed his left index finger at the violet flame atop the ancient lamp. In an instant, a portion of the violet flame separated and ignited, fueled by the mystical energy emanating from his fingertip. Divide and conquer. A subtle smile graced Li Qingdao's lips as the violet flame transformed into numerous small fireballs, each no larger than a fingernail, which he directed towards the horde of zombies with the precision of his consciousness. With a resounding roar, The Zombie King seemed to sense the formidable nature of the flames and unleashed a gust of corpse energy in an attempt to shield himself from the barrage of fireballs. However, just as the corpse energy was expelled, the flames atop the ancient lamp beside Li Chengdao flared vigorously, swiftly absorbing the corpse energy and refining it into a crystalline form of spiritual energy. Boom, boom, boom. The multitude of diminutive fireballs hurtled toward the throng of zombies. The Zombie King failed to intercept them, and the other zombies bore the brunt of the onslaught. This violet flame was no ordinary fire. It was a high-grade spiritual flame cultivated by the Violet Flame Immortal, infused with the essence of true solar fire, an undeniable nemesis of the undead. As the fireball struck, the zombies ignited in a fervent blaze. Chapter 33. The night of zombie slaughter. With a thunderous roar, the Zombie King bellowed, causing the flaming zombies to tumble to the ground in a frantic attempt to extinguish the flames engulfing them. Li Chengdao regarded the Zombie King with disdain before hurling another fireball, incinerating over a dozen of the densely packed zombies once more. The remnants of those previously consumed by flames had already been reduced to ashes, leaving behind only the lingering corpse energy and fire, which the ancient lamp absorbed to enhance its own flames, transforming them into spiritual energy crystals. Enraged, the Zombie King charged ruthlessly towards Li Chengdao. Startled, Li Chengdao swiftly retreated a few paces, wielding his Sanyang purple bamboo sword. Just as the Zombie King approached the outskirts of the town, a flash of white light surged forth, instantly propelling it away. Though the Zombie King was momentarily enraged, it quickly shot a fierce glare at Li Chengdao, let out a mighty roar, and turned to leap away. The remaining zombies, untouched and unscathed, followed their king into the depths of the town. Seizing this opportunity, Li Chengdao plunged the Sanyang purple bamboo sword into the ground. With his hands brimming with magical energy, the purple flames from the ancient lamp danced to his command, morphing into dozens of small fireballs that he launched towards the unsuspecting horde of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. The flames crashed into the zombies, who had no means of escape, causing over 30 of them to flail about in chaos. The Zombie King let out a thunderous roar, accelerating its leaps towards the center of the town, closely followed by the other zombies, including those that had been ignited. However, they had barely taken a few steps when nearby companions were ignited, resulting in the demise of over 10 more. Most of those perishing in the flames were white zombies, with very few black zombies and only a scant number of purple zombies among them. Witnessing this, the Zombie King roared in fury as the burned zombies broke away from the horde. Li Chengdao cast a regretful glance at the remaining zombies, and the ancient lamp swiftly flew forth into Tung Tung Town, commencing the absorption of the incinerated zombies. The flames from the burning zombies returned, merging into the purple flames, which began to flicker more vigorously with an increase in temperature. Li Chengdao focused on the spiritual energy crystals within the ancient lamp's space, observing a total of 123 crystals, feeling a tinge of dismay. Yet, he soon smiled, recognizing his own greed. After all, the majority of those burnt were white zombies, with only a few purple zombies and virtually no black zombies. Even so, he had amassed over 100 spiritual energy crystals. Ancient lamp, can you fuse 20 spiritual energy crystals together? As the words left his lips, within the ancient lamp's space, 20 grain-sized spiritual energy crystals rapidly fused, transforming into crystals the size of longan fruit. In an instant, 6 longan-sized spiritual energy crystals and 3 grain-sized crystals materialized within the ancient lamp's space. Li Chengdao beamed with satisfaction, aware that the fusion of 20 grain-sized spiritual energy crystals was primarily for the sake of convenience and cultivation. The fusion resulted in crystals perfectly suited for refining, capable of yielding a drop of liquid magical energy. The ancient lantern, henceforth, shall serve as our guide. After voicing his thoughts, Li Chengdao pondered how to acquire more spirit crystal. As he intended to depart from this place, it was imperative to secure something substantial. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he swiftly entered the town. Remarkably, his presence went unnoticed by the zombies, who appeared indifferent to his arrival. Li Chengdao smirked derisively and strode forward, delivering a powerful kick to a nearby house. With a resounding crash, the structure was breached, drawing the attention of the zombies. Instantly, they turned in unison toward him. A chilling roar echoed, unmistakably the cry of the Zombie King. As if responding to a command, the horde's eyes flared crimson, surging toward him en masse. At the forefront were several black zombies, exuding an imposing aura. Li Chengdao paid them no heed, instead choosing to remain still. As the zombies drew closer, the ancient lantern materialized, and a surge of magical energy coursed through Li Qingdao's hands, unleashing a flurry of fireballs. The black zombies, formidable as they were, could not withstand the onslaught of the violet flames. However, with the black zombies shielding the rear, the other zombies, directed by the Zombie King, circumvented them, leading to the demise of only the foremost black zombies. It was evident that the Zombie King possessed a considerable intellect. Faced with the approaching zombies, Li Qingdao, though reluctant, employed the art of lightness to swiftly retreat outside the town. Simultaneously, the ancient lantern darted forth, arriving near the charred remains of the black zombies, absorbing the flames and the residual corpse energy. Upon completing these actions, a smile crept across Li Qingdao's face. The Zombie King, fixated on the ancient lantern, lunged forward without hesitation, but as it drew near, the lantern vanished, only to reappear beside Li Qingdao. He quickly glanced into the lantern's space, unable to suppress the delight in his eyes. Within the lantern's realm, 3 dragon-eye-sized spirit crystals had manifested, alongside 8 grains of rice-sized crystals. Ah, splendid indeed. If only a few more could be procured. 9 dragon-eye-sized spirit crystals would be sufficient for Li Qingdao to cultivate 9 drops of liquid mana, significantly enhancing his power and bringing him closer to breaking through the condensation realm with the requisite 49 drops of liquid mana. If he could secure additional dragon-eye-sized spirit crystals, it would not be long before he achieved mastery. Yet, gazing at the Zombie King nearby, Li Qingdao felt a tinge of helplessness. Without the presence of the furred zombies, he could have easily annihilated the zombies of Tingting Town by refining these spirit crystals. Alas, confronted by the 2 furred zombies that constituted the Zombie King, retreat was his only option. As Li Qingdao exited the town, the Zombie King erupted in fury, violently crashing into the town's edge, only to be repelled by a beam of white light. Rising to its feet, the Zombie King glared menacingly at Li Qingdao, yet found itself powerless against him. The other zombies showed no inclination to approach the town's perimeter, leaving Li Qingdao unable to dispatch any additional foes. "Are you not formidable? Come out and show yourself," Li Qingdao exclaimed, seizing the Sanyang purple bamboo, sword embedded in the ground, and brandishing it defiantly at the Zombie King. The Zombie King, however, paid him no heed and retreated begrudgingly. Li Qingdao, feeling somewhat helpless, recognized that his fireballs could not reach the Zombie King and saw no reason to squander his magical energy. As for the other zombies, he was powerless against them, as they were simply too distant. Observing the retreating horde, he hastened into Tingting Town, creating a commotion in hopes of luring the zombies. This time, however, the zombies had learned their lesson. They remained utterly still, with one Zombie King directing the horde while another charged directly at Li Qingdao. His expression shifted slightly as he quickly retreated several steps, exiting Tingting Town. The Zombie King cast a disdainful glance in his direction, gesturing wildly as if to provoke him further. Li Qingdao could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. Such a creature possesses such high intelligence. It truly lives up to its reputation as a formidable foe among the undead. Chapter 34. The young Thousand Cranes Li Qingdao was taken aback by the remarkable intelligence displayed by the Zombie King, who had surprisingly learned the art of provocation. This was akin to the taunts Li Qingdao had previously employed. The Zombie King had evidently mastered this skill as well. Dismissing the provocation with a playful grimace, Li Qingdao turned to present his backside to the Zombie King, further escalating the challenge. The Zombie King appeared momentarily stunned, showing no signs of anger, and instead imitated Li Qingdao's antics. Recognizing that he could not provoke the creature any further, Li Qingdao stepped forward without hesitation, though he did not enter the town. He scattered a handful of glutinous rice, which, while not particularly potent against the furry zombie, would nonetheless cause some discomfort. The rice's extensive range of attack produced a cacophony of crackling sounds as it struck the Zombie King. The Zombie King, stepping back, wore an expression of displeasure as it fixed its gaze intently on Li Qingdao. With a fierce roar, it charged towards him without a moment's hesitation. Li Qingdao, brandishing glutinous rice, hurled it fiercely at the approaching foe. The crackling sound echoed as the rice made contact, yet the Zombie King showed no reaction and continued its advance. However, upon reaching the edge of the town, it was abruptly repelled by a flash of white light. Roaring in fury, the Zombie King realized the folly of its impulsiveness and retreated without a second thought. Li Qingdao chuckled softly, choosing not to provoke the creature further. One could not ascertain how long the white light would endure. Should it falter, the emergence of the zombies would pose a significant dilemma. While he could escape swiftly, empowered by the magic within him, the surrounding towns would find themselves in grave peril. He retrieved an ancient lamp, allowing it to absorb the corpse and energies emanating from the town of Tingting. As night fell, these energies would intensify, and the lamp would continue to draw from them. Yet, before long, Li Chengdao's expression shifted, and he hastily stowed the lamp, retreating into the protective circle of his Yang Fire Spirit Flame Array. It was not long before he spotted two Taoist priests appearing outside the town. One donned a yellow robe while the other wore gray, both bearing solemn expressions as they swiftly examined the surrounding formations. Once they confirmed the integrity of the array surrounding Tingting, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. "Master, what is the nature of that zombie king? Why does it repeatedly assault the formation?" inquired the priest in the yellow robe, glancing towards the town with furrowed brows. "It must be that some fellow practitioner passed by, thus rousing the zombie king. Observe the glutinous rice and these ashes. What formidable methods they display," replied the gray-robed priest, his surprise evident as he examined the remnants. "Master, are these the ashes of the zombies?" the gray-robed priest queried. The yellow-robed priest nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is unclear which of our peers is responsible. Their prowess is undeniable." The gray-robed priest shook his head, saying, "Master, if we are to speak of strength, our revered master surpasses all. Were it not for him, the hundreds of zombies within Tingting would have surged forth." The yellow-robed priest nodded slightly. "Our master was indeed formidable, but alas, he has departed from this world. Come. Since all is well here, we should return." Li Chidao understood that they were likely guardians of Tingting Town, and judging by their attire, they appeared to be practitioners of the Maoshan school. After a moment of hesitation, he stepped out of the formation. Primarily, the two individuals bore no malevolent aura, nor did they exude any karma. In fact, they seemed to be adorned with merit. "Esteemed fellow Taoists, please proceed with care. I am the humble spirit flame of the path, and it is an honor to meet you," Li Chengdao said as he exited the formation. The two Taoists turned around in an instant, eyeing him warily. Upon confirming that Li Chengdao was indeed a Taoist with neither karma nor evil energy, they visibly relaxed. The Taoist in the yellow robe slightly cupped his hands and introduced himself. "I am Su Zhongfa of the Maoshan sect, often referred to as Su Zhenren due to the kindness of fellow Taoists. This is my eldest disciple, Zhang Dadayan, who also greets you. In the world beyond, one's identity is self-bestowed, and this title of Zhenren was naturally one Su had already claimed." Li Chengdao was taken aback, observing the yellow-robed Taoist features, which bore a resemblance to the character Zhongfa from a film in his past life. However, at this moment, Su Zhenren was still youthful and had not yet acquired the title of Qianhe Taoist. Having grasped their identities, Li Chengdao respectfully replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Su Zhenren, and greetings to you, Taoist Zhang. I have heard that this Tingting town was indeed arranged by a respected master. He must possess knowledge of formations. I wish to reinforce the formation, yet I find myself unable to comprehend it. How embarrassing." As he spoke, he produced 5 modeled spirit stones. Currently, Li Chengdao possessed 17 spirit stones, with 12 reserved for activating the formation at Ascension upon his return, rendering them temporarily unusable. However, he was reluctant to abandon Tingting Town, as the zombies here were crystallizations of spiritual energy, and he did not wish for the formation to be compromised. Given the uncertainty of when he might return, he resolved to find a way to strengthen the formation. Upon hearing his words, Su Zhenren's eyes brightened. "Then I must express my gratitude to you, esteemed Taoist." He glanced at the spirit stones in Li Chengdao's hand and continued, "Indeed, you are quite affluent to part with 5 spirit stones." Li Chengdao waved his hand dismissively. "Please, hasten to fortify the formation. It appears to have aged. Should it falter one day, I fear the surrounding town may suffer." Su Zhenren nodded slightly. "According to my master's estimations, this formation can endure for a century. 50 years have already elapsed, leaving at most another 50. Without the infusion of spirit stones for energy, it will undoubtedly falter sooner. If we could obtain spirit stones, we could extend its life for several decades, allowing me to return with greater cultivation to address the matter." He sighed. "Yet, in this age of decline, spiritual energy is scarce, and spirit stones are exceedingly rare. They are nearly impossible to find." With that, he proceeded towards the edge of the town, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Dadayan as he passed. Zhang Dadayan promptly understood and fixed his gaze on Li Chengdao. Unfazed, Li Chengdao recognized Su Zhenren's intent. fearing that if he discerned the core of the formation with ill intentions, he might ruin it. He refrained from approaching, instead returning to his own formation to swiftly dismantle it. The aura emanating from Master Su is formidable, suggesting that he has ascended to the realm of divine consciousness. However, he still falls slightly short compared to myself. In the early stages of the path of magical power, one's strength inherently surpasses that of the divine consciousness path, perhaps only nearing equivalence at the levels of Yin spirit and Yang spirit. After Li Chengdao tidied his belongings, he approached, never once diverting his gaze from Zhang Daden. Once he had organized his items, Master Su reinforced the formation and made his way over. Sensing that Li Chengdao harbored no ulterior motives, Master Su realized he had been somewhat petty. Nevertheless, given the implications for the sealing of Tung Tung Town, he felt compelled to exercise caution. I am grateful for your spirit stones, my friend. May I inquire about your next destination? Li Chengdao replied with a smile. There is no need for thanks, my friend. This is merely an act of virtue. For those of us who pursue the path of cultivation, whether aspiring to ascend to the celestial ranks or to be inscribed in the annals of the earth, immense merit is essential. Accumulating merit now will undoubtedly yield benefits in the future. Master Su nodded in agreement, acknowledging, you possess a keen insight, my friend. Chapter 35. The ethereal realm. Perhaps it was the allure of the spirit stones and the favorable impression from his words that led Master Su to take out a pocket watch from his pocket and check the time. It is rather late now, he remarked. Surely, you have nowhere to go, my friend. Why not stay the night at my temple? Li Chengdao's eyes lit up at this suggestion, and he nodded appreciatively, saying, I would be grateful for your hospitality. I find myself without a place to stay. Although the distance to Qinjia town was not great, Li Chengdao had no intention of returning. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a fellow practitioner, and he wished to learn more about the cultivation community in this region. Master Su nodded slightly and began to walk ahead with Zhang Daban at his side, while Li Chengdao followed behind, pushing his bicycle. It was not that he did not wish to ride. Rather, it was impractical to do so at night while keeping pace with others. Carrying one person was manageable, but accommodating two was not feasible. Thus, he found himself relegated to pushing the bicycle along. Zhang Daban cast envious glances at the bicycle, though he merely admired it from a distance. While bicycles were rare in this era, they were not entirely absent, and those with means could still acquire one. Half an hour later, they arrived at a village on the opposite side of Tung Tung Town, halting outside a charitable hall. Here we are, my friend, Master Su announced. This is my charitable hall. Please, come inside. He opened the door, inviting Li Chengdao in. Li Chengdao smiled and gestured for Master Su to enter first. Master Su, not one to refuse, led the way into the hall and, upon reaching the reception area, poured a cup of tea for Li Chengdao. After expressing his gratitude, Li Chengdao inquired, is it just you and one other disciple in this hall? Master Su nodded, affirming, indeed. I have only recently emerged from seclusion and have taken on only Daban as my disciple. Li Chengdao's understanding deepened. It was no wonder he had not encountered the four disciples. Uncle Zombie had not made an appearance. However, he was perplexed by how Master Su was still alive after the incident with the zombies. Naturally, he refrained from voicing this query, fearing a hostile response. It was not difficult to speculate that Master Su, having been born into the Maoshan lineage, must have assumed a role in the underworld following his master's demise. With only two disciples, Qian Jinren and Su Jinren, Qian Jinren's fate was sealed. He could not inherit the teachings, leaving Master Su as the rightful successor. There was no way he could have perished so easily. Who would dare meddle with the souls of a master's disciples? Not only would Master Su's own master object, but so would all his ancestors. Until he cultivated a disciple capable of inheriting his legacy, Master Su would find it exceedingly difficult to meet his end. As for Uncle Zombie's death by the hands of a zombie, that was an unfortunate circumstance. Zombies did not fall under the jurisdiction of the underworld, and such a death would lead to the dissipation of the soul, rendering it unable to return. Moreover, it was likely that by that time, Zhang Daban had already been cultivated, for otherwise, the ancestral master would not have allowed him to take on such tasks. In any case, having someone beneath him was advantageous. It made it nearly impossible to perish. Li Chengdao smiled and remarked, I too have just emerged from seclusion and am not well versed in the cultivation community. Might you enlighten me? Master Su regarded Li Chengdao with a furrowed brow. I sense that your aura is pure and your origins commendable. How is it that you are not familiar with the world of cultivation? Li Chengdao sighed and asked, Pray, have you heard of the Purple Flame sect? I hail from the Xian sect, where the tradition of solitary transmission has persisted through the years. My master departed this world when I was still quite young, and it was only after diligent practice that I descended the mountain. Realizing this, Master Su suddenly comprehended. Tung Tung Town is not far from Maple Leaf Town, and he was naturally aware of the Xian sect. Particularly in its heyday, the Xian sect was quite formidable, though it later declined due to the inapplicability of its cultivation methods. So, it is a disciple of the Xian sect. That explains why I did not sense a spiritual aura from my fellow cultivator. It appears you have embarked on the path of magical power? I wonder to what extent you have cultivated this path. Li Chengdao smiled wryly. In this age of declining magic, cultivation is arduous. I have only barely entered the liquid transformation realm. Master Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired, "What? You have broken through to the liquid transformation realm?" Li Chengdao nodded. It was merely by chance. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, Su's gaze revealed a hint of envy. Everyone knows that the path of magical power empowers the practitioner. Reaching the law solidification stage grants one a lifespan free from ailments for a century, while attaining the liquid transformation realm ensures 2 centuries of health, barring unforeseen events. Should one reach the law condensation realm, 5 centuries of life await, and in the realm of refinement, one could live for a millennium. In contrast, the path of spiritual essence is quite different. Only upon reaching the spiritual realm can one expect to live a century. While the Yin spirit realm allows for merely a century and a half, and the Yang spirit realm extends life to 3 centuries, a stark disparity when compared to the path of magical power. Indeed, I congratulate you on achieving the liquid transformation realm. Henceforth, you may anticipate a lifespan of 2 centuries, with the prospect of reaching law condensation. It was evident that Li Chengdao was quite young, perhaps in his early 20s, with ample time for further cultivation. Should he encounter favorable circumstances along the way, reaching the law condensation realm should pose no insurmountable challenge. Li Chengdao gently shook his head. It is difficult. In this current era, attaining law condensation is exceedingly challenging. It is not that law condensation is inherently difficult. In fact, there is no shortage of vital energy in the heavens. The true challenge lies in cultivating sufficient liquid magical power. Master Su chuckled. That may be true. Yet a lifespan of 2 centuries is indeed possible. Since you are eager to learn about the state of the cultivation world, allow me to enlighten you. We practitioners refer to this realm as the Spirit Illusion Realm, with Maoshan, Longhu Mountain, Gazao Mountain, and the Chuanjin sect being the most powerful. Additionally, there are the Northern Horse Immortals, the Southern Miao Gu, the Sword Sect of Sichuan, and the Corpse Ghost Sect, which specializes in corpse refinement and ghost control. The Miao Gu path straddles both righteousness and wickedness, while the Corpse Ghost Sect leans towards malevolence, resorting to any means to nurture corpses and control spirits. As you are aware, it is indeed the work of the Corpse Ghost Sect. In the past, the Corpse Ghost Sect was not as it is now. Although they did refine corpses and control spirits, they did not resort to such extreme measures, such as the tumult of the current age of decline. Moreover, there exist smaller sects or rogue cultivators of dubious morality, which comprise the principal forces within the cultivation realm. As for the realms of cultivation, you should be aware that the path of spiritual essence is divided into 6 stages: spirit absorption, law solidification, soul nourishment, spiritual realm, in spirit, and yang spirit. The preceding realms merely lay the groundwork. However, upon reaching the realm of the divine soul, one is regarded as a human master within the Taoist tradition, while the Yin spirit is esteemed as an earthly master. After death, they invariably hold a minor official position in the underworld. In exceptional circumstances, unique considerations may apply. Li Cheng understood that disciples of the Tao who attain the Yin spirit realm possess a status that is undoubtedly significant. As for those who cultivate independently, a trivial position may suffice to pacify them. Although Li Cheng comprehended this, he could not help but feel a profound envy. Master Su continued, stating that upon reaching the Yang spirit, one is honored as a celestial master, even if one does not ascend to the ranks of immortals. They would at least be regarded as a judge in the underworld. Thus, in accordance with the levels of cultivation, the path of the divine soul can be delineated into 6 realms: Taoist youth, Taoist practitioner, Taoist elder, human master, earthly master, and celestial master. Yet, in these times, attaining the status of an earthly master is already a formidable challenge, let alone that of a celestial master. I have devoted 3 decades to my practice and have only just reached the pinnacle of human master. As he spoke, A look of pride illuminated Master Su's face, but it swiftly vanished upon the sight of Li Qing. Chapter 36. Night at the Temple. The heart of Master Su was filled with bitterness. At just over 30 years of age, he still had a few years to reach 40. To attain the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm at such a young age was indeed a remarkable feat in the path of cultivation. However, when he glanced at Li Qingdao, who had achieved the liquid transformation stage in his 20s, reaching a level of mastery comparable to his own, it was disheartening, especially considering that Li had traversed the more arduous path of magical power. Truly, the comparison was enough to evoke envy. Regaining his composure, Master Su continued his discourse. The path of magical power differed significantly, comprising 5 distinct realms: spirit absorption, law condensation, liquid transformation, chi solidification, and fiend refinement. Among these, spirit absorption is referred to as the realm of the novice, while law condensation can be addressed as either Taoist or master. Upon reaching the liquid transformation stage, one is designated as a mage. Advancing to the chi solidification stage grants the title of refiner, and ultimately, the fiend refinement stage is recognized as the realm of the true master. This title of true master is not merely a term of respect, but signifies a particular stage of attainment. As for the realms that follow, I am not well versed. Li Qingdao inquired, "Dear friend, are you aware of the most perilous places in the spirit illusion realm or formidable dangers? I wish to avoid such locations in the future." Master Su pondered for a moment before responding, "The ghost domain of Mongshan, perhaps. It is considered a forbidden zone for cultivators. I have not heard of other such places." Li Qingdao understood that for disciples of Mao Shan, places like Mongshan were likely off-limits. After all, there were individuals above and below, and when faced with insurmountable challenges, it was common to seek assistance. For someone like Li Qingdao, who lacked a formidable background, many locations were inaccessible. Regrettably, even in this age of diminished spiritual energy, the longevity of demons and monsters far exceeded that of ordinary humans. It was likely that numerous places still harbored ancient beings who had lived for many years, beings that Li Qingdao was ill-equipped to confront. Nevertheless, with Master Su's words, Li Qingdao refrained from further inquiries, recognizing that perilous locales were not a concern for Su. Moreover, Su's own strength was not particularly formidable, merely at the pinnacle of the Soul Master realm. Had Li Qingdao possessed deeper magical power, Su would undoubtedly be no match for him. At that moment, Zhang Daiden returned, carrying food into the room. No wonder he had been absent since their arrival at the temple. He had gone out to procure a meal. Li Qingdao chuckled. "So it was Zhang that went to fetch the meal." "Thank you." Zhang Daiden shook his head. "Not a bother, master. It is time to eat." Indeed, Zhang Daiden was a promising cultivator. It was uncertain how long he had been under Master Su's tutelage, but he had already achieved the soul-nourishing stage, a commendable level of attainment. It was no surprise that Master Su would go to such lengths to save Zhang Daiden, even against his own senior brother. If Li Qingdao encountered a prodigy like that, he too would extend a hand. Master Su approached, and the three of them began to eat and drink heartily. After satisfying their appetites, Master Su arranged a guest room for Li Qingdao before retiring to rest. Li Qingdao, however, did not rest. He took out 2 spirit energy crystals, each the size of a longan, and began to cultivate, grasping them firmly in his hand. In the present day, Li Qingdao possesses 9 spirit crystal orbs the size of longan, capable of cultivating 9 drops of liquid mana. As the purple flame immortal technique continuously operates, an unending flow of spiritual energy transforms into mana, and the liquid mana within his dantian gradually expands. At dawn, Li Qingdao opened his eyes and observed the 2 spirit crystals in his hand, which had shrunk in size, before returning them to the ancient lamp space. Upon completing this, a smile unconsciously spread across his face. Rising to his feet, he stepped outside, washed up, and found Zhang Daiden had prepared breakfast. After satisfying his hunger, Li Qingdao took his leave. He did not linger, as his primary focus remained on enhancing his cultivation, deeming it unnecessary to engage with the Taoist priests of Maoshan for the time being. Realizing this, Master Su did not insist on his stay, acknowledging that Li Qingdao was merely a fleeting acquaintance, and that it was quite commendable to have hosted him at all. After Li Qingdao departed, Zhang Daiden inquired, "Master, I noticed you hold this Lingyan brother in high regard. Is his talent truly that remarkable?" Master Su nodded, responding, "You are also quite capable. It's merely that your talents lie in different areas. He is a genius in the cultivation of mana, while you excel in the cultivation of the soul. In no time, you too shall reach the realm of the soul, and stand on your own. Zhang Dayton promptly agreed, declaring, Master, when that time comes, I wish to venture out and vanquish demons. Master Su chuckled, once you become a mentor, you may embark on your journey, going wherever you desire. After saying this, he cast a fond glance at Zhang Dayton and entered his room. Zhang Dayton hastily followed suit and returned to his practice. Unbeknownst to them, Li Qingdao had already left the village. No wonder Master Su resided here. It turns out this village is named Su Family Village, and Master Su is indeed one of its inhabitants. Li Qingdao paid little mind to this detail. After departing Su Family Village, he found himself without a destination. Choosing a direction, he pedaled swiftly onward. Before long, he arrived at a town previously known as Tan Family Town, where the Tan family was once the wealthiest. However, due to certain events, the Tan family has since vanished, with 4 smaller families dividing their assets, leading to the town's renaming as Xifeng Town. Entering Xifeng Town, Li Qingdao quickly discerned that this was the site of the magical duel between Master Su and Master Qian. His gaze turned toward a location imbued with a heavy aura vein. Uncontrollably drawn to it, he approached, only to find a large residence sealed with tape, from which the malevolent energy emanated. Looking up, he noticed the words Tan Mansion inscribed on the grand entrance. Li Qingdao surmised that this must be the former Tan residence, likely abandoned due to its unclean nature. As he stood at the entrance, a passerby urgently grabbed his arm. Little Taoist, do not be reckless. This place is sealed because it is truly haunted. It is said that the Tan family members cannot rest in peace, causing a ruckus in the courtyard every day. Li Qingdao nodded slightly, replying, I see. Thank you for the warning. It seemed that entering during the day would be unwise. He would have to return under the cover of night. Upon contemplating this, Li Qingdao clasped his hands together and inquired of the man, Might you kindly inform me of a lodging establishment in the town? I intend to rest for the night before continuing my journey. The man chuckled and responded, Little Taoist, follow me. I know of a place that is quite affordable. Li Qingdao, sensing no ill intent from the man, replied, I am most grateful for your assistance. The man then led Li Qingdao through a nearby alley, navigating its twists and turns until they arrived at the entrance of a modest courtyard. Little Taoist, this is my home, he said. It is just my wife, children, and myself residing here. If you do not mind, you are welcome to stay the night without charge. Li Qingdao surveyed the courtyard. Though it was not expansive, it boasted 4 or 5 rooms, indicating a reasonably comfortable living situation. I sincerely thank you, kind sir, he replied. Chapter 37. The separation of twin souls. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Qingdao couldn't help but furrow his brow as he cast a glance at the man beside him. Has something occurred in your household? The man, taken aback, hastily nodded and replied, Indeed, young Taoist, you possess remarkable abilities. I implore you to save my son. Li Qingdao inquired, What has happened to your child? Lead me to him. The man's heart leapt with hope as he quickly guided Li Qingdao to a room. Inside, aside from a pallid child lying on the bed, there was a woman. The woman was tenderly wiping the child's body, her heart aching at the sight. The man promptly introduced himself, Young Taoist, I am Gao Jianping, and this is my wife. The child on the bed is my eldest son, Gao Pingyan. 2 days ago, while playing outside, something befell him, and I earnestly hope you can rescue my son. Li Qingdao turned his attention to Gao Pingyan, who appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, his complexion ashen and his condition concerning. Open the purple flame spiritual eye. With this command, he activated his ability and focused on Gao Pingyan, discovering that the boy's 3 souls had been reduced to but 1. 2 had vanished completely. Where was your son when this happened? Quickly, take me there, and bring the child along. Gao Jianping's eyes brightened as he swiftly lifted the child onto his back, urging his wife, Dear, hurry, lead the way. Our child can be saved. The woman, as if just noticing Li Qingdao, promptly knelt before him. Taoist, I beseech you, please save Pingyan. With a wave of his hand, Li Qingdao used his spiritual power to assist her to her feet. There is no need for such formalities. Let us proceed to the place where Pingyan encountered this misfortune. The woman stood up involuntarily, astonishment flickering in her eyes as she looked at Li Qingdao, soon transforming into joy. Taoist, please follow me. She led the way, with Li Qingdao and Gao Jianping closely trailing behind, until they arrived at the intersection outside the alley. Taoist, it was right here where Pingyan had his incident. Li Qingdao surveyed the surroundings, quickly discerning the cause. An evil cultivator? Or perhaps a malevolent spirit? No. There is also an abundance of yang energy. Wait, such vigorous yang energy. He glanced at Gao Ping'an once more, noticing the dense yang energy emanating from him, which was particularly appealing to malevolent entities. While such a constitution might attract those spirits, it was also exceptionally conducive to cultivation. The inherent yang energy served as a resource for training, capable of being transformed into magical power, a rare talent for the art of cultivation. It was truly unfortunate that this was the era of the end of the Dharma. Despite the ample yang energy surrounding him, the path to reaching the liquid transformation realm seemed exceedingly challenging. Li Chengdao dismissed the notion of taking him as a disciple. After all, without attaining the liquid transformation realm, there would be little utility in such an arrangement. Though the condensation realm possessed some combat potential, it was beneath Li Chengdao's regard. Only by transcending to the liquid transformation realm could one truly grasp the frailty of the condensation realm. Were the boy able to cultivate to that level? Taking him as a disciple could ensure the prosperity of the Purple Flame sect for 2 centuries. However, in this era of the end of the Dharma, such aspirations were utterly unattainable. Li Chengdao formed a hand seal and, directing his energy towards Gao Ping'an, summoned a faint aura into his palm. Xuanhe, guide the way. Swiftly return to your rightful place. As the words fell, a faint breath, empowered by magic, swiftly transformed into 2 fiery cranes, soaring in opposite directions. 2 directions? Never mind, let us observe for now. Gu Deng, come forth and lend me your flames. Gu Deng appeared beside Li Chengdao, gently gesturing with his finger, conjuring 2 small flames that quickly raced towards the cranes, merging with them. The flaming cranes darted away at great speed, soon vanishing from the sight of Li Chengdao and the others. Watching Li Chengdao perform his spell, Gao Jianping and his wife were left in astonishment, never anticipating such remarkable prowess from him. Particularly upon seeing Gu Deng hovering nearby, they could not help but swallow hard. This was no mere Taoist. He was a celestial being. To think that a casual request would summon a deity. Indeed, the Gao family was truly blessed. At that moment, Li Chengdao did not engage in further conversation, instead attuning himself to the 2 cranes. One crane flew into the forest beyond the town, while the other entered the grand residence of the Tan family. The cranes, imbued with the purple flames from Gu Deng, were fueled by the fusion of true solar fire and the ethereal purple flames of the immortal, rendering them impervious to ordinary demons and specters. Within the town, at the Tan family estate, the elderly Master Tan and his numerous kin had been transformed into spirits, trapped within a home sealed by Master Su. They could not escape. To do so, they required a vessel to borrow, yet no corpses were available in the residence for such a purpose. Thus, they were left to devise their own means of liberation. They discovered that Gao Ping'an's soul was unique, capable of disregarding the seal that confined them, which filled them with joy. If they could consume Gao Ping'an's soul, their escape would be assured. Indeed, it was Gao Ping'an's soul that had ventured into the Tan family estate, though the precise reason remained unclear. However, they did not anticipate that no matter the method employed, they were unable to approach Gao Ping'an. Ultimately, they resorted to the tactic of creating a ghostly barrier to prevent Gao Ping'an from leaving. While they slowly sought a solution to their predicament, little did they know, today a crane burst in, crashing beside Gao Ping'an. The spirits of the Tan family attempted to obstruct its path, yet they could not near the crane. Any attempt would result in the flames incinerating them to ashes. Gao Ping'an, follow me. A soft voice emanated from the crane, and Gao Ping'an's soul, in a daze, began to follow it toward the exterior of the Tan family estate. The expressions of the Tan family members darkened, yet none dared to intervene. Meanwhile, the other crane appeared in the forest outside the town, poised to continue its journey when it was halted by a rabbit. Behind the rabbit, Gao Ping'an was playfully engaging with another rabbit. The rabbit accompanying Gao Ping'an bore no trace of demonic energy, yet the rabbit blocking the crane radiated an intense aura of malevolence. Initially, this rabbit demon sought to consume Gao Ping'an's soul, but the soul exuded a powerful yang energy, a searing force that repelled it. To stabilize Gao Ping'an, the rabbit demon resorted to summoning a smaller rabbit to entertain his soul. In an instant, Gao Ping'an found himself somewhat lost in joy. In actuality, the separation of his 2 souls was intricately linked to the rabbit demon, who had not anticipated the futility of its efforts. Out of Gao Ping'an's 3 souls, 2 had emerged, yet only 1 accompanied him, while the other had ventured to the Tan family mansion. The rabbit demon had initially intended to eliminate this soul before proceeding to the Tan residence to capture the remaining one, only to realize that it was incapable of vanquishing even a single soul. Rabbit demon, step aside swiftly, or you shall remain here. came the icy voice of Li Chengdao from the flying crane. Startled, the rabbit demon recognized that this crane was indeed conjured by a master and was summoned specifically for Gao Ping'an. With this realization, a fierce glint ignited in its eyes as it concentrated demonic energy in its claws and lunged fiercely towards the flying crane. However, as soon as the demonic energy made contact with the crane, it was absorbed into the flames surrounding it. Almost immediately, a burst of fire erupted, and a small flame detached, hurtling toward the rabbit demon. Chapter 38. The body of Xiaoyang. The rabbit demon's expression shifted dramatically as a jet of water erupted from its mouth, propelling a small fireball forward. Were it an ordinary flame, it would have undoubtedly been extinguished by the water, but this fireball was peculiar. Even under the onslaught of the water, the flame remained unquenched. The fire surged through the water column, reaching above the rabbit demon's head. Alarmed, the rabbit demon attempted to evade, only to witness the flame retreating, merging into the flying crane beside Gao Ping'an. Gao Ping'an, come with me. The rabbit demon was taken aback, puzzled as to why the flame spared its life. Could it be that the spellcaster lacked sufficient power? Yet that seemed implausible. If the spellcaster were truly weak, such a formidable fire spell could not have been conjured. It appeared that the opponent sought merely to take Gao Ping'an, rather than to confront it. With this realization, the rabbit demon exhaled in relief, understanding that this place was not suitable for lingering, and swiftly made its way into the distance. Little did it know, no matter how far it fled, Li Chengdao could still capture it. The sudden return of the flame was orchestrated by Li Chengdao, who intended to use the rabbit demon's hide to craft a storage bag. If the flame were to incinerate it, such a resource would be wasted. The flying cranes guided Gao Ping'an's two souls back, and upon reaching the crossroads, Li Chengdao executed a spell, restoring the two souls to their rightful places. The flames flickered on the ancient lamp, and the fire from the two flying cranes instantaneously returned, merging into the purple flame. Li Chengdao paid no heed to the ancient lamp's purple flame. He was aware that once the cranes returned, the resources would be automatically reclaimed. His gaze shifted towards Gao Ping'an. Once the two souls were restored, Gao Ping'an's countenance flushed with vitality, his eyes wide with disbelief. After the restoration of the three souls, an overwhelming yang energy radiated from Gao Ping'an, particularly above the three souls, which manifested as an impressive aggregation of three yang energies. If combined with his inherent yang energy, it would nearly form a fourth yang. This was indeed a rare and special constitution, the legendary body of ultimate yang. However, it had not reached the pinnacle of 9 yang, nor attained the level of 6 yang, yet it surpassed 3 yang slightly. This constitution was referred to as the body of Xiaoyang. While the ultimate yang body, solar body, and 9 yang body were the most conducive for cultivation, they were also subject to the whims of fate. In contrast, the 6 yang body, Xiaoyang body, and 3 yang body were relatively more favorable. The Xiaoyang body is exceptionally suited for cultivation. Should one embark on the path of magical power, leveraging their inherent yang energy would undoubtedly facilitate a breakthrough into the liquid transformation realm. Furthermore, the Xiaoyang constitution enables the absorption of solar energy for cultivation, capable of condensing true solar fire, even in environments with sparse spiritual energy. With the essence of the sun, one could continue to cultivate. Li Chengdao found himself captivated, pondering whether Gao Ping'an would seek him as a mentor in the art of cultivation. As the two souls returned, Gao Ping'an's complexion became increasingly vibrant. Gao Jianping inquired excitedly, "Master, is my son going to be all right?" Gao's gaze turned to Li Chengdao, filled with anticipation. With a smile, Li Chengdao replied, "He will be fine. He will awaken and fully recover shortly." "Thank you, Master. Thank you." The Gao couple rejoiced at these words, ready to kneel in gratitude. Li Chengdao hastily interjected, "Enough. No need for thanks. This is not a place for such exchanges. Let us discuss this upon our return." "Ah, yes. You are right, Master. Let us return and converse further." Upon returning to the courtyard, Li Chengdao cast a glance at Gao Ping'an, reassured by the sight of him unharmed, allowing a sense of relief to wash over him. "May I pose a question to you both?" Gao Jianping promptly replied, "Please, Taoist, speak your mind." Li Chengdao inquired, "Might I ask how many children you two have?" Gao Shi quickly responded, "Taoist, my brother Jianping and I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. Ping'an is our eldest. Due to the recent incident involving him, we feared for the younger ones and sent them to my family home." Li Chengdao nodded slightly, secretly relieved. "If I were to take Ping'an as my disciple, what would you think of that?" A flicker of joy passed between Gao Jianping and his wife, only to be swiftly shadowed by concern. Daoist, we do not oppose your intentions. You are undoubtedly capable, but... Li Qingdao smiled. I understand your apprehensions. I hail from the Xian sect, which does not adhere to the strictures of the Daoist traditions. The reason I present myself as a Daoist is merely for convenience. My sect does not impose any rigid rules, and as long as Ping'an desires it, he may marry and start a family. Hearing this, Gao Jianping and his wife exhaled in relief. In that case, we would be grateful for your guidance with Ping'an. Li Qingdao chuckled. Ping'an possesses a unique constitution that is particularly suited for cultivation. It would be a waste otherwise. However, we shall discuss this further once he awakens. Gao Jianping and his wife consented, yet Ping'an himself had yet to agree, being merely 12 or 13 years of age, fully capable of making his own decisions. Gao Jianping hastily remarked, Dear, please prepare a meal. The Daoist must be hungry, and our Ping'an will surely be as well upon regaining consciousness. Gao Shi promptly acknowledged and hurried outside. Since Li Qingdao had indicated he was not of the Daoist order, it was reasonable to assume he consumed meat. She swiftly returned with various meat dishes. Li Qingdao said nothing in response. The Gao family, while not affluent, could certainly afford a bit of meat to nourish Gao Ping'an. Li Qingdao then asked, Brother Gao, could you arrange a room for me? I wish to restore my spiritual energy. In truth, the recent use of magic had not significantly depleted his power, yet he preferred to make productive use of the waiting time rather than sit idly. After all, he possessed spirit energy crystals, allowing him to cultivate anytime and anywhere. Gao Jianping finally understood, apologetically saying, Daoist, please follow me. Li Qingdao shook his head. Just call me Ling Yan, my good brother. He chose not to disclose his name. One could never be certain if practitioners in this world employed curses. Thus, he would be known as Ling Yan wherever he went. Presently, Li Qingdao's cultivation level was at the liquid transformation stage, also referred to as the mage level. Others could address him as Ling Yan the mage. Gao Jianping quickly responded, Very well, Ling Yan, follow me. With that, he led Li Qingdao to the room that had been arranged for his stay. Although this small courtyard contains but a few rooms, the absence of the other children from the Gao family allows Li Qingdao to settle in with ease. Just as the guest room for Li Qingdao was being arranged, the sound of Gao Ping'an echoed through the space. Father, mother, I am hungry and thirsty. Hearing this call, while tidying the house for Li Qingdao, Gao Jianping could not help but glance at him. Li Qingdao smiled and said, Let us go. Ping'an has awakened, and we should check on him. Gao Jianping was filled with delight. After all, Gao Ping'an was his eldest son, whom he cherished greatly. Upon entering the room, they found Gao Shi already holding a bowl, feeding kanji to Gao Ping'an. Li Qingdao remarked, This lad is recovering well. We should prepare some meat for him. Look how eager he is. Upon hearing this, Gao Shi was filled with joy and quickly nodded, saying, Very well, I shall prepare it at once. Ping'an, please wait a moment. Gao Ping'an's eyes sparkled at the mention of meat, and he eagerly nodded in response. Chapter 39. Gao Ping'an's peace after a hearty meal. Gao Ping'an swiftly regained his strength. Being of the lesser yang constitution, his recovery was remarkably rapid. He glanced at Li Qingdao and then at his father, Gao Jianping, a hint of perplexity in his eyes. Father, are you suggesting that I take this Daoist as my master? Gao Jianping nodded and affirmed, Indeed, that is precisely the case. Daoist Ling Yan possesses considerable skills, and your revival is largely credited to him. It would be a wise decision to study under him. What say you? Are you unwilling? Quickly shaking his head, Gao Ping'an replied, Father, it is not that I am reluctant to take a master, but rather that I do not wish to become a Daoist. Li Qingdao chuckled. I am not a Daoist in the traditional sense. I merely adopt this guise for the convenience of traversing the world. It is merely a Daoist robe. Should you wish to wear it, you may, and if not, you need not. Gao Ping'an's eyes brightened, and he inquired again, If I were to become your disciple, what would you teach me? Li Qingdao responded with a smile, To strengthen oneself, to vanquish demons and monsters, in the art of eternal life. Gao Ping'an's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, Eternal life? How is that possible? Li Qingdao laughed. Why should it be impossible? Those of us who practice are all striving to achieve immortality, and naturally, immortality entails eternal life. Not to mention, even without achieving immortality, I could live for 200 years, which could certainly be considered longevity. With the aid of magical powers, even at 200 years of age, my appearance might resemble that of a person in their 30s or 40s. Does that not qualify as not aging? Upon hearing this, Gao Ping'an nodded. That does seem to count as longevity. But may I still eat meat? Li Qingdao chuckled. Once you possess the ability to eliminate demons, not only will you be able to eat meat, but you could even consume monsters if you so desire, as long as you can stomach it. Gao Pingyan eagerly nodded. Master, if you truly possess these abilities, I shall become your disciple. Li Qingdao rose to his feet and said earnestly, to take me as your master, you must uphold the respect for your teacher and avoid harming fellow disciples. Can you commit to this? Gao Pingyan promptly replied, Master, I can certainly do that. Li Qingdao nodded with satisfaction, casting a glance at Gao Jianping. Gao Jianping quickly understood and handed Gao Pingyan a cup of tea. Realizing it was time for him to perform the formalities of apprenticeship, Gao Pingyan accepted the cup, knelt on the ground, and addressed Li Qingdao, Master, tea. Li Qingdao nodded slightly, but did not drink. Instead, he produced an image of the Grandmaster and said to Gao Pingyan, This is our Grandmaster, the Purple Flame Immortal. You should pay your respects. Gao Pingyan hurriedly bowed to the image of the Grandmaster and then offered the tea cup to Li Qingdao again. This time, Li Qingdao accepted the cup, took a sip, and nodded, Very well, rise. From this moment forth, you shall be the 17th disciple of the Purple Flame sect and my second disciple. Gao Pingyan stood up quickly, a hint of confusion in his voice. Master, do I have an elder brother? Li Qingdao chuckled as if recalling something. Indeed, you have an elder brother, though I have not brought him with me. You shall meet him in due time. He himself had not anticipated that he would receive a disciple of the Lesser Yang Constitution, a rarity in this age of decline. This entity possesses the potential to cultivate magical powers and must be nurtured diligently. Even if he ultimately fails to attain immortality, his presence can safeguard the Zihuan sect for at least 2 centuries. Such is the advantage of cultivating magical abilities, particularly with a physique like that of the Lesser Yang, which can absorb the essence of the sun for training, rendering one impervious to the tribulations of the end times. While it is said that Li Qingdao, with the aid of an ancient lamp, can achieve immortality in this dark era, Gao Pingyan can undoubtedly rely on his own cultivation to reach such heights. Furthermore, this Yang attribute physique is exceedingly rare and exceptionally suited for the path of magical cultivation. Correspondingly, there exists the Yin attribute physique, which is also a scarce and valuable trait, suitable for cultivation in both the magical and spiritual realms. However, such physiques are prone to attracting malevolent spirits and demons. Unless they are taken under the wing of a powerful sect from a young age, their lifespans are often short-lived. It is likely that in the current realm of spirits and illusions, both Yang and Yin attribute physiques are exceedingly rare. To have taken on such a disciple is indeed a fortuitous occurrence. During Gao Pingyan's unconscious state, Li Qingdao assessed his physique and found it remarkably sound, essentially a conduit for all meridians. Should Gao Pingyan engage in cultivation, the absorption of spiritual energy would be a straightforward endeavor. It is believed that Gao Pingyan does not require meridian cleansing. Rather, through the enhancement of his physical body utilizing spiritual energy, he can withstand the influx of magical power, enabling the circulation of his energy and the formation of magical abilities. Li Qingdao cast an envious glance at Gao Pingyan and retrieved a tome from within his robes, presenting it to him. Since you have chosen to become my disciple, I shall impart to you the Zihuan sect's Purple Flame Immortal Technique. This method focuses on the cultivation of magical powers. Peruse it, and should you find any part perplexing, do not hesitate to inquire. Observing this exchange, Gao Jianping hastily exited. In this era, knowledge must be transmitted solely through the master-disciple relationship. To steal teachings would result in dire consequences. Moreover, the fact that Li Qingdao is imparting knowledge to his own son, who may one day become a formidable being, fills Gao Jianping with delight. Li Qingdao regarded Gao Jianping with a slight nod, acknowledging his perceptiveness. Gao Pingyan began to read the Purple Flame Immortal Technique. The Gao family was in decent standing, and this lad had attended school for several years, enabling him to recognize the characters within. Master, how can I absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Li Qingdao replied, enter a meditative state, calm your mind, and attune your consciousness to the external world to perceive the existence of spiritual energy. By guiding your consciousness, you can draw this energy into your body, cleansing and strengthening your physical form while unblocking your meridians. You possess a unique physique, with all meridians already connected, thus, you do not need to unblock them. Simply enhance your physical body to a certain level, and you will be able to circulate your energy and refine magical power, achieving the state of magical manifestation. Upon hearing this, Gao Pingyan's eyes widened in astonishment, and with a hint of pride, He turned to Li Chengdao and asked, "Master, does this mean I am a genius?" Li Chengdao's expression grew serious as he responded earnestly, "You may indeed be considered a genius in cultivation, but you are merely of the lesser yang physique. There exist higher-tier physiques such as the 6 yang, 9 yang, supreme yang, and solar physiques, among others. While you may be deemed a genius, you are at the lowest tier of genius. If you do not exert effort in your training, you will struggle to even break through to the liquid transformation stage." Indeed, these words were deliberately spoken by Li Chengdao, primarily to instill a sense of humility in Gao Ping'an. This young man's pride is intolerable. It is imperative that he dedicates himself to diligent practice. In this current age of decline, the existence of a Shaoyang body is already quite extraordinary, let alone a more formidable constitution. After a moment of contemplation, Li Chengdao continued, "In this era of waning spiritual energy, even if you possess a Shaoyang body, without earnest cultivation, you will ultimately achieve little. However, with steadfast effort, given your innate qualities, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to ascend to immortality." Gao Ping'an, invigorated by these words, turned eagerly towards Li Chengdao. "Master, do immortals truly exist in this world?" Li Chengdao glanced at the portrait of the ancestral master beside him and replied earnestly, "Our venerable ancestor of the Xian sect is indeed an immortal. He left behind the Xian sect before his ascension. So, do you not believe in immortals?" Upon hearing this, Gao Ping'an could not help but feel a surge of joy. After all, as a mere boy of 12 or 13, the prospect of cultivating towards immortality was enough to ignite his excitement. Chapter 40. Superior Magical Artifacts. Master, rest assured, I shall diligently cultivate and ascend to immortality. Bringing you along with me, Gao Ping'an earnestly declared, his excitement palpable. Li Chengdao couldn't help but chuckle before replying, "Very well. Focus on your studies here and strive to comprehend the contents of your books before diligently practicing. I must step out for a while." The thought of the rabbit demon filled him with delight. If he could capture that creature, its flesh would nourish Gao Ping'an, its teeth could be forged into magical artifacts, and its pelt would serve as an excellent material for crafting storage pouches. "What are you going to do, Master?" Gao Ping'an inquired. Li Chengdao replied coldly, "I am going to deal with a few demons who dared to harm my disciple. They must pay the price. I shall bring them to redemption." Upon hearing this, Gao Ping'an felt a surge of joy. It seemed his master was quite protective, though he was unaware of the full circumstances. He understood that the recent incident of fainting was far from simple. "Master, may I accompany you to observe?" Li Chengdao shook his head, saying, "What use is it for you to go? You lack any cultivation, and I must choose between caring for you and vanquishing the demons." While he was confident in his own abilities, bolstered by liquid mana, he had no fear of the creatures. Should things turn dire, he could always retreat. However, with Gao Ping'an in tow, he would be distracted by the need to look after him. It was best for him to focus on his cultivation here. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Gao Ping'an glanced at the purple flame immortal technique in his hands and earnestly stated, "Master, you go ahead. I will certainly devote myself to my practice." Li Chengdao smiled and replied, "Very well. Remain here to cultivate. I shall return shortly." With that, he swiftly exited the room, exchanging a brief greeting with Gao Jianping before heading towards the outskirts of the town. His intention was to first deal with the rabbit demon. As for the ghosts of the Tan family, he would handle them later in the evening, thus reaping additional spiritual energy crystals. Upon leaving the town, Li Chengdao swiftly made his way in a specific direction. He had previously marked the rabbit demon with a flame, and by following this mark, he would be able to locate it. Although the rabbit demon might attempt to flee, it would ultimately be unable to escape. Li Chengdao moved with great speed, soon entering a dense forest, tracking the scent of the flames as he employed his lightness technique to hasten his pursuit. Several mountains away from Xifang town, nestled in a deep forest, lay a vast cave. Inside the cave, a large black bear lay asleep, snoring heavily. Suddenly, the bear raised its head, gazing towards the entrance. A silver-white rabbit dashed in at an astonishing speed and, upon making eye contact with the bear, immediately prostrated itself on the ground. "Little demon greets, great king bear." The black bear looked at the white rabbit with keen interest, a glimmer of greed flashing in its eyes. "Little rabbit demon, why have you come to find me?" The rabbit hurriedly replied, "Great king bear, it seems I have provoked a practitioner. I seek your protection, and I am willing to follow you and become your subordinate." The black bear's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This rabbit demon could be quite useful, providing sustenance when hungry and assisting in hunts. Very well, then. Stay with me and help me with my hunting. The rabbit spirit was filled with surprise and quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, my lord." As the rabbit spirit entered the cave, its gaze wandered around and fell upon a fruit tree not far away, causing it to swallow hard. "My lord, what is this?" The black bear replied, "This is the treasure of my domain. Do not even think about coveting it." The rabbit spirit's eyes lit up, and it hurriedly nodded, saying, "Yes, my lord, I understand." The fruit tree bore 7 or 8 vibrant red fruits, which looked quite tempting, yet the rabbit spirit dared not entertain such thoughts. At least until it had dealt with the black bear, the rabbit spirit would not dare to covet the fruits. Its gaze shifted to another direction, soon landing on a pile of bones. However, not far from those bones, there was another pile, leaving it puzzled as to why the bones were separated. The black bear, noticing the 2 piles, shook its head and said, "One pile is beast bones, the other is human bones. You will clean them up shortly." The rabbit spirit was astonished. It had not expected the black bear to have consumed so many humans, which explained its formidable strength. Judging by the black bear's aura, it must have cultivated for at least 200 to 300 years. Reflecting on its own 50 years of cultivation, the rabbit spirit felt a wave of despondency. The black bear, however, paid it no mind and closed its eyes, drifting into slumber. It was even unperturbed by the rabbit spirit's potential intentions, knowing that as long as the rabbit spirit sought its help, it would not dare to act against it before settling its enemies. Li Chengdao traversed swiftly through the forest, soon arriving at the foot of the mountain. Gazing at the towering peak before him, he could not help but furrow his brow. 2 distinct auras of spirits were present, one notably powerful and intriguing. Li Chengdao, unfazed, seated himself cross-legged. He withdrew the Sanyang purple bamboo sword, channeling his magical energy to refine it rapidly. The sword was close to reaching the status of a superior magical artifact, and Li Chengdao intended to seize this opportunity to elevate it. As for the 2 spirits atop the mountain, he felt no urgency. They would serve as his cultivation resources. After 2 hours, a flash of spiritual light coursed through the Sanyang purple bamboo sword, and 7 runes flickered, successfully promoting it to a superior magical artifact. The newfound power of the sword was significantly enhanced, primarily enabling him to fly with it. Although Li Chengdao's magical energy was still insufficient, flying to the nearby town was not a challenge. With the Sanyang purple bamboo sword now a superior artifact, Li Chengdao's confidence surged, and he made his way up the mountain. Concealing his aura and following the spiritual energy, he soon found himself outside the cave. Sensing the 2 powerful auras within, he couldn't help but smile. Initially concerned about the success of refining his storage bag, he now felt reassured. Rather than rushing in, Li Chengdao employed his purple flame spirit eye to peer inside the cave. There, the rabbit was huddled in a corner, while the black bear continued to snore, showing no signs of waking. Observing them, Li Chengdao chuckled. A bear spirit with 280 years of cultivation and a rabbit spirit with 50 years. How curious that they resided together. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It was time to put an end to this interspecies affair. As soon as the words fell, Li Chengdao swiftly appeared at the entrance of the cave. The ancient lamp materialized, and the surrounding malevolent energy was rapidly absorbed into the lamp's purple flame, transforming into crystalline spiritual essence. Not only that, but with a mere invocation of his magical prowess, Li Chengdao summoned the flames of the purple fire to seal the cave's entrance. At that moment, the slumbering black bear within the cave abruptly awakened and cast its gaze toward the entrance. Li Chengdao smiled at the bear and remarked, "It seems we shall feast on bear paws today." As he spoke, the Sanyang purple bamboo sword unsheathed in an instant, propelled by his sword control technique, and surged toward the black bear. Realizing the imminent threat posed by the approaching sword, the bear reacted swiftly, leaping towards the direction of the rabbit demon. The rabbit demon was taken aback, realizing that this human cultivator had indeed pursued them. I then gazed incredulously at the black bear, bewildered as to why it was charging toward me. Just as the rabbit demon prepared to evade, the black bear lunged forward with a powerful grasp. Chapter 41. Slaying the black bear demon. The rabbit demon, taken aback, found itself unable to evade its fate as it was ensnared by the bear demon, who hurled it toward the Sanyang purple bamboo sword. With a swift motion, the sword pierced through the rabbit demon, eliminating it instantaneously. Under Li Chengdao's command, the sword continued its relentless pursuit of the black bear. The bear demon was caught off guard by the formidable prowess of the flying sword. It had anticipated that the rabbit demon could buy it some time to escape. However, the sheer might of the Sanyang purple bamboo sword rendered the rabbit demon incapable of mounting any resistance before it was swiftly dispatched. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the black bear quickly evaded the flying sword and dashed deeper into the cave. A smile crept onto Li Qingdao's face, for it seemed the power of the Sanyang purple bamboo sword was indeed formidable. After all, the opponent was a demon with 250 years of cultivation. Though the cultivation during the Age of Decline was somewhat diminished, it was undeniable that the creature had honed its skills over many years. Li Qingdao took several steps forward, hastily pursuing the fleeing bear. The Sanyang purple bamboo sword remained undeterred, relentlessly striking at the black bear, yet the bear managed to evade capture time and again. Despite the bear's sluggishness, having cultivated for over 2 centuries, Li Qingdao found it challenging to subdue the creature in a moment. Upon entering the depths of the cave, Li Qingdao discovered a hidden paradise, abundant in spiritual energy. This revelation filled him with elation. The Age of Decline did not signify a complete absence of places where spiritual energy gathered. Numerous revered mountains and rivers still held reservoirs of such energy, akin to Mount Mao and Mount Longhu, which undoubtedly harbored veins of spiritual essence. Nevertheless, they were cautious about excessively absorbing the energy from these veins, mindful of the fact that in this era of decline, spiritual veins had become depleted and were no longer regenerable. With this thought in mind, Li Qingdao resolved to act decisively. Having confirmed that this was indeed a site of spiritual veins, he deemed it imperative to claim this ground. Even if he chose not to cultivate here himself, it would serve as a splendid legacy for his disciples. Should the spiritual energy coalesce into a vein, Li Qingdao could even extract it and transport it back to the Xian sect. Although such an action would inevitably harm the vein, with careful nurturing post-transport, it could still flourish and expand. Without further ado, Li Qingdao commenced his incantations, channeling streams of mystical power as the Sanyang purple bamboo sword continued its relentless assault on the black bear. The bear, consumed by a singular desire to flee, showed no inclination for a direct confrontation, sealing its own demise. Before long, the bear found itself at the mouth of a cave, mockingly turning to cast a taunt at Li Qingdao. Yet, the moment it turned, the Sanyang purple bamboo sword surged forth. With no time to indulge in provocation, the bear sought to escape through the cave's entrance. Just as it pivoted, it encountered a multitude of small fireballs, radiating an overwhelming energy. The bear hesitated, daunted by the flames, as the pursuing Sanyang purple bamboo sword drew closer. With a sharp thrust, the sword penetrated the bear's neck, piercing through its body. The bear's eyes reflected a glimmer of defiance as it bellowed in rage, resolutely turning to charge at Li Qingdao, intent on taking him down with it. Li Qingdao understood that the previous strike had dealt a fatal blow. At this juncture, the bear was doomed. The black bear demon, having cultivated for over 2 centuries, exhibited remarkable vitality. Aware of its imminent demise, it sought to perish alongside Li Qingdao. However, Li Qingdao was not inclined to grant such an opportunity. With a mere flick of his finger, the Sanyang Zizhu sword swiftly pierced the demon's neck, and with a gentle twist, its head fell to the ground. With the black bear demon vanquished, Li Qingdao wasted no time rushing forward to skin the creature. For its hide was a precious material for crafting storage bags, an invaluable asset he could not afford to lose. Having completed this task, he surveyed the remaining parts of the black bear, promptly extracting its sharp claws. The claws of a black bear with 200 years of cultivation could also be fashioned into magical artifacts. The creature's teeth were equally rare treasures. Additionally, he discovered 4 bear paws, renowned for their delectable taste. These paws from a demon bear would undoubtedly be exquisite. Fortunately, the black bear of the spirit illusion realm was not a protected species. Otherwise, it would have been a grave injustice. After collecting the useful materials, Li Qingdao summoned the ancient lantern, igniting a flame that incinerated the remaining portions of the black bear, transforming them into spiritual energy crystals. Once this was accomplished, the flames at the cave entrance returned to the ancient lantern. Li Qingdao had no time to inspect the spiritual energy crystals within the lantern. He hurried into the cave. Moments later, he found himself beside the corpse of the rabbit demon, swiftly skinning it before the body turned to ashes. With the materials from the bear demon at hand, Li Qingdao no longer held any interest in the rabbit demon. Aside from the rabbit's hide, which could be used for crafting storage bags, the rest held no value for him. Next, he explored the cave and soon spotted a fruit tree. The tree bore 7 fruits resembling the sacred fruits, each radiating a rich aura of spiritual energy. Upon seeing these, Li Qingdao couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhu fruits? Such treasures still existed in the end of Dharma era? He was astonished to discover Zhu fruits, albeit only 10 years old, yet brimming with potent spiritual energy. He swallowed again, hastily searching the cave. After confirming there were only 2 exits, Li Qingdao sighed in relief. The Zhu fruits could not be utilized directly. They needed to remain on the tree for gradual refinement. Therefore, he had to employ a formation to protect the cave, allowing him to refine the Zhu fruits before deciding whether to relocate the spiritual vein or establish a dojo there. Much like the bamboo forest, where Qian Mao could cultivate, this place could serve as a dojo for his second disciple, Gao Ping'an. However, now was not the time for such considerations. These were Zhu fruits, after all. For practitioners in the end of Dharma era, 10-year-old Zhu fruits were extraordinary treasures. With 7 of them present, they could significantly enhance his cultivation. With this thought in mind, Li Qingdao swiftly retrieved spirit stones and solar stones, quickly setting up a yang fire spirit flame array at the 2 cave entrances. He borrowed a bit of flame from the ancient lantern to empower the formation, finally feeling a sense of relief. Next, he inspected the cave, and upon seeing the bones, he couldn't help but frown. With a wave of his hand, a ball of fire materialized, ready to reduce all the bones to ashes. Yet, as he prepared to take action, his gaze suddenly fell upon a pile of bones, where a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. The 3 purities bell, the peachwood sword, and some books? Li Qingdao felt a jolt of surprise in his heart. With a wave of his hand, all the bones were sent flying, revealing several items. Upon seeing these objects, a hint of regret flashed in Li Qingdao's eyes. Neither the peachwood sword nor the 3 purities bell had attained the level of magical artifacts. As for the books, there were 3 in total. Li Qingdao picked them up for a closer inspection. One on the Tao of Qingyun Mountain, another on the Qingyun Immortal Sutra, and the last on the Qingyun Spirit Concentration Method. Qingyun? It must be a small sect akin to Xian Mountain. Otherwise, how could their teachings be found here? As Li Qingdao examined the Qingyun Immortal Sutra, a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing slipped out, which he swiftly grasped in his hand. What is this? Chapter 42. The Legacy of Qingyun. Li Qingdao swiftly grasped the paper, studying it earnestly. Upon completion, he could only sigh in resignation. The Qingyun sect, akin to the Xian sect, was a modest establishment, with its disciples primarily focused on the path of magical energy cultivation. As for the Qingyun Ancient method, it was merely a reconstruction by future generations, incomplete as it only encompassed the soul-nurturing aspect. The contents of the letter were disheartening. The Qingyun sect had succumbed to the age of diminishing spiritual energy, perpetuating a lineage that was singular and isolated. In contrast to Xinyuan Taoist, the last disciple of the Qingyun sect was not as fortunate, having left no successor for the next generation. Consequently, with the demise of the last disciple, the Qingyun sect effectively faced extinction. This reality weighed heavily on Li Qingdao, for regardless of circumstances, preserving a legacy was paramount. Li Qingdao had managed quite well. Having only emerged from seclusion for a little over a year, he had already taken in 2 disciples, one suited for the path of the spirit, the other for the cultivation of magical energy. Even if one were to perish prematurely, the remaining disciple could carry forth the teachings of the Xian sect. However, it was against the rules of the Linghuan realm to indiscriminately accept students without sufficient mastery. Of course, each sect had its own regulations, which varied significantly. For instance, while Xinyuan Taoist lacked the qualification to take on disciples, he made an exception to ensure the sect's continuity. Similarly, until Li Qingdao himself transcended to the liquid transformation stage, he too was not authorized to accept disciples, yet he had taken Qian Mao as his apprentice. Now that Li Qingdao had attained the liquid transformation stage, no one could accuse him of violating the rules. The disciples of the Qingyun sect, for reasons unknown, did not accept apprentices, leading to the eventual severance of their lineage. Glancing at the paper in his hand, Li Qingdao shook his head slightly. In this age of decline, numerous small sects had lost their heritage due to the absence of soul cultivation methods, and this was an unfortunate reality. The Qingyun sect was merely one example. Li Qingdao felt a twinge of sorrow, for without the ancient lamp, the Xian sect might also have faced a similar fate of extinction. Fortunately, he had acquired the ancient lamp, allowing him to cultivate even in this era of decline, with the possibility of attaining immortality. Reflecting on this, A smile crept onto Li Chengdao's face as his gaze fell upon the three books. The Sanqing Bell and the Peachwood Sword were effective against ordinary ghosts and zombies. Yet using them against a black bear demon would be tantamount to courting death. While he held them in disdain, he nonetheless collected them, intending to present them to Qian Mao. Though Qian Mao might not appreciate these items, they could still be passed on to the next generation of disciples. The materials were of decent quality, and with careful nurturing, they could potentially transform into low-grade magical artifacts. If all else failed, they could be sold to other practitioners. For the current Xian sect was not lacking in such items. Qian Mao, the eldest disciple, was the son of the wealthiest individual in Qianjia town, possessing remarkable financial resources. Acquiring treasures like the Sanyang purple bamboo would not be a challenge for him. However, any treasures found in the future would rightfully belong to his disciple. And Li Qingdao considered himself fortunate to have already obtained a piece of Sanyang purple bamboo. As he perused the Qingyun Immortal Sutra, Li Qingdao's eyes sparkled with delight. For the scripture contained methods for cultivating the fate-bound flying sword, filling him with exuberance. Moreover, the Qingyun Immortal Sutra surpasses Li Chengdao's Purple Flame Immortal Sutra in rank. The latter can only cultivate to the Yuaning realm, while the former contains methods to transcend the Yuanshan realm. This revelation brought immense joy to Li Qingdao, for it was said that the legendary Purple Flame Immortal had chosen to shed his physical form and ascend to the immortal realm due to his failure to discover a method to break through the Yuanshan stage. Li Qingdao could not help but smile. The Qingyun Immortal Sutra was undoubtedly a treasure for him. It could completely enhance the Purple Flame Immortal Sutra, allowing the Purple Flame sect to transcend the Yuanshan realm. After thoroughly examining the Qingyun Immortal Sutra, his gaze turned to the Qingyun Dao method. The Qingyun Dao method appeared somewhat incomplete, leaving one to wonder whether it was originally flawed or had been lost over time. Upon careful scrutiny, he found only two sword techniques within: the Qingyun Sword Control Technique and the Tiangang 7-Star Sword Technique. The Qingyun Sword Control Technique was significantly more powerful than that of the Purple Flame sect, but what delighted Li Chengdao the most was the Tiangang 7-Star Sword Technique. If he could acquire 7 superior-grade flying swords, he could form the Tiangang 7-Star Sword Formation, harnessing the starlight of the Big Dipper to enhance his combat capabilities, enabling him to fight beyond his means. Of course, sufficient spiritual power was essential to execute this. Without formidable energy, even possessing 7 superior-grade flying swords would be of little use. Nevertheless, Li Qingdao felt immensely satisfied. He already possessed 1 superior-grade flying sword and 2 inferior-grade flying swords, which, with diligent refinement, could soon reach the superior-grade level. As for the remaining 4 flying swords, he was in no hurry. He could take his time. Initially, he contemplated giving one to his second disciple, considering the latter's unique physique, but it seemed more prudent to bestow upon him the 5 Juju wood swords instead. Although the 5 Juju wood swords were small and contained only a single restriction, if fused, they could instantly transform into a medium-grade artifact. After all, the 5 swords constituted a set and could indeed be combined. If he could enhance all 5 flying swords to have 2 restrictions each, their fusion would yield a top-grade artifact. However, the quality of the Juju wood swords was rather low, apart from the largest one. Inscribing a second restriction on the others would prove exceedingly difficult. Even with gradual refinement, it would take over a decade or 2. For many cultivators, dedicating such a span to achieve a top-grade artifact is a worthwhile endeavor. In the current spiritual realm, which is in the age of dwindling magic, acquiring superior-grade artifacts is already a challenge, let alone top-grade ones. As for the Qingyun Spirit Concentration Method, after perusing it, Li Chengdao could not help but frown. It must be said that the last disciple of the Qingyun sect was quite formidable, having devised a soul cultivation method that was remarkably sound. If practiced, it could even surpass the turtle-breathing spirit concentration method in speed. Unfortunately, it was limited to the soul-nurturing realm. The subsequent techniques had not been developed before its creator perished, which was indeed a pity. Li Qingdao had never contemplated creating a soul cultivation method, as he believed that the existing methods sufficiently facilitated the cultivation of spiritual power, rendering soul cultivation unnecessary. It was only after acquiring the turtle-breathing spirit concentration method that he accepted Qian Mao as a disciple. It was not until he had slain the Taoist of the Corpse Ghost sect and obtained the complete turtle-breathing spirit concentration method that he discovered what he truly sought. After examining the Qingyun concentration technique, Li Qingdao decided to put it away. This technique was exceedingly remarkable, even if he did not delve into it himself. He could eventually pass it on to Qian Mao, allowing him to explore its potential for refinement. After all, what truly suits oneself is invariably the best choice. And Qian Mao should be capable of such an endeavor. With this thought, Li Chengdao refrained from further contemplation and swiftly stored away the technique before turning his attention to the interior of the ancient lamp space. Upon witnessing the spiritual energy crystals within, his eyes widened in astonishment. There were a full 10 crystals, each the size of a longan, which left Li Chengdao in disbelief. Could it be that the corpses of the monsters and the aura they exuded had transformed into an even greater number of spiritual energy crystals? If so, would it not mean that he could seek out and eliminate more monsters in the future? With this realization, Li Chengdao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Should he succeed in refining these spiritual energy crystals, his liquid mana could surpass 20 drops. Chapter 43, Gift of the Disciple's Artifact. Having completed his tasks, Li Chengdao turned and exited the cave. Although the location was quite satisfactory, it had once been the dwelling of a black bear demon, and the odor within was exceedingly unpleasant. Li Chengdao decided to wait until the stench dissipated before returning to meditate there the following day. He was undeniably tempted by the 7 crimson fruits. Upon leaving the cave, Li Chengdao employed his lightness technique and swiftly made his way towards Sifang town. It was not long before he arrived outside the town, striding purposefully towards his disciple's home. Entering Gao Pingan's residence, he observed Gao Pingan earnestly attempting to cultivate, prompting a nod of approval from him. "Pingan, how goes your practice? Have you sensed the spiritual energy?" Li Chengdao inquired. Gao Pingan nodded and replied, "Master, I have sensed it. I am currently using the spiritual energy to cleanse my physical body, strengthening it." Although practitioners were not warriors, their bodies, having been refined through spiritual energy and magical power, were remarkably robust, rivaling those of martial artists. After all, one could not cultivate formidable magical power without a strong physique. However, the path of the soul did not emphasize the body. They focused solely on the spirit, ultimately achieving the primordial spirit, which, upon departing the body, ascended to the celestial realm. Li Chengdao nodded and encouraged, "Very well, continue your diligent practice. Remember, you must strive to break through to the condensation of law stage as swiftly as possible." He did not even need to provide his second disciple with spiritual energy crystals, as he could cultivate using his own yang energy. Moreover, Gao Pingan could absorb the essence of the sun for cultivation, which was far more potent than mere spiritual energy. "If you wish to accelerate your cultivation, you might consider practicing beneath the sun," he suggested. Gao Pingan promptly nodded. After all, he was already 12 years old, and in this era, it would not be long before he could take a wife. His self-discipline was strong, and he quickly exited the room to meditate under the sun. Li Chengdao glanced at him before hastily returning to his own quarters, where he retrieved a spiritual energy crystal to begin his cultivation. As he practiced, he found himself contemplating the crimson fruit tree. While spiritual energy crystals could be preserved, the crimson fruits could not last long. Although he was uncertain why the black bear had not consumed the 7 fruits, Li Chengdao intended to claim them for himself. Only by refining them into his own magical power would they truly belong to him. With this thought in mind, Li Chengdao devoted himself to his cultivation. Meanwhile, Gao Pingan settled in the courtyard, meditating under the sun, and soon discovered that his cultivation speed was significantly enhanced compared to practicing indoors. This revelation filled him with joy. His master's words rang true. The sun was indeed beneficial for his practice. With this in mind, he closed his eyes tightly and focused on his cultivation. Gao Jianping and his wife, witnessing their son meditating in the sunlight, felt a mixture of concern and pride. Their son had grown up and found a capable master, which promised him a path to longevity, a far better fate than their own. The Gao family was not impoverished. Although their home was modest, it sufficed for their needs. Furthermore, Gao Jianping owned considerable farmland and 2 shops, placing them comfortably above the lower class. Nevertheless, they firmly believed that having Li Chengdao as a mentor was the best opportunity for their son's future. "Tonight, let us prepare a delightful meal for our child and his master. It won't be long before he departs from us," said the child's mother, her voice tinged with reluctance. "But dear, we named him Ping and for a reason, to ensure his safety. Yet, we cannot obstruct his future. Master Ling Yan is a capable individual, and it is a privilege for our child to be his disciple. We should rejoice in this." "Indeed, you are right. Our child will also become a remarkable person. Given the precarious nature of this world, following Master Ling Yan will ensure his safety throughout his life. Just as long as you understand, Please, prepare a sumptuous feast. I shall procure some fine wine to properly host Master Ling Yan." With that, Gao Jianping exited the courtyard to fetch the wine, while the Gao matriarch entered the kitchen to inspect the remaining meat and vegetables before heading out for groceries. In the courtyard, Gao Ping continued his diligent practice, mirroring the efforts of Li Qingdao within the confines of the room. As night fell, Li Qingdao concluded his training and stepped outside, where Gao Ping also ceased his exercises and looked toward his master. "Master, have you finished your practice? My father has prepared a delicious meal. Let us go eat." Gao Ping exclaimed. Li Qingdao nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Gao Ping and significantly strengthened physique, silently commending him. "Had it not been for our revered ancestor aiding me in cleansing my marrow, I would not have achieved my spirit absorption so swiftly. Now, my disciple can achieve it merely after a few days of training. Indeed, one's progress can be astonishing. Yes, your physical strength has certainly improved. Within half a month, you should be able to break through to the condensation realm. However, do not become complacent. Your talent is commendable, and you may have the opportunity to attain the path of immortality." Gao Ping had nodded vigorously. "Yes, master. I too cherish the sensation of cultivation. The feeling of becoming stronger is truly gratifying." Li Qingdao produced a set of jujube wood swords, playfully handling them in his hands. This is a set of magical weapons, each a low-grade artifact. When combined, they form a mid-grade weapon. Once you reach the condensation realm, you may wield them. Consider this a gift for our first meeting. With a flick of his hand, the 5 jujube swords soared into the air, seamlessly merging before gently coming to rest before Gao Ping, and joy illuminated Gao Ping's eyes as he eagerly caught the swords. "Thank you, master. When shall I be able to wield a sword like you?" Li Qingdao chuckled. "Your current strength is insufficient. Once you reach the liquid transformation realm, you will be able to wield a sword in battle, perhaps even fly with it." Gao Ping's eyes widened, and he resolutely replied, "Rest assured, master. I shall strive diligently to break through to the liquid transformation realm." "Very well," Li Qingdao smiled. "Let us go and enjoy our meal." Once they had feasted and the others had retired for the night, Li Qingdao swiftly rose and made his way toward the Tan family estate with remarkable speed. At this very moment, the atmosphere is thick with malevolence, transforming the Tan family's grand estate into a realm of phantoms. Li Qingdao stands at the entrance, gazing upon the ominous energy within the mansion, a flicker of delight evident in his eyes. "Ancient lamp, emerge." Upon uttering these words, the ancient lamp materializes beside him, drawing forth the uncontrollable dark energy from within the estate, which rushes towards the lamp's violet flames. The flames burn brightly upon the lamp, as a continuous stream of sinister energy, infused with the essence of spirits, converges, tirelessly crystallizing into spiritual gems. Indeed, the realm of phantoms possesses its own allure. Fortunate it is that Master Su did not eradicate the spirits here, for without such preservation, this ghostly domain would not exist, and I would not have the opportunity to harvest so many spiritual gems. In truth, Li Qingdao remains oblivious to the fact that it is not Master Su's reluctance to eliminate the spirits. Rather, he desires to vanquish this ghostly realm more than anyone else, yet finds himself powerless to do so. Chapter 44. The demise of the Tan family spirits. As a Taoist priest from Maoshan, the malevolence of these spirits was palpable, prompting an immediate desire to eliminate them. However, he was wounded at the time, prioritizing his own life above all else. By the time he had recovered, a ghostly domain had already taken shape here, rendering him incapable of resolving the situation with his current abilities. Consequently, he resorted to sealing the Tan family mansion with a blue talisman. This ghostly domain unwittingly benefited Li Qingdao, as Gu Deng felt the urgency of the situation and swiftly flew to the Tan family mansion to commence the absorption of the dark energy. Observing Gu Deng continuously drawing in the yin and ghostly energies, Li Qingdao noted that the ghostly domain within the mansion was rapidly shrinking, while over 30 spirits within the Tan family abode exhibited expressions of terror. "What is this entity? Why do I sense the dissipating ghostly energy enveloping me?" "Me too. Master, help. Master, I feel as though I cannot endure much longer. Master, quickly save me. I sense my existence slipping away." Tan Laoi's face was etched with fear as he fixated on Gu Deng hovering in midair, acutely aware that his ghostly domain was diminishing. Without hesitation, he charged towards Gu Deng. Yet, before he could approach, a flying sword intercepted him, blocking his path in an instant. This sword was not merely meant to obstruct him. It aimed directly at Tan Leoi's life. Forced to halt, Tan Leoi watched helplessly as the sword, unwavering, turned towards him. The aura emanating from the sword was formidable, and he knew he could not withstand it. Flee. The thought barely formed before Tan Leoi instinctively sought refuge in the distance. However, the speed of the flying sword was beyond his capacity to escape. A black bear demon that had roamed for 2 centuries had been vanquished by this very sword, let alone Tan Leoi, who had only recently transformed into a spirit. Though Li Qingdao was unaware of the origins of this ghostly domain, he discerned that Tan Leoi was not particularly powerful. Despite being a fierce spirit, he paled in comparison to Yun Yang at present. With no time to evade, Tan Leoi was struck by the San Yang Zizhu's sword, his essence shattered, dispersing into pure ghostly energy, which Gu Deng eagerly absorbed. With Tan Leoi's demise, the remaining spirits were thrown into chaos, unable to escape the mansion that could only scatter aimlessly. Yet, Li Qingdao was intent on a swift resolution, eager to eliminate them and return to his cultivation. He yearned to refine his abundant spiritual energy crystals, believing that doing so would significantly enhance his prowess. And he had no time to squander in this place. Moments later, the spirits within the Tan family mansion were entirely eradicated. Gu Deng continued to absorb the yin and ghostly energies, transforming them into spiritual energy crystals. Before long, the area was devoid of any lingering dark energy, completely drained by Gu Deng. As Li Qingdao beheld 3 dragon eye-sized spiritual energy crystals materializing within Gu Deng's space, a smile crept across his face. Consequently, his ancient lamp space now contained 20 dragon eye-sized spiritual energy crystals, alongside 2 smaller ones, remnants of his prior cultivation. Additionally, he possessed 8 grains of rice-sized spiritual energy crystals. This constituted the entirety of Li Qingdao's spiritual energy crystals. Should he refine them into magical power, his liquid mana would undoubtedly exceed 21 drops. A reserve of fewer than 7 drops of liquid mana in the Dantian indicated the initial stage of liquefaction, while fewer than 21 drops signified the mid-stage of liquefaction. Should one achieve 22 drops of liquid mana in the Dantian, it signifies the late stage of liquid transformation, while surpassing 43 drops denotes the pinnacle of this phase. This delineation serves as the foundational classification of the liquid transformation realm. Attaining 49 drops of liquid mana is requisite for transcending into the. Thus, it becomes evident that for Li Qingdao, refining these spiritual energy crystals to break through the late stage of liquid transformation presents no insurmountable challenge. However, this classification bears no relevance to Li Qingdao, as he aspires to cultivate 365 drops of liquid mana, thereby effortlessly advancing into the. Hence, both his strength and realm cannot be appraised according to this categorization. Moreover, considering that we currently reside in the era of diminished spiritual energy, the cultivation of mana itself proves significantly more formidable than that of the soul. Li Qingdao cast a glance at the Tan family mansion before turning away and departing. He paid no heed to the blue talisman sealing this place, as it belonged to Master Su. To remove it himself could potentially draw Master Su's attention, a scenario he wished to avoid. Should the latter discover Gao Pingyin's Shaoyang physique, it could lead to complications over the matter of disciples. Instances of such occurrences are not unheard of. It is rare for a prodigy to emerge during this diminished era, and he finds it hard to believe that the Maoshan sect would remain indifferent. Li Qingdao's cultivation had yet to reach that, and he dared not oppose these powerful Taoist sections. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from engaging with them. Upon returning to the Gao residence, he found Gao Jianping and the others still in slumber, prompting Li Qingdao to immerse himself in his own cultivation. The following morning, he rose and stepped outside, completing his morning routine before rousing Gao Pingyin for training. Mornings provide an optimal opportunity for cultivation. If one could absorb a wisp of the morning sun's purple qi, it could greatly benefit one's progress. Gao Pingyin, initially groggy from being awakened, complied and rose to practice upon seeing Li Qingdao. Li Qingdao chose not to cultivate alongside him, but instead departed Shifeng town, heading towards the Black Bear Cave. Within the cave, he unhesitatingly plucked a decade-old red fruit and consumed it. The fruit was delectable, and its immense energy filled Li Qingdao with delight. After ingesting the red fruit, he swiftly settled into a meditative position, diligently engaging in his cultivation practice. The purple flame immortal technique continuously circulated, rapidly refining the energy of the fruit, resulting in an increment of liquid mana within his Dantian. At Li Qingdao's level of cultivation, sustenance became unnecessary. Surrounded by abundant spiritual energy, he could sustain himself for extended periods without food or water. The spiritual energy within the Black Bear Cave was far from sparse. It was considerably denser than that found outside. Even the spiritual energy in the purple bamboo forest he had previously encountered paled in comparison to this locale. Thus, time elapsed unnoticed as Li Qingdao immersed himself in the refinement of the red fruit. It was not until half a month later that Li Qingdao finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his gaze. Upon calculating the passage of time, disbelief washed over him. He had merely refined a single red fruit. Yet half a month had slipped away. However, joy soon graced his countenance. Within his dantian, 7 drops of liquid mana swirled ceaselessly around the primordial mana. And at that moment, Li Qingdao's mana had reached 8 drops. Before refining the crimson fruit, Li Qingdao possessed merely 2 drops of innate magical power within his dantian, excluding the source of his power. Now he has reached 7 drops. Does this not imply that a single crimson fruit can be transformed into 5 drops of liquid magical energy? This revelation filled him with immense joy. 1 crimson fruit is equivalent to 5 dragon eye-sized crystals of spiritual energy, and with 6 more in his possession, he could potentially yield an additional 30 drops of liquid magical power. Furthermore, considering the spiritual energy crystals he already possesses, cultivating 50 to 60 drops of liquid magical power would pose no challenge. With this thought, Li Qingdao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. At that moment, his magical power would surge, and his combat prowess would be formidable. Even the in-spirit realm of the Path of the Soul might not stand as a rival. Indeed. Splendid, he exclaimed. I shall return and check on my second disciple. It has been half a month, and he should be on the verge of breaking through to the realm of solidification. With that, Li Qingdao exited the cave and soared towards the direction of the 4 Directions town on his sword. Chapter 45. Refining the Vermilion Fruit in the town of Xifang. Gao Pingyan was overjoyed, for he had successfully completed his cultivation in the spirit-nurturing realm in merely half a month. No wonder his master often remarked on his remarkable aptitude for cultivation. Having achieved the spirit-nurturing stage, he now only needed to refine his magical power to reach the law consolidation realm. With this thought, Gao Pingyan settled into a cross-legged position, his eyes narrowing slightly as he began to channel the techniques of the purple flame immortal art to condense his magical energy. The spiritual energy flowed into his body, growing increasingly potent as it circulated through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian and transforming into a thread of magical power. If Li Qingdao were present, he would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. After all, it had taken him half a month to refine a single thread of magical power, while Gao Pingyan achieved this in just 1 cycle of circulation. This was not merely due to Gao Pingyan's absorption of spiritual energy, but rather the innate yang energy stored within his Shaoyang constitution. Along with the essence of sunlight, he continuously drew from its rays, which provided him with the necessary energy for his cultivation. Upon successfully refining a thread of magical power, Gao Pingyan opened his eyes, incredulous as he gazed at himself. Had he truly done it? Had his magical power genuinely coalesced so swiftly? He could scarcely believe that he had attained such a feat and become a practitioner of the law consolidation realm. Yet, elation soon followed, and without hesitation, he resumed his meditation with utmost seriousness. In the confines of his own courtyard, undisturbed by others, even with his younger siblings returned home. They had been cautioned by Gao Jianping and his wife not to intrude upon Gao Pingyan's practice. Though his siblings were filled with curiosity, they dared not inquire further. After another 6 cycles of circulation, Gao Pingyan finally paused. Having only recently begun his cultivation, being able to circulate for 7 cycles was quite commendable. Sensing the 7 threads of magical power within his dantian, he couldn't help but smile. Refining 7 threads daily was promising, and it would only increase from here. Just as he finished this thought, a figure appeared before him. It was Li Qingdao. Pingyan, have you successfully cultivated your magical power? Gao Pingyan quickly nodded. Master, I have succeeded. I can only circulate for 7 cycles a day and have refined 7 threads of magical power. Li Qingdao rolled his eyes. That's already quite commendable. As you continue your cultivation, the number of cycles you can perform will increase, allowing you to refine even more magical power. Though Gao Pingyan possessed a Shaoyang constitution, he had only recently embarked on this path. Being able to circulate for 7 cycles daily was indeed impressive. When Li Qingdao had first begun his cultivation, it took him half a month to complete a single cycle and refine a thread of magical power, a process that took him 5 long years to achieve consistently. Furthermore, Li Qingdao had undergone a transformative process through his ancestral master's teachings, allowing him to circulate more cycles. Alas, his constitution did not permit him to cultivate at such a rapid pace. Gao Pingyan, on the other hand, was refining 7 threads of magical power each day after 10 days. That would amount to 70 threads, and to reach 365 threads, he would need just over a year. But should his constitution strengthen in the future, his cultivation speed would surely accelerate. Li Qingdao gazed upon him with deep envy. At this rate, Gao Pingyan's cultivation would soon rival his own. Yet, he quickly shook his head, recalling that this was indeed the end of an era of magic, with the ancient lamp in his possession. Li Qingdao's cultivation speed was not one that Gao Pingyan could hope to match. Quite impressive, with your innate talent. It won't be long before you attain the liquid transformation realm, Hai Pingyan exclaimed with delight, eagerly inquiring, Master, how long will it take for me to reach the liquid transformation realm? Li Qingdao chuckled, a little over a year, at most 2. Hai Pingyan couldn't help but smile, earnestly responding, Master, I shall devote myself to diligent practice. Li Qingdao nodded, while cultivating your magical prowess. You may also practice this spell. However, this town is not a suitable place for you to refine your abilities. We must swiftly relocate to my temporary dojo. Hai Pingyan agreed, saying, All right, then I shall bid farewell to my parents. He understood that leaving with Li Qingdao was merely a matter of time. Now that Li Qingdao had spoken, he would naturally follow him. Although Gao Jianping and his wife felt reluctant, they ultimately acquiesced. Simultaneously, Li Qingdao met Hai Pingyan's younger siblings. Perhaps due to Hai Pingyan's exceptional talent, his siblings exhibited only average aptitude for cultivation. Li Qingdao merely observed, intending to accept any promising candidates, while dismissing those who lacked potential. Li Qingdao and Hai Pingyan departed, swiftly moving to mitigate the pain of parting. Once outside the town and in a secluded area, Li Qingdao waved his hand, summoning the Sanyang Zizhu sword before him. He then swiftly lifted Hai Pingyan, and they soared into the air upon the sword, racing towards the Black Bear Cave. Hai Pingyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Master, is this sword flight? Li Qingdao nodded slightly. Indeed, this is sword flight. Remember, once you reach the liquid transformation realm, do not attempt to fly with the sword until you have cultivated at least 5 drops of liquid mana. Should you harm your foundational mana, your cultivation may diminish or, in severe cases, be utterly destroyed. Hai Pingyan nodded earnestly. Yes, Master, I shall remember. Very well. We have arrived, Li Qingdao declared as they landed at the entrance of the Black Bear Cave. Hai Pingyan gazed at the cave in astonishment, asking Master, have you been cultivating here for the past half-month? Li Qingdao replied, Indeed. This cave was the lair of a black bear demon that I slain after 2 centuries of cultivation. Now, let us proceed inside. With that, he led the way into the cave, and Hai Pingyan quickly followed. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the dense spiritual energy, exclaiming, Master, the aura in the Black Bear Cave is so rich. Li Qingdao smiled. The spiritual energy here is indeed remarkable. Once you reach the liquid transformation realm, this can serve as your dojo. However, if you prefer not to stay, you may continue to accompany me. I can relocate the spiritual vein back to Zihua Mountain. Hai Pingyan promptly replied, No, wherever Master goes, I shall follow. I want to return to Zihua Mountain with you. Li Qingdao couldn't help but chuckle. Initially, he believed that Gao Pingyan intended to remain here, but to his surprise, the lad was willing to accompany him, which was quite delightful. Gao Pingyan's cultivation had progressed remarkably. Within just over a year, he would likely break through to the liquid transformation realm, which would certainly ease Li Qingdao's burdens. As for Qian Mao, he had not given it much thought. After all, the little fellow was merely 7 years old, and having him around would be more of a hindrance. It would be better to leave him in Qianjia town, where he could be with his parents and also guard the temple of the Purple Flame Immortal. Li Qingdao held the temple of the Purple Flame Immortal in high regard. He was uncertain about the fate of his ancestral master. But one could hope that prolonged devotion might elicit a response from the master. Even if the ancestral master had perished, it would not pose a problem. He could simply be regarded as the guardian deity of the Purple Flame sect, ultimately serving to strengthen the sect itself. Chapter 46, Surge of Magical Power. Li Qingdao smiled and said, Very well, then follow me diligently in your cultivation. Once you break through to the liquid transformation realm and cultivate more than 10 drops of liquid magical power, you may venture out to hone your skills and vanquish demons. Oh, And remember to properly seal the corpses and bring them back. After saying this, Li Qingdao seemed to recall something, adding the latter remark. The reason for his insistence was that he wished to experiment and see if the corpse's residual energy or demonic aura could still be utilized once returned. If so, Li Qingdao could cultivate numerous disciples to gather such materials for him, allowing him to focus solely on his own cultivation. Gao Pingyan quickly nodded, "Yes, master. Your disciple shall remember." Li Qingdao continued, "For now, go and rest. Do not practice any techniques. Instead, attempt to cleanse your body with the spiritual energy found here to strengthen your physique." Gao Pingyan nodded and hastened toward the area rich in spiritual energy. Li Qingdao paid him no further attention and swiftly approached a red fruit nearby, plucking one to commence his own cultivation. He did not share the fruit with Gao Pingyan, primarily because the latter's cultivation was too weak, rendering the fruit a waste. Moreover, Gao Pingyan did not truly require it. He only needed to cultivate under the sun to sufficiently strengthen his physical form and continuously generate magical power. It was only mortals like Li Qingdao who needed to rely on such rare materials for their cultivation. Seeing Li Qingdao enter a state of deep meditation, Gao Pingyan followed his instructions, persistently cleansing his body with spiritual energy. It was not until evening, when hunger became unbearable, that he approached Li Qingdao once more. "Master, is there anything to eat? Your disciple is famished." Li Qingdao opened his eyes and glanced at Gao Pingyan, slightly embarrassed as he replied, "I have already entered a fasting state and do not require food. However, here is a bear paw. You may roast it for sustenance. This is the flesh of a demon beast, rich in energy, so consume it sparingly and try to refine it. By the way, can you roast meat?" Gao Pingyan promptly nodded, "Master, I can do that." Li Qingdao handed him a bear paw and then closed his eyes once more, resuming his serious cultivation. Gao Pingyan took the paw and began to prepare it, and before long, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Yet, as it was a critical moment for Li Qingdao in refining the red fruit, he did not cease his practice and continued to focus on the fruit. As time gradually passed, half a month slipped by, and the red fruit was completely refined. Gao Pingyan had consumed all 4 bear paws of the black bear demon, experiencing a notable increase in his physical prowess, now capable of circulating energy through 8 cycles daily. After this fortnight, Li Qingdao had cultivated 12 drops of liquid magical power, while Gao Pingyan had managed to generate 10 strands of magical power. The reason for this modest amount was due to Gao Pingyan frequently practicing the fireball and waterball techniques. Unfortunately, there was no water source within the Black Bear Cave, necessitating the use of fire for roasting meat, which compelled him to rely on these 2 spells. In addition to these, Gao Pingyan also practiced a cleansing technique, specifically designed for personal hygiene. Li Qingdao was not overly particular. Having reached the liquid transformation realm, he had become a pure body, untouched by dust. This is the advantage of the path of magical power, which is far more convenient than the path of spiritual essence. Upon waking, Li Qingdao observed Gao Pingyan preparing to venture out for hunting, which brought a smile to his face. Having consumed 4 bear paws, Gao Pingyan's magical power had also strengthened considerably, making his hunting foray quite feasible. However, for the sake of convenience, Li Qingdao called out to him, "Pingyan, wait a moment. I shall procure provisions for half a month. If you are to cultivate here, it is imperative to stock up on food. Once you reach the liquid transformation realm, it will be much easier." Gao Pingyan halted, turning to gaze at Li Qingdao, his eyes reflecting surprise. "Master, have you completed your seclusion?" Li Qingdao pointed to a nearby red fruit tree and replied with a smile, "I still need to continue my retreat. This is the red fruit, which can enhance cultivation. But at your current level, consuming it would be a waste. After all, your physical body is not strong enough to continuously operate the techniques. The medicinal properties of the red fruit would easily be squandered. Moreover, your aptitude is quite commendable. Cultivating under the sun is superior to consuming any rare treasures." Upon hearing this, Gao Pingyan nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to the remaining 5 red fruits. "Master, do we need to cultivate here for another 2.5 months?" Li Qingdao nodded slightly, saying, "We should cultivate for at least 3 months. We will depart from here after that. The additional half-month will be spent refining storage bags. I must create them, as carrying so many items without them is quite inconvenient." Gao Pingyan nodded. Suddenly his eyes brightened. "Master, may I return to visit my parents and siblings?" Li Qingdao nodded gently, "Of course, let us be swift in our journey." Gao Pingyan's heart soared with joy as he eagerly agreed. After exiting the Black Bear Cave, Li Qingdao swiftly grasped Gao Pingyan and took flight on his sword. rapidly heading towards the Four Directions town. Upon arriving at the town, Li Qingdao went shopping while Gao Ping'an reunited with his family. By evening, the two returned to the Black Bear Cave and resumed their cultivation. Before long, 2.5 months had passed. Li Qingdao opened his eyes, unable to suppress the joy radiating from within. He had fully refined the remaining 5 red fruits, and his magical power had reached 37 drops, firmly establishing him in the late stage of liquid transformation. With such abundant magical power, Li Qingdao could cast a greater array of spells without concern for consumption. Furthermore, his spiritual awareness now extended to a radius of 100 meters, allowing him to perceive everything around him with clarity. As he looked towards Gao Ping'an, who was practicing nearby, Gao Ping'an instantly opened his eyes. "Master, have you completed your seclusion?" He recalled Li Qingdao mentioning a 3-month retreat, surprised that it had concluded in just 2.5 months. Li Qingdao smiled and replied, "Yes, indeed, I have finished my cultivation. The remaining half-month will be dedicated to other tasks. By the way, how has your cultivation progressed?" Gao Ping'an promptly expressed, "Master, my spiritual energy within the Dantian has reached 70 strands, and I have become quite adept at various spells." Li Qingdao nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Excellent, excellent. Strive to break through to 100 strands of spiritual energy within 1.5 months, and you will then be capable of standing on your own." Gao Ping'an chuckled, "Master, I will certainly dedicate myself to my cultivation." Li Qingdao inquired, "Are you able to procure food from Xifeng Town on your own?" Gao Ping'an quickly replied, "Master, I can manage it by myself. My current spiritual energy allows me to use the lightness technique, enabling me to move swiftly." Li Qingdao nodded slightly. "Very well, then you may go. Oh, take this storage pouch with you. It will be convenient for carrying items." Overjoyed, Gao Ping'an eagerly accepted the pouch and bid farewell to Li Qingdao. Upon returning home, he wished to spend quality time with his family, as he would be departing in half a month, and when he would meet them again was uncertain. Chapter 47. The storage bag. After Gao Ping'an departed, Li Qingdao retrieved the skin of the rabbit demon, his expression turning grave. As this was his inaugural attempt at crafting a storage bag, he would undoubtedly begin with the rabbit demon skin, which had only just reached the requisite quality for such a creation. Had the skin been of any lesser quality, it would have proven insufficient for the task. Employing the ancient flame, Li Qingdao commenced the crafting process, guided by the ancestral teachings etched in his memory. He had rehearsed the procedure in his mind countless times, as the desire for a storage bag had long been kindled within him. As the flames intensified, he meticulously wielded his spiritual awareness to shape the arcane seals. The storage bag, akin to a magical artifact, merely differed in its array of restrictions. Although the spatial restrictions were exceedingly intricate, they posed little challenge for Li Qingdao. With his formidable spiritual awareness and abundant magical energy, he swiftly inscribed the initial seal. It is important to note that this seal was not for storage, but rather for enhancement, primarily fortifying the rabbit demon skin. A storage bag lacking in strength would be incapable of holding substantial contents. Once the enhancement was complete, Li Qingdao proceeded to mold the skin into the semblance of a small pouch. This stage was remarkably straightforward, and he accomplished it with ease. However, upon completing the shaping, his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. Unlike a mere containment bag, a storage bag necessitated the engraving of spatial seals, and he was ready to commence. Under the guidance of his spiritual awareness, his magical energy flowed seamlessly over the pouch, and within moments, he inscribed a spatial seal upon it. Success! Elation surged within him. Yet he remained vigilant, preparing to inscribe the next seal. To ensure the storage bag possessed ample capacity, multiple spatial seals were essential. In addition to spatial seals, enhancements such as fire and water resistance were also required. Shortly thereafter, he inscribed the enhancement seal, his expression grave as he engraved the fire and water resistant seal. To his astonishment, the process unfolded with remarkable ease. This was already the 4th seal, elevating the storage bag to the status of a mid-grade magical artifact. With a serious countenance, he began inscribing the 2nd spatial seal. This particular seal proved significantly more challenging, primarily due to the inferior quality of the rabbit demon skin, which nearly shattered several times. Fortunately, he managed to complete the engraving without mishap. Having just inscribed the spatial seal, he pressed on to inscribe the enhancement seal, knowing that failure would render his efforts futile. Upon completing the 6th seal, the storage bag had become exceedingly robust, making it difficult for even Li Qingdao to breach. He paused, retracting the flames, and couldn't help but smile. In his hands lay a pouch no larger than a palm, with a cubic capacity that appeared quite pleasing. Without hesitation, he stowed all his belongings within, and a smile of delight spread across his face. Such a remarkable item. Indeed, truly, a storage bag is an exceptional tool. This was a magical artifact-level storage bag, wherein he could input magical energy to extract resources. Furthermore, should one cultivate spiritual awareness, they could also retrieve resources using their mind. However, this type of storage bag could not be bound to a master. Despite this, Li Qingdao remained utterly captivated. Gao Pingyan had not returned, likely choosing to spend some time with his parents and family. With Gao Pingyan possessing magical abilities and protective artifacts, Li Qingdao harbored no concerns for his safety. As he sensed the magical energy within him, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. The creation of this storage bag had required merely a drop of energy, rendering any need for recovery unnecessary. Indeed, a single drop of energy equated to countless strands, ample for forging a mid-grade artifact. With lingering enthusiasm, Li Qingdao unhesitatingly retrieved the black bear skin. The skin was sizable, and he promptly divided it into 4 portions. Knowing that not much would be required for the crafting of the storage bag, should he encounter failure, he could always attempt the process again. In truth, the rabbit demon skin had merely served as practice. Who could have anticipated such success? Taking a portion of the black bear skin, Li Qingdao once more summoned the ancient lamp's flame, commencing the crafting process as per his previous steps. The reinforcement of the spatial barrier was swiftly achieved, and shaping proved effortless. The first spatial barrier posed no issues whatsoever, and the second reinforcement required no etching, thanks to the bear's remarkable sturdiness. However, while inscribing the second spatial barrier, an inadvertent mistake occurred, forcing Li Qingdao to halt his crafting. The intricacies of inscribing spatial barriers were formidable, having successfully crafted 3 previously. He considered himself fortunate. To encounter a problem only on the 4th attempt was indeed commendable. Gazing at the storage bag with a tinge of regret, he noted the limited cubic space it contained, which prompted a wry smile. Well, it could serve either Mauer or Pingyan. After all, I would be using the largest one. Alas, it perplexed him how the esteemed predecessors of the sect had failed to pass down even a single storage bag. Having vented his grievances, Li Qingdao resumed his crafting. To his dismay, it seemed that his good fortune had run dry, as the 3rd storage bag met with outright failure. Staring at the failed black bear skin in his hands, he was momentarily taken aback. Though the shaping had succeeded, the spatial barrier had faltered. Furrowing his brow, he composed himself, calming his thoughts, and continued with the crafting. He casually discarded the failed storage bag aside. It was no longer useful, but could potentially be repurposed for other artifacts in future endeavors. For the 4th storage bag, Li Qingdao soon succeeded in crafting a spatial barrier, allowing him to exhale in relief. This storage bag would at least provide a cubic space, which left him quite satisfied. Any subsequent failures would still yield a cubic storage bag. In short order, the 2nd spatial barrier was successfully crafted, filling him with immense joy. Upon the success of the 3rd spatial barrier, Li Qingdao chose not to press on, instead focusing intently as he forged an invulnerable barrier against fire and water. The etching of this barrier was successful, prompting Li Qingdao to proceed with the reinforcement of the barrier. He understood that upon the successful crafting of the 4th spatial barrier, the space would not merely increase by 1 cubic unit, but rather by 3. Moments later, the 2nd reinforcement barrier was successfully inscribed. Subsequently, the 3rd magical restriction was inscribed, rendering the small pouch remarkably resilient, to the extent that the Sanyang purple bamboo sword might not be able to penetrate the storage bag. At present, the pouch bore 7 magical restrictions, categorizing it as a superior magical artifact. Following this, Li Qingdao meticulously inscribed the 8th restriction, which was not a spatial enchantment, but rather a protective force. Typically, such protective magic is inscribed on jade tablets or spiritual wooden plaques. However, inscribing it on the storage bag also serves as a means of defense. Should the pouch encounter an assault from malevolent creatures, it would emit a protective aura, enveloping the pouch's owner in a shimmering shield. Once the inscription was complete, Li Qingdao nodded in satisfaction and continued his work. This time, he focused on the spatial magical restriction. The crafting of the 4th spatial enchantment proved to be exceedingly arduous, yet he ultimately triumphed. Taking a deep breath, he paused for a moment before resuming the inscription of the spatial restriction. The 5th spatial enchantment was particularly challenging, nearly resulting in failure. However, through the strength of his consciousness, Li Chengdao succeeded in its inscription. Chapter 48. The Sun Zenith, the fifth space-imbued storage bag, was successfully refined, expanding its capacity by 3 cubic units, now totaling 9 cubic units. A storage bag of 9 cubic units is indeed substantial, and Li Chengdao was overjoyed. At this point, the storage bag had ascended to the status of a superior magical artifact. Any further refinement would elevate it to the realm of a magical treasure. Li Chengdao decided to pause, hesitant to proceed further. Although his current strength was formidable, he was not yet capable of crafting a magical treasure. Perhaps upon breaking through to the next realm and achieving the condensation of qi, he might have the opportunity to forge a low-grade magical treasure, but for now, that was beyond his reach. After halting, Li Chengdao couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. With 9 cubic units in his storage bag, he could now store an even greater array of items. He lifted his gaze towards the distant figure of Gao Ping'an. He had lost track of time, and it seemed an eternity had passed since Gao Ping'an returned, gazing at him with a dazed expression. "Ping'an, you have returned? How long has it been?" Gao Ping'an quickly regained his composure and replied, "Master, I have been home for 5 days. It has been 5 days since I returned." Upon hearing this, Li Chengdao was momentarily taken aback, blinking in disbelief. 10 days? Has it truly been that long? Gao Ping'an promptly inquired, "Master, what were you doing just now?" Li Chengdao chuckled, tossing a 1 cubic storage bag to Gao Ping'an. "This is a storage bag I refined. Do not underestimate its size, for it possesses a cubic space within. You will see when you channel your spiritual energy into it." Upon hearing this, Gao Ping'an hastily caught the storage bag and, after channeling his spiritual energy, his eyes widened in astonishment. Within his consciousness, he perceived a cubic space contained within the small bag. Though the space was modest, it could hold numerous items and allowed for convenient access. By merely channeling a thread of spiritual energy, one could envelop the contents within and retrieve them. The same was true when storing items. While this required a small expenditure of spiritual energy, it was negligible for Gao Ping'an. "Master, this is indeed a splendid item." Li Chengdao replied with a smile, naturally. "Now, you may continue your rest while I refine a few more magical artifacts. Afterward, we shall depart and resume our journey." Gao Ping'an nodded vigorously. "Yes, master, I will begin my training at once." With a slight smile, Li Chengdao resumed his crafting of storage bags. The remaining materials allowed for the creation of only 2 more. He intended to complete the refinement directly, while also seeking to elevate the levels of the Sun Sword and the Zenith Sword. As of now, these 2 swords were merely low-grade magical artifacts, offering limited utility to Li Chengdao. It would be more advantageous to hasten their elevation to the status of high-grade magical artifacts, thus reducing the need to frequently employ the 3-yang purple bamboo sword. Regarding the 3-yang purple bamboo sword, Li Chengdao planned to forge it into his life-protecting flying sword, as recorded in the Qingyan Immortal technique. The refinement of this storage bag was not without its challenges, yet it successfully yielded 3 space-imbued restrictions, transforming it into a mid-grade magical artifact within the confines of 3 cubic spaces. This individual harbored no intention of bestowing these items upon his disciples. Rather, he intended to utilize them himself. The last storage bag, equally unimpressive, contained 2 cubic spaces and was likewise a medium-grade magical artifact. At last, there was no need for favoritism. Picking up this storage bag, he cast a glance at the distant figure of Gao Ping'an, who was engrossed in his cultivation. "Ping'an, this one is for you. It is larger. I shall take the previous one." Gao Ping'an's heart swelled with joy as he hastily accepted the storage bag and examined it. Upon confirming the presence of 2 cubic spaces within, he unhesitatingly returned the first storage bag to Li Chengdao. As his cultivation progressed, he gained a deeper understanding. In this age of dwindling spiritual energy, not only were storage bags rare, but magical artifacts were also scarce. Obtaining one was a considerable achievement. Gao Ping'an was aware of his master's aspirations to expand the Xian sect. Currently, the sect comprised only 3 members, and to grow, it needed to continue accepting disciples. Having acquired this 2 cubic storage bag, he could bestow the 1 cubic bag upon the next disciple. As for his elder brother, Gao Ping'an was confident that his master would not shortchange him. He would at least receive a storage bag equal in size to his own, if not larger. After all, he was the master's eldest disciple and a likely candidate for the next leader of the Xian sect, destined to acquire treasures of considerable worth. However, Gao Ping'an recognized that his elder brother practiced the path of the soul, diverging from his own route. Having perused the methods of soul cultivation, Gao Pingyan found little favor in such practices, preferring the path of magical power. Nonetheless, he held no disdain for practitioners of the soul path. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, the ability to cultivate was commendable, regardless of the chosen path. In fact, he believed that in these times of thin spiritual essence, the soul path might even offer a more accessible route to immortality than the path of magical power. Li Qingdao, undistracted by him, withdrew the sun sword and infused it with magical energy, refining it with immense power. As time gradually elapsed, half an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Gao Pingyan's gaze shifted towards Li Qingdao, his expression betraying astonishment. What a formidable magical artifact! Is this truly my master's weapon? As he spoke, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes, soon replaced by a resolute determination. I, too, shall forge such a powerful artifact in the future. Li Qingdao remained unfazed. His focus concentrated as he continually enhanced the sun sword. 2 days later, the sun sword in Li Qingdao's grasp shimmered once more, 7 magical seals illuminating its form. Only then did he cease his efforts. Gao Pingyan, observing the sun sword, quickly inquired, "Master, is this a high-grade magical artifact?" Li Qingdao nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. This is my sun sword." After speaking, he diverted his attention once again, retrieving the Zhiyang sword to continue his refining process. Meanwhile, Gao Pingyan could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief, realizing that his master possessed yet another identical sword. After watching for a considerable time, he settled into a cross-legged position, diligently resuming his cultivation. Ultimately, it boils down to the inadequacy of one's own cultivation. If one's strength were formidable, one could effortlessly seek out high-grade celestial materials and treasures to forge a personal magical artifact. As for the seed of greed, Gao Pingyan harbored not a trace of it. He was solely focused on diligently honing his skills, aspiring to enhance his cultivation before venturing forth in pursuit of celestial materials and treasures to create his own magical instrument. Li Qingdao paid him no mind. After 2 days, the Zhiyang sword similarly advanced, attaining the status of a superior-grade artifact. With 3 superior-grade artifacts now in his possession, only 4 more were needed to cultivate the 7-star sword technique. Following the elevation of both the Sun Sword and the Zhiyang Sword to superior grade status, the next step was to refine the Sanyang Purple Bamboo Sword into a personal flying sword. However, he had previously mentioned to Gao Pingyan that he would soon depart. Perhaps it would be prudent to remain a few more days to successfully forge his personal flying sword. With this thought in mind, he cast his gaze towards Gao Pingyan, who was engrossed in his cultivation, and decided not to disturb him. Withdrawing the Zhiyang sword, he took out the Sanyang Purple Bamboo Sword and, without hesitation, made an incision on his palm, anointing the sword with his blood. Chapter 49. The Destiny Flying Sword. The Destiny Purple Flame, Li Qingdao, smeared his blood onto the Sanyang Purple Bamboo Sword, channeling his consciousness to infuse the blood into the magical sword. Having completed this, he borrowed the ancient lamp's purple flame and ignited it. The flames were formidable, and Li Qingdao seized the opportunity to channel his spiritual energy, beginning the refinement of his Destiny Flying Sword. As time passed, the Sanyang Purple Bamboo Sword diminished in size, ultimately shrinking to the size of a palm. Then, with a swift motion, Li Qingdao opened his mouth, and the Sanyang Purple Bamboo Sword shrank further, instantly flying into his mouth. In the distance, Gao Pingyan widened his eyes at this spectacle. How could the master consume the flying sword? How extraordinary! At this moment, Li Qingdao paid no heed to the astonishment around him, focusing intently on refining the Sanyang Purple Bamboo Sword within his body. He was mere moments away from success, and he could not afford to falter now. Ancient lamp, I shall borrow your flame once more. As soon as he spoke, a tendril of the ancient lamp's purple flame separated and was promptly swallowed by him as he continued to refine the Sanyang Purple Bamboo Sword. With his immense spiritual energy, he was unconcerned, rapidly advancing the refinement process. Unbeknownst to him, 3 days slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, flames erupted from Li Qingdao's body, startling Gao Pingyan. It was only when he saw that Li Qingdao was unharmed amidst the flames that he relaxed. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed Li Xuanjun grasping at 2 openings, summoning 6 pieces of solar stone to his side. With 1 in each hand, Li Xuanjun began to gather the solar energy contained within the stones. Half a month passed, and the solar stones in Li Qingdao's hands turned to ashes, replaced by a more intense flame enveloping his form. Then, he opened his eyes, gazing at the 4 remaining solar stones beside him. Pingyan, come here. Gao Pingyan, upon hearing this, swiftly appeared at Li Qingdao's side. Master, What is it? Li Chengdao handed him 2 pieces of solar stone, speaking earnestly. These are solar stones. Their attributes resonate profoundly with you. You can refine them into your own flying sword. The quality of these stones is exceptionally high. To use them solely for cultivation would be a waste. However, as your master lacks a physique attuned to solar attributes, I must forfeit this treasure. Keep these 2 safely. They will serve you greatly. Once you break through to the liquid transformation realm, you can forge your destiny flying sword from them. With that, Li Chengdao took hold of the remaining 2 stones and resumed his serious cultivation. Gao Pingyan glanced at the solar stones in his hands, feeling the solar essence within them and struggling to resist the urge to absorb their energy for his own advancement. Yet, recalling Li Chengdao's words, he held back. Gao Pingyan had long aspired to possess a destiny flying sword akin to Li Xuanzhen's. Now, with such valuable resources at hand, he could not bear to squander them. As time continued to elapse, the solar stones in Li Chengdao's hands once again reduced to ashes, and a qualitative transformation occurred in the flames surrounding him. Subsequently, he opened his eyes. The flames retracted into his body, quietly hovering above his dantian. Simultaneously, he involuntarily directed a portion of the flame towards the ancient lamp. Though a portion of the flames had been dispelled, Li Chengdao remained immensely pleased. Not only had he successfully forged his innate flying sword, but he had also cultivated his personal spirit fire. His cultivation method, the purple flame immortal technique, was inherently fire attribute, enabling him to generate the purple flame spirit fire. Until now, Li Chengdao had solely relied on the ancient lamp's purple flame, never having cultivated it himself. Unexpectedly, he had now succeeded, and it was none other than the solar purple flame, which filled him with joy. The solar purple flame was an advanced spirit fire, solidifying his reputation as the master of spirit flames. With this thought, Li Chengdao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Observing his exuberance, Gao Pingyan hurried over, asking, "Master, are you all right? You haven't succumbed to madness, have you?" At these words, Li Chengdao's previously elated expression darkened. "What? Do you wish for me to fall into madness?" Gao Pingyan quickly shook his head, saying, "It's just that you were cultivating and suddenly erupted into laughter. I feared you had gone awry." Li Chengdao scoffed, "I am perfectly fine. I have successfully forged my innate flying sword and spirit fire. All is well." After all, Li Chengdao was merely a young man not yet 20, akin to a college student in modern times. At this age, he was incapable of concealing his emotions. In moments of excitement, he would inevitably laugh aloud. Gao Pingyan, retracting his neck, promptly exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master, on forging your innate flying sword and spirit fire. However, might I have a glimpse of them?" Seeing the curiosity in his disciple's eyes, Li Chengdao nodded slightly and, parting his lips, the innate flying sword soared forth. As it emerged, he was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his innate flying sword had ascended once more, now a superior magical artifact with 9 restrictions. Li Chengdao recalled that when he first forged it, it had only possessed 7 restrictions. Now, it had gained 2 more, the solar power restriction and the flame restriction, amplifying the prowess of the 3 young purple bamboo sword significantly, especially against zombies and specters, rendering it exceptionally formidable. Gao Pingyan, noticing his master lost in thought, quickly prompted, "Master, why has your flying sword shrunk to such a small size?" Realizing this, Li Chengdao responded with a smile, "Pingyan, observe closely. This is my innate flying sword." As he spoke, the diminutive sword before him expanded to a length of 2 feet. Witnessing this spectacle, Gao Pingyan was utterly astonished. "Master, this innate flying sword can actually change size?" Li Chengdao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it can. Now watch closely." He then directed the sword towards a distant stone wall. The wall, as if made of tofu, was effortlessly sliced through. Gao Pingyan could not help but gasp, his gaze fixated on the innate flying sword, hastily inquiring, "Master, is it not possible to forge an innate flying sword in advance?" Li Chengdao shook his head. "No, it is imperative that you reach the liquid transformation realm and successfully cultivate your divine consciousness first. As for the innate purple flame, once you reach the liquid transformation stage, you shall effortlessly cultivate it." At this juncture, he opened his mouth, and the innate flying sword returned, once again merging into his mouth and entering his dantian. Having completed these actions, Li Chengdao suddenly inquired, "By the way, how is your cultivation progressing?" Gao Pingyan promptly replied, "Master, I have accumulated 120 strands of spiritual power. While it may not be in abundance, I have achieved approximately 35% of my goal. I merely need to cultivate an additional 245 strands of spiritual power to break through to the liquid transformation stage. Li Chengdao nodded in satisfaction, having never felt disappointed in his disciple. A natural talent for the path of spiritual cultivation. The ability to cultivate 120 strands of spiritual power in merely 4 to 5 months is indeed quite formidable. Chapter 50. A fateful encounter. Gao Pingyan inquired once more, Master, what type of innate purple flame have you cultivated? May I have the honor of witnessing it? Li Qingdao hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly, flames igniting around him. In an instant, the purple flames coalesced into a swirling mass. As Gao Pingyan beheld the flames suspended before Li Qingdao, he felt a familiar aura emanating from them. Master, what kind of flame is this? Gao Pingyan asked. Li Qingdao replied with a smile. Thanks to those 4 solar stones, I have managed to cultivate the solar purple flame. It is an exceptionally potent flame capable of absorbing solar energy to enhance its level. If cultivated to a certain extent, it could even transform into true solar fire. You might not grasp the full significance of this, so hurry and gather your belongings. We shall return to Purple Flame Mountain. Gao Pingyan promptly rose and swiftly began to pack his things. Li Qingdao approached the cave entrance, quickly stowing away the spirit stones before making his way to the site of the spiritual vein. He extended his consciousness downward and soon discovered an irregular crystal column, 3 meters in length and 20 centimeters in radius. This column represented the spiritual vein, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy, with scattered spirit stones surrounding it. The purity of these spirit stones surpassed that of the battered ones found elsewhere, much to Li Qingdao's delight. Although the spiritual vein was only 3 meters in size, it was quite remarkable for the era of diminished magic. Realizing this, Li Qingdao's mouth slightly parted as his innate flying sword shot forth, burrowing into the earth. Before long, the entire area was severed, and Li Qingdao used his magical power to extract the spiritual vein, placing it into his storage bag. Fortunately, his storage bag was sufficiently capacious. Otherwise, it would have been a challenge to contain it. He then swiftly drew out the scattered spirit stones with his magical power, accumulating over 100 pieces. These stones could be utilized for cultivation, yet Li Qingdao had no intention of doing so. As the leader of the Purple Flame sect, he aspired to elevate its prominence. With the presence of a spiritual vein and an abundance of spirit stones, none could be squandered. Though he could not establish the hidden realms possessed by the formidable sects, he was still capable of arranging a spiritual realm. As long as he could create such a realm, the spiritual energy within would circulate, allowing the members of the Purple Flame sect to cultivate therein, relatively unaffected by the external decline of magic. Regrettably, Li Qingdao lacked sufficient resources to create a realm with a circulating flow of spiritual energy and could only establish a regular spiritual realm. Having attained the liquid transformation stage, he could, should he choose, cultivate 49 drops of liquid mana to break through to the condensing strength stage. At that point, he would possess a lifespan of 500 years, ample time to seek resources that would enable the Purple Flame sect to establish a circulation of spiritual energy. If necessary, he could seek out solar stones to allow the spiritual realm to absorb the essence of the sun, transforming it into spiritual energy, or even utilize the power of the stars. Above all, Li Qingdao was determined to ensure that the path of immortality for the Purple Flame sect would not be severed. To empower the sect, it was imperative to possess a spiritual realm uniquely belonging to the Purple Flame sect. Moreover, while passing through Qianjia town, I decided to bring along Qian Mao, allowing them both to revisit the Xian sect. After all, as the 17th generation disciples of the Xian sect, it is only fitting that they return to the mountain with Li Qingdao. Shortly thereafter, Li Qingdao approached the Zhugua tree. The spiritual vein here had vanished. I trust you would not wish to continue thriving in this place. Come with me back to Xian Mountain, where I shall find you a suitable abode within the spiritual realm. With that, he promptly uprooted the Zhugua tree and placed it into his storage pouch. Alongside the remnants of the spiritual vein, Li Qingdao's gaze shifted beneath the Zhugua tree, revealing a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Could this possibly be a convergence of the earth's veins? How could there be so many treasures? Alas, had I not already extracted the spiritual vein, I would have considered relocating the Xian sect here. His excitement was palpable. The Zhugua tree did not rely solely on the spiritual vein. Rather, it was sustained by a spiritual spring beneath it. Though modest in size, akin to a bowl, the aura emanating from it was remarkably potent. Li Qingdao examined the spring, gritted his teeth, and declared, "Since I have discovered it, This spiritual spring rightfully belongs to the Xian sect. This treasure is destined for us. To his surprise, after uttering those words, he felt a sense of calmness wash over him. In my previous readings of novels, I often looked down upon the esteemed figures of Jane and Junti. It seems I was rather shallow. As long as it serves to strengthen the sect, what does reputation matter? They are truly individuals of great fortitude. With that thought, he extended his consciousness, commanding his life as flying sword to swiftly extract the spiritual spring. Having completed this task, Li Qingdao quickly searched the area for any additional valuable resources. Regrettably, he found nothing, not even herbs aged over a century. Shaking his head, he murmured, "To gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. Very well, it is time to return. Once I have absorbed these resources, my cultivation shall undoubtedly see significant advancement. Then, I shall traverse the Linghuan realm to seek alms for the Xian sect." Turning, he hastened to the cave's entrance, where Gao Pingyan was already prepared and ready to depart. Li Chengdao smiled and said, "Very well, Pingyan, we may set off now." With that, the flying sword ascended, and Li Chengdao swiftly grasped Gao Pingyan, darting towards the direction of Tungting town. As for the bicycle, now that he could soar upon his sword, who would still require such a contraption? Although it remained within his storage pouch, Li Qingdao deemed it unnecessary for the time being. Perhaps when he ventured out again for training, he might ride it. Tungting town, now basked in daylight, saw the zombies hiding within their coffins from the sun's rays. In midair, Li Qingdao and Gao Pingyan descended just outside Tungting town. "Pingyan, you wait here while I vanquish the demons. Once I have dealt with the zombies here, we shall seek your elder brother." Gao Pingyan eagerly inquired, "Master, are there zombies here? May I accompany you to see them?" Li Chengdao shook his head. "There are two formidable hairy zombies here, which are not to be trifled with at your current level. It is best for you to remain outside. Remember, you are my disciple, Li Qingdao, and you must not let curiosity lead you to be bitten by a zombie." Gao Pingyan promptly nodded and said, "Yes, master, rest assured, I will not enter." Li Chengdao then nodded in satisfaction, wielding the sun's sword as he strode purposefully into the heart of Tungtung town. Upon entering the town, he immediately sensed a significant increase in the pervasive aura of death. With a grave expression, Li Qingdao activated his purple flame spiritual eye, surveying the nearby houses. To his surprise, it appeared these creatures had grown clever, encircling two particularly stubborn zombies. "Alas, you have encountered me, Li Qingdao. May you serve as my cultivation resources." With that, he released the sun sword, unleashing his sword control technique, which transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards a specific house. Inside, several coffins were arranged, with the central one reaching the level of a black zombie, surrounded by white and purple zombies. It seemed the zombie king had a knack for organization. Chapter 51. Extermination. Li Chengdao, proficient in swordsmanship, wielded his flying sword without the need to enter the room, effortlessly slaying the zombies. The sun sword, under his command, pierced into the chamber, where the zombies, caught off guard, were swiftly dispatched. The ancient lantern appeared beside Li Qingdao, hastily absorbing the residual corpse energy. Without delay, the sun sword surged toward the next room, slicing through the zombies within at remarkable speed. In mere moments, several rooms had been cleared, a task that Li Qingdao found to be quite effortless. However, the zombie king was enraged. Two stone coffins burst through the walls with astonishing speed, hurtling toward Li Qingdao. His mouth slightly agape, Li Qingdao summoned the Sanyong purple bamboo sword, which shot forth to cleave the coffins. With a swish, the top-tier flying sword effortlessly bifurcated one coffin. Simultaneously, the Shi Yang sword appeared in his hand, striking fiercely at the other coffin. With a resounding thud, this coffin too was split asunder, injuring the zombie within. Li Qingdao quickly retreated as the coffin shattered, revealing the zombie king before him. The zombie king of Tungtung town was a hairy zombie. Even the mightiest among them could not traverse under the sun. As anticipated, upon emerging into the sunlight, the zombie king's corpse energy dissipated rapidly, accompanied by the sound of sizzling. Yet, these two zombie kings possessed a modicum of intelligence, charging unhesitatingly toward the adjacent house. Li Qingdao was determined to eradicate them. He would not allow their escape. Brandishing the Ji Yang sword, he positioned himself before one zombie king while his innate flying sword slashed toward the other. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of his consciousness, he could not simultaneously control both swords, complicating matters unnecessarily. However, he did not need to exert himself excessively. Merely keeping them beneath the sun would suffice, for they would soon be obliterated by its rays. Yet, Li Chidao underestimated the sun sword, and more significantly, his innate flying sword. When the latter struck the neck of one zombie king, its head fell instantaneously. Holding the sun sword, Li Chengdao cleaved down upon the shoulder of another zombie king, effectively splitting it in two. Under the fierce sunlight, both zombie kings disintegrated into ashes in no time. Nearby, the ancient lantern voraciously absorbed the residual corpse energy, quickly accumulating 5 spirit energy crystals, each the size of a longan. It was rather disheartening that 2 zombie kings provided such a meager yield of spirit energy. However, the abundance of zombies in Tung Tung Town promised not only merit but also additional spirit energy crystals. Li Chengdao would not let this opportunity slip away. Now aware of the potency of his flying swords, Li Chengdao sprang into action. With the hairy zombies dispatched, the remaining zombies trembled in fear, too intimidated to make a move. It was daylight, and they had no chance to flee. Nevertheless, by the time Li Chengdao finished exterminating the zombies in this area, 2 hours had already elapsed. As the 2 hairy zombies perished, the remaining undead exhibited no resistance whatsoever, succumbing with remarkable ease. These zombies were primarily scattered throughout various houses, compelling Li Chengdao to eliminate them room by room, which consumed considerable time. After vanquishing the zombies in this area, Li Chengdao glanced at the ancient lamp nearby. The spiritual crystal within had accumulated significantly, totaling a remarkable 42. Aside from the 2 hairy zombies, the remaining undead provided a meager supply of spiritual crystals. However, their sheer number ultimately enabled Li Chengdao to amass 42 crystals. Should he refine them all, he would undoubtedly acquire an additional 42 drops of liquid mana. In the process of crafting storage bags and the sun's radiant essence, he expended 5 drops of mana, while his sword flight consumed less than a drop. The recent battle against the zombies required less than 2 drops, culminating in a total expenditure of 7 drops. Initially possessing 37 drops of liquid mana, he now had only 30 remaining. Even so, 30 drops of liquid mana remained formidable. If he were to refine the spiritual crystals from the ancient lamp space, he could potentially elevate his reserves to 72 drops. Contemplating this, Li Chengdao could not help but smile, striding purposefully towards the outskirts of the town. Outside, Gao Pingyan awaited anxiously. Upon seeing Li Chengdao emerge, he approached with excitement. "Master, how did it go?" Li Chengdao chuckled. "When I take action, how could I possibly fail? Come, let us proceed to Qianjia Town." As he spoke, he retrieved a bicycle. He had no intention of flying with his sword, as it was too taxing on his mana. Besides, the distance to Qianjia Town was not far. Seeing the bicycle before him, Gao Pingyan eagerly inquired, "Master, may I ride?" "I shall take you." Li Chengdao nodded. "Very well, you can ride. Let us hasten to Qianjia Town." Gao Pingyan, brimming with excitement, swiftly pedaled around in circles before stopping before Li Chengdao. However, upon noticing Li Chengdao's suddenly solemn expression, he grew anxious, fearing he had erred in some way. At that moment, Li Chengdao's thoughts were not on Gao Pingyan, but rather on Tung Tung Town. He had just considered that the zombies there had been eradicated, leading him to ponder whether the formation suppressing this area could be dismantled. The instant this thought emerged, a chilling sensation coursed through him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. He realized that the formation in Tung Tung Town likely did not merely suppress these ordinary zombies. Perhaps somewhere within this town, a far more formidable entity was being contained, one that Li Chengdao was unable to locate. With this realization, Li Chengdao cast another glance at Tung Tung Town as he took a seat on the back of the bicycle. "Pingyan, let us depart. Remember, Tung Tung Town is perilous. Do not venture here without sufficient strength. If the zombies being suppressed here are formidable, they are at least of the flying zombie caliber. To confront them, one must possess the cultivation of the condensed chi realm. Merely being at the liquid realm will not suffice. Therefore, until I achieve adequate cultivation, I shall refrain from returning here. Master, shall we depart now?" Gao Pingyan inquired eagerly. Li Chengdao nodded slightly and replied, "Let us proceed." Gao Pingyan mounted his bicycle, swiftly pedaling towards Qianjia Town alongside Li Chengdao. Despite being merely a boy of 12 or 13, his speed was remarkable, amplified by the strength bestowed upon him through his magical training. After half an hour, Qianjia Town emerged before them. "Pingyan, this way. Let us first visit the temple of the Purple Flame Immortal." Gao Pingyan promptly nodded. "Certainly, Master, we shall go at once." Soon, the temple of the Purple Flame Immortal came into view. Li Chengdao dismounted from his bicycle and made his way towards the temple, while Gao Ping'an followed closely behind, pushing his bicycle as they entered the sacred space. Chapter 52. The Master of Illusions. The Temple of the Purple Flame Immortal is renowned for its efficacy, especially since the guardian deity, Lady Yun, truly exists. Under her protection, the inhabitants of Qianjia town live in unparalleled tranquility. Moreover, Master Qian frequently distributes porridge and buns at the temple entrance, endearing the townsfolk to the place, which has consequently led to the flourishing incense offerings at the Purple Flame Immortal Temple. Upon entering the temple, Li Chengdao sensed an unusual aura. After a meticulous examination, he was astonished to discover that both the statue of the Purple Flame Immortal and that of the mysterious origin, true monarch, emanated a faint divine essence. This revelation filled him with delight. It suggested that both the Purple Flame Immortal and the mysterious origin Taoist were still alive, capable of receiving the power derived from the temple's incense offerings. Gazing at the statues imbued with a subtle divinity, a bold thought began to take shape in Li Chengdao's mind. If incense offerings are indeed potent, could it be possible to establish additional temples dedicated to the Purple Flame Immortal in other towns, thereby allowing more individuals to bestow their offerings? With this in mind, he lit 3 incense sticks and bowed before the statue of the master, just as he prepared to pay his respects to the mysterious origin Taoist nearby. A wisp of incense wafted toward him. Li Chengdao hesitated but chose not to impede this ethereal offering, sensing no danger emanating from it. The wisp of incense entered his body, and a middle-aged figure clad in celestial armor materialized in his mind. Ha! Time is of the essence. No need to be overly excited, the figure proclaimed. I am the ancestor of the Purple Flame sect. You, young one, possess commendable cultivation. I presume you are the one who established the temple for me. Well done. After ascending, I found the celestial realm rather inhospitable, particularly for beings like us, mere ethereal immortals, relegated to the status of lowly celestial soldiers. Fortunately, your efforts have allowed me to establish a temple, which has enabled me to transform my primordial spirit through the power of incense offerings, achieving the lowest tier of divine existence. Thanks to the esteemed Emperor of Xia, I have attained the position of a minor celestial general. Build more temples, young one, and when you ascend, I shall protect you. Alas, I am too weak to bestow great gifts upon you, but as I absorb the power of incense and grow stronger, I shall provide you with resources for cultivation. With those words, the middle-aged figure vanished. Li Chengdao couldn't help but smirk. The ancestor was quite adept at weaving illusions. Nonetheless, he had already intended to establish temples, especially since this was the ancestor of the Purple Flame sect. To strengthen the sect, it was essential to have a figure of authority above, and the ancestor was an excellent choice. Furthermore, a capable presence below would be provided by Master Mysterious Origin, making it a perfect arrangement. With this thought, Li Chengdao made his way toward the Hall of the Mysterious Origin, True Monarch. In the celestial realm, atop the majestic Mount Huashan, the Purple Flame Immortal opened his eyes, having been cultivating with the power of incense. The wisp of incense had dissipated. It seemed he had encountered a disciple of the Purple Flame sect. He hoped that the young man would prove resourceful and expedite his ascension. The celestial realm was not as idyllic as it appeared when the Purple Flame Immortal ascended. He had no physical form, merely a wandering primordial infant, which was perilous. If captured by malevolent beings, he would undoubtedly become a resource for their cultivation. Fortunately, the great Emperor of the West traversed the realms and, upon observing the merit radiating from him, decided to bring him back, allowing him entry into the divine transformation pool, where he cultivated into a divine body. However, the Purple Flame Immortal was not a primordial spirit, but merely a nascent soul. Even if he refined a divine body, he would not ascend to true immortality, existing instead as an ordinary ethereal immortal. To attain the status of an immortal, it was imperative for the nascent soul to transform into a primordial spirit, yet after entering the divine transformation pool, it was nearly impossible to enhance one's cultivation through practice. Even with superior cultivation methods, the immortals emerging from the divine transformation pool were incapable of absorbing the spiritual energies of the external world, unless they acquired celestial treasures, which were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Thus, the Purple Flame Immortal was resigned to serve as a heavenly soldier. Nevertheless, entry into the divine transformation pool did not signify an absolute cessation of cultivation. The immortal transformation pool was a mechanism employed by the heavenly court to augment the ranks of celestial soldiers, and thus, there existed a path for advancement. Provided there was an ample supply of incense power, one could still cultivate to achieve the status of an immortal. In fact, compared to most heavenly soldiers, the Purple Flame Immortal was significantly stronger, as his aspiration to become an immortal required merely the transformation of his nascent soul into a primordial spirit. Most heavenly soldiers were transformed from the divine transformation pool, and to cultivate into a primordial spirit, they had to start from scratch, necessitating a vast amount of incense power. Utilizing the incense power from the Purple Flame Immortal Temple, he swiftly transformed his nascent soul into a primordial spirit, thus reaching the realm of immortality. Although his cultivation had merely crossed into the initial stages of the lowest tier of immortals, it nonetheless captured the attention of the great Emperor of the West. Aware of his lineage in the mortal realm and the establishment of a temple by his disciples and descendants, the great Emperor promptly conferred upon him the title of Heavenly General. While the current Purple Flame Immortal held only the lowest rank of a 100-man general, this title symbolized his elevated status, granting him his own abode and significantly increasing the annual offerings of incense. His ability to connect with Li Qingdao was facilitated through the incense offerings he exchanged with other heavenly generals. Reflecting on this, the Purple Flame Immortal's gaze dimmed slightly. Ultimately, the incompleteness of the Purple Flame Immortal technique was the crux of the matter. Had he been able to cultivate into a primordial spirit in the mortal realm, he would later ascend to the immortal world with a powerful physical form, making him a formidable celestial being. Even though he had now become an immortal, he still fell short of true strength. In the immortal realm, there exist two categories of immortals: those who forsake their physical forms and ascend as primordial spirits, and those who directly transform their nascent souls into pure yang primordial spirits, ascending with their physical bodies. If one ascends as a primordial spirit and possesses a powerful backing, they can enter the sculpting pool to form a divine body, achieving the status of a spiritual immortal and continuing their cultivation of the immortal path. Without such support, one is relegated to the divine transformation pool, becoming an immortal, yet to grow further necessitates a substantial accumulation of incense power. A primordial spirit in pure yang, ascending with a physical form, is far superior to one who ascends solely as a primordial spirit. Should one attain the cultivation of a celestial immortal, they would be regarded as a formidable expert in the immortal realm, commanding respect even from the great Emperor of the West. Regrettably, during the decline of the Dharma era, the Purple Flame sect lacked the means to break through to primordial spirit techniques, forcing him to abandon his physical form and ascend as a nascent soul. In truth, the Purple Flame Immortal was quite fortunate. Many ascended alongside him, yet few remained alive today. Contemplating this, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. As for the disciples and followers below, it was not mere empty promises from their ancestor. Rather, it was the reality of his limitations. Hasten to erect a temple for the venerable ancestor and generously provide offerings of incense and devotion. When the ancestor's primordial spirit attains the pure yang state and reaches the realm of the true immortal, I shall bestow upon you further resources. The term true immortal, as articulated by the Purple Flame Immortal, denotes the exalted state achieved by deities upon transcending their mortal forms, often referred to in the celestial realm as true deities. Akin to the heavenly immortals who have undergone physical ascension, the methodologies of cultivation diverge significantly, as do the subsequent classifications of realms, encompassing more than mere individual stages. The Purple Flame Immortal harbors a deep envy for those who embody the pure yang primordial spirit and have achieved ascension. Alas, such a fate remains unattainable for him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignites in his eyes as he murmurs, "Although the lower realms are currently engulfed in the age of decline, it is not entirely devoid of the possibility of attaining immortality. Should I succeed in becoming a true immortal, I could seek out the methods of cultivation and return them to the lower realms, enabling my junior disciples to cultivate. Indeed, resources are scarce in this age of decline. A strategy must be devised to send some resources back, rather than merely indulging in empty promises. Thus, it is settled." Chapter 53 Farewell to Xinyuan in Truth. The esteemed Purple Flame Immortal was unaware that his disciples lacked neither cultivation techniques nor resources for their practice. The resources he mentioned were certainly unnecessary for Li Qingdao, who might well surpass him in attaining the pure yang of the primordial spirit and ascending to the celestial realm. Unbeknownst to Li Qingdao, he entered the temple of Xinyuan Jinjuan. Elder Guo was diligently cleaning the palace and, upon seeing Li Qingdao, quickly approached him. Revered Taoist Lingyan, you have returned. Li Qingdao smiled and replied, Indeed, I have come back to pay my respects to my master. Elder Guo hurriedly said, Revered Taoist Lingyan, Xian Yuanjinjuan has manifested. Li Qingdao felt a stir in his heart and inquired, What has transpired? Please, elaborate. Initially, he had surmised that Xian Yuan Taoist would serve in the underworld. Yet he did not expect it to be the case. Since he could manifest, it surely indicated a connection to the spirit realm, as ghosts dared not linger in such a place. Upon entering, he had already sensed that the guardian deity, Lady Yun, had broken through to the initial stage of fierce spirits. Though she had only recently made her breakthrough, few in this world could rival her. Elder Guo quickly added, Revered Taoist Lingyan, you may not be aware, but not long ago, I was unable to sleep. When I ventured out, I noticed that the statue of Xian Yuanjinjuan emanated light. Upon my arrival here, I witnessed Xian Yuanjinjuan possess the statue. Remarkably, he even conversed with me. Li Qingdao chuckled. In that case, I shall see if my master will come. As he spoke, he produced 3 incense sticks, ignited them, and respectfully placed them in the incense burner. Master, your disciple has returned from his trials to offer you this incense. After completing his offering, Li Qingdao gazed at the statue, where a faint silhouette began to materialize. Dower, you have arrived. Ah, splendid. You've reached the liquid transformation realm? Li Qingdao responded with a smile. I have the honor of meeting you, master. Is it true that you are serving in the underworld? Xian Yuan Taoist nodded. Indeed, I am appointed in the underworld, though initially, I was merely a lowly servant in the tongue-ripping hell. Over the past year, I have cultivated through the incense offerings and finally attained the rank of an Yin general, becoming a minor official. Alas, my cultivation remains too weak, preventing me from freely traversing between the mortal realm and the underworld. Li Qingdao acknowledged, Master. I shall construct more temples, allowing you to grow more swiftly. Not only will you benefit from the incense, but our ancestral master shall also benefit. Xian Yuan Taoist inquired in astonishment. What? News of the ancestral master? Li Qingdao affirmed, Indeed. The ancestral master has become a minor celestial general under the command of the great emperor of the West. You must strive diligently, lest you be surpassed by him. Xian Yuan Taoist shook his head. I cannot possibly compare to the ancestral master, but it is wonderful that he has attained the rank of celestial general. You must assist him in his ascension quickly, so that I may later seek his support. Li Qingdao could not help but grimace at his master's unreliability. At that moment, Gao Pingon entered, and upon seeing Xian Yuan Taoist manifesting on the statue, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Is this the appearance of a divine being? Li Qingdao rolled his eyes and said, Pingon, come over and pay your respects to the master ancestor. Gao Pingon was overjoyed and quickly knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in reverence. Gao Pingon, paying respects to the master. Xian Yuan Taoist, upon seeing Gao Pingon, displayed a hint of surprise in his gaze. Dower, you are indeed fortunate to have discovered such a prodigious talent. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, he has already attained the realm of condensation and cultivated over 100 strands of magical power. Is this truly your disciple? Li Qingdao rolled his eyes again and replied, All right, this is my disciple. Master, please do not frighten him. Pingon, you may rise, he added. Gao Pingon hastily stood up, staring blankly at Xian Yuan Taoist. Xian Yuan Taoist smiled and said, Good disciple, the master ancestor has already passed on and is now a minor official in the underworld. Your talent is quite remarkable. Strive diligently in your cultivation and achieve immortality soon. You may then protect your master ancestor. Li Qingdao could not help but curl his lips. He increasingly felt that his master was rather unreliable. Gao Pingon glanced at Li Qingdao and shook his head, saying, Master ancestor, you would do better to rely on my master. He has already reached the liquid transformation realm and is not far from the condensation of qi. Hearing this, Xian Yuan Taoist turned his gaze to Li Qingdao. Dower, it seems that your rapid progress in cultivation is indeed a testament to my discerning eye. You should cultivate diligently. I will be counting on you in the future. Li Qingdao's mouth twitched involuntarily. It was indeed his master. Master, perhaps you should return for now. I plan to go back to Xianshan tomorrow and establish a temple for you and the master ancestor nearby. Xian Yuan Taoist nodded, saying, Very well, establish more temples. Once I break through to the Yin Commander realm, I will bring you some cultivation resources. Li Qingdao's eyes brightened. Indeed, having support below was advantageous. No wonder disciples from various sects had such high cultivation levels. Although they practiced the path of the soul, their rapid progress was still surprising. It turned out that resources from below facilitated their advancement, particularly in the method of soul cultivation, which could be significantly enhanced by the resources available. Li Chengdao chuckled, Master. Please cultivate swiftly and avoid merely painting grand visions like the Master Ancestor. Xian Yuan Daoist gazed at him deeply before vanishing from sight. Gao Pingyan inquired, Master, why is the Master Ancestor so unreliable? Li Chengdao immediately seized upon his words, laughing heartily. Gao Pingyan nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, unreliable. Master, shall we go pay respects to the guardian deity next? Li Chengdao replied with a smile, You may go. As the head of the Xian sect, I cannot pay respects to the guardian deity. She would not be able to bear it. Gao Pingyan nodded in vague understanding. Although he did not grasp the reason behind Li Chengdao's statement, he trusted his master's judgment. Gao Pingyan made his way to the guardian deity's hall and bowed before the statue of the guardian deity. The guardian deity, Lady Yun, appeared beside him and slightly inclined her head, asking, Young master, are you the disciple of Taoist Lin Yan? Gao Pingyan stared at Lady Yun in awe and quickly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I am the second disciple of my master, Gao Pingyan. Yun Yang replied with a smile. So you are the second disciple of the Taoist. My son is the first disciple of the Taoist. You both may enjoy a moment of tranquility together. Upon hearing this, Gao Pingyan quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, you are indeed correct. It is remarkable that the elder brother is the son of the guardian deity. Earlier, the aura emanating from that guardian was immensely powerful, rivaling that of our venerable ancestor. Observing Gao Pingyan's anxious demeanor, Yun Yang reassured him. There is no need for such apprehension. Before I encountered the Taoist, I was merely a wandering spirit. It is thanks to the Taoist that I became the guardian deity of the Xian sect. As you are my son's junior disciple, you may simply address me as Aunt Yun. Gao Pingyan promptly nodded again. Aunt Yun, my master and elder brother will return to Xian Mountain tomorrow. Will you accompany us? Chapter 54. A discussion on establishing a temple. Yun Yang nodded and said, If Mauer is returning, I shall naturally accompany him. Moreover, I wish to visit the ancestral grounds of Xianshan. As she spoke of Xianshan, a glimmer of longing sparkled in her eyes, reminiscent of a pilgrim's anticipation. Gao Pingyan glanced at the deity statues around him, and then turned to Yun Yang, perplexity evident in his gaze. With a smile, Yun Yang explained, I do not reside here. As this is my temple, I can appear whenever I wish. Gao Pingyan suddenly comprehended her words. Although curiosity about Yun Yang's dwelling lingered in his mind, he refrained from asking, mindful of her status as his senior brother's mother. At that moment, Li Chendao's voice echoed. Pingyan, why the delay? Within the confines of the ancestral temple, Li Chengdao had not employed his spiritual awareness, thus remaining oblivious to Yun Yang's presence. Gao Pingyan hurriedly replied, Master, I am coming. After responding to Li Chengdao, he bid farewell to Yun Yang and swiftly exited. Yun Yang did not encounter Li Chengdao, for she could only manifest within the confines of her own statue. Generally, she could not leave, unless exiting through the protective deity's tablet, which was indeed possible. Once outside, Gao Pingyan promptly stated, Master, please forgive me. I encountered the protective deity and engaged in conversation, which delayed my departure. Li Chengdao shook his head and said, All right, let us go see your senior brother. Gao Pingyan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly nodded. Yes, master, let us proceed. With that, he quickly mounted the nearby bicycle, positioning himself behind Li Chengdao as they made their way towards the Qian family estate. Upon arrival at the Qian family's courtyard, they found the elder Qian and Qian Mao awaiting them at the entrance. It was evident that Yun Yang had informed them of their coming. Reverend Lin Yan, you have arrived. Li Chengdao nodded in acknowledgement. Old Master Qian, thank you for coming to greet us. Elder Qian promptly waved his hand. Reverend Lin Yan, let us speak inside. Qian Mao quickly offered his greetings. I have met with the master. You have finally returned. Observing Qian Mao's youthful countenance, Gao Pingyan hesitated before ultimately bowing. I am Gao Pingyan, paying my respects to my senior brother and to old Master Qian. Upon hearing Gao Pingyan's words, Qian Mao's eyes brightened. Do I now have a junior brother? Junior brother, there is no need for excessive formality. I am Qian Mao, the eldest disciple of our master, he exclaimed. Gao Pingyan earnestly replied, I am Gao Pingyan, the second disciple of our master. I hope to rely on my senior brother's guidance in the future. It was evident to him that his senior brother's family was quite distinguished, and he did not underestimate him. Qian Mao chuckled. At last, I have a junior brother. From now on, we are family. Come, let us go inside. Gao Pingyan glanced at Li Chengdao and then at Elder Qian, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Elder Qian smiled and said, "Is this the new disciple of the master? Indeed, a fine young man. Come, come, just as Mauer said, we are family now. Let us enter." Li Chengdao nodded slightly and said, "Pingyan, there is no need to be overly formal. Please, come inside." Gao Pingyan then relaxed, following Qian Mao into the courtyard. In the main hall, everyone took their seats, and Li Chengdao smiled, inquiring, "How have you been recently, Master Qian?" The elder of the Qian family shook his head, replying, "There is nothing amiss. Ever since the establishment of the Xian Xianzuan temple here, the town of Qianjia has thrived, and my life has been quite pleasant." Li Chengdao spoke earnestly, "Master Qian, I require your assistance with a matter. Should you agree to help? Upon your passing a century from now, you may choose either to become a ghostly envoy in the netherworld or a guardian deity." At these words, the elder of the Qian family became visibly excited. Wasn't this the very outcome he had hoped for by befriending Li Chengdao? Initially, he thought merely becoming a guardian deity would suffice, yet now the prospect of becoming a ghostly envoy was within reach. Taking a deep breath, he replied earnestly, "Whatever the matter may be, please do not hesitate to command me." Li Chengdao smiled. "It is not a monumental task. Our ancestral master requires the power of incense in the celestial realm, while my master needs it in the netherworld. As a disciple, I find myself in a predicament. After all, I lack the requisite ability and resources, and I implore your assistance." The elder of the Qian family inquired seriously, "Can you truly ensure that I may become a ghostly envoy or a guardian deity in the netherworld after a century?" Li Chengdao nodded, "Indeed. Our ancestral master holds a formidable position among the celestial officials, while my master, Xianyuan Taoist, also possesses a respectable role in the netherworld. With sufficient incense power, their strengths will grow and their statuses will rise. Consider this, the higher their positions, the greater your own standing will be a century hence." Although the Xian Xianzuan is but a minor celestial official and of the lowest rank, the elder of the Qian family was unaware of this. One's status is often self-bestowed in the world. Li Chengdao's assertion about the Xian Xianzuan being a powerful celestial official was something the elder could not verify. Likewise, Xianyuan Taoist was currently serving in the netherworld, and though he occupied a modest position, the elder had no means to confirm this. Moreover, Li Chengdao's words held merit. The elder of the Qian family was only 50 years old. As long as he could live another decade, Xianyuan Taoist would undoubtedly ascend to a higher position, making it feasible to secure him a minor official title then. Sure enough, the elder of the Qian family asked in astonishment, "Are you suggesting that your ancestral master holds a significant status in the celestial realm, and that your master also serves in the netherworld? This implies there are connections both above and below?" Li Chengdao replied with a smile, "Indeed, should the elder of the Qian family accumulate more merit, your standing in the netherworld will be elevated. Alternatively, by becoming a guardian deity of our Xian sect, you may enhance your cultivation through your merits." The elder of the Qian family nodded, saying, "Ever since that event, I have been committed to performing meritorious deeds, so rest assured, Taoist. Regarding the establishment of the temple, you need not worry. I, Qian, hold some influence over several neighboring towns, sufficient to have temples erected for the Xian Xianzuan in 4 towns at least. Furthermore, it is not just the towns here. I also have properties in Fengye town and maintain business relations with the 3 prominent families there. As long as the Taoist priest is willing, I can certainly resolve the matter of the Purple Flame Immortal Temple in Maple Leaf Town for him." Upon hearing this, Li Chengdao couldn't help but smile. If that were the case, his ancestral master would have 5 more temples. With 5 additional temples, the cultivation speed of both his ancestral master and his own master would likely increase 5-fold, enabling them to enhance their abilities in a timely manner. It is indeed a challenging task for the current master of the Purple Flame sect, as he must not only accept disciples to expand the sect, but also provide the incense required for the cultivation of his ancestral master and his own master, a feat that no other sect leader has accomplished. Thank you, Lord Qian. Even without the encouragement from the Qian family, Li Chengdao was already planning to establish the Purple Flame Immortal Temple in Maple Leaf Town. It does not require elaborate means. A simple flight on his sword above Maple Leaf Town would suffice to convince the townsfolk of his divine status, making the establishment of the temple considerably more straightforward. With the assistance of Lord Qian, there is no need for Li Chengdao to put on airs. Chapter 55. The Arrogant Qianda. 3 families courting favor on the following dawn. Li Chengdao and his companions were prepared, embarking in the grand carriage of the Qian family toward Maple Leaf Town. As for the matter of establishing the temple, there was no necessity for the Qian Patriarch to take action himself. A mere directive to the steward to convey the message to the surrounding 4 towns sufficed. This time, the Qian Patriarch accompanied them, ostensibly to observe Ascension, the future site of his son's cultivation, a place he felt compelled to inspect. Moreover, the presence of the Qian Patriarch beside Li Changdao provided him with a sense of security. Inside the carriage, Qian Mao and Gao Pinggan sat together, engaged in a discussion regarding their respective cultivation techniques. Upon comparison, they were astonished to discover that they were not practicing the same method. Their gazes instinctively turned to Li Changdao, their eyes reflecting their confusion. Li Changdao chuckled, "Your innate talents differ, hence the divergence in your cultivation methods. Mao, your naturally strong soul is most suited for the path of spiritual cultivation. Pursuing the path of magical power would yield a considerably slower progress. Now that you have reached the realm of law condensation, how many strands of magical power have you cultivated?" Qian Mao promptly replied, "Master, I often practice in the purple bamboo forest, and I have barely managed to cultivate 3 strands of magical power thus far." A look of shame crossed his face as he spoke. His ability to achieve this in such a short period was largely thanks to the purple bamboo forest and the Qian Patriarch's support. Li Qingdao smiled. "Once you reach 9 strands of magical power, you shall break through to the soul-nourishing realm, at which point your cultivation speed will accelerate significantly." Gao Pinggan, being of the Shaoyang physique, cultivated rapidly, managing to cultivate a strand of magical power each day, and he could breach the liquid transformation realm in less than a year, potentially catching up to my own level of cultivation. Thus, Pinggan is indeed more suited for the path of magical power, a point where Mao cannot compete. Qian Mao nodded and inquired, "Master, is there a way for me to expedite my cultivation to 9 strands of magical power?" Li Qingdao's expression grew serious as he responded, "Mao, cultivation is best approached step by step. Do not seek shortcuts." Qian Mao promptly nodded, "Yes, Master, I understand." It was not that Li Qingdao was unwilling for him to progress quickly. Rather, the concern lay in his tender age of merely 7 or 8. Although Li Changdao possessed methods to facilitate his breakthrough to the soul-nourishing realm, requiring only 3 or 4 grains of spiritual energy crystals, the boy was too young, and rapid advancement could adversely affect his disposition. Gao Pinggan interjected, "Senior brother, Master has said that once you reach the soul-nourishing realm, your cultivation speed will increase. So there is no need to rush, especially considering you are only 7. Unintentionally spoken, these words struck a chord with the Qian Patriarch. It was no wonder that Li Qingdao did not wish for Qian Mao to cultivate too rapidly. It was indeed a matter of age. It appeared prudent not to hasten Qian Mao's progress, allowing him to advance gradually instead. Ideally, he should attain the soul-nourishing realm only after the age of 10. For if he were to cultivate too quickly at such a young age, it might hinder his development. Qian Mao nodded, "Junior brother, I will strive diligently in my cultivation." Li Changdao fell silent, cradling a spirit crystal the size of a longan, engaging in his cultivation. As time gracefully unfurled, half a month slipped by. During this period, apart from awakening occasionally to guide 2 individuals in their training, Li Changdao remained immersed in meditation. Over these weeks, he refined 2 spirit crystals, resulting in an increase of 2 drops in his liquid mana. Upon arriving at Maple Leaf Town, the group settled in, with Elder Qian dispatching individuals to tidy up at the Xian sect. However, when they beheld the Xian sect, they were momentarily taken aback, not due to its grandiosity, but rather its lamentable diminutiveness. When they returned that evening to report to Elder Qian, he could not help but exclaim, "A mountain need not be high. It is the presence of an immortal that renders it sacred." Yet, contemplating that his son would practice in such an environment, he resolved that it was imperative to provide a more suitable living condition. With this thought in mind, Elder Qian hastened towards the mayor's residence in Maple Leaf Town. His reputation was formidable, primarily due to his wealth and connections, far surpassing that of a mere town mayor. Upon his arrival, the mayor was both elated and apprehensive. Offending such a notable figure could spell disaster for his tenure. Conversely, currying favor with him could herald a bright future. The mayor joyfully welcomed Elder Qian into his home. And upon hearing the elder's intentions, his astonishment was palpable. The news that Elder Qian's young master had joined the Xian sect, now residing near Xian Mountain, just a stone's throw from Maple Leaf Town, opened the door to potential alliances. Most significantly, Elder Qian was willing to fund the establishment of a temple dedicated to the Xian immortal and the reconstruction of the Xian sect's entrance. Li Qingdao's promise had captivated Elder Qian, for the prospect of posthumous deification, even as a spirit, held immense allure, an existence capable of bestowing longevity. This would not only ensure his own immortality, but also safeguard the lineage of his descendants. Moreover, the sum in question was trivial for Elder Qian, as his family thrived in the provincial capital. Previously, Elder Qian might have hesitated to allocate substantial funds, but now, as the highest authority of the Qian family, he wielded significant control, with only his children ranking below him. The remaining family members were distant relatives, lacking the influence to lead. Under his astute management over the past year, the Qian family's assets had notably expanded. Not only was the construction of the Xian sect feasible, but even erecting two such edifices posed no challenge. These developments led the mayor to marvel at the wealth of Elder Qian, filled with admiration for his affluence. Concurrently, the three prominent families of Maple Leaf Town arrived, having learned of Elder Qian's visit to the mayor. Upon discovering Elder Qian's plans for the temple and the reconstruction of the Xian sect, they were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that the young man from the Xian sect would forge ties with such a powerful and affluent individual. Old Master Lu, smiling, remarked, "Brother Qian, the Xian Immortal Temple will receive our Lu family's unwavering support, and I shall contribute both funds and efforts toward the reconstruction of the Xian sect. Might I have a word with Taoist Lingyan? My grandson has long admired the celestial beings of the Xian sect, and I wonder if he could be accepted into their ranks." He refrained from suggesting that his grandson be apprenticed to Li Qingdao, for the son of the Qian family is already a disciple of Li, and he dared not allow his grandson to be of the same generation as him. Upon hearing this, others silently cursed the old fox and hastily followed suit. "My family, the Bai family, is also involved in this matter. My young son shares the same admiration for Taoist Lingyan. Even if he cannot become a formal disciple, serving as a servant disciple would not be out of the question. Indeed, my Zhao family feels similarly. As long as my granddaughter can enter the Xian sect, even as a servant disciple, it would suffice." Observing this, the town mayor promptly exclaimed, "I too wish to contribute. While my resources may not compare to those of my esteemed brothers, I can allocate a substantial piece of land to erect a temple in honor of the Xian Immortal. Additionally, I can rally the townsfolk to pay homage to the Xian Immortal." Chapter 56. Becoming one of us, a smile graced the face of the elder of the Qian family, indicating that this time, not much expenditure would be required, allowing for the expansion of the Xian sect. As for the miscellaneous disciples mentioned by the three families and the town mayor, it was evident that Li Qingdao would find them necessary. As the steward of the Qian family, the elder could discern that all of Li Qingdao's efforts were aimed at elevating the Xian sect. Given this, it was certain that some disciples would be needed. Whether they would be outer disciples or miscellaneous disciples would depend on Li Qingdao's preferences. Naturally, he would not presume to make decisions on Li Qingdao's behalf. That was ultimately up to him. The elder of the Qian family remarked with a smile, "I cannot make this decision, but I can inquire with Taoist Lingyan. If he consents, then there will be no issue. However, I must remind everyone that Taoist Lingyan selects disciples based on their character and virtue. Do not bring forth those with nefarious deeds to fill the ranks. Furthermore, Taoist Lingyan has a penchant for benevolent individuals. Should I learn of any wrongdoings against the common folk, I, Qian, will cease all business dealings with you. For those who accumulate sins will surely descend into hell after death." Old Master Lu hastily inquired, "Brother Qian, do you know something?" The other three turned their gaze towards him, their eyes brimming with anticipation. The elder of the Qian family replied nonchalantly, "Do you know why I wish to establish a temple? It is because the founder of the Xian sect holds an official position in the heavens, while Taoist Lingyan's master holds an office below. Thus, I possess some knowledge. Should one engage in rampant wrongdoing, one might find themselves consigned to the 18 layers of hell for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Conversely, if one performs virtuous deeds, there is a possibility of being reborn into a noble family and enjoying wealth and glory. As for the prospect of becoming a ghostly messenger or a protective deity, the elder refrained from voicing it. Such matters were best kept secret, for one could quietly ascend to the realm of spirits without others' awareness. Nonetheless, the mere thought of facing the afterlife and the potential of descending into the 18 layers of hell startled these individuals, as none among them could claim to have led a faultless life to reach their current status. Regret began to stir within them. The elder of the Qian family continued, "Performing good deeds accumulates merit, and establishing a temple for the immortal will yield benefits. You may ponder that. However, Remember well, if anyone here brings calamity to the village in the future, do not blame me, Qian, for reaping some merit." Upon hearing his words, the other four nodded in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement. If establishing a temple could alleviate their transgressions, then why not build more? They certainly did not wish to descend into the 18 layers of hell. Such a fate was no jest. With the elder's words, they fully comprehended his intentions. Moreover, with a temple established, anyone daring to commit misdeeds would surely find themselves under the watchful eyes of the divine. "Rest assured, Brother Qian, I shall keep watch," the elder Lu declared. "Should anyone dare to act wickedly, I shall personally deal with them." The others nodded in agreement, genuinely intimidated by the elder of the Qian family. After reaching an accord, the elder took his leave. Once he departed, the four exchanged glances, each reflecting the apprehension evident in their eyes. Their current standing is a result of actions that may not have been entirely virtuous. Little did they anticipate that the underworld truly exists, along with the 18 levels of hell. Thus, it is imperative to engage in good deeds henceforth, in the hope of alleviating their karmic burdens and avoiding the depths of hell. After a brief moment, the mayor managed to muster a smile and remarked, "In truth, we are not without opportunity. Since the Purple Flame Celestial Venerable is a heavenly official, establishing a temple in his honor should provide us with protection. Regardless of whether our descendants can gain entry into the Purple Flame sect, we must take this matter seriously." Old Master Lu nodded in agreement, assuring them, "Rest assured. My Lu family has some connections with Taoist Lingyan. If you happen upon any ancient spiritual wood or bamboo, be sure to collect it, preferably thunderstruck wood, as Taoist Lingyan has a particular fondness for such things. Moreover, century-old medicinal herbs should also hold value for him. If you are able to gather them, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for you." Upon hearing Old Master Lu's words, the others' eyes sparkled with interest. While their wealth may not rival that of the Qin family, they were not lacking either. If it were merely a matter of procuring aged trees, that should pose no significant challenge. However, acquiring century-old medicinal herbs would be considerably more difficult. Century-old trees should not be too challenging for us, Old Master Lu, but surely we ought to establish a target quantity. Trees like the locust should be excluded, correct? In response, Old Master Lu chuckled and replied, "Naturally, we should focus on peach, jujube, and pearwood. These are preferable, and sandalwood would also suffice." The other three nodded in agreement, their faces illuminated with smiles. As long as they could acquire these materials, they had no concerns. It was evident that the Qian family elder was seeking to curry favor with Li Qingdao, and their efforts to please him would undoubtedly yield favorable outcomes for the Qian family elder as well. After discussing their plans, they each returned home. Unbeknownst to them, the Qian family elder had already arrived outside Li Qingdao's chamber. Knocking gently, he called out, "Taoist Lingyan, may I enter?" Li Qingdao, who had been in meditation, opened his eyes, stored away his spiritual energy crystal, and smiled. "Old Master Qian, please come in." As the elder entered with a smile, he announced, "Taoist Lingyan, I bring good news. The three prominent families of Maple Leaf Town, along with the mayor, have resolved to assist in the reconstruction of the Purple Flame sect and the Temple of the Purple Flame Celestial Venerable. However, they wish for their descendants to gain entry into the Purple Flame sect, even if it is merely as servant disciples. What do you think?" Li Qingdao's eyes brightened at this news, and he nodded slightly. "This is indeed feasible. However, gaining entry into my Purple Flame sect is not an easy task. Once the sect is rebuilt, I will set up formations on Purple Flame Mountain, which will be divided into 3 trials. Those who pass 2 trials will become servant disciples, while those who clear all 3 will be granted the status of outer disciples, able to cultivate the teachings of the Purple Flame sect. However, I would like to request a favor from Old Master Qian. Could you find someone to replace Old Master Gu? I wish for him to manage the servant disciples and impart to them some martial skills." Mr. Qian could not help but chuckle, nodding slightly as he remarked, "Although Old Master Gu has aged somewhat, his skills remain commendable. It is indeed a pity that he is confined to the temple." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Mr. Qian's eyes, and as if struck by an epiphany, he inquired, "By the way, Taoist Lingyan, since Old Master Gu has gained entry to the Purple Flame sect, might I also be permitted to join?" Li Qingdao chuckled in response. After a year of acquaintance, he had come to understand Mr. Qian's character, barring his flirtatious tendencies. He was fundamentally a decent person. Moreover, following a particular incident, Mr. Qian had refrained from any romantic entanglements. Li Qingdao replied with a smile, "It is not impossible. But does Mr. Qian truly wish to join our Purple Flame sect? Mr. Qian nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, while the Taoist assures me that in a century, Senior Xian Yuan will assist me in securing a position as a ghost envoy, I cannot shake this sense of unease. Of course, it is not a matter of distrust towards the Taoist. I merely believe that by joining the Purple Flame sect and becoming one of our own, Senior Xian Yuan will take greater heed of my situation." Chapter 57. The Logistics Elder. Haha, very well. Since Master Qian wishes to join my Xian sect, I shall gladly accept. However, Master Qian, if you choose to join, you must not have any regrets, correct? Li Qingdao couldn't help but chuckle. The addition of the esteemed Qian family to the Xian sect would indeed be a remarkable boon. Furthermore, the Qian family's substantial wealth would greatly benefit the sect's development. For the Xian sect to flourish, sufficient financial resources are indispensable. Master Qian, known as Qian Donglai, quickly affirmed, "I, Qian Donglai, shall never have regrets." At that moment, he was exceedingly earnest. Li Qingdao was taken aback by the seriousness of his intent to join the Xian sect. If this were true, it would be a tremendous gain for the sect. Very well then. Once the Xian sect is established, we shall grant you entry. Upon your initiation, you shall not merely be a menial steward like old Master Gua. Rather, you will hold the esteemed title of Logistics Elder. Li Qingdao had already devised a plan for Qian Donglai's role. Having reached Li Qingdao's level of cultivation, he was no longer vulnerable to conventional weaponry. However, he alone could not safeguard the Xian sect. With Qian Donglai's wealth and influence, he could indeed establish an armed force. For the Xian sect to grow, it required not only sufficient financial backing, but also the means for self-defense. Although Li Qingdao was formidable, disciples cultivating the path of the spirit could not attain the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth before reaching the Yang God realm. In such circumstances, it was prudent to have an armed force to protect the sect. Qian Donglai was overjoyed. Becoming an elder of the Xian sect was beyond his wildest dreams. Rest assured, Taoist, I shall expedite the construction of the Xian sect, or rather, the Xian Immortal Palace. Since it was to be rebuilt, it must be the finest, for he would soon be an elder of the Xian sect. Li Qingdao hesitated for a moment, then presented the turtle breath and concentration method, saying, "Though I am uncertain if you will successfully join, you may attempt to cultivate it. In your lifetime, you might achieve mastery over the spirit, which would facilitate arrangements for you in the future." Qian Donglai was elated. He had witnessed Li Qingdao's prowess, seen Gao Ping'an wield spells, and watched his son manipulate flames. Envy had long filled him. Now, with the opportunity to cultivate, how could Qian Donglai not be thrilled? "Thank you, Taoist." "No, thank you, sect leader." In truth, Li Qingdao had wished to bestow upon him the Corpse Ghost Sutra, considering that Qian Donglai was already in his 50s. However, upon recalling the drawbacks of that technique, he dismissed the thought. By entrusting him with the turtle breath and concentration method, the extent of his cultivation would be his own responsibility. It might even extend his lifespan, granting Xian Yuan Taoist additional time to enhance his cultivation and status. In due course, the promises made to Master Qian could be fulfilled seamlessly. Li Qingdao smiled. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall go to Xian Mountain to make some arrangements, and then you can commence the construction of the Xian sect in the designated area." Qian Donglai nodded eagerly. Though he was unsure of Li Qingdao's reasons for the planning, he had no intention of arguing against it. "Yes, sect leader." Li Qingdao chuckled. "Let us proceed outside to meet Mauer and Ping'an. Allow me to properly introduce you to them as our esteemed elder." Qian Donglai could not help but smile. Realizing that in the blink of an eye, he was to become an elder of the Xian sect, surpassing even his own son in seniority. Moreover, he would now have the opportunity to cultivate alongside his son, which struck him as quite delightful. The two of them stepped outside and knocked on the door of Gao Ping'an and Qian Mao. Mauer, Ping'an, opened the door. Upon hearing Li Qingdao's voice, the two who were engrossed in their cultivation promptly opened the door and stepped out. In truth, Li Qingdao had sensed their practice moments earlier, but as they were not deeply engrossed, he decided to awaken them. Seeing his two disciples so diligently engaged in their training, Li Qingdao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Compared to the two rather troublesome disciples of a certain friend with a singular brow, his own disciples were significantly more capable. Not to mention his disciples, regardless of their cultivation level, did not cause trouble and were exceedingly obedient. The door soon swung open, and upon seeing Li Qingdao and Qian Donglai, the two quickly bowed in respect. "Greetings, Master, Father, Uncle Qian." Li Qingdao smiled and said, "Let me formally introduce you. This is our newly appointed logistical elder of the Xian sect, Qian Donglai. Please pay your respects." Both Qian Mao and Gao Ping'an widened their eyes in disbelief, gazing at Qian Donglai. "Father, is this truly so?" Qian Mao exclaimed with joy. "That is wonderful." Gao Ping'an quickly bowed, saying, "Gao Ping'an pays his respects to the elder." Qian Donglai waved his hand and replied, "Ha, no need for such formalities, my dear nephew. Just call me Uncle Qian." Li Qingdao continued with a smile, "Mauer, I have a task for you. I will impart your father the turtle breathing and focusing technique, and you shall guide him in his cultivation. Is that agreeable?" Qian Mao's eyes widened in astonishment as he glanced between Li Qingdao and Qian Donglai, disbelief evident in his gaze. Li Qingdao added, "Once our Xian sect is fully established, we shall actively recruit disciples, and as the eldest apprentice, it will be your duty to assist me. Both you and Ping'an will be responsible for teaching the outer disciples. However, as Ping'an practices the Xian immortal technique, he can only instruct in the initial 2 realms. The latter stages will be your responsibility. Mauer, you may first teach your father to familiarize him with the technique, which will ease the process when instructing disciples in the future." Upon hearing this, Qian Mao quickly nodded, saying, "Master, I understand." Although he was not yet 8 years old, the notion of being the eldest apprentice and assisting his master filled his gaze with determination. Gao Ping'an, standing beside him, shared the same sentiment. Although he was on the path of magical power, he could indeed impart knowledge of the realms of spirit assimilation and focusing. In reality, Li Qingdao yearned to devote his time to the meticulous guidance of his true disciples. As for the outer disciples, he simply did not possess the luxury of time. He had already mapped out his vision for the Xian sect. His disciples would be the true inheritors, while the others would be considered outer disciples or miscellaneous apprentices. Outer disciples are afforded the opportunity to cultivate the path of the Tao. Should they attain the soul-nourishing realm, they may ascend to become inner disciples, and if they surpass the Yin spirit realm, they can rise to the status of outer elders. Furthermore, with favorable circumstances, a breakthrough to the Yang spirit realm would allow them to become inner elders. In truth, reaching the soul-nourishing realm offers little in the way of combat prowess. It is only upon transcending to the spirit realm that one can traverse the world. However, we find ourselves in an age of decline, and achieving the soul-nourishing realm is already commendable. Moreover, the transition from soul-nourishing to the concentration realm is not overly arduous, requiring merely persistent accumulation. Yet, the leap from the spirit to the Yin spirit realm proves to be significantly more challenging. Thus, according to Li Qingdao's blueprint, the emergence of inner disciples within the Xian sect will require at least 7 to 8 years. In this span of time, not only will he himself be capable of standing alone, but his 2 disciples will also have developed sufficient prowess to do so. Qian Mao possesses formidable spiritual strength. Once he achieves the soul-nourishing realm, a breakthrough to the spirit realm will not take long. Gao Ping'an, with his yang physique, requires little in the way of spiritual energy for cultivation, drawing instead from the essence of the sun and his own innate yang energy. Chapter 58. The master of the sect. After assuming the role of the logistics elder, Qian Donglai swiftly set his plans into motion. Mobilizing all available financial and human resources, he began transporting materials for the construction of the Zihua Immortal Palace. True to his reputation as the wealthiest individual in Xinjia town, with business interests even in the provincial capital, he managed to prepare everything within a mere fortnight, ready to commence work at any moment. During this period, Li Qingdao brought a substantial quantity of spirit stones to the Zihua sect, swiftly replenishing the energy of the Zihua Grand Array, allowing it to regain its former strength. Although it had not returned to its peak, its scope had significantly expanded. The mountain where the Zihua sect resided was entirely enveloped by the array, making it exceedingly difficult for even formidable experts at the Ningong realm to breach it. This was largely due to Li Qingdao's placement of the spiritual vein at the heart of the Zihua sect, while simultaneously fortifying the array. Above the spiritual vein, a spring, the size of a bowl, had been installed, from which spiritual energy gradually emanated, continuously revitalizing the Zihua sect's essence. Throughout these 2 weeks, Li Qingdao had established a locking spirit grand array, effectively sealing all spiritual energy within the Zihua sect to prevent any leakage. The Zihua grand array inherently possessed a spirit gathering function, eliminating the need for a separate gathering array. The locking spirit grand array alone sufficed to confine all the gathered spiritual energy within. Not only would this enable the Zihua sect to gradually form a spiritual realm, but it would also sustain the energy of the Zihua Grand Array. Regrettably, a spiritual energy circulation had yet to be established. Otherwise, the spiritual realm would have quickly manifested. Li Qingdao remained unconcerned, knowing that once his cultivation reached greater heights, he could resolve several ghost domains, refining the Yin energy and ghostly essence within into crystallized spiritual energy, thus facilitating the formation of the spiritual realm. For now, he had to wait for the new Zihua sect to be completed before proceeding. On a particular day, Li Qingdao informed Qian Donglai that construction could commence, clearly delineating which areas were to be disturbed and which were to remain untouched. After all, many locations on Zihua Mountain were off-limits, such as those housing the spiritual vein and the array, as well as the area where the Zhuguo trees thrived. Qian Donglai diligently noted these instructions. In addition to overseeing the transportation of materials over the past fortnight, he had also engaged in his own cultivation. Although he had not yet achieved any remarkable progress, his physical body had been invigorated by the influx of spiritual energy, growing healthier by the day. Over the course of these 2 weeks, Qian Donglai felt rejuvenated, as if he had shed several years, and he redoubled his efforts in cultivation. A man of remarkable self-discipline, he relished the experience of cultivation, yet did not neglect his responsibilities. Observing the newly constructed Zihua Immortal Temple and the nearby pile of building materials, Li Qingdao inquired, "Elder Qian, how do we transport these materials up the mountain?" With a smile, Qian Donglai replied, "Naturally, we must first create a path up the mountain, then find a way to transport them." Li Qingdao shook his head slightly, saying, "That pace is too slow, leave it to me." With that, he appeared beside the materials, waving his hand as a portion of them vanished into his storage pouch. Almost immediately, he soared into the air, the sun sword manifesting beneath his feet, propelling him at remarkable speed towards the Zihua sect. Is he flying? Has Taoist Lingyan ascended to immortality? Qian Donglai could only widen his eyes in disbelief as he watched the direction in which Li Qingdao had taken flight. Not only Qian Donglai, but also the venerable Lu, the town mayor, the head of the Bai family, and the leader of the Zhao family all widened their eyes in disbelief. Some even rubbed their eyes, unable to conceal the shock radiating from their gazes. Had it truly flown away? Had Master Lingyan ascended to immortality? Do immortal beings truly exist in this world? Master Lingyan has transcended. Quickly, kneel down and pay homage to the immortal. May the immortal bless me with great fortune. May the immortal ensure the safety of my wife and children. It was not just a few of them who witnessed this. The craftsmen laboring nearby were also stirred with excitement. After all, Li Qingdao's ability to fly with a sword was indistinguishable from that of an immortal. Those who displayed other forms of magic could potentially be charlatans, as such tricks might simply be illusions. But someone who could genuinely soar into the sky was undoubtedly no fraud, but a true immortal. Observing the kneeling craftsman, Qian Donglai couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Having entered the ranks of the immortals, and even becoming an elder, how could he not feel exhilarated? The town mayor and others looked at Qian Donglai with envy in their eyes, wishing they could take his place. Yet, they understood that they lacked both the financial means and the influence to replace him. Moreover, his son was the chief disciple of the Xian sect, likely to become its master in the future, making it impossible for them to compete. "Brother Qian, no, Elder Qian, you must look after us from now on," they implored. "Indeed, Elder Qian, we have all built the temple together." Qian Donglai replied with a smile, "Rest assured. As long as your descendants can pass the formations set by the sect master, they will have no trouble becoming outer disciples or even servants." At this point, Qian Donglai felt an overwhelming desire to bring back the children from the provincial capital and have them join the Xian sect. However, upon reflection, he deemed it unwise. He knew well the dispositions of his eldest son and daughter. Having learned some foreign concepts in the provincial capital, they were inherently skeptical of the supernatural. Even if he forcibly brought them back, they would not willingly join the Xian sect, and they might dismiss Li Qingdao's sword flight as mere trickery. Aside from this, his children were relatively worry-free. At least in the provincial capital, Qian Donglai had never interfered in their business affairs. They managed everything, and he merely checked the accounts annually, returning with a portion of the profits. Lost in thought, he noticed a determined glint in the eyes of the venerable Lu, who coldly declared, "If my brats cannot enter the Xian sect, they need not return." The mayor and the others exchanged glances, sensing Lu's harshness. However, upon reflection, they realized the wisdom in his words. The opportunity to attain immortality through the Xian sect was too significant to ignore. If none from their families managed to enter, they would surely become a subject of ridicule. Indeed, Elder Lu is right. We must act accordingly. I shall return and establish family rules. Anyone who dares to bully others or cause trouble shall no longer be considered a member of the Zhao family. Precisely. The old man must accumulate merit, and we cannot allow those rascals to disrupt the rules. Qian Donglai smiled and remarked, it is not solely the grandchildren. Daughters and granddaughters also have their opportunities. The sect leader has proclaimed that our Xian sect does not discriminate based on gender. As long as one can pass the 3 trials, they may become an outer disciple of the Xian sect. Those who can conquer 2 trials will attain the status of a servant disciple. Becoming an outer disciple opens the path to the cultivation of immortality, while servant disciples are limited to martial arts. In comparison to the exalted path of immortality, martial arts pales significantly. The 4 elders exchanged resolute glances, their eyes brimming with determination. Not only they, but the craftsmen kneeling nearby were also stirred by his words, their eyes gleaming with newfound hope. If passing merely 3 trials grants entry into the Xian sect, then surely their children could attempt the challenge. Even if one were to join as a servant disciple, it would still be a commendable opportunity, ensuring they would not face starvation. Elder Lu promptly inquired, Elder Qian, since there are outer disciples and servant disciples, what about the inner disciples? Chapter 59 Dialogue with Xianyuan. Qian Donglai shook his head, stating, do not entertain thoughts of becoming inner disciples unless you can apprentice under the sect leader and become a true inheritor. To ascend to inner disciple status, one must reach a certain level of cultivation. Therefore, my Xian sect does not accept inner disciples. The opportunity lies solely in the hands of the outer disciples based on their own capabilities. Li Qingdao had previously shared this information with him, understanding that the individuals from Maple Leaf Town would inquire, which prompted him to convey it to Qian Donglai, hoping he would relay it to Elder Lu and others. As they spoke, Li Qingdao swiftly returned. In less than 2 minutes, upon his return, he noticed the craftsman kneeling on the ground, a slight smile gracing his lips. What is the matter, everyone? Please, rise quickly, he urged, waving his hand. The kneeling craftsmen felt an overwhelming force lift them up. Thank you, Immortal, they exclaimed, grateful even if they were discouraged from kneeling. Li Qingdao chuckled, no need for concern, I must transport these materials. Do as you wish. With that, he utilized his storage pouch to gather the resources and departed, soaring away on his sword. This time, the onlookers, though envious, were imbued with a renewed vigor, for their children might one day join the Xian sect. Within a single day, all materials were expended on Xian Mountain. Li Qingdao had meticulously planned the construction, instructing the craftsmen accordingly. At the mountain summit, he reverently bowed to the Xian Immortal Temple before entering the Xianyuan Jinjuan Hall. Master, if you're present, please show yourself. Within the depths of the underworld, in a modest residence, Xianyuan Taoist, harnessing the power of incense, opened his eyes, his gaze momentarily unfocused. In the Xianyuan Jinjuan Hall, the figure of Xianyuan Taoist materialized. Observing his likeness in the statue, he was filled with delight, erupting into hearty laughter. You rascal, how impressive. It hasn't been long. And you've already erected a temple for me? Li Qingdao nodded. Master, there are likely 4 more to come. You shall see in due time. Now, I have 2 matters requiring your assistance, which are vital to the future of our Xian sect. Seeing the seriousness in Li Qingdao's demeanor, Xianyuan Taoist's expression turned grave. Speak. What is it? Li Qingdao continued. Disciple has discovered a spirit vein and restructured the formation of the Xian sect. Once the sect is rebuilt, we shall begin accepting disciples and thereby elevate the Xian sect. However, I intend to categorize the disciples into 4 tiers: true inheritors, inner disciples, outer disciples, and service disciples. True inheritors must be my direct disciples. Inner disciples must cultivate their spiritual path to the soul-nourishing stage and develop over 100 strands of spiritual power. Otherwise, they will remain unqualified. As for outer and service disciples, I plan to establish 3 trials to assess character, temperament, and talent. Those who pass the trials of character and temperament may become service disciples, while those who succeed in all 3 trials will be recognized as outer disciples. Outer disciples will be permitted to impart techniques of the spirit-nurturing realm, but I do not intend to extend this privilege to service disciples. The disciples of the menial class are undoubtedly lacking in talent, and I intend to impart the martial arts to them. However, during your passing, you did not leave behind any martial arts techniques. Although I sought the assistance of Elder Gua, his martial prowess cannot compare to yours. Thus, I require the martial arts techniques you practiced in your lifetime. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, Taoist Xian Yuan nodded and said, "This is all trivial. But are you certain you haven't found any martial arts techniques? Did you not check beneath my bed? There lies a box filled with martial arts techniques. And I even organized the Xian Yuan true art that belongs to our Purple Flame sect. You, impudent boy, failed to search my room, where I left you so many treasures, and you do not even appreciate them. However, that Gua fellow is indeed commendable. He can be cultivated well. After a century, I shall arrange something for him, perhaps making him a guardian deity of the Purple Flame sect." Li Chengdao chuckled awkwardly, admitting he had not explored Taoist Xian Yuan's room and was unaware of the treasures beneath his bed. It seems that upon returning, he must conduct a thorough search. Perhaps unexpected rewards await him. Yet, pressing matters are at hand. Li Chengdao continued, "As for the second matter, I have found a logistics elder for our Purple Flame sect, my eldest disciple's father, a man of considerable wealth. However, I have promised him that after a century, he would follow you. What do you think? You must consider this carefully, as the temples constructed for you were funded and supported by him." Taoist Xian Yuan rolled his eyes and remarked, "Since he is willing to become an elder of my Purple Flame sect, I certainly welcome him. As for what you mentioned, let us set it aside for now. Let him cultivate for a while and prolong his life. He is currently just a minor official, primarily because his cultivation is too weak. If his cultivation were to improve, it would be feasible for him to request 2 spirit slots for his subordinates. Therefore, we must ensure that Qian Donglai remains alive for another decade or so." Li Chengdao nodded in agreement. "I am quite aware of that. However, do you possess any techniques for cultivating the path of the soul? Our entire Purple Flame sect possesses only the widely known turtle breathing and concentration technique." Taoist Xian Yuan could not help but scoff. He had already descended to the underworld, yet still endeavored to promote the sect. This disciple was lacking indeed. Nevertheless, he did have some cultivation techniques. Previously, he was merely a minor figure in the tongue-pulling hell and would have had no access to such techniques. However, now as a soul of the tongue-pulling hell, albeit still a minor official, he managed to navigate through the layers of the underworld. The 18 layers of hell contain many souls of practitioners from evil paths. Extracting cultivation techniques from them would be a simple task. As long as they do not originate from a powerful sect's legacy, they could serve as a hidden asset for the Purple Flame sect. Taoist Xian Yuan was indeed familiar with the turtle breathing and concentration technique, which is a soul cultivation method of the Xian Gui sect. Unfortunately, the Xian Gui sect was annihilated, and the technique has since become a common commodity across the continent. It must be acknowledged that the turtle breathing and concentration technique is indeed powerful. When cultivated to its zenith, it can lead to transcendence and immortality. Although it only allows for the ascension of the primordial spirit, it surpasses many other techniques by a significant margin. He remained oblivious to how Li Chengdao had acquired such knowledge, lamenting that he had not encountered this technique during his lifetime. Had he done so, he would have undoubtedly begun to cultivate the path of divine consciousness. As for the matter of the technique, please be patient. I shall devise a solution and will provide it to you within a fortnight at most." He insisted, "You must prioritize the strengthening of the Ziyang sect. Otherwise, if the ancestral master does not hold you accountable, I certainly shall." Li Chengdao quickly nodded in agreement, assuring, "Master, you need not worry. For many years, I have held the expansion of the Ziyang sect close to my heart. Just focus on accomplishing these tasks, and you need not concern yourself with my end." Since inheriting the position of sect leader from Xian Yuan Taoist before his passing, he had steadfastly aimed to elevate the Ziyang sect. His decision to take Qian Mao as a disciple stemmed from the youth's promising talent and character, which he believed he could nurture. As for Gao Ping'an, he was solely valued for his gifted abilities, being trained primarily as a guardian elder for the sect, with his character and temperament closely monitored, ensuring that they would remain exemplary. Chapter 60. Resources of the Netherworld. With these 2 disciples firmly established, it suffices for the time being. Should talented individuals present themselves, I may continue to accept apprentices. If not, I shall expand the outer sect and recruit more miscellaneous disciples, thereby enhancing the reputation of the Xian sect. As the number of aspirants increases, it is only natural that I will attract disciples of considerable talent. In this manner, the growth of the Xian sect would become significantly easier. The Xian Yuan Taoist chuckled. "Very well, those 2 disciples of yours are indeed commendable. Do you require resources pertaining to the path of the soul? I shall endeavor to bring some for you next time." Li Chengdao hastily inquired, "Master, You were able to bring items up from the netherworld? Compared to the waning era of the spirit realm, the resources within the netherworld remain abundant. If some of these resources could be procured, it would greatly benefit the Xian sect. The Xian Yuan Daoist waved his hand. All right, I must take my leave. With that, he vanished from sight. After watching the Xian Yuan Daoist depart, Li Chengdao shook his head slightly and made his way towards the Xian Immortals Hall. After burning 3 sticks of incense, he earnestly addressed his ancestral master, Grand Ancestor. I wonder if you can hear me. Please elevate your status swiftly. Your disciple is diligently expanding the Xian sect. Should any disciples ascend in the future, they will surely seek refuge with you. Moreover, my master holds a minor position in the netherworld. I hope you might offer some assistance on that front. By the way, Grand Ancestor, my master is the Xian Yuan Daoist, currently a minorine spirit in the 18th layer of hell. After speaking, he fixed his gaze intently on the statue, but alas, no change occurred. Li Chengdao sighed in resignation. It seems that while communication between the netherworld and the mortal realm is relatively straightforward, establishing a connection with the celestial realm proves to be a challenge. Exiting the Xian Immortal Hall, Li Chengdao swiftly flew back to Xian Mountain on his sword. In the quarters of the Xian Yuan Daoist, a smile broke upon his face as he pulled a large chest from beneath the bed. Opening the chest revealed more than a dozen martial arts manuals, alongside various materials in gold. Glancing at these martial arts manuals, Li Chengdao felt no attachment. They held no value for him. Having already embarked on the path of immortality, he found little interest in such martial arts techniques. The materials were predominantly refined ores, including fine iron and fine copper, among others. While these materials appeared promising, they were only suitable for crafting inferior magical artifacts. However, if they could be further refined to attain a higher purity, they would undoubtedly be capable of producing superior grade artifacts. Moreover, Li Chengdao had heard that the quintessence of 5 metals, gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, could be utilized to forge high-quality flying swords. The refined essence of these 5 metals, known as the essence of the 5 elements, would yield flying swords of exceptional quality. Here, he had encountered 4, gold, silver, iron, and copper, yet tin was conspicuously absent. Perhaps the Xian Yuan Daoist was unaware, or perhaps he had not acquired it. Even if he had, such a small quantity of metals would not suffice for forging a flying sword. Li Chengdao hesitated momentarily before summoning the ancient lamp beside him. I shall borrow your flame. As his words fell, a sphere of fire materialized in his hand. Subsequently, with a flicker of his consciousness, several pieces of gold ascended into the flame, commencing the process of refinement. Not long after, the gold had dwindled to the size of a fingernail. Li Chengdao nodded in satisfaction. Although further refinement was possible, continuing would render it invisible. He had to pause and turn his attention to other metals, ultimately ceasing once everything was reduced to the size of a fingernail. A frown creased Li Chengdao's brow. If he could extract an equivalent amount of tin essence, he could forge a flying sword, albeit not a magical artifact, merely an exquisite implement. It seemed that regardless of the era, wealth in the realms of fortune, companionship, law, and land always held paramount importance. Li Chengdao felt a wave of relief for having brought the esteemed Qian family elder into the Xian sect, where he served as a logistics elder. Otherwise, would he have to recruit several more logistics elders like Qian Donglai? This thought arose, stirring his interest momentarily, but he quickly shook his head. He knew Qian Donglai well. He had committed no wrongdoing and possessed commendable character. The integrity of others remained uncertain, and if any bore heavy karma, it could adversely affect the Xian sect. Gathering these resources, Li Chengdao proceeded toward the peak of Xian Mountain. At the summit of Xian Mountain, within the cave dwelling, Li Chengdao sat cross-legged on a mat, the Xian immortal art circulating within him as he swiftly refined the 2 spiritual energy crystals in hand. With the materials now at his disposal, he had little further role to play. Outside, Qian Donglai was ensuring that the construction of the Xian Immortal Palace progressed in an orderly manner. Not just Qian Donglai. Elder Lu and the others were also mobilizing. They took turns guarding Xian Mountain daily, watching with eager anticipation as the Xian sect's edifice gradually took shape. Once the Xian sect was rebuilt, their descendants would be able to enter its hallowed grounds. Half a month later, while immersed in meditation, Li Chengdao opened his eyes and, commanding his flying sword, set off towards Maple Leaf Town. Upon arriving, he directly entered the hall of the Xian Yuan True Monarch. As he stepped inside, he immediately spotted Qian Donglai, who was brimming with joy. Li Chengdao observed the faint silhouette manifesting upon the statue of the Xianyuan Taoist, and couldn't he help but smile. No wonder Qian Donglai was so excited. He had encountered the Xianyuan Taoist. Master, Li Chengdao remarked, our elder here is quite remarkable, isn't? With this, he cast a discreet glance at the Xianyuan Taoist. In his exhilaration, Qian Donglai failed to notice Li Chengdao's gesture. The Xianyuan Taoist responded earnestly, Elder Qian is indeed commendable. Alas, he is somewhat advanced in years. Were he 20 years younger, he might achieve significant cultivation, if not the path to immortality, at least attain the Yin spirit. Li Chengdao nodded slightly. Indeed, master. You must lend your support from below when Elder Qian has passed a century. Assist him if you would. The Xianyuan Taoist chuckled. As he is an elder of my Xian sect, he shall certainly have a place among my ranks, rest assured. He added, by the way, here are resources I have brought for you. Quickly store them away, and return this pouch to me, so I can bring you more next time. With that, a delicate, translucent pouch flew towards Li Chengdao. Li Chengdao's gaze fell upon the small pouch, which was gradually solidifying. By the time it reached him, the pouch had completely taken form. Master, what is this pouch? It doesn't appear to be a storage bag, he inquired, swiftly extracting the resources within. These resources comprised various crystals and elixirs unknown to Li Chengdao, leaving him uncertain of their value. The Xianyuan Taoist replied with a smile, this is the Yin-Yang pouch. I expended considerable spiritual energy to acquire it. It has the ability to transmute Yin and Yang, allowing one to retrieve items from the underworld. Unfortunately, this pouch is rather small, limiting the quantity it can carry. The resources brought back this time are of two varieties, both highly beneficial for soul cultivation, the soul condensing pill and soul crystals, which are unique products of the underworld. Take them back for safekeeping. And when Mauer breaks through to the soul-nourishing realm, they will prove useful. Chapter 61. The Thoughts of the Ancestor Despite the Scarcity of Resources in the Underworld. They significantly benefit the cultivation of spiritual power. Li Chengdao meticulously counted the supplies, 10 soul-nourishing pills in a vial and 20 soul crystals in total. Master, I have accepted the resources. Please take back this Yin-Yang pouch. The Xianyuan Taoist retrieved the pouch and stated earnestly, you must keep this knowledge to yourselves, as the underworld's resources are strictly forbidden from being revealed to the outside world. Li Chengdao nodded in assurance. Rest assured, I will safeguard them diligently. Beside him, Qian Donglai was filled with joy, realizing that the Spirit Flame sect leader and Elder Xianyuan regarded him as one of their own. Furthermore, these resources were intended for the elder's son, indicating that Xianyuan was training his offspring to be the next leader, as it was improbable he would bring underworld resources for anyone else. Li Chengdao spoke earnestly. Elder Qian, let us keep this matter between us, understood? Qian Donglai quickly nodded. Understood. Thank you for your trust, sect leader. Li Chengdao shook his head. As a senior member of the Xian sect, it is only natural for me to place my trust in you. Now, regarding the construction of the Xian sect, I hope you will take it to heart. Qian Donglai promptly replied, rest assured, it will take no longer than 6 months to complete the Xian Immortal Palace. The reason for this swift timeline was that all materials would not require transportation. Li Chengdao could deliver them promptly. Otherwise, simply transporting the resources to the mountain would take a considerable amount of time. Moreover, the mountain designated by Li Chengdao was not large, making construction significantly easier. Given the current circumstances, the only mountain that could be adequately protected by formations was the one previously occupied by the Xian sect. In this current age of decline, there were insufficient resources to expand the Xian Grand Formation. Achieving its current scale was already commendable. Li Chengdao smiled. Excellent. I appreciate your efforts, Elder Qian. Here is a reward for you. I hope it aids you in your cultivation. As he spoke, a spirit stone the size of a fingernail appeared in his hand and flew towards Qian Donglai. This was not a crystallized essence of spiritual energy, which Li Chengdao had no intention of offering. It was a treasure he had cultivated himself. Should he have any surplus in the future, he might consider sharing. But for now, it was unnecessary, as he barely had enough for his own use. This small spirit stone was left over from the Black Bear Demon-esque cave, as the smaller ones were unsuitable for formations, and Li Chengdao had decided to keep them. Originally, he intended these small spirit stones for Qian Mao-esque cultivation, but unexpectedly, they were now being bestowed upon his father. As an elder of the Xian sect, it was indeed beneficial for Qian Donglai's cultivation. Under the cleansing of spiritual energy, Qian Donglai's health would improve significantly, potentially extending his life. Should he achieve any notable progress in cultivation, it would certainly be a positive outcome. If he could cultivate to the level of magical power, he would be worthy of his position as an elder of the Xian sect. Elder Xianyuan looked at Li Qingdao in astonishment, not having anticipated that he would bestow such a valuable item upon Qian Donglai. He sighed inwardly, realizing that if it weren't for his own shortcomings as the previous leader, his disciple would not have given a spirit stone to an old man with no promising path in cultivation. Time to strive harder. With a soft sigh, Xianyuan Daoist swiftly vanished from sight. Qian Donglai, filled with excitement upon witnessing this phenomenon, sensed the abundant spiritual energy within the spiritual stone, having already purified his physical form with it. "Thank you, master," he expressed gratefully. Observing his exuberance, Li Qingdao waved his hand and replied, "There is no need for such formality, Elder Qian. How are the other 4 temples faring?" Qian Donglai promptly responded, "According to the steward's letter, the temples of the Purple Flame Immortal in those 4 towns have been established and are already being worshipped." Li Qingdao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Nodding slightly, "Excellent, excellent. You may return to your duties now, but remember to diligently cultivate. I shall pay my respects to our ancestral master." With that, he made his way towards the grand hall of the Purple Flame Immortal. Holding the spiritual stone tightly, Qian Donglai chuckled to himself. However, he soon composed his demeanor, exiting the temple with a serious expression as he headed towards Purple Flame Mountain. Upon arriving at the grand hall dedicated to the ancestral master, Li Qingdao respectfully lit 3 incense sticks and earnestly proclaimed, "Ancestral master, you must strive diligently. Do not slacken your efforts, for both disciples and masters depend on you." After finishing his homage, he rose and walked outside. In the celestial realm, atop the majestic Huashan Mountain, the Purple Flame Immortal patrolled with several celestial soldiers when he suddenly closed his eyes, sensing a change. The power of incense offerings had tripled, and he thought to himself, "My disciples are formidable indeed." Seeing the Purple Flame Immortal halt, the celestial soldiers behind him also came to a respectful stop. Within the heavenly court, hierarchy was strict, and the Purple Flame Immortal had now ascended to the rank of a celestial general. Though he was merely a low-ranking general overseeing 100 celestial soldiers, he was still esteemed, far beyond the reach of the mere soldiers. Moreover, the Purple Flame Immortal was no ordinary being. He hailed from a prestigious lineage and received daily offerings, making the attainment of a higher status in the future a distinct possibility. Such entities possessed immense potential among the celestial generals, and a breakthrough to true immortality was certainly within reach. Once the excitement subsided, the Purple Flame Immortal's ears perked up as he heard Li Qingdao's voice echoing in his mind. "That mischievous lad is performing admirably, but alas, my current status is too low to provide him with substantial benefits." He pondered, I recall that East Mount Tai connects to the underworld. Since my disciple holds a position there, I can rely on my connections to assist him." He contemplated, "Who among the celestial generals of East Mount Tai is on good terms with me? Having only recently become a celestial general, I seem to lack connections there. I must devise a way to strengthen our ties. Yes, indeed, I shall find a means to send resources from the underworld to my disciple. Otherwise, that rascal will continue to jest that I, his ancestral master, am merely spinning grand tales." With this thought, the Purple Flame Immortal resumed his patrol with renewed seriousness. At present, he was merely a minor celestial general. Although he had achieved a certain standing within the heavenly court, he remained at the lowest echelon and had to diligently fulfill his responsibilities. Should he incur the displeasure of the Western Emperor, his tenure as a celestial general would come to an abrupt end, potentially leading him to the execution platform of immortals. The celestial guards behind finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed. However, they remained oblivious to the subtle flicker of surprise in the eyes of the great Emperor of West Mount Hua at the summit. This young man hails from a realm long devoid of spiritual cultivation, does he not? It is astonishing that he has disciples who have erected a temple in his honor, granting him a chance for advancement. Quite intriguing. I hope this lad proves to be impressive, for it has been quite some time since I, the great Emperor of West Mount, have witnessed a true celestial being. As for those heavenly immortals, they are so prideful. Why would they deign to join the celestial court as mere heavenly generals? What do they truly understand? Without joining the celestial court, where in the current celestial realm are there abundant resources for their cultivation? Alas, I shall keep a closer watch on this young man. His future achievements will depend on his own fate. With that, the great Emperor of West Mount vanished in an instant. Chapter 62. The completion of the purple flame. Li Chengdao was unaware of these developments. At this moment, he had returned to the purple flame sect to continue his cultivation. Upon entering the boundaries of the sect, he observed the ongoing construction of the purple flame sect and nodded in satisfaction before retreating to his cave abode to practice. At the summit of Purple Flame Mountain, within the cave, Li Chengdao was refining the spiritual energy crystals in his hands, continuously enhancing the magical power within him. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Qian Donglai received rewards for his efforts and became even more diligent in his tasks. As for Qian Mao and Gao Ping'an, they were still immersed in their training in a small courtyard in Maple Leaf Town. The elder Gua had also arrived, frequently instructing Qian Mao in martial arts. Gao Ping'an occasionally joined in the training, but he discovered that the enhancement of his physical strength through martial arts was not as effective as the overwhelming magical power he cultivated. So he focused on learning combat techniques instead. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Li Chengdao refined 2 dragon eye-sized spiritual energy crystals every 15 days, culminating in the refinement of 24 crystals over 6 months, along with the 4 he had previously refined. He had cultivated a total of 28 drops of liquid magical power. At that moment, the liquid magical power in Li Chengdao's Dantian had reached 56 drops, swirling energetically. Had he not expended a few drops during this period, the number might have been even greater. Within the ancient lamp space, there remained 14 dragon eye-sized spiritual energy crystals and 8 rice-sized ones, sufficient for another 3.5 months of cultivation. One day, a voice echoed from outside the cave, reporting to the sect master, "The Purple Flame Immortal Palace has been successfully constructed. Please come out for inspection." Li Chengdao opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flashing within them. He swiftly rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards the entrance of the cave. As he stepped outside, he saw Qian Donglai and his 2 disciples. He glanced past them, looking down at the luxurious palace complex adorning Purple Flame Mountain, and could not help but smile. His spiritual sense swept across the scene, noting that the pinnacle featured the ancestral hall of the Purple Flame sect, followed by the palace where the sect master resided, and flanking it were the palaces of the inner sect elders. Ahead lay the grand hall of the sect, with a vast plaza in front of it. The plaza was enclosed by walls, and beyond them were the courtyards of the true disciples, numbering over 20. Below the plaza were the courtyards of the inner disciples, which were significantly smaller than those of the true disciples. Further down were the courtyards of the outer elders, considerably larger than those of the inner disciples, followed by the dormitories of the outer disciples. Generally, each outer disciple had a courtyard with 10 rooms, accommodating over 100 individuals in total. This illustrates Li Chengdao's considerable ambitions. As for the final group of miscellaneous disciples, they were situated at the foot of the mountain, each in small courtyards containing 20 rooms, perfectly sufficient for their needs. Moreover, the courtyards for the miscellaneous disciples encircled the base of the mountain, numbering over 200, capable of housing nearly 5,000 individuals. However, their accommodations were relatively spacious, allowing for martial practice within the courtyards. The responsibilities of maintaining the Purple Flame sect naturally fell to the miscellaneous disciples. Li Chengdao was exceedingly pleased with the construction of the Purple Flame sect and remarked with a smile, "Elder Qian, thank you for your efforts." Qian Donglai earnestly stated, "As an elder of the sect, it is my duty to act in this manner." Li Chengdao chuckled, "Although you hold the esteemed position of an elder, your contributions and efforts warrant due recognition. Accept this spirit stone for your cultivation." As he spoke, a spirit stone, no larger than a fingernail, materialized in his hand and was promptly placed into Qian Donglai's grasp. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qian Donglai realized that cultivating with the spirit stone far surpassed his solitary meditations. In the span of half a year, while he had yet to commence the cleansing of his meridians, his physical body had grown considerably stronger. Should he obtain an ample supply of spirit stones for cultivation, it would not be long before he could strive for the realm of law manifestation. "Thank you for your generous gift, sect leader." Li Chengdao sighed. "Our Xian sect is sorely lacking in spirit stones. Each one is precious. Focus on your cultivation." Upon hearing this, Qian Donglai's eyes flickered with thought. He possessed sufficient wealth and contemplated whether he could procure spirit stones through monetary means. Not only spirit stones, but also aged medicinal herbs. Though he was advanced in years, with the right resources, he could still achieve remarkable accomplishments. With this thought in mind, Qian Donglai quickly replied, "Yes, sect leader, I understand." Li Chengdao, unaware of his intentions, was deep in thought about how to arrange the formation and recruit external disciples and miscellaneous workers. The formation was divided into 3 components: character, mentality, and talent. The first barrier was character. Should one fail this initial test, they would not be accepted into Xian sect. Regarding mentality, if an individual lacked resilience and a steadfast heart, they were equally unsuitable for cultivation. Lastly, concerning talent, if one was devoid of innate ability, Li Qingdao could not permit them to join as external disciples. In this current age of decline, without talent, attaining any level of accomplishment in cultivation was virtually impossible. Given the limited resources of Xian sect, only those with promising potential would be nurtured. Wasteful expenditure on the untalented was out of the question. Such was the harsh reality of the present spirit realm. Soon, Li Qingdao determined that the 3 formations would be the illusion formation, the fear amplification formation, and the spirit gathering formation. The first illusion formation tested one's character. If they exhibited poor moral integrity, Li Qingdao would not accept them. The second formation, augmented with additional challenges, would magnify fears and intensify pressure. Failing to endure for the requisite duration would result in elimination. The third, the spirit gathering formation, required that if one could not sense the spirit energy within 3 days under the dense aura, they were deemed unsuitable for cultivation. Although 3 days is a brief span. If, under the influence of Xian Mountain's spiritual energy, one could not sense the aura, they would not be accepted. In this age of decline, spiritual resources were exceedingly precious. While Xian Mountain possessed a spiritual vein, it was too diminutive to support a large number of cultivators. Therefore, once Xian sect was on stable ground, Li Qingdao planned to venture out for further experiences, seeking additional spiritual veins or devising methods to establish a spiritual energy circulation formation. Qian Mao inquired, "Master, when shall we commence the recruitment of disciples?" Li Qingdao glanced at Qian Mao, noting that his magical prowess had reached 4 strands, and nodded in satisfaction. "You are commendable. However, the recruitment of disciples for Xian sect must await the proper arrangement of the formation. If external disciples are received, it is essential for you to guide them with peace and tranquility." Qian Mao, although merely 8 years of age, possesses remarkable maturity under the tutelage of Qian Donglai. Li Qingdao holds a deep satisfaction in this esteemed disciple of the Xian sect. Qian Mao nodded and stated, "I understand, Master. These items were entrusted to me by Elder Lu and others for your consideration." With that, he patted his storage bag, from which several items emerged: a century-old peach wood, a century-old spiritual bamboo, and 2 wooden boxes. Li Qingdao smiled and remarked, "These should be stored in the Xian sect's treasury, serving as the foundation of our sect. Anyone in need may take them for alchemy or artifact crafting. Mauer, Ping'an, your pursuits must not only focus on elevating your cultivation but also on learning formations, artifact crafting, and alchemy. Once this busy period concludes, I shall impart my knowledge to you. Elder Qian, if you wish to learn, you are welcome to join, particularly in the art of alchemy." Chapter 63. 3 months later, opening the door to accept disciples, Qian Donglai's eyes glimmered with delight upon hearing about the art of alchemy. If he could master this craft, possessing spiritual herbs would undoubtedly allow him to achieve remarkable breakthroughs in his cultivation. The resources brought back by the esteemed Xian Yuan from the underworld included elixirs beneficial for soul cultivation. He did not require anything too advanced. A potion capable of swiftly elevating him beyond the would suffice. With this thought in mind, Qian Donglai hastily expressed his gratitude, saying, "Yes, thank you, Master." He instantly comprehended the intention behind Li Qingdao's actions. After all, as an elder of the Xian sect, it was imperative that he not remain too weak. However, given the sect's scarcity of resources, the investment required to nurture him was substantial. It would be far more advantageous to impart the art of alchemy to him. Once he mastered it, he could procure various spiritual herbs for his training. As for wealth, he lacked nothing but money. Reflecting on this, he cast a grateful glance at Li Qingdao, filled with admiration for the sect leader. Li Qingdao smiled and remarked, "It is good that Elder Qian understands. Now, let us proceed to meet Old Master Lu and the others." The first batch of disciples would naturally be gathered from Fengye town, as they were familiar faces. It was essential to recruit local youths, especially since many were already aware of the recruitment efforts, which would surely yield a considerable number of disciples. "Very well, Elder Qian. You and Deacon Guo should spread the word. 3 months from now, we will accept disciples in the forest outside Fengye town. Those who pass the first 2 trials may become auxiliary disciples of Xian sect. Should they succeed in the 3rd trial, they will be admitted as outer disciples. If they catch the Master SI, they may even become true disciples. Remember, we prefer candidates aged between 6 and 20. Those too old are unsuitable for cultivation, and those too young are not to be treated like children. Qian Donglai respectfully replied, "Yes, Master, I shall attend to it immediately." With that, he swiftly made his way outside. Li Chengdao then turned to Qian Mao and Gao Pingyan, smiling as he said, "Follow me. I must prepare the formations." The decision to hold the recruitment in the forest outside Fengya town was primarily due to the convenience of arranging formations amidst the trees, allowing for the establishment of permanent arrays. These formations would remain in place, enabling those who successfully navigated them to enter the Xian sect directly. Of course, the final of the 3 formations would be situated on Xianshan, as the forest outside Fengya town lacked a spiritual vein, rendering a gathering formation ineffective. After all, the age of the end of law is not to be taken lightly, unless one is in a location with a spiritual vein. Establishing a gathering formation elsewhere is largely futile. If it were near the Zhu bamboo forest, it would be feasible, yet regrettably, that location lies quite distant. Qian Mao and Gao Pingyan, upon hearing this, respectfully replied, "Yes, Master." The prospect of accompanying their master down the mountain to set up formations filled them with excitement. Having previously arranged formations, Li Chengdao was uncertain whether the 2 illusions would succeed, so he mentioned a time frame of 3 months. After all, there was ample time to proceed at a measured pace. Li Chengdao soared through the skies on his sword, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Xian Shinzuan temple outside Maple Leaf Town. Observing the forest behind the temple, he nodded in satisfaction. This shall be the place. He was pleased with the forest's proximity to the Xian Shinzuan temple, knowing that it would require oversight in the future, as well as guarding the array. After lighting 3 incense sticks in honor of his ancestors and master, Li Chengdao ventured into the woods, retrieving over 10 spirit stones to commence his formation. Qian Donglai watched with envy as Li Chengdao and his companions flew overhead. He hurriedly fetched his bicycle from his room and pedaled swiftly down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, he rubbed his sore backside and surveyed the rugged path, frowning in dismay. This will not do. The road must be repaired. Though the path had been trodden by others, it remained treacherous. Had it not been for the spiritual energy that had invigorated his body over the past 6 months, he feared the rough terrain would have taken a toll on his aging frame. Arriving at Maple Leaf Town, he found that old Master Lu and the others had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Qian Donglai approach, they rushed forward, brimming with excitement. "Brother Qian, no. Elder Qian, what news? What did the sect master say? When will the recruitment begin?" With a smile, Qian Donglai replied, "The sect master has decreed that all individuals aged 6 to 20 within the bounds of Maple Leaf Town are eligible to participate in the trials. Those who pass 2 challenges will become disciple servants, while those who conquer 3 challenges will ascend to the ranks of outer disciples. Should one be accepted as a disciple by the sect master, they may attain the status of an inner disciple." Upon hearing this, old Master Lu and the others were filled with excitement, their eyes sparkling with joy. Previously, their ambition was merely to secure a connection with the Xian sect for their kin. However, their perspective had shifted dramatically. Witnessing Li Chengdao's flight had illuminated the fact that the Xian sect was no ordinary faction, but a genuine celestial sect. The potential for greatness was boundless, even for those who could merely attain the status of outer disciples. At the very least, if any matters arose at home, being an outer disciple of the Xian sect would undoubtedly provide assistance. The town mayor promptly inquired, "Brother Qian, is it true that only those under 20 are eligible? What of those above this age?" Qian Donglai nodded, affirming, "Indeed, once one surpasses the age of 20, whether in martial cultivation or celestial practices, unless they possess extraordinary talent, further training is often a waste of resources. Those under 6 are unable to care for themselves. We cannot have the sect's members babysitting children after admitting them, can we? However, rest assured, the Xian sect will have more recruitment opportunities in the future. You may continue to strive for improvement." At this revelation, old Master Lu and the others' eyes lit up with understanding. Yes, if no one succeeded in passing the 3 challenges this time, they could indeed work harder and encourage their descendants to do the same. Surely, someone would emerge as a disciple of the Xian sect. "Thank you, Elder Qian, for clarifying. By the way, the Xian sect has recently been established, and my Lu family wishes to present a congratulatory gift. Please accept this token of our esteem." With that, he produced a scroll of gifts and extended it. The path had widened for old Master Lu. Although Qian Donglai was not in need of money, the Xian sect certainly required funding. It is hardly feasible to perpetually rely on Qian Donglai's resources for the benefit of the Ziyang sect. After all, the gifts from Old Master Lu are an asset of the Ziyang sect. One cannot overlook the admirable vision of this elderly gentleman. Qian Donglai chuckled. In that case, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Old Master Lu. I shall most certainly report this matter to the sect leader. The town mayor promptly interjected, Elder Qian. This is my token of congratulations for the establishment of the Ziyang sect. With that, he produced a gift list and presented it to Qian Donglai. Similarly, the heads of the Zhao and Bai families followed suit, offering their own gift lists to Qian Donglai. He collected these lists. While the physical gifts were likely already situated outside the sect, rest assured, my 4 esteemed brothers, I will relay this matter to the sect leader. I am confident that he will bestow rewards in return. Upon hearing these words, Old Master Lu and the others could not help but smile. In that case, we thank Elder Qian. They had observed the transformations in Qian Donglai during this period. While they did not aspire to attain the same status as him, they were content with acquiring some valuable items. Chapter 64. The initiation trials. The 3 prominent families of Maple Leaf Town, in conjunction with the town mayor, disseminated the news regarding the recruitment of disciples by the Ziyang sect, scheduled for 3 months hence. This revelation reached every village within Maple Leaf Town. Some individuals appeared perplexed, while others, privy to insider information, were filled with elation. It marked the inaugural occasion for the Ziyang sect to accept disciples, and exclusively within the confines of Maple Leaf Town, prompting many to adopt a watchful stance. As the 3 months swiftly elapsed, a considerable number of individuals aged between 6 and 20 congregated in Maple Leaf Town. The day of recruitment for the Ziyang sect had finally arrived. Gao Pingyan employed his lightness technique, swiftly ascending to hover above the town. Utilizing this technique, he suspended in midair, surveying the throngs of people below. Amplifying his voice with magical energy, he announced the commencement of the Ziyang sect's disciple recruitment ceremony, urging all prospective disciples to gather outside the grove behind the Ziyang Immortal Temple, as the sect leader would soon arrive. This proclamation was repeated thrice, after which Gao Pingyan hastened toward the temple. His sudden appearance astounded the onlookers, particularly his levitating form, which left the crowd in awe. An immortal! The Ziyang sect truly has an immortal! They exclaimed. I must join the Ziyang sect. I am determined to become a disciple. With excitement, they hurried toward the grove behind the Ziyang Immortal Temple. By noon, all eligible candidates had assembled, surrounded by spectators. The latter exhibited envy, yet were helpless, as the Ziyang sect accepted only individuals aged 6 to 20. Suddenly, Qian Mao, standing beside Gao Pingyan, brightened with realization and respectfully called out toward the direction of Ziyang Mountain. Welcome, sect leader. Gao Pingyan, Qian Donglai. And the elder Guo promptly bowed in reverence toward Ziyang Mountain, declaring, We welcome the sect leader. The participating disciples echoed, We humbly welcome the sect leader. Li Chengdao, adorned in a purple brocade robe, smiled and remarked, Indeed, we have over 300 attendees for this recruitment ceremony. Splendid. As his voice resonated, he soared above the crowd on a flying sword, descending with remarkable speed to the side of Qian Mao and the others. Greetings, sect leader. They hurriedly bowed. The eligible candidates participating in the initiation trials also promptly bowed, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of sword flight. Initially impressed by Gao Pingyan's display, they were utterly awestruck by Li Qingdao, whose mastery of sword flight elevated him to the status of a deity in their eyes. The surrounding spectators, too, bowed in homage, filled with envy at the realization that they were not within the age range to join such a celestial sect. Li Qingdao, unfazed by their reverence, casually stated, There is no need for excessive formality. The recruitment ceremony shall now commence. All participants may proceed into the trial. With that, the eligible candidates, led by Elder Guo, made their way toward the grove. The forest is not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for over 300 individuals to enter simultaneously. Once inside, Li Qingdao expanded his spiritual awareness to observe them. Before long, he extracted more than 10 individuals, whose character was questionable, having fallen into an illusion from which they would soon be irretrievably lost. Li Qingdao furrowed his brow and continued to scrutinize those within the formation. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as they fell upon a disheveled young girl. She gazed around in confusion, yet she had not succumbed to the illusion. Li Qingdao communicated telepathically, Child, proceed forward. The girl moved instinctively, quickly entering the second formation. This second formation also contained an illusion, albeit one under Li Qingdao's oppressive aura. Child, Endure for just a quarter of an hour, and you shall pass. His voice resonated in her ears, igniting a flicker of determination in her eyes. Li Qingdao was exceedingly pleased with her response. As time crept by, a quarter of an hour slipped away, and the disheveled girl remained steadfast. Although her complexion appeared pale, her large eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Qingdao turned to Gao Pingyan and said, "Pingyan, someone has succeeded. Go to the other side of the formation and gather all those who have passed." Gao Pingyan nodded eagerly, employing his light body technique to swiftly appear beside the little girl. Curiously observing her, Gao Pingyan was taken aback. She appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, dressed in tattered clothing, and was quite dirty. Yet, her eyes shone brightly and with clarity. "Congratulations, you have passed the second trial. Provided you possess the talent for cultivation, you may enter the outer sect," he declared. The girl nodded rapidly, her face alight with joy. "Thank you," she uttered in a soft voice, gazing eagerly at Gao Pingyan. Gao Pingyan replied with a smile, "No need for formalities. Simply call me second senior brother." Shortly thereafter, 2 young men approached, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, yet unable to suppress the smiles on their faces. Upon seeing Gao Pingyan, their eyes lit up. "We have met a celestial being." Gao Pingyan chuckled. "Congratulations on passing the 2 trials. Even if you fail the third, you will still become disciples serving the Ziyang sect. Just refer to me as second senior brother." The 2 men quickly bowed and said, "We humbly greet you, second senior brother." The girl also softly echoed, "We greet you, second senior brother." The 2 young men were astonished to see the disheveled girl, realizing that she had succeeded even faster than they had, and they regarded her with admiration rather than disdain. "Little sister, you are impressive. You were the first to pass." The girl shyly lowered her head, too bashful to respond. Gao Pingyan smiled and said, "All right. Let us wait here." As time passed, Li Qingdao continued to extract participants from the trial, and the clearing outside the forest lay strewn with over 100 individuals who had failed to pass the first or second trials. At this very moment, their eyes reflected a sense of unwillingness, which ultimately transformed into resignation. "Master of the sect, could you grant me another opportunity?" "Indeed, Master of the sect. I am confident that I can succeed." "Master of the sect, I cannot accept this. I simply cannot bear it." Li Qingdao replied calmly. "To fail the trial is to be destined to be unconnected with my Xian sect. Do not force it." He would only extend a single chance to these individuals, and should they fail to seize it, there would be no further opportunities. It was not that he was heartless. The path of cultivation is also about fate. If one cannot pass the entrance trial, it signifies a lack of connection with the Xian sect, particularly for those whose character and integrity are lacking. Even if they manage to overcome the entrance trial subsequently, Li Qingdao would not feel assured in allowing them to join the Xian sect. 2 hours later, all those who had entered the 2 formations emerged. This time, only a meager 29 individuals succeeded in passing both trials, which was less than 1/10 of those who had participated in the examination. Chapter 65, The Outer Sect Trials. Li Qingdao furrowed his brow, noting that there were only 29 participants, fewer than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, it sufficed. After all, the Xian sect was a reputable cultivation sect that prioritized quality over quantity. Li Qingdao spoke calmly. "Very well. All 29 of you are commendable. First, proceed to Maple Leaf Town to freshen up, have a meal, and rest for the night. Tomorrow, you shall accompany Elder Qian and others to Xian Mountain for the 3rd trial. Only by passing this trial will you have the opportunity to pursue the path of immortality." The 29 individuals were filled with excitement and promptly bowed, responding, "Yes, Sect Master." Li Qingdao inquired, "Elder Gua, how are the Xian sect disciples' uniforms coming along?" Elder Gua hurriedly replied, "Sect Master, they are ready. We have prepared 100 sets for both the inner and outer sections." Li Qingdao nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent work. Mauer, accompany Elder Gua to bring back those garments. Pingyan, assist Elder Qian in organizing these disciples." "Yes, Sect Master." Everyone responded in unison. After delivering these instructions, Li Qingdao swiftly mounted his flying sword and soared back to Xian Mountain. Upon arrival, he observed significant transformations. The spiritual energy of Xian Mountain had increased 5-fold since his return, with a continual rise. Standing atop the peak, Li Qingdao nodded in approval. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he murmured to himself, "During this time, the 4 elders have performed admirably and even presented gifts. Naturally, they must be duly rewarded." However, he acknowledged that admitting them into the Xian sect was out of the question, as they were not yet qualified. In light of this, He resolved to concoct some longevity elixirs for them. The elixirs suitable for mortals were within his capabilities to craft, as the required herbs were not particularly rare. The substantial gifts from the four elders perfectly complemented the needs of the Xian sect. The sect lacked not for cultivation techniques or spiritual lands, but rather for financial resources. As disciples of the Xian sect, their sustenance necessitated funds. It was unreasonable to rely solely on Qian Donglai for financial support. This sect belonged to him, Li Qingdao. Although Li Qingdao intended for Qian Mao to become the next sect master, Xian sect was currently his own domain, and dependence on Qian Donglai for finances was untenable. Elder Liu had generously gifted a shop in Maple Leaf Town, a grove behind the Xian Immortal Temple, along with 50 silver dollars. The heads of the Zhao and Bai families had similarly contributed 2 shops and 50 silver dollars each. The town mayor had gone above and beyond, presenting the land deed for Xian Mountain and 100 acres of fertile land surrounding it. What was once merely a peak belonging to the Xian sect had now expanded to encompass the entire mountain. These substantial gifts alleviated Li Qingdao's pressing concerns. Even if the 29 disciples were merely auxiliary members, they still required a livelihood, demanding monthly stipends. Li Qingdao had numerous business ideas in mind. With his strength, he could certainly protect them, but he lacked manpower and industry. Now, by cultivating the auxiliary disciples, and with the formidable merchant Qian Donglai at the helm, the Xian sect would not suffer from financial scarcity in the future. This is the role of the miscellaneous disciples. They are not only required to hone their martial skills, but also to manage the sect's enterprises. Of course, for these disciples, venturing out is no simple task. Unless they have cultivated for no less than 3 years and have passed the Master S examination, their chances of leaving are virtually non-existent. Alas, for now, I must trouble Elder Qian. A mere spirit stone as compensation will suffice. Li Qingdao narrowed his eyes, yearning to embark on a journey of exploration, traversing renowned mountains and rivers in search of places where spiritual energy converges, to draw forth their spiritual veins and return them to Xianxin. However, the Xiang sect is yet to find its footing, making it impossible for Li Qingdao to depart. The following morning, Li Qingdao soared through the air on his sword, landing on a plaza halfway up the mountain. At this moment, 29 disciples who had passed the 2 trials awaited him. Looking at them, Li Qingdao smiled and said, "First and foremost, congratulations on becoming miscellaneous disciples of the Xiang sect. Next, the sect's eldest disciple will impart to you the method of absorbing spiritual energy into your bodies. Should you be able to sense the spiritual energy within 3 days and successfully draw it in, you will then qualify as outer disciples of the Xiang sect. However, if you fail to sense the energy within that time frame, you shall remain as miscellaneous disciples. If any of you can perceive the spiritual energy within half a day and successfully draw it into your bodies, I shall take you as my apprentices." Upon hearing this last statement, excitement surged among the crowd. Qian Donglai could not help but glance at Li Qingdao, surprised that he would take on disciples. However, upon reflection, it made sense. His own son had also drawn in spiritual energy within half a day, making Li Qingdao's assessment of him a commendable one. If others could achieve the same feat, their innate talent for cultivation would surely be exceptional, with future accomplishments that could rival those of his son, making it quite admirable to become a disciple of the sect leader. Li Qingdao glanced at Qian Mao, signaling him to take action. Qian Mao nodded earnestly and stepped forward swiftly. The 8-year-old boy, with a serious yet youthful demeanor, instilled a profound sense of pressure among the 29 disciples below. "Dear junior brothers and sisters, I am your eldest brother, Qian Mao. I shall now teach you the method of absorbing spiritual energy into your bodies. Listen carefully. I will repeat it 3 times, and each of you shall have 1 opportunity to inquire. Do not squander it." Subsequently, Qian Mao began to explain the method of absorption, while Li Qingdao formed hand seals, instantly activating the spiritual gathering formation in the area. Qian Donglai's eyes sparkled as he sat cross-legged on the ground, channeling spiritual energy to cleanse his physical body. Old Gui did the same. When he first arrived, Li Qingdao had already imparted to him the method of absorption. Even if he could not cultivate to the level of forming laws, he could still strengthen his physique. After all, as an outer sect steward, it was beneficial to be stronger. Furthermore, all the martial arts techniques left by Xianyuan Daoist were entrusted to him for dissemination among suitable miscellaneous disciples. Observing their actions, Li Qingdao could not help but curl his lip. Nevertheless, he paid little mind. as the amount of spiritual energy they absorbed was minimal and would not have a significant impact. Gao Pingyan did not utilize the spiritual energy here for cultivation. He had already cultivated 250 strands of magical power. In no more than 6 months, he would naturally break through to the liquid transformation stage. By the time that moment arrives, Gao Pingyan will be able to preside over the Xian sect, allowing him, as the sect master, to venture forth for personal cultivation. As for Qian Mao, Li Qingdao believes that allowing him to cultivate at his own pace suffices, with both himself and Gao Pingyan in the Xian sect. It is perfectly acceptable for the next sect master to take his time in his training. Qian Mao possesses considerable talent, and a gradual approach in the early stages of cultivation can serve to establish a solid foundation while also refining his character. Should Li Qingdao choose to nurture him, it won't be long before he reaches the soul-nourishing realm. With a formidable spirit, once he attains this stage, consolidating his divine soul will not pose much difficulty for him, and his cultivation level may soon rival that of Li Qingdao. He is destined to be the next sect master. Laying a strong foundation now could very well lead to his ascension as a primordial spirit, ranking among the celestial beings in the future. As for Gao Pingyan, being of the lesser yang physique presents an unpredictable factor. He may well cultivate at an even swifter pace, and should he encounter fortuitous opportunities, it is conceivable that he could ascend to immortality even before Li Qingdao, thus rendering him an unsuitable candidate for the next sect master. Chapter 66. The 5 Outer Disciples and the Unexpected Visitor in the Blink of an Eye. Half a day had passed, and Li Qingdao shook his head in resignation. No one had sensed the spiritual energy during this time, indicating that his third disciple was not present. With a sigh, he instructed Gao Pingyan, "Pingyan, remain here and keep watch. I shall retreat to cultivate and return in 2 days." Gao Pingyan nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, master." Li Qingdao did not stray far. Instead, he entered the grand hall of the sect and sat cross-legged upon a mat to commence his cultivation. Outside, observing Li Qingdao's departure, Qian Mao sighed in exasperation, realizing that he would not be gaining any additional junior brothers or sisters. Half a day passed, and at last, someone sensed the spiritual energy and successfully absorbed it. This was a youth of about 15 or 16 years, the second individual to pass the second trial. To his surprise, there were 2 youths of similar age who managed to pass the trial, but one had taken the lead in absorbing the spiritual energy, which was commendable. In truth, Li Qingdao held a particular regard for a filthy girl among the candidates. However, her frail constitution rendered it nearly impossible for her to absorb the spiritual energy within half a day. Achieving this feat within 3 days would be quite an accomplishment. Given her malnourished state, which was evident from her diminutive frame and unkempt appearance, although she was in slightly better condition than when Li Qingdao was rescued by Xinyuan Daoist, her prospects remained limited. Even if she were to become an outer disciple, she would require several years of nurturing before she could truly begin her cultivation. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, on the 3rd day, the girl successfully absorbed the spiritual energy. As soon as the girl achieved this milestone, Gao Pingyan hurriedly instructed her to cease her efforts. Her frail body could not withstand the strain of forced cultivation, as it would jeopardize her foundation. Although the path of the spirit ultimately transcends the physical form to attain ascension, a corporeal vessel is essential in the early stages. Without having cultivated the primordial spirit, the physical body remains indispensable. Any damage to its foundation would severely limit future achievements. The girl paused, gazing at Gao Pingyan with wide eyes. "Senior brother, did I succeed?" Gao Pingyan smiled warmly. "Congratulations, junior sister, on becoming an outer disciple." At this moment, 3 individuals had successfully passed the outer disciple examination, 2 males and 1 female. With the addition of the girl, there were now 4. There remained 1 day, and it was uncertain whether anyone else would be able to pass the assessment and join the ranks of outer disciples. As the 3rd day drew to a close, all candidates ceased their efforts. Li Qingdao opened his eyes and emerged from the hall. "Maoer, how many outer disciples have we?" Qian Mao promptly bowed. "Master, within these 3 days, 5 individuals have absorbed the spiritual energy and become outer disciples." Li Qingdao nodded in satisfaction. Those who can absorb the spiritual energy within 3 days under the spirit gathering array possess considerable talent. They shall henceforth be recognized as outer disciples of the Xiang sect. Maoer, what are the names of these 5 individuals? Since they had qualified as outer disciples, they had already captured Li Qingdao's attention. Qian Mao hastily replied, "Master, their names are Bai Yunfeng, Hualong Feng, Zhao Shuer, Yang Yume, and Chendanqing. I have introduced them according to the speed at which they absorbed the spiritual energy. Li Chengdao nodded slightly and said, Indeed, henceforth the outer disciples will be arranged in this order. Bai Yunfeng shall be the outer sect's eldest senior brother, while Chen Danqing will take the 5th position. Should any new members join the outer sect in the future, they will be placed accordingly. Qian Mao promptly nodded, replying, Yes. Master. Li Chengdao continued, Maoer, the responsibility for the outer disciples will fall upon you and Ping'an. Lead them to Elder Qian to receive their outer disciple uniforms. Guizhi. The miscellaneous disciples will be entrusted to you. Each will receive 2 sets of uniforms. Elder Gua quickly nodded in agreement, saying, Understood, sect leader. With a slight nod, Li Chengdao took flight on his sword, vanishing from sight. As they watched him depart, admiration gleamed in the eyes of all the disciples, particularly among the miscellaneous disciples, who felt they had no such opportunities. They understood that cultivation required innate talent, which they lacked, relegating them to their current status. However, they had heard that even miscellaneous disciples were not without merit. They could still practice martial arts and, with enough dedication, could achieve remarkable feats. Next came the matter of their living arrangements and attire, which differed between the miscellaneous and outer disciples. The outer disciples donned azure robes adorned with a purple flame emblem on their chests, while the miscellaneous disciples wore gray robes, similarly emblazoned with a purple flame. According to Li Chengdao's design, inner disciples would wear white robes, also featuring a purple flame. As for the true disciples, their attire was of no concern to Li Chengdao. The sect leader and elders had the liberty to dress as they pleased. Nonetheless, Li Chengdao had crafted a distinctive robe for the sect leader, a purple brocade garment, while the elders wore golden brocade, and the true disciples donned robes of purple and gold. Naturally, they were free to wear these garments at their discretion, though they would be required to don them during significant events within the Zihua sect. It is worth noting that, unlike the Daoist sects, their attire was brocade rather than Daoist robes. Upon his return to the summit of Zihua Mountain, several Daoists appeared in Maple Leaf Town, their brows furrowing as they discussed the entrance trials of the Zihua sect. Brother, what sort of sect is the Zihua sect? Do you have any knowledge of it? One inquired. I have indeed heard of the Zihua sect, though I have yet to encounter any formidable individuals. If what they claim is true, and the sect leader possesses the ability to fly, he must be an entity of at least the liquid transformation realm. Brother, I once encountered a Daoist from the Zihua sect when he had just broken through to the liquid transformation realm. He was remarkably youthful, and I remember him vividly. This individual was none other than Su Junren, who still resided within the soul realm, indicating that a breakthrough to the Ingod realm would be quite challenging. As for the remaining 2, one wore glasses while the other had a straight brow. Had Li Chengdao been present, he would have undoubtedly recognized them. The straight-browed Daoist inquired, What was the nature of his aura? Did you sense anything amiss? Su Junren shook his head and replied, His cultivation is remarkably pure, devoid of any malevolent intent, and he radiates a faint glow of virtue. The bespectacled Daoist chuckled, Since we have arrived here, let us pay a visit to this esteemed friend. Otherwise, we might neglect the etiquette of our Maoshan tradition. Master Su nodded in agreement. Now that the Ziyang sect has commenced the acceptance of disciples, it is indeed our duty to pay our respects. Shall I deliver the greeting card? The Daoist with the arched brows slightly inclined his head. Indeed, we must not forsake our manners. Master Su acknowledged with a nod and proceeded towards the exit. The arched-browed Daoist inquired, Junior brother, do you perceive the Ziyang sect's sudden decision to recruit disciples as a boon or a bane? In this age of decline in the Dharma, cultivating oneself is already a formidable challenge. How can they possibly accommodate so many aspiring practitioners? The bespectacled Daoist replied with a smile, How should I know? Perhaps they have stumbled upon some auspicious ley line, or maybe their ancestral master has manifested. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards the Ziyang Immortal Temple beyond. The arch-browed Daoist remarked, Though the temple's reputation is grand, its size and layout are rather unremarkable. Furthermore, the statue indeed emanates the divine light of the celestial court. It seems the ancestral master of the Ziyang sect is no ordinary figure. Chapter 67, Maoshan Linjiu in the serene courtyard of the sect leader at Ziyan Mountain. Li Chengdao gazed at Gao Ping'an and inquired in a somber tone, Ping'an, are you saying that a certain Master Su, accompanied by 2 senior brothers, has come to present a letter of visit to me? As he spoke, he glanced at the missive in his hand, which indeed bore the handwriting of Master Su. Li Chengdao had encountered Master Su's calligraphy during his time at the charity estate and was thus familiar with it. Gao Ping'an nodded affirmatively. Indeed, master. That is what the Taoist has conveyed. Li Chengdao slightly inclined his head. Very well, I shall meet them. With that, he exited the cave dwelling and took flight upon his sword, soaring towards the base of Xian Mountain. At the foot of Xian Mountain, the one-browed Taoist glanced at their guide, Qian Donglai, and could not help but ask, Brother Qian, you must be relatively new to cultivation, am I correct? Qian Donglai chuckled. Indeed, I am fortunate to have gained the attention of the sect leader, which has granted me the opportunity to join Xian sect as a logistics elder. The bespectacled Taoist inquired, Master Qian, are you not concerned that the sect leader's intentions are merely to exploit your wealth? Qian Donglai laughed. I wish that were the case. But alas, the sect leader does not regard my modest wealth with any significance. As he spoke, he produced a piece of spirit stone, roughly the size of a fingernail. Though some of the spiritual essence had been absorbed, the purity of the remaining energy was undeniable. What exquisite purity! This is indeed a fine spirit stone, remarked Master Su in astonishment upon seeing the stone. The bespectacled Taoist and the one-browed Taoist exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with admiration, acknowledging the sect leader's substantial resources. If they were to trade, they would willingly sacrifice their fortunes for such a pristine spirit stone. In this era of diminished magic, spirit stones had become exceedingly rare, most being riddled with impurities. Thus, encountering one of such purity was a rarity. Even though their cultivation focused on the path of the soul, the mastery of magical energy remained crucial. While they did not require liquid transformation, the integration of magical energy with their soul to cast spells was still essential. Furthermore, such exceptionally pure spiritual energy could enhance the soul, even elevating the capabilities of those at the Yin God level. The three men cast envious glances at Qian Donglai. Not only he, but they too felt a strong yearning for the spirit stone. Qian Donglai remarked, our sect leader has bestowed upon me 2 of these spirit stones, urging me to complete the spirit gathering realm as best as I can. Do you still believe that our sect leader is here for my wealth? The bespectacled Taoist chuckled awkwardly, his gaze lingering covetously on the spirit stone in Qian Donglai's hand. Qian Donglai hastily tucked it away and led them towards Xian sect. At that moment, Li Chengdao arrived on his sword. Greetings to all esteemed friends of Xian sect. As he spoke, he landed gracefully, nodding to the one-browed Taoist and the others. Watching Li Chengdao descend upon his sword, the 3 men could not suppress their envy. The ability to fly was a remarkable feat. Although they were not weak practitioners of the soul path, flight required one to transcend to the Yang God realm. Even the one-browed Taoist, who had just recently broken through to the Yin God realm, could not soar through the skies, let alone fly upon a sword. Without formidable magical power, it is virtually impossible to soar through the skies merely with the strength of one's spirit, unless his Yin spirit were to depart from his body. Flight would be unattainable. However, should the Yin spirit leave the body, it would be unable to linger outside for long, as he has yet to attain the status of a Yang spirit. The Taoist with a single brow performed a respectful gesture and introduced himself. I am Lin Jiao from Maoshan, accompanied by my junior disciples, Si Mu and Su Zhongfa. We pay our respects to the esteemed master of Lingyan. May I inquire which lineage the Xian sect belongs to? Li Chengdao replied with a smile. The Xian sect is not part of the Taoist schools. Rather, after our ancestral master ascended to the celestial realm, he encountered certain fortuitous circumstances and entered the heavenly court, serving under a certain emperor. When traveling afar, one's identity is self-assigned. Indeed, the Xian immortal serves beneath the Western sovereign and holds the position of a minor celestial general. Lin Jiao and the others were unaware of this matter and could not inquire from their own ancestral master, thus they accepted Li Chengdao's words as truth. As expected, upon hearing that their ancestral master served under an emperor, the expressions of Lin Jiao and his companions turned solemn. It seemed that the Xian sect was not a Taoist sect after all, and the humble Taoist had misjudged. They hoped Master Lingyan would not take offense. Li Chengdao shook his head, saying, It is our honor that the 3 of you have come to the Xian sect. Why not accompany me to the mountain for a visit? He wished to showcase the profound heritage of the Xian sect, and he was unconcerned about revealing their wealth. Although Li Chengdao was merely at the liquid transformation stage, his nearly 60 drops of magical power were no trivial matter. Even Lin Jiao, a formidable Maoshan practitioner who had broken through to the early stage of the Yin spirit, would not stand a chance against Li Chengdao in a confrontation. Lin Jiao smiled and replied, Since you have invited us, we shall gladly visit the Xian sect. We appreciate your kindness. With a slight smile, Li Chengdao led the 3 towards Xian Mountain. As they entered the vicinity of the Xian sect, the three immediately sensed the rich spiritual energy surrounding them. Within the Xian sect, after half a year of accumulation, the spiritual energy had increased fivefold, amounting to 10 times that of the outside world. While the spiritual energy of Maoshan was not weak, they had now embarked on their journey, and the energy within their own sanctuaries was not as abundant. Fortunately, they practiced the path of the spirit and, after working for the underworld, could obtain resources from there. Otherwise, they would indeed feel envious. Upon reaching the main hall of the sect, the spiritual energy was even more pronounced. The three understood that the higher they ascended the mountain, the more potent the spiritual energy would become. Taoist Simu sighed. I once thought the spiritual energy at my sanctuary was quite impressive, but upon arriving at the Xian sect, I realize how far it falls short. Li Qingdao chuckled. My friend, you jest. The Xian sect is the legacy of our ancestral master. It is considered a sacred ground. If the spiritual energy were still weak, it would be a disservice to our ancestral master. Simu nodded and smiled. Indeed, that is true. He recognized that it was inappropriate to compare his sanctuary with the ancestral ground of another sect, akin to comparing one's own sanctuary to that of Maoshan's heritage. Li Qingdao waved his hand dismissively. No worries, no worries. Let us proceed inside. He was not angered, merely acknowledging the other's candidness. Once inside the main hall of the sect, they began to converse. Before long, Qian Mao and Gao Pingon entered, carrying dishes of food. Master, esteemed seniors, it is time to dine. Lin Jiao and his companions directed their gaze toward the two individuals, an expression of astonishment evident in their eyes. Particularly striking was Gao Pingon. The formidable aura of magical power emanating from him left them utterly astounded. At the tender age of no more than 15, his profound magical prowess suggested that it would not be long before he transcended to the liquid transformation realm. After observing Gao Pingon, their attention shifted to Qian Mao, where similar astonishment flickered in their gazes. What a powerful soul! All three were practitioners of the path of spiritual cultivation and could easily discern the strength of Qian Mao's soul. With the potential to cultivate 9 strands of magic power and attain the soul-nourishing realm, he was undoubtedly a promising candidate for the path of cultivation. Reflecting on their own disciples, Lin Jiao and Simu exchanged a glance that revealed a hint of resignation. As for Master Su, he remained unfazed. His eldest disciple, Zhang Daiden, was also a remarkable talent in the realm of spiritual cultivation, and he felt no envy towards Li Qingdao. Chapter 68. Friend or Foe? Li Qingdao smiled and said, Well, you two should also go down for a meal. Glancing at the spread laid out on the table, he was exceedingly pleased. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of Qian Donglai, and he found it quite to his liking, regardless of whether the three were hungry or not. He had his 2 disciples serve the food, showcasing his disciples to ensure that the reputation of the Xian sect would not be underestimated. This was Qian Donglai's intention. Similarly, it aligned with Li Qingdao's own goals. For the Xian sect to grow stronger, it would inevitably cross paths with various Taoist sects in the future. Whether they would be allies or adversaries depended on their intentions. Li Qingdao revealed the potential of the Xian sect, allowing the three to glimpse its future, leaving them to decide whether they would hinder its growth, even if they were from Maoshan or Lin Jiao, or even if one of them was the destined child of fortune in this world. Any attempt to obstruct the Xian sect's expansion would turn them into adversaries of Li Qingdao. Qian Mao and his companion respectfully responded, Yes, master. With that, they exited. Lin Jiao sighed and remarked, You have acquired 2 fine disciples, my friend. Li Qingdao chuckled, Thank you for your kind words, dear friend. My little disciples may lack talent, but let us hasten to our meal. Lin Jiao couldn't help but smile wryly. After a slight nod, he joined in the feast. The food prepared by Qian Donglai's chef was quite delightful, and the company enjoyed their meal heartily. After they had eaten their fill, Lin Jiao and the others took their leave. They had met the Xian sect and its leader, Li Qingdao, gaining a considerable understanding of it. Li Qingdao escorted them to the foot of Xian Mountain, where Lin Jiao remarked that as long as the Xian sect did not encroach upon the interests of Maoshan, they would not oppose it. Upon hearing this, Li Qingdao could not help but smile. His sole desire was to strengthen the Xian sect. He harbored no grand ambitions, and it was nearly impossible for him to infringe upon Maoshan's interests. Even if he did, so what? By then, his strength would have grown formidable. Watching them depart, a glimmer of satisfaction shone in Li Qingdao's eyes. Well then, back to cultivating, he murmured. With that, he soared into the sky on his sword, returning to the Xian sect. In Fengye town, within their guest room, Lin Jiao and his companions sat together, their expressions grave. The Xian sect is far from ordinary. That Lingyan sect leader's aura suggests he may already be on the verge of breaking through to the condensation realm. It would be wise to avoid making enemies if possible. Lin Jiao solemnly addressed his 2 junior disciples, glancing towards Xian Mountain. Rest assured, brother, I have little interest in the Xian sect. I prefer dealing with corpses directly. One of them replied with a smile. Su Jinren nodded slightly and added, the Xian sect leader possesses considerable merit, and those zombies in Tingting Town were likely dealt with by him. Consequently, the entity suppressing them has weakened significantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao and his companions' expressions turned serious. Is that entity insurmountable? Lin Jiao inquired. Su Jinren chuckled. Not insurmountable. As long as one cultivates to the peak of the Yang God realm or reaches the refining evil realm, it should be manageable. Given the current situation in the spirit realm, it appears that the path of the law cultivation is only accessible to the esteemed Master Ling Yan and his disciples. As for the path of the divine soul, it seems that only Brother Lin and the senior brother hold any promise. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao couldn't help but chuckle, waving his hand and saying, both of you possess exceptional talents. In the future, ascending to the realm of the divine spirit is certainly within your grasp. While Lin Jiao held a strong confidence in his own abilities, he was acutely aware that this was the era of the waning law. Even with the resources from the underworld, transcending the pinnacle of the Yang God and overcoming the tribulations to achieve immortality remained a daunting challenge. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of joy upon receiving praise from his junior brother. Simu furrowed his brow and remarked, as for the senior brother, although his talent is commendable, his character poses some issues. Attaining a place among the immortals may prove to be quite difficult. Lin Jiao frowned slightly and retorted, Junior brother, do not speak frivolously. The senior brother has already cultivated the Yin God and possesses formidable strength. It is entirely possible for him to eventually attain the Yang God. Let us refrain from such talk in the future. Realizing the underlying discord between Lin and the senior brother, Su Jinren chose to remain silent. After all, there could only be one leader of Maoshan, and whoever ascended to that position would have the opportunity to join the ranks of the immortals. Presently, the current leader of Maoshan was nearing the end of his lifespan, with no possibility of ascension, and was contemplating his successor. The only candidates deemed capable of becoming the next leader were Lin Jiao and Shi Jian, compelling them to vie for the position in this age of dwindling spiritual opportunities. Su Jinren felt a sense of helplessness. They were all his senior brothers, yet he was weaker in cultivation and remained neutral. Simu nodded and affirmed, Yes, senior brother. I shall remember this. Lin Jiao replied with a smile, Do not take it to heart, Su junior brother. Simu merely spoke in jest. Su Jinren nodded, saying, I understand, Brother Lin. A silence enveloped the trio as they contemplated their situation. After a moment, Lin Jiao broke the silence, saying, Now that our affairs here are concluded, let us tidy up and return. Their purpose had been to assess the situation at the Xian sect, and now that they were informed, it was time to report back to the ancestral court of Maoshan. The two nodded in agreement and quietly began to pack their belongings. Before long, news of the trio's departure from Maple Leaf Town reached Li Qingdao, who sighed in relief and closed his eyes to meditate. The current strength of Maoshan was undeniable. If conflict could be avoided, it was best to do so. If confrontation were inevitable in the future, it would come down to whose methods were superior. At the outer sect of the Xian sect, Qian Mao was instructing 5 disciples in their cultivation. He had arranged with Gao Pingyan to take turns teaching them for half a month. Naturally, they were not required to teach the outer disciples every day, as the latter also needed time for their own cultivation. During the half-month period, 3 days were allotted for addressing any misunderstandings the outer disciples might have, while the remaining time was dedicated to their own practice. At present, the Xian sect had gained 5 outer disciples and 24 miscellaneous disciples. As core disciples, they were expected to lead by example. Looking at the 5 outer disciples before him, Qian Mao stated earnestly, as outer disciples of the Xian sect, you each receive a monthly stipend of 5 silver dollars. This is your benefit as members of the outer sect. Upon entering the Purple Flame Gate, worldly possessions hold little significance. Your primary aim is to cultivate diligently and aspire to become inner disciples. Now, let us commence our training. Should any of you harbor uncertainties, feel free to inquire of me. This directive has been established by Li Qingdao. As for the source of funds, it originates from the gold you brought with you and the congratulatory gifts from the 4 families. While these gifts may be modest, as a person from a future generation, Li Qingdao undoubtedly possesses numerous lucrative ventures. Acquiring wealth is not a formidable challenge, not only for the outer disciples. But Li Qingdao has also made arrangements for the servant disciples, for one cannot allow them to suffer in destitution after becoming disciples of the Purple Flame Gate. In the servant disciples' courtyard, Old Gua gazed at the 24 servant disciples and remarked with a smile, "From this moment forth, you shall be known as the servant disciples of the Purple Flame Gate. I understand that some of you hail from affluent backgrounds, while others come from humble beginnings. As servant disciples of the Purple Flame Gate, you will receive a monthly stipend of 2 taels of silver. However, for the next 3 years, in addition to your martial training, you will also be tasked with maintaining the cleanliness of the entire Purple Flame Gate." Chapter 69. The liquid transformation in the courtyard of the menial disciples. 24 individuals clad in gray robes from the Xian sect stood quietly before the Elder Gua. Their expressions varied. Some appeared excited, others indifferent, while a few wore looks of disdain. Observing the disparate emotions among the menial disciples, Elder Gua spoke with a calm demeanor. "If, after 3 years, your martial arts cultivation fails to pass the assessment, you shall not leave the sect. You will continue your training for another 3 years and face the examination again. Do not presume that being menial disciples renders you insignificant. Joining the Xian sect is your key to altering your destiny. Upon graduation, you will have the opportunity to enter Elder Qian's trading company or oversee our sect's enterprises. Whatever path you choose will undoubtedly surpass your previous circumstances. For many, this constitutes a transformative opportunity. I am aware that several of you hail from the 3 prominent families of Maple Leaf Town. However, do you truly believe these families are formidable? They may hold sway in Maple Leaf Town, but if you ventured beyond, you would realize your limitations. Enough talk. I shall now impart the technique of standing meditation." With that, Elder Gua delivered a powerful punch to a nearby stone tablet. Boom. The tablet shattered into several pieces, yet his hand bore not a single scratch. Hiss. At that moment, all menial disciples grew serious, their gazes towards Elder Gua laced with admiration, while it lacked the awe of the sect master soaring on a sword. Shattering stone with sheer physical strength was no trivial feat. Elder Gua, when can we begin? Elder Gua, when will I be able to shatter stone? Enough chatter, Elder Gua. Let us commence without delay. Among the 24 menial disciples, excitement surged, save for a few younger ones. Regardless of gender, they were all filled with fervor. Elder Gua regarded the enthusiastic disciples, a faint smile breaking through his serious expression. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Li Qingdao stood atop the Xian mountain, his consciousness scanning the surroundings. At that moment, 5 outer disciples were practicing in front of the sect's main hall, with Qian Mao instructing them. In the side courtyard of the true disciples, a powerful aura flickered in and out of perception. Li Qingdao nodded in satisfaction. Very good. They're on the brink of a breakthrough. In that courtyard, Gao Pingyan diligently cultivated. Truly, as a body of the lesser yang. Gao Pingyan had only followed him for a short time, yet this physique was exceptionally suited for cultivation in this age of decline. A liquid transformation realm warrior under the age of 15 would be met with disbelief. Boom. A formidable aura surged skyward as Li Qingdao soared through the air on his sword, heading toward the mountainside. At the mountainside, in the courtyard where Gao Pingyan was situated, he sat cross-legged, rapidly circulating the Xian immortal technique. As a droplet of liquid mana formed, a gentle smile graced Gao Pingyan's face. I did it. I have reached the liquid transformation realm. Overwhelmed with excitement, Gao Pingyan's aura became somewhat chaotic. Focus your mind. Li Qingdao's voice echoed in his mind like the resonant chimes of morning bells and evening drums, instantly awakening Gao Pingyan. Once he regained his clarity, Gao Pingyan began to solidify his cultivation. Li Qingdao could not help but furrow his brow, his expression dark and brooding. His disciple was indeed remarkable, possessing extraordinary talent. However, he was still too young, barely 15, and his temperament was unstable. No, after he achieves a breakthrough, I shall seal his cultivation, allowing him to temper himself in the 2 trials for half a month. With this decision made, Li Qingdao felt a sense of relief. Not far away, Qian Mao, who was instructing 5 outer disciples, approached respectfully, bowing, "Greetings, Master." The 5 outer disciples hurriedly followed suit, greeting the sect leader. Li Qingdao waved his hand, saying, "No need for such formalities. You may go and continue your training." Once the others had departed, Li Qingdao spoke earnestly. "Maoer, do not pursue rapid advancement in your cultivation. Pay heed to your temperament. When you have the time, Seek solace in the woods below the mountain to cultivate your state of mind. Qian Mao promptly replied, Yes, master. I understand. At that moment, Gao Ping'an emerged, feeling somewhat sheepish as he gazed at Li Qingdao. Master. Li Qingdao waved his hand, saying, There is no need for such deference. I will seal your cultivation for half a month. You shall undergo the entry trials during this time. After half a month, I will unseal your powers. Gao Ping'an nodded eagerly. Yes, master. I shall remember. He bore no resentment regarding this, for had it not been for Li Qingdao, he feared he would have faced a failed breakthrough and severe injury. Li Qingdao slightly nodded and inquired, How is your cultivation speed? How many days does it take to refine a drop of liquid mana? Gao Ping'an quickly responded, Master, after breaking through to the liquid transformation realm, my refining speed has increased, but the resources required have also multiplied. Even with the essence of the sun, I can only cultivate 3 strands of mana each day. Li Qingdao furrowed his brow. 3 strands, indeed, seemed rather meager. Every 100 strands of mana could produce a drop of liquid mana, which required a month and 2 days to refine. Thus, one could yield 11 drops per year. Consequently, to achieve 365 drops of liquid mana would necessitate at least 30 years of cultivation. 30 years. Not an excessive span, especially for Gao Ping'an, who was on the path of mana cultivation. At present, Gao Ping'an was not yet 15 years old. Even if it took 35 years to reach the pinnacle of the liquid transformation realm, he would only be 50. For someone with a lifespan of 200 years, 50 years would merely mark 1/4 of his journey. Therefore, even if Gao Ping'an remained at the Xian sect, he could effortlessly achieve the condensation realm. Li Qingdao's situation was different, now that the spiritual energy crystals had diminished, although his mana had reached 70 drops. Remaining at the Xian sect offered little benefit. Producing even a single drop of liquid mana in a year would be a significant achievement. Thus, Li Qingdao must venture out to undergo trials. The Xian sect had now entered a stable phase, with Gao Ping'an honing his skills for half a month. He too could embark on his own journey of experience. Upon contemplating this, Li Qingdao waved his hand and said, Go. Spend half a month honing your skills in the formation, and after that, take your position at the Xian gate. Upon hearing this, Gao Ping'an quickly nodded. Realizing that his cultivation and divine consciousness had been sealed, he was somewhat astonished by Li Qingdao's formidable strength, truly worthy of being his master. Li Qingdao inquired, Mao, how is your father faring with the collection of the herbs I requested? Has he managed to procure the refined iron I need? Qian Mao promptly nodded and replied, Master, the herbs and refined iron you asked for have been gathered by my father and are currently stored in the sect's warehouse. I shall escort you to retrieve them. Li Qingdao smiled and said, Very well, let us take a look. As the head of the Xian gate, it was only fitting that he reciprocate the gifts from the 3 families of Maple Leaf Town and the town mayor. The alchemical techniques left behind by the immortal of Xian certainly included the formulation of longevity pills. However, these pills were only beneficial to ordinary people and held little value for cultivators. After all, upon reaching the condensation realm, one could live 100 years free from illness and calamity. This century mark represented the utmost limit for common folk, while those who surpassed 100 years were the exceptions. Chapter 70. The first alchemy. Accompanying Qian Mao into the sect's storeroom, Li Qingdao discovered an abundance of medicinal materials. Although these materials were of low grade and had yet to attain the status of spiritual herbs, they posed no hindrance to his alchemical endeavors. A glance at the fine iron left him thoroughly satisfied. The quantity was considerable, and with further refinement, crafting a mid-grade magical artifact would pose no challenge. Ultimately, as long as he possessed a furnace capable of alchemy, the quality of the materials was of little concern. With a grand gesture, he gathered these resources and proceeded toward the main hall of the sect. In the main hall, Li Qingdao sat cross-legged on a mat, with Qian Mao beside him, while Gao Ping'an had already ventured to the foot of Xian Mountain to begin his training. Mao, Li Qingdao began, I shall first teach you the art of artifact forging. So observe closely. As he spoke, the radiant sun-purple flame manifested before him, given Qian Mao's presence. It was not feasible to utilize the ancient lamp to borrow its flame. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Qingdao retrieved the fine iron and commenced the refining process. The sun-purple flame was extraordinarily potent, and before long, the impurities within the iron were largely eliminated. When Li Qingdao deemed the refinement satisfactory, he halted the process. Mao, he remarked, this fine iron lacks purity. However, Refining it to an overly pure state would impede the crafting of the alchemical furnace. Thus, I have ceased the refinement at this point. Qian Mao nodded, his gaze reflecting envy as he observed the dancing flames. Li Chengdao shook his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further, and began to forge the alchemical furnace. The first enchantment enhancement was swiftly completed, followed by the shaping phase. Li Chengdao had long envisioned the design of the furnace, and now it was merely a matter of sculpting it. The furnace, equipped with 3 legs and 2 ears, was soon successfully formed. As he gazed at the half-meter-tall alchemical furnace, Li Chengdao's expression turned serious, and he proceeded to inscribe the enchantments. The first of these was a fire control enchantment, which he successfully inscribed in a short time. The second was another enhancement enchantment. The third pertained to space. The fourth was the condensation enchantment, and the fifth was yet again a fire control enchantment. With all 6 enchantments inscribed, Li Chengdao paused, having successfully crafted a mid-grade magical artifact. Observing the newly forged alchemical furnace, Li Chengdao nodded slightly. While he aspired to create a high-grade artifact, the quality of the fine iron was insufficient. Qian Mao's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the furnace before him. So, this lump of fine iron transformed into the alchemical furnace. Was it truly that simple? Master, it seems that forging artifacts is not as difficult as I imagined, he remarked. Li Chengdao chuckled. I have crafted magical artifacts several times, hence the ease of this process. However, you are different. You must attain the spirit condensation realm before you can forge artifacts. Until then, it is best to refrain from such endeavors. Qian Mao nodded in understanding. Li Chengdao then retrieved and organized the various alchemical materials. After arranging the medicinal ingredients, he began to warm the furnace. Since he had forged the furnace himself, the process would be more manageable. Once the warming was complete, Li Chengdao began to introduce the alchemical materials into the furnace. One by one, the ingredients were added. The lid was secured, and the alchemical process commenced. He executed the necessary incantations, channeling strands of magical energy into the mixture. Not long after, a burnt odor wafted from the alchemical furnace, and Li Chengdao shook his head in resignation. It had failed. The alchemical endeavor was unsuccessful. It is only natural for a novice in alchemy to encounter failure, he remarked. With an impassive expression, he cleaned the furnace and commenced the preparation of a second batch. Failure is inconsequential. One must glean wisdom from these experiences and try again. Do not allow failure to defeat you, understood? He said earnestly to Qian Mao while working on the second batch. Qian Mao promptly nodded, affirming, yes, master. However, it was not long before the burnt scent emanated from the furnace once more, another failure. Li Chengdao remained silent, his expression unchanged as he cleaned the furnace again. Preparing for a third attempt. This time, he focused intently on the alchemical process. Soon, the third batch reached its final stages, and a subtle fragrance escaped the furnace. Li Chengdao could not help but smile, yet he maintained his concentration. It was the crucial moment, and he was determined not to fail. With a decisive slap on the furnace, the lid flew off with a thud, and 2 pills shot out. Li Chengdao swiftly caught them, examining the oval-shaped black pills before bringing them to his nose to sniff. Although they are merely of inferior quality, they are indeed longevity pills. Qian Mao hurriedly produced a porcelain bottle and placed it before Li Chengdao. Master, the pill bottle. Li Chengdao placed the 2 pills into the bottle and resumed his alchemical work. Bolstered by his success, he was disheartened to discover that the 4th attempt ended in failure. Glancing at the furnace, he lamented his lack of talent in alchemy. It was understandable, with the ancient lamp at his disposal, which could transform spiritual energy into crystals for cultivation, pills seemed superfluous. In fact, consuming alchemical pills could even lead to pill toxicity, adversely affecting him. Although his aptitude for alchemy was lacking, he excelled in crafting artifacts, and that was sufficient. The 5th attempt yielded success, albeit with only a single pill produced. Li Chengdao glanced at the furnace, feeling a desire to abandon the endeavor altogether if not for the need to prepare longevity pills for old Master Lu. His poor talent in alchemy was quite vexing. The 6th attempt succeeded, producing 2 pills once more. The 7th attempt ended in failure. The 8th attempt also failed. Yet, the 9th attempt succeeded, yielding 3 pills. The 10th attempt was successful as well, resulting in 1 pill. At this juncture, Li Chengdao paused. Very well. I have successfully crafted 9 longevity pills. You shall deliver 4 to your father and 4 as a return gift to old Master Lu and his companions. The remaining 5 shall be divided between myself and old Master Gu, 1 each, while the last 3 will be kept for future use. Qian Mao was elated, nodding vigorously. Master, I shall take these to my father at once. Li Chengdao quickly interjected. The alchemical furnace will remain outside the ancestral hall. You may practice whenever you wish. Once you cultivate your spiritual essence, you can refine the essence fire. For now, you must utilize mundane fire in your practice. My talent in alchemy is not remarkable, so the future rests in your hands, my disciples. Qian Mao eagerly exclaimed, Master, I am certain I can succeed. May I attempt to refine a batch myself? Li Qingdao rolled his eyes and remarked, with your meager magical prowess, you can only concoct a single batch of elixir. Perhaps it would be best to forego the attempt. Qian Mao shook his head and responded, Master, I meant for me to take the lead while you assist. That should suffice, correct? Li Qingdao regarded Qian Mao thoughtfully and nodded slightly. Very well, let us proceed. I am eager to ascertain whether you possess this innate talent. Since Qian Mao had expressed his determination, Li Chengdao saw no reason to decline, keen to observe the alchemical aptitude of his eldest disciple. Should Qian Mao exhibit even a modicum of talent, it would be prudent to nurture it. His own proficiency in crafting artifacts was commendable, and with diligent guidance, Gao Pingyan could also excel, as it was indeed a relatively straightforward endeavor for those who cultivate the path of magical arts. At least that had been his experience. First, he set about cleansing the alchemical furnace, and once it was thoroughly prepared, Li Chengdao commenced the warming process. Qian Mao arranged the medicinal ingredients and placed them beside Li Chengdao. Master, it is nearly ready. We may now proceed to add the ingredients. Chapter 71. The talents of Qian Mao and the initial study of array techniques. Having decided to heed Qian Mao's guidance, Li Chengdao resolved to follow his instructions regardless of the outcome, embracing the possibility of failure in his alchemical endeavors. As the medicinal ingredients were introduced into the alchemical furnace, Qian Mao continued to elaborate on the process. Li Chengdao meticulously followed his instructions, step by step, in the crafting of the elixir. Ultimately, with a decisive clap on the furnace, the lid flew open, and 5 elixirs soared into the air. Li Chengdao's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to gaze incredulously at Qian Mao. Maor, you possess a remarkable talent for alchemy. To produce 5 elixirs using merely this method is commendable. If you were to practice independently, your success rate would undoubtedly increase. As he spoke, he swiftly collected the elixirs into a porcelain vial, casting a satisfied glance at Qian Mao. Qian Mao nodded slightly, yet a frown creased his brow as he pondered deeply. After a brief moment, his eyes brightened, and he earnestly inquired, Master, may we attempt this once more? Li Chengdao chuckled, Certainly, let us proceed. Recognizing his disciple's innate talent for alchemy, he had no intention of stifling it. With ample alchemical materials still at their disposal, none of which were particularly high in quality or classified as spiritual herbs, he deemed any waste to be inconsequential. Following Qian Mao's guidance once more, the second batch yielded 6 elixirs. The third batch matched that number, while the fourth produced 7. By the 5th batch, they again achieved 7 elixirs. At this juncture, Li Chengdao decided to halt their efforts, believing further attempts unnecessary. Presently, he possessed 40 longevity elixirs, each capable of extending a person's lifespan by 3 uses, albeit with diminishing returns. Li Chengdao intended to present 4 of these elixirs as a token of gratitude to Old Master Lu and his companions, 2 to Qian Donglai and Old Gua. While both had embarked on their cultivation journeys, the extent of their potential remained uncertain. For them, consuming a longevity elixir would ensure a longer life. Should they manage to break through to the condensation realm, they could live for a century, which would be ample time for Xianyuan Daoists to flourish. Thus, 6 elixirs were accounted for, leaving 34 in reserve. Of these, he planned to retain 30 as a safeguard, while the remaining 4 were destined to be exchanged for monetary gain. Li Chengdao was confident in the high value of a singular longevity elixir, especially in this era, where the affluent held life in high regard. After completing the alchemical process, Qian Mao reluctantly departed to seek out Qian Donglai. Li Chengdao exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly ascended to the mountain's peak, hastening into the cave dwelling. Inside, beside a spirit spring the size of a bowl, a verdant zhu fruit tree thrived, exuding vitality. Li Chengdao nodded in satisfaction. A year had already passed, and within 2 more years, the zhu fruit tree would blossom once again. The zhu fruit takes 10 years to mature, flowering for 3 years, bearing fruit for 3 years, and ripening over 3 years. totaling 9 years to yield ripe fruit. If not harvested within a year of maturation, the fruit would decay, prompting the tree to flower and bear fruit anew. This fruit, known as the 10-year Zhu fruit, possesses varying energies depending on the environment. To discover such a heavenly treasure in this chaotic era is indeed a remarkable feat. Glancing at the spiritual spring, Li Chengdao chuckled. Next time I return, I shall find a way to expand this spring. It is so diminutive that one might mistake it for a spiritual eye. With that, Li Chengdao turned and exited the cave, returning to his modest courtyard. Upon his return, he refrained from practicing, as the absence of spiritual energy crystals rendered his cultivation exceedingly slow. Sitting in his chamber, he began to contemplate the formation inheritance imparted to him by the master of purple flame. Li Chengdao had previously set up formations, albeit of the weakest kind. According to the records in the inheritance of the immortal purple flame, formations are categorized into 5 levels: beginner, primary, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. Beginner formations are known as mundane formations, while those from primary to top tier can be referred to as spiritual formations. Beyond spiritual formations lie immortal formations, the classification of which remains unclear to Li Chengdao. However, the inheritance from his ancestor includes records and layout methods for 3 immortal formations. Naturally, Li Chengdao could not even comprehend such formations, let alone arrange them. The formations he had previously set up were primarily mundane formations, that is, beginner-level formations. He had yet to attempt primary formations, nor did he dare to try. In the current realm of zero illusion, few possess the capability to arrange intermediate spiritual formations. Li Chengdao could manage mundane formations mainly because they are simpler to set up and easier to understand. Even so, he had not fully grasped their intricacies. This contemplation lasted for half a month, and it was only when Gao Ping'an appeared in Li Chengdao's courtyard that he became aware of his surroundings. Shaking his head helplessly, Li Chengdao stepped out of his room to regard Gao Ping'an in the yard. "Ping'an, after this half-month of training, how do you feel?" Gao Ping'an promptly replied, "Master, I hope to engage in self-seclusion and training every 6 months. This greatly enhances my state of mind." Li Chengdao nodded approvingly and said, "Very well, your initiative is commendable. I have a query for you. Your senior brother intends to cultivate alchemy, and he possesses exceptional talent in this regard. I plan to nurture him in this field. As my second disciple, what do you wish to learn?" Gao Ping'an quickly responded, "Master, I intend to study the art of weapon forging." Recalling the flying sword and storage pouch he had crafted in the Black Bear Cave, Gao Ping'an was greatly intrigued, hoping that after enhancing his cultivation, he too could forge magical artifacts like his master. Li Chengdao smiled and said, "Excellent. Then I shall impart to you the art of weapon forging. First, take a look at this book." As he spoke, he handed the purple flame weapon forging technique to Gao Ping'an. Initially, Xian Yuan Daoist had given him 3 books: the Purple Flame Immortal Technique, the Purple Flame Alchemy Technique, and the Purple Flame Weapon Forging Technique. Aside from the formations, which were inherited later, the remaining texts were largely intact. Upon receiving the book from Li Chengdao, Gao Ping'an felt a surge of joy and quickly accepted it. "Thank you, Master. I will diligently study the art of weapon forging." Li Chengdao uttered no further words, merely gesturing towards his forehead and saying, "This is the sword control technique. Once you master your own flying sword, you will be able to wield it in battle and even soar through the skies. However, remember this: whether engaging in combat or taking flight, one must possess a high-quality magical artifact. If the quality does not meet that of a top-grade tool, do not attempt to control the sword." Gao Ping'an nodded earnestly, reaching into his storage pouch. Within, he found 2 sunstones, which were of considerable quality and could undoubtedly be refined into his own flying sword. He believed that crafting a top-grade sword should not pose a significant challenge. "Yes, Master. Your disciple will remember this." Li Chengdao nodded slightly and said, "Very well, focus on your cultivation. I must venture out for training. The Xian sect will be entrusted to you. Until you have cultivated 10 drops of mana, do not attempt to fly with the sword. Remember this well." With those final words, Li Chengdao took to the skies on his sword. Chapter 72. The desire to establish armed forces in the Temple of the Purple Flame Immortal, located in Maple Leaf Town. Qian Mao found Qian Donglai and handed him the elixirs entrusted to him by Li Chengdao. Observing the porcelain vial in his hand, Qian Donglai's eyes reflected a sense of bewilderment. "Mao, what is this?" he inquired. With utmost seriousness, Qian Mao replied, "Father, this is the longevity pill that Master instructed me to deliver to you. It can extend the life of an ordinary person by 3 years. Even before you reach the realm of condensed law, it is safe for you to consume. There are a total of 6 pills in this vial, 1 for you, 1 for Elder Gua, and the remaining 4 are gifts for the Liu family and others. Upon hearing this, Qian Donglai's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the vial intently. Are you saying this can prolong life and extend one's lifespan by 3 years? Qian Mao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, however, an individual may consume a maximum of 3 pills, with the utmost extension of life being 5 years. Qian Donglai involuntarily gasped, his fingers caressing the jade vial with reverence. Realizing the significance of the longevity pills, he immediately understood their immense value. The wealthier individuals become, the greater their fear of death, and he was no exception. Otherwise, he would not have aligned himself with Li Chengdao's ambitions. He recognized that he might not achieve great success in his lifetime, but the prospect of becoming a spirit after death was still appealing. Therefore, even if it meant depleting his fortune, he was resolute in aiding Li Chengdao. Yet, he was acutely aware that Li Chengdao offered him even more, such as cultivation methods, 2 spirit stones, the longevity pills, and the promise of becoming a spirit after death. Naturally, Li Chengdao had his own objectives, which included the construction of additional temples to honor the Purple Flame ancestor and the Xian Yuan Taoist. However, he did not anticipate that Qian Donglai would directly join the Purple Flame sect. Mauer, remember, this elixir must remain a secret among us. Never let it slip. Understanding the significance of the longevity pill, Qian Donglai was determined to keep the information confidential. Although Li Chengdao was formidable, the extent of his power was unknown to him. Should the warlords catch wind of it, their forces would besiege the mountain, and under the bombardment, the Purple Flame sect would surely falter. As the two conversed, Li Chengdao soared into Maple Leaf Town on his sword, arriving at the temple of the Purple Flame Immortal. Outside, he overheard Qian Donglai's words and seemed to be struck by an idea as he entered. Old Qian, there is no need for such caution. The Purple Flame Mountain is protected by the Purple Flame Great Formation, rendering even artillery ineffective against it. It's commendable that you considered this. Hence, I have a task for you. Qian Donglai's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, Master, what is the task? I shall certainly fulfill it. Li Chengdao smiled and said, regardless of the circumstances, we must always maintain a formidable force in our own hands. Do you understand? Qian Donglai pondered for a moment, then inquired curiously, are you suggesting an armed force, Master? Precisely, Li Chengdao affirmed. If you are willing, you could support a branch of the Qian family. Or once the outer disciples achieve some success, allow them to take charge. I can offer you 14 longevity pills. This matter must be executed flawlessly. Surely, Elder Qian possesses the necessary connections? Qian Donglai smiled and said, Master, leave this matter to me. As for the person in charge, I already have a candidate in mind. All I need is a quota for an outer sect disciple, and I will handle the rest. Li Chengdao nodded with satisfaction, replying, very well. I shall grant you 1 outer sect disciple quota. As long as you execute this task well, I can assure you that facilitating your breakthrough to the condensation realm will be no challenge at all. Facilitating Qian Donglai's advancement to the condensation realm was not a formidable task. It could be accomplished through the provision of spiritual energy crystals or by Li Chengdao utilizing his own magical power to refine Qian Donglai's essence. Once the spiritual absorption was complete, transcending to the condensation realm would be a mere formality. Qian Donglai's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly inquired, Master, what level of achievement qualifies as completing the task? Li Chengdao answered, among the current warlords, the smallest territory should encompass at least a county. I shall not set the goal too high, so let us aim for a county. How does that sound? His desire was simply to establish a means of self-defense, not to seek dominion over the world. As long as he possessed a military force, the threat of a large army besieging the mountain would be averted. Should any warlord dare to challenge Xian Mountain, Li Chengdao assured that their life would not extend beyond that day. He cultivated the path of magical power, possessing formidable strength and the ability to traverse the skies, far surpassing the fragile sorcerers who practiced the path of the soul. Without reaching the Yang spirit realm, they were incapable of flight. Albeit powerful against demons and monsters, their physical forms were too weak to withstand firearms. Li Chengdao, on the other hand, was shielded by his formidable magical power, rendering the bullets of this era ineffective against his magical barrier. Moreover, he possessed divine consciousness, allowing him to control flying swords to eliminate threats before they could even fire. In the event of a siege, Even if he could not flee on his sword, could he not simply burrow into the earth? The 5 elements escape technique was merely a fundamental spell, attainable once one reached the liquid transformation realm. Once underground, he would be elusive to those of mortal flesh. Thus, unless faced with heavy artillery, he would be unassailable. The establishment of an armed force belonging to Xian's sect primarily served as a deterrent, ensuring that other armed factions would think twice before confronting them. Concurrently, Xian's sect would also venture into secular business, entrusted to those outer sect disciples who had completed their training. This force would safeguard the business interests, naturally integrating the disciples into the operation. Qian Donglai could not help but exhale in relief, chuckling. If it is merely a county, that is absolutely manageable. There is no need for longevity pills. I can handle it with ease. He had confidence in his connections and believed this task to be a simple endeavor. Furthermore, he possessed considerable wealth, which merely required a bit of expenditure. Li Chengdao shook his head, stating, "That is not a rare commodity. It is concocted from ordinary herbs. If it were not for Mauer's insufficient cultivation, this item could be readily available in abundance. Mauer, once your junior brother's magical prowess deepens, you may approach him for alchemical assistance. He will not refuse." Qian Mao's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, master." In truth, Qian Mao felt a twinge of envy towards Li Chengdao and Gao Ping'an. Both had pursued the path of magical power, and although their ultimate aim was transcendence, the early stages of the path of magical power were undeniably formidable. With a long lifespan, formidable combat prowess, and the ability to soar through the skies on a sword, how could a child of 8 or 9 not feel envious? Yet, despite the envy, he is acutely aware of his own limitations. Should he forcibly pursue the path of magical cultivation, it is likely he would achieve little, perhaps even failing to break through to the liquid transformation stage. Furthermore, with a powerful soul, once he reaches the soul-nurturing realm, he would be able to rapidly enhance his cultivation. Ultimately, attaining the Yang deity stage would allow him to traverse the heavens and the earth. It is merely a matter of time. Regarding his potential to cultivate to the Yang deity, Qian Mao is filled with confidence. Since his master has recognized his talent and made him the chief disciple of the Xian sect, his innate gifts must be exceptional, and there is no doubt he will succeed in reaching the Yang deity stage. Therefore, he shall diligently pursue the path of spiritual cultivation. Qian Donglai looked at Qian Mao with astonishment, unable to fully grasp the implications, and asked in disbelief, "Master, are you saying that the elixir was crafted by Mauer?" Chapter 73, The Abduction of the Serpent Demon. Li Chengdao nodded, acknowledging the prowess of Mauer in alchemy, a talent worthy of meticulous cultivation. "The affairs of the Zihua sect shall be entrusted to you. I am embarking on a journey, one that will span no less than 3 years and may extend to a decade before my return. Mauer, I hope that by the time I return, you will be capable of standing on your own." Mauer hurriedly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, master. I shall diligently cultivate and learn earnestly from my father." Qian Donglai opened his mouth, but ultimately merely expressed, "Farewell, sect leader." With the Zihua sect now firmly established, they were confident in their ability to manage affairs in Li Chengdao's absence. They understood that his departure was not solely for the purpose of gaining experience. The expansion of the Zihua sect required more than just manpower. It necessitated a wealth of resources, which only Li Chengdao could procure, as they, mere mortals, were incapable of such feats. Gao Ping'an's progress in cultivation was steady, yet he had only just breached the liquid transformation realm and remained ill-equipped to confront formidable demons and monsters. Thus, they did not impede Li Chengdao's departure. Instead, Mauer resolved to exert himself in his training and the management of the Zihua sect. After bidding them farewell, Li Chengdao concealed his presence with a spell and soared into the distance upon his flying sword. This time, he had a clear objective, primarily centered on renowned mountains and rivers. Despite being in an age of diminished spiritual energy, many of these revered locations still harbored areas rich in spiritual essence. While they may not necessarily yield spiritual veins, Li Chengdao would not overlook any treasures of heaven and earth. In addition to traversing famous landscapes, he intended to recruit disciples with powerful souls or unique physiques. Should he encounter individuals akin to Gao Ping'an, possessing extraordinary constitutions suitable for cultivating magical arts, it would be even more splendid. Lastly, he needed to devise means to amass wealth, as sustaining the entire Zihua sect would prove to be no trivial task. Upon departing Fingye town, Li Chengdao landed amidst a great mountain. Expanding his consciousness, he made his way toward the peak. Since he sought to wander the world, he refrained from flying on his sword, opting instead to progress step by step. Fengye town itself was situated in a remote area, surrounded by dense forests and mountains. The Zihua Immortal had established the sect here for tranquility. As Li Qingdao traversed the mountain, he extended his consciousness, unhesitatingly collecting any high-quality medicinal herbs he encountered into his storage pouch. For those that did not meet the standard, yet bore the promise of becoming spiritual herbs, he marked them for future harvesting once they matured. After a fortnight of progress, Li Qingdao halted beside a secluded mountain pool. Observing the spiritual energy emanating from the water and the pure demonic aura, he fell into contemplation. Judging by the demonic energy present, it appeared that the creature within the pool posed no threat. Yet, the richness of the spiritual essence was irresistible to Li Qingdao. The demonic energy exuded by the creature could be transformed into spiritual energy crystals, serving as resources for his cultivation. Suddenly, as he pondered in silence, the water's surface erupted, revealing a serpent's head. The serpent was a striking azure, its eyes lively and devoid of any coldness or malice, gazing curiously at Li Qingdao. He smiled faintly, remaining silent as he directed his consciousness toward the azure serpent. The aura emanating from the green serpent was remarkably potent, yet exquisitely pure, devoid of any traces of malevolent energy, indicating that it had never harmed a soul. A dragon's might? Could it possibly be of draconic lineage? Li Qingdao felt a jolt of surprise. If this green serpent possessed dragon blood, its future potential would be limitless. Sensing Li Qingdao's consciousness, the serpent instinctively recoiled its head, cautiously regarding him. Shortly thereafter, a melodious voice emerged from its mouth, revealing it to be a female serpent. "Who are you? Why are you here? This is my lair. You must leave at once." Li Qingdao responded with a warm smile, speaking gently, "I am Ling Yin, the leader of the Xian sect. It is a pleasure to meet you, friend of the demon race. I perceive that you bear the bloodline of dragons, albeit unawakened, which is rather unfortunate. In this current age of waning magic, should you fail to activate your draconic lineage, it would be nearly impossible for you to cultivate towards immortality. The Xian sect has a long-standing heritage, with our ancestral master commanding the heavenly realm above and our revered master governing the netherworld below. Thus, we possess means to assist you with your bloodline dilemma. Therefore, I sincerely hope you consider joining our Xian sect. What say you?" The green serpent gazed at Li Qingdao in astonishment and inquired, "The heavenly realm commands? The netherworld governs? Your sect must be immensely powerful. But I am of the demon race, not of the human race. Can I truly join a human sect?" Li Qingdao hastened to assure her, "Of course. You have not engaged in wanton slaughter, and your essence is pure. Why should you not join the Xian sect? Should your bloodline awaken, you could transform directly into a flood dragon, a celestial beast, which would greatly benefit our sect." The green serpent was intrigued, glancing at the pond beneath her. "But I have always resided here, where the spiritual energy is abundant. Once I leave, I fear I may not find such rich energy elsewhere. Moreover, my collected treasures are all here. I cannot possibly take them with me." Li Qingdao replied with a smile, "Allow me to assess the spiritual vein within the hot spring. If it can be relocated to the Xian sect, we shall bring it along. If not, I can arrange for a separate abode for you. How does that sound?" The green serpent eagerly nodded. "That sounds wonderful. But what about my treasures?" Li Qingdao chuckled. "Here, take this. It contains a small space that should accommodate quite a few items. Use your demon sense to explore it." As he spoke, he tossed a storage pouch towards her, which contained 3 cubic feet of space. Although he was unaware of what treasures the green serpent had amassed, he refrained from asking at that moment. It was crucial to have her join the Xian sect without any hesitation due to material possessions. The storage pouch floated before the green serpent, and a glimmer of delight flickered in her eyes as she examined it. "Oh, it truly has a space, though it is a bit small. It will suffice for my treasures. However, it is rather inconvenient to store." Li Qingdao replied with a grin, "If you find it cumbersome to store, you may place it on me, and I will return it to you when needed. Should you be able to take on human form, you could also wear it as I do, at your waist." The green serpent glanced at Li Qingdao and inquired, "Is this what it means to be human?" "I see." As she spoke, the green serpent astonishingly transformed into a human form, appearing as a little girl of 3 or 4 years. Observing the small girl whose head was the only part visible above the water, Li Qingdao took out a garment and tossed it towards her. "Please make do with this for now. If you possess any of the serpent skin you shed earlier, I would be grateful if you could provide it." I shall craft it into clothing for you." Despite her youthful appearance, Li Qingdao maintained a sense of refinement. As the robe from his storage pouch landed, it instantly enveloped the little girl. She examined the attire adorning her and seemed to recall something, swiftly plunging back into the water. Before long, she emerged with 2 bundles of serpent skin. "This is the skin I shed previously. Do you think it will suffice?" Li Qingdao nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, it will certainly do. However, considering your cultivation is less than 500 years, how did you manage to take on human form?" Chapter 74. The Third Disciple, Qingjun. Engaging in battle with the toad demon, the little girl glanced at Li Qingdao and pointed towards the water below, saying, "There are several herbs down there. If I consume one, I can transform into this form." Li Qingdao was somewhat astonished. Only the transformation herb could allow a creature with less than 500 years of cultivation to take human form. This herb was exceedingly precious, sought after by many demon clans. If it could be used as bait, the extermination of demons would become significantly easier. Moreover, it could entice demon clans like the Qing snake to join the Zihua sect. Li Qingdao inquired, "Little girl, do you have a name? Do you possess any cultivation methods?" The Qing snake shook her head and replied, "I have been here since I can remember. I have no name, but I do have methods of cultivation in my mind." Observing the Qing snake, Li Qingdao realized that this little creature possessed inherited memories but had not awakened her draconic bloodline. Thus, her inherited memories were not particularly impressive. "Since you lack a name, allow me to bestow one upon you. From now on, you shall be called Qingjun. How about becoming my disciple?" Qingjun emerged from the water, alighting beside him. "All right, I shall be called Qingjun. But what is a disciple?" Li Qingdao laughed heartily. "From now on, you may call me master. You are my 3rd disciple in the Spirit Flame sect." The little girl looked at Li Qingdao and nodded, saying, "You provided me with a bag to hold things, gave me a name, and promised to help me awaken my draconic bloodline. You are a good person. I will do as you say." "Master." Although she did not fully understand the meaning of master, since Li Qingdao requested it, she complied. Li Qingdao nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, Qingjun. I shall first assist you in crafting a garment." With a wave of his hand, a powerful flame materialized before him. Immediately, the snake's skin soared into the air, and Li Qingdao began to shape it, inscribing magical seals. The snake's skin was indeed remarkable, allowing him to engrave 6 magical seals, including 1 for transformation, 2 for defense, 1 for enhancement, 1 for size manipulation, and 1 that rendered it impervious to water and fire. It was not that Li Qingdao wished to cease. Rather, the snake skin had merely shed during Qingjun's advancement, and crafting it into a mid-grade magical artifact was already quite commendable. Holding the petite dress in his hands, Li Qingdao nodded in satisfaction. He tossed it towards Qingjun, watching it fit snugly upon her, while his own robe returned to him. "How do you like it? Do you find it appealing?" Li Qingdao inquired with a smile, observing the azure dress. Qingjun eagerly nodded. "Yes, yes. It looks beautiful. How did you accomplish this, master?" Li Qingdao gently shook his head. "This is the artifact crafting technique of my Spirit Flame sect. I am uncertain if you can learn it. Let us set that aside for now. I shall go and investigate the spiritual vein beneath." With that, he affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, formed a water manipulation gesture, and submerged himself into the depths. "Qingjun has a fateful connection with my Spirit Flame sect. This spiritual vein belongs to her and is naturally linked to my sect." As he contemplated this, Li Qingdao dove deeper and discovered a 5-meter-long spiritual vein. Upon witnessing this spiritual vein, an expression of uncontainable delight spread across Li Qingdao's face. This was a 5-meter spiritual vein, a rarity in the age of decline, truly a serendipitous find. However, Li Qingdao found himself in a predicament. He could not transport this 5-meter vein. His storage bag could only accommodate 9 cubic units, shaped as 331, and even placed at an angle. It could not fit. Moreover, at the bottom of the pool lay over a dozen spiritual herbs, including the transformative huashan grass. As Li Qingdao pondered how to secure the spiritual vein, an unfamiliar aura of malice wafted in from outside. Startled, he swiftly vacated the depths of the pool and emerged into the open air. Upon his arrival, he saw Qingjun engaged in a standoff with a toad-like creature, whose aura exceeded that of Qingjun. Although Qingjun appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old, his cultivation was impressive, boasting 350 years of experience. Judging by the malevolent energy emanating from the toad, it undoubtedly possessed a cultivation age of around 370 to 80 years. Upon noticing Li Qingdao's emergence, Qingjun quickly positioned himself protectively behind him. Master, this toad is exceedingly bothersome and formidable. It seeks to seize my treasures. Each time I manage to drive it away, it returns. For some reason, it feels particularly dangerous this time. I sense I may not be its match. Master, you must flee. I will hold it off. It is a wicked creature that would devour you. Li Qingdao waved his hand dismissively, stating, its newfound strength comes from consuming humans, and it has claimed many lives. As he spoke, an inexorable killing intent flickered in his eyes. Qingjun inquired, Master, can consuming humans enhance one's cultivation? Li Qingdao slightly shook his head, replying, consuming humans does not augment one's cultivation, but rather sows seeds of slaughter. When one ascends to immortality, divine punishment will surely descend. At that moment, Upon hearing about divine punishment, Qingjun shuddered involuntarily. The demon race feared divine retribution above all. If it were to be summoned, death was certain. Thus, he regarded the toad with palpable disdain. The toad, with a sneer, retorted to Li Qingdao, nonsense. This is the age of decline. Where is there any divine punishment? Whether one can become an immortal is uncertain. As long as my cultivation grows strong, I can become a great demon or even a demon king, living longer and more freely. Little green snake, you would be wise to hand over the huashan grass. Otherwise, I shall feast upon you. Li Qingdao gently shook his head, asserting, whether you can devour us remains questionable, but having consumed humans, your demise awaits. As he spoke, flames erupted around him, revealing his innate fire, the solar purple flame. He discerned that both Qingjun and the toad were of the water attribute, while he was of the fire attribute, a perfect counterbalance. Disciple, you retreat, I shall handle this. With that, he propelled himself forward, unleashing two fireballs that hurtled toward the toad. The toad, sensing the perilous energy of the fireballs, quickly leaped aside to evade the flames. However, those fireballs, manifestations of Li Qingdao's innate flame and under his mental control, were beyond the toad's evasion capabilities. As the fiery orbs relentlessly pursued him, the toad opened its wide mouth and unleashed a torrent of water, directing it towards one of the fireballs. However, the water blade merely struck the fireball technique, causing it to split into two smaller fireballs, which continued their fiery assault towards the toad. Witnessing the three fireballs hurtling towards the toad, Qingjun's eyes widened in astonishment. Soon, she came to the realization of her master's formidable strength. Master is truly amazing. How impressive he is. Watching the toad evade the oncoming threats with great difficulty, a smile of delight spread across Qingjun's face. Li Qingdao was not merely controlling three fireballs. In his hand, the Sanyang Zizhu sword had materialized. He brought his right index and middle fingers together and gestured towards the toad's direction, commanding, go. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Sanyang Zizhu sword transformed into a stream of violet light, racing towards the toad at an astonishing speed. Note, regarding the restoration of magical energy, this is an era of dwindling spiritual essence. Without sufficient spiritual energy, how can one restore their magical power after it has been depleted? It is not feasible to simply meditate and recover magical energy, as in traditional martial arts tales. Such energy cannot materialize from thin air. No matter the strength of one's cultivation, without the replenishment of spiritual essence, one's abilities will inevitably decline, reverting to that of a mortal. Furthermore, in this narrative, the foundation is primarily based on magical power, with a constant relationship between magical energy and cultivation level. Kindly refrain from harsh criticism. The unabashed author humbly requests a 5-star review. Thank you. Everyone. Chapter 75. The Slaying of the Toad Demon and the Treacherous Dark River. As the Toad Demon observed the intensifying onslaught from Li Qingdao, an overwhelming urge to flee surged within him. However, at that moment, escape was not an option that Li Qingdao would entertain. With 3 fireballs and the 3 yang purple bamboo sword launching a 4-fold attack, the Toad Demon soon found himself unable to withstand the assault. I no longer wish for the transformation herb. Senior, spare my life, and I shall serve as your steed. The Toad Demon pleaded desperately. Li Qingdao could not help but scoff. The notion of this repugnant creature serving as his mount was utterly distasteful. Even if this being had never consumed a human, Li Qingdao would not grant him mercy, for his grotesque appearance was far better suited to transformation into a spirit crystal, which could enhance Li Qingdao's cultivation. Li Qingdao remained silent, his attacks only growing fiercer. The Toad Demon, who had held on for too long, was soon struck by a fireball that ignited upon contact. "Ah!" he cried out in anguish, attempting to extinguish the flames, but the solar purple flames were insurmountable. Just as he sought to quench the fire, the three young purple bamboo swords swiftly pierced through his body. A look of unwillingness flickered in the toad demon's eyes as he succumbed and collapsed to the ground. In theory, the toad demon possessed considerable skills, yet he ultimately fell to Li Qingdao's might. Qingjun gazed at Li Qingdao in astonishment, approaching him with an unusual gait. His eyes filled with admiration. "Master, you are truly magnificent." Li Qingdao ruffled his hair and replied, "Very well, wait here while I inspect this toad demon." He swiftly approached the fallen creature, pleased to find that the flames had spared most of the toad demon's skin as he had intended. With deft hands, he peeled away the skin and summoned the ancient lamp, which, engulfed in purple flames, incinerated it, transforming it into spirit crystals. As he beheld the 5 newly formed spirit crystals within the lamp's confines, a smile spread across Li Qingdao's face. Gently stroking the toad's skin in his hands, he chuckled. "What a windfall! I was pondering how to transport that spiritual vein, and now this toad has graciously provided its skin. I can craft a storage pouch with it. Another 5 droplets of liquid mana. How splendid!" After completing these tasks, his gaze turned towards his third disciple. "Qingjun, do you know where this fellow's cave abode is located?" Qingjun tilted his head and eagerly replied, "Master, I know where his cave is. Allow me to lead you there." With that, he set off in a peculiar manner towards a specific direction. Li Qingdao smirked and suggested, "Why not transform back to your original form for the journey?" Qingjun shook his head. "Master, I prefer this form. It feels wonderful and resembles you. I wish to remain like this from now on." Li Qingdao nodded. "Very well. Then follow my lead and mimic my movement slowly." It was evident that his disciple had never walked in human form before, yet here he was, adapting. Qingjun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he trailed behind Li Qingdao, imitating his movements and sashaying ahead. Half an hour later, Qingjun finally acclimated to walking. Once he felt comfortable, he promptly exclaimed, "Master, let us proceed without delay." After speaking, he walked decisively in a certain direction. Li Qingdao smiled and swiftly followed suit. Before long, the two found themselves standing before the mouth of a cave. Gazing into the pitch-black cavern, from which the sound of water occasionally echoed, Qingjun pointed toward the entrance. "Master, it is right here." Upon hearing this, Li Qingdao extended his consciousness into the cave, quickly perceiving its interior in great detail. It was a realm of its own. Deeper inside lay an underground current, while closer to the entrance was solid ground. The spiritual energy within was quite abundant. Although it could not compare to that of the nearby pond, it was still considerable, despite the thinness of spiritual energy in this era. Locating a convergence of spiritual veins was still feasible. Li Qingdao murmured, "It seems that finding a gathering of spiritual veins will become significantly easier. I merely need to seek out the demon clans in the remote mountains and rivers. Alas, our Xian sect is rather impoverished. Yet these spiritual veins and demon clans are intertwined with our fate." As he uttered this last remark, Li Qingdao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he strode boldly into the cave. Qingjun followed closely behind, quickly entering the cavern as well. Li Qingdao remarked, "Qingjun, have you spotted those spiritual herbs? Go and gather them while I investigate the spiritual veins here." Qingjun nodded eagerly, responding, "Yes, master," before heading off to collect all the herbs that emanated spiritual energy. Li Qingdao hastened towards the spiritual veins. They lay submerged in the water, and the underground river was shallow enough for him to enter with ease. Upon examination, a look of astonishment flickered across his face. A 3.5-meter spiritual vein, quite impressive, with Qingjun's vein as well. We can return to the Xian sect and merge all the spiritual veins together to see what results we might achieve. In an instant, Li Qingdao submerged himself in the dark river, swiftly extracting the spiritual vein. This 3.5-meter vein could be angled into his storage bag. After collecting all the scattered spiritual stones, Li Qingdao furrowed his brow, casting his gaze deeper into the river. The spiritual energy here was remarkably rich. Should he venture below to discover what lay beneath? The intensity of the energy was alluring, yet the depth of the dark river instilled a sense of unease. Just then, Qingjun's voice rang out. "Master, I have finished gathering." Li Qingdao replied with a smile. "Good, I shall come at once." He cast one last lingering glance at the profound dark river, shaking his head slightly. "Now is not the time. I shall return once I have broken through to the condensation realm." A sense of danger loomed. causing Li Chengdao to feel unsettled as he looked toward the river. Exiting the dark waters, he said, "Let us depart." Qingjun nodded but then hesitated, shaking her head. "Master, there are still valuable items here that we have yet to collect. Are we truly leaving just like this?" Li Chengdao regarded her with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Qingjun, what other treasures remain? If there are any, please retrieve them all for us." Qingjun nodded vigorously and promptly ascended into the air, swiftly gathering several stones from above. "Master, this is a moonstone, imbued with the essence of the moon, which can be absorbed and refined." Li Chengdao smiled and said, "Well, I leave them in your capable hands. You must practice diligently with them, understand?" In his perspective, the moonstone was rather inconsequential, at least not of any use to him. Qingjun nodded eagerly, saying, "Understood, master. I possess 3 of these stones already, but I am pleasantly surprised to find 6 more here." Li Chengdao inquired, "Once the essence of the moon within is depleted, it becomes useless, does it not? In the future, if the opportunity arises, we may seek out more moonstones." Qingjun nodded rapidly, affirming, "Yes, master. We must certainly search for more moonstones whenever we have the chance. However, it is noteworthy that the moonstone can absorb the essence of the moon. Each time it absorbs and refines the essence contained within, when placed under the moonlight, it rejuvenates its energy by absorbing the lunar essence anew." Chapter 76. Extracting Spiritual Veins. Lightning Rod Li Chengdao inquired with a hint of surprise. "Qingjun, are you saying that the moonstone can absorb the essence of the moon and replenish the energy within itself?" Qingjun nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, master, that is correct." A smile crept upon Li Chengdao's face, his eyes shimmering with delight. If this were indeed the case, could the essence of the moon be transformed into spiritual energy? Might the spiritual realm he so desperately sought finally materialize? Contemplating this, Li Chengdao asked, "Qingjun, can the essence of the moon be converted into spiritual energy?" Qingjun shook her head. "I am uncertain. There is no record of this in my memories." Li Chengdao nodded. "Understood, let us proceed." As he spoke, he led Qingjun towards the direction of the pond. Upon reaching the edge of the pond, Li Chengdao hastily instructed, "Descend and retrieve all useful resources. I will first concoct a spatial pouch and then extract the spiritual veins within." Qingjun nodded swiftly, plunging into the pond with remarkable speed to gather the valuable resources. Li Chengdao settled into a meditative position, examining the toad skin in his hands, and without hesitation, he cast a reinforcement spell upon it. Subsequently, he began inscribing spatial enchantments. After successfully shaping the pouch, it appeared larger than typical storage bags. As Li Chengdao aimed for a single successful creation, the first spatial enchantment was swiftly inscribed, followed by the second and third, all completed to his satisfaction. The fourth spatial enchantment was also successfully forged, expanding the pouch's capacity to 6 cubic units. However, this was not the extent of Li Chengdao's ambitions. He continued to inscribe additional spatial enchantments. The fifth was soon completed, increasing the volume to 9 cubic units. The seventh enchantment was a reinforcement spell, without further fortification. The pouch risked collapse. The eighth enchantment, still a spatial one, proved challenging yet was ultimately successful. The ninth enchantment was similarly spatial, echoing the seventh. With the completion of the seventh spatial enchantment, the pouch's capacity expanded to 21 cubic units. The first 3 enchantments each contributed 1 cubic unit. The fourth to sixth added 3 cubic units each, and thereafter, each enchantment increased the capacity by 9 cubic units. Consequently, the storage pouch reached a remarkable 21 cubic units. Li Chengdao promptly halted his efforts, swiftly stowing the pouch away, his face alight with exhilaration. Success! A space of 21 cubic units would suffice. This ample capacity was more than adequate to contain the spiritual veins from the pond. At that moment, Qingjun emerged from the water's edge. "Master, I have gathered all items imbued with spiritual energy." Li Chengdao nodded slightly. "Good. I shall now extract the spiritual veins." Qingjun nodded eagerly. Her gaze filled with admiration as she looked upon Li Chengdao. Without hesitation, he plunged into the pond, drawing forth the spiritual veins with his formidable magical prowess. The spiritual veins have been extracted, and the water veins here suddenly fell into disarray. In an instant, Li Chengdao felt a wave of unease wash over him, his gaze drawn to the chaotic water veins. What could be the cause of this? Could it be that this place is the heart of the water veins? A thought struck Li Chengdao, prompting him to swiftly produce a spiritual stone and begin arranging formations. since this was indeed the center of the water veins. It could potentially give rise to a spiritual vein once more. With this in mind, Li Qingdao quickly began to sort through the water veins, simultaneously setting up a gathering formation. As anticipated, with the earth veins organized and the gathering formation in place, the unease within Li Qingdao dissipated entirely. A profound realization dawned on him. He could no longer extract spiritual veins in such a manner, for it would incur a loss of merit and invite divine retribution. Although this was an age of decline, it did not imply that this realm was devoid of the necessity for such spiritual veins. Even though he was merely relocating these veins to Ascension and not depleting them, the careless transfer of earth veins was still a detriment to his merits. Drawing a deep breath, Li Qingdao could not help but smile wryly. Ah, well, there is no need to rush, with so many spiritual veins already acquired. The meridians of Ascension would greatly expand upon their integration, yet the path to strengthening the Ziyang sect remains a long and arduous one. Shaking his head, Li Qingdao swiftly ascended from the depths of the pool. Qijun, let us proceed on our journey. Upon emerging, he had no intention of returning just yet. Rather, he preferred to continue searching for resources in these remote mountains. Qijun nodded in agreement. Yes, master. The two moved forward with impressive speed, their consciousnesses extended, collecting any spiritual herbs or trees they encountered without hesitation. As time passed, 3 months flew by in the blink of an eye. During these months, the two traversed countless mountain ranges, amassing a considerable bounty of spiritual herbs and trees. They would rest at night, engaging in their cultivation. Li Qingdao had fully refined the 5 crystals of spiritual energy, while Qijun diligently gathered the essence of the moon to enhance her own cultivation. One day, as they journeyed, they were suddenly drawn to a surge of spiritual energy. Before them stood an ancient peach tree, likely over 500 years old. Qijun quickly inquired, Master, should we not gather it quickly? It is a valuable resource, perfect for crafting artifacts. Li Qingdao nodded slightly, but as he approached, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. Both of them looked up, witnessing flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as if a fellow practitioner were undergoing tribulation. Li Qingdao understood, however, that this was not a tribulation, for the aura of heavenly calamity did not manifest in such a manner. A thunderstorm? Excellent. Li Qingdao erupted in hearty laughter, promptly retrieving all the metal from his person, a flicker of flame igniting momentarily. As his magical energy surged, the refined iron transformed into a 3-inch-long needle. Without hesitation, he cast the needle to stand atop the 500-year-old peach tree. Observing this, Qijun curiously asked, Master, what is the purpose of this? Li Qingdao replied with a smile. Just watch closely. I shall aid it in overcoming its tribulation, allowing it to become a lightning-struck wood. Qijun inquired with astonishment, Master, is this how lightning-struck wood is formed? A sense of perplexity washed over him, yet upon observing his master's confident demeanor, he began to accept it as a matter of course. His master was exceptionally skilled. What he asserted could not possibly be erroneous, and it was certain that it would indeed transform into lightning-struck wood. Thunder rumbled ominously as relentless flashes of lightning danced across the sky, causing Li Qingdao to furrow his brow in deep contemplation. Ultimately, it was the scarcity of metal in his possession that plagued him. Had he possessed a sufficient quantity, perhaps the lightning would have already struck. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the arrival of the thunder, drawn by the 3-inch-long needle. Chapter 77. The long needle summons thunder, a surprising discovery. Boom. The sky rumbled with thunder and flashes of lightning, while Li Qingdao and his companions stood at a distance, safeguarding themselves with their magical powers, avoiding the drenching rain. They were also cautious of the bolts of lightning above. Should one strike them, they would be finished without their protective magic. Li Qingdao, a formidable practitioner, possessed merits that shielded him. Although drawing from the spiritual veins might deplete some, it would not completely exhaust his merits, ensuring he would not be struck by heavenly lightning. As for Qijun, though a serpent demon, he had never committed heinous acts, thus had no fear of divine retribution. Boom! Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended, striking the 3-inch-long needle, which in turn directed its force onto the 500-year-old peach wood. Li Qingdao rejoiced at the sight of the aged wood being struck by lightning. With a wave of his hand, the needle plunged into the earth. Boom! However, without the needle, a second bolt of lightning followed suit. No, please don't destroy it. Li Qingdao's expression soured as he gazed at the charred peach tree. It seemed that the artificial lightning strike was not entirely effective. and he resolved never to attempt such a method again. Suddenly, Li Qingdao's gaze was drawn to the blackened peach tree, where a shadow emerged. Though faint in the daylight, he and his companion could discern its form. "Young one, I shall remember you," the shadow declared before swiftly departing into the distance. Li Qingdao's countenance darkened, and he scoffed. "Think you can escape? Not a chance." The Sanyong purple bamboo sword shot forth, aimed at the shadow. Li Qingdao had initially believed the thunder strike was solely due to the needle, yet he was taken aback to discover a malevolent spirit residing within the peach tree. The fact that such a spirit could inhabit a 500-year-old tree was astonishing. This spirit was merely a malevolent force, yet it could manifest during the day. Moreover, this was not a realm of the dead. The creature's ability to appear in daylight suggested it had some advantage from the peach tree. Although it could materialize under the sun, it still feared solar energy. Fortunately, it was a rainy day, allowing it to emerge and escape swiftly. Had Li Qingdao not summoned the lightning with the needle, the spirit would soon have been unafraid of sunlight and able to thrive in the daytime. The Sanyong purple bamboo sword approached the malevolent entity, which instinctively swatted at the flying sword. Alas, the sword was a powerful artifact, far beyond what the spirit could hope to repel. Simultaneously, the sky unleashed a bolt of lightning toward the spirit. Li Qingdao could not help but smile. It seemed the spirit had indeed provoked the wrath of heaven and was about to be struck by divine thunder. Without hesitation, the Sanyong purple bamboo sword severed the spirit's head in one swift motion. A bolt of heavenly lightning struck, reducing its head to mere fragments. Instantly, a vast array of ghostly energy dissipated, and an ancient lantern emerged, engulfed in violet flames, which swiftly enveloped the spectral remnants before returning to the lantern. Li Qingdao gazed at the thunderous sky, murmuring to himself, "I wonder if it can be refined." As if responding to his words, the ancient lantern swiftly merged into his body. Simultaneously, a vague piece of information surfaced in his mind. It dawned upon Li Qingdao that the purple flame was of too low a grade to withstand the thunder. Otherwise, he could have harnessed the energy of the lightning. "Never mind, I shall address it later." "Wait, my thunderstruck wood," he exclaimed, quickly glancing towards the peach tree. At this moment, the 500-year-old peach tree had transformed into a mere 3-foot-tall black stump, still ablaze with flames. "Thunderfire? Ancient lantern, come forth, it is Thunderfire." No sooner had he uttered these words than the ancient lantern appeared beside him, and the purple flame surged forth, rapidly devouring the Thunderfire. Subsequently, Li Qingdao noticed the purple flame on the ancient lantern flickering with occasional sparks of thunder. As the flame advanced, the purple flame atop the ancient lantern exhibited slight flickers of thunder, while within the ancient lantern's space, the fierce spirit provided him with 6 spirit crystal cores the size of Longan. Observing this, Li Qingdao nodded in satisfaction. "Let us return." With that, he hastened toward the stump. Yet, as he approached, he involuntarily halted, raising his gaze towards the sky. The thunder had gradually dissipated, leaving behind a torrential downpour. A smile crept across Li Qingdao's face as he stepped forward, caressing the dark stump with a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. "Wonderful, truly splendid. I can forge another high-grade magical flying sword." This was thunderstruck wood, derived from a 500-year-old peach tree. It would not only suffice to craft a high-grade magical tool, but could even be molded into a treasure. Swiftly detaching the black stump, Li Qingdao released his consciousness to peer beneath the ground. Sensing a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from below, he couldn't help but chuckle. Beneath was not a spiritual vein, but rather a small vein of spirit stones. This was indeed a miraculous occurrence in the age of declining magic. The formation of a spirit stone mine was utterly astonishing. "Qingjun, come here, there is something valuable." As long as it was not a spiritual vein, Li Qingdao felt no fear. Ignoring the relentless downpour above, he retrieved the black stump and produced the sun sword, beginning to excavate fervently. If others were to discover that Li Wenxuan was mining with a high-grade magical tool, they might very well be shocked. Even among the major sects, few possessed high-grade magical tools. After all, they were cultivators of the spirit path, lacking sufficient magical power to forge tools, relying instead on the continual refinement of spiritual strength. A process that was exceedingly slow and could take years to produce even a low-grade magical tool. Achieving a high-grade magical tool typically required over a decade of refinement, making it nearly impossible without such a time frame. The swift crafting of magical tools was the forte of those who practiced the magical path. They need not fear the wastage of magical power. Once they broke through to the liquid transformation stage, they could, in a short time, acquire mid to high-grade magical tools. With ample opportunity, even crafting a top-grade magical tool would not be out of reach. Regrettably, the failure rate of cultivators in the path of magic when forging magical artifacts is notably high, whereas the refinement in the path of the soul boasts no such failures. Of course, practitioners of the path of magic can indeed transcend the refinement of artifacts, but if their magical prowess is profound, they would not squander time on the slow process of refinement. Qingjun gazed at Li Qingdao with a hint of perplexity, uncertain of her master's intentions. Master, is there something of value here? Li Qingdao produced the Zhiyang sword and handed it to Qingjun, saying, "Beneath this lies spiritual stones. Let us hasten to excavate them." Qingjun nodded eagerly, exclaiming, "Oh, is it that white stone? I have plenty of those. So, that is what they are called, spiritual stones." Naturally endowed with demon awareness, upon hearing of treasures in the vicinity, she utilized her spiritual sense to investigate. It was effortlessly discerned that spiritual stones were present here, though she was unaware of their significance. However, during her time at the water pool, she had collected a considerable number, for those stones contained spiritual energy beneficial to her cultivation. Chapter 78, Mining Spirit Stones and Slaying the Yin Gods. Li Qingdao inquired, "Oh, is there a similar occurrence at Qingjun's place? I wonder how many there are." Though he was questioning Qingjun, his hands remained industriously at work, swiftly unearthing a spirit stone the size of an egg. According to the teachings of the Purple Flame Immortal, Li Qingdao understood the true essence of a spirit stone. And this was indeed a genuine spirit stone. The spirit stones he had previously acquired could only be regarded as incomplete formations or mere fragments. Qingjun promptly replied, "Master, there are probably over 50 of this size, and more than 100 smaller ones." Li Qingdao's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Excellent. These are spirit stones, invaluable for cultivation and for arranging formations. What a treasure!" He envisioned how upon their return, they could utilize the spirit stones to enhance the spiritual energy of the Purple Flame sect. Qingjun eagerly grasped the Zhiyang sword and began excavating. "Master, will the increased spiritual energy accelerate my cultivation?" Li Qingdao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are correct. With the enriched spiritual energy, our cultivation speed will significantly improve." Qingjun quickly extracted a spirit stone and presented it to Li Qingdao with delight. "Master, look at this sizable spirit stone." Observing the egg-sized gem in the young girl's hand, Li Qingdao smiled and remarked, "Qingjun, you are truly impressive. Let us continue our excavation." After saying this, he took the spirit stone and resumed digging. With great vigor, Li Qingdao and Qingjun worked diligently. 3 days later, they had completely mined the spirit stones from the area. In this era of dwindling magical energy, the spirit stone mine was scarce. Upon finishing their efforts, Li Qingdao's storage bag contained 300 complete spirit stones and over 1,000 fragments. The two sat upon the ground, their faces illuminated by broad smiles. With such an abundance of spirit stones, Li Qingdao chuckled, "Qingjun, we have struck it rich. Once we return, the spiritual energy of our Purple Flame sect will undoubtedly multiply tenfold or more. This is a tenfold increase based on current levels. Had it not been for the vastness of our sect, the spiritual energy within would have likely formed a mist." Qingjun nodded eagerly. "Really? Master, when shall we return?" Li Qingdao shook his head. "We have not been out for long. There is no rush to return. Let us complete our trials first. Now, let us continue on our journey." He felt a surge of satisfaction as he touched his storage bag, a smile playing on his lips as he walked. Qingjun skipped along, occasionally venturing into the woods to gather medicinal herbs. As time passed, they traversed the landscape, encountering malevolent demons that Li Qingdao dispatched effortlessly, while gathering any spiritual herbs they found along the way. It had been 3 years since Li Qingdao set out, and throughout this time, as he vanquished demons, his collection of spiritual energy crystals had steadily increased. One morning, as Li Qingdao sat cross-legged in meditation, he suddenly heard Qingjun's cries in the distance. "Master, save me." Li Qingdao's countenance darkened, and an ominous aura emanated from him as he swiftly advanced into the distance. His consciousness swept across the surroundings, revealing a malevolent figure, a Taoist, who was mercilessly assaulting Qingjun. Had Qingjun not engaged in prior battles, he would have been utterly incapable of confronting such an adversary without transforming into his true form. How audacious! To dare lay hands on the disciple of the master of Lingyan. He roared, "3 young purple bamboo sword. Strike." No sooner had the words left his lips than the sword soared forth, aimed directly at the Taoist. The latter retreated several paces, narrowly evading the flying blade. His expression grave as he scrutinized Li Qingdao. A spellcaster? How could one be so formidable? The Taoist mused, his expression souring. He had only recently transcended to the Yin spirit stage. Should he encounter a fellow practitioner of the same realm, he could at least escape. Yet facing a spellcaster of the liquid transformation stage was an entirely different matter. The opponent wielded a flying sword and exuded a powerful flow of magical energy, indicating that overcoming him would be no trivial task. The two cultivation systems were inherently disparate, and with the presence of a high-grade magical artifact, his situation appeared dire. Fellow Taoist, I am merely subduing this serpent demon to protect the populace. Are you truly intent on obstructing my efforts? Li Qingdao could not suppress a cold laugh as the three-yong purple bamboo swords surged forth once more. You reek of malevolence and bloodthirst. You claim to be a protector? Spare me your deceit. His disdain for the Taoist's shamelessness was palpable. His disciple bore no trace of bloodthirst. He had never harmed humanity, while this wretch from the Corpse Ghost sect deserved nothing less than death. Upon hearing Li Qingdao's words, the Taoist grasped that reconciliation was no longer an option. He evaded the flying sword, a steely glint manifesting in his eyes. In that case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With that, he produced a small black flag, entwined with dense ghostly energy. Li Qingdao waved his hand, sending forth the sun sword, and astonishingly commanded two flying swords to assail the Taoist. The latter's expression grew even more serious upon witnessing the second sword's approach. Should this continue, he would be unable to withstand the onslaught of both blades. Forced to evade, he rapidly shook the black flag in his grasp. From it emerged several vengeful spirits and dozens of wraiths, all rushing towards Li Qingdao. Devour him! Devour him! The Taoist seethed, his eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Li Qingdao, wishing to rend him asunder. Li Qingdao's expression shifted slightly as a faint flame flickered into existence around him, the sun-purple flame, his innate spiritual fire. In an instant, the flame seemed to come alive, transforming into serpentine fire that lunged toward the ghostly entities. Meanwhile, Li Qingdao remained unmoving, solely focused on commanding the two flying swords in their relentless assault against the Taoist. The latter was left with no choice but to evade, unwilling to confront the two high-grade magical swords head-on. Suddenly, the Taoist's expression changed dramatically as he prepared to evade. A cerulean tail lashed towards him. The Taoist was unable to escape, for his focus was entirely consumed by the two flying swords, making evasion exceedingly difficult. Bang! The serpentine tail struck the Taoist, sending him hurtling through the air. Li Qingdao's Sanyong purple bamboo sword arrived instantaneously, delivering a decisive blow to the Taoist's neck. In swift succession, the ancient lantern manifested, transforming into a streak of light that appeared beside the Taoist. The violet flames swiftly engulfed him, leaving no escape even for his Yin spirit, all of which were reduced to energy within the realm of the ancient lantern. Aside from ashes, only a small pouch and a black flag remained at the scene. Li Qingdao smiled and remarked to Qing Jun, "Disciple, well done." With that, he commanded the solar purple flames to continuously incinerate the vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, as the ghostly and Yin energies were wholly consumed by the ancient lantern. Chapter 79. Two divine abilities. Return to the sect, all right. Transform back into your human form, said Li Qingdao, observing Qing Jun, who still resembled a green serpent. With a slight shake of his head, "Woof, Master, I'll transform back right now," Qing Jun exclaimed, instantly reverting to his human shape and hurriedly running to Li Qingdao, wrapping his arms around his leg. "Master, have you finished your training?" Li Qingdao nodded. "Indeed, I have completed my training. Let me first examine what this mutt possesses." As he spoke, Li Qingdao opened a small bag belonging to the Taoist. This bag was not a storage pouch. In this era, not everyone owned a storage pouch. Yet this bag contained a modicum of space. It was likely a creation from the Taoist's Skontian divine ability, which Li Qingdao regarded with a tinge of envy, regretting his lack of such powers. Upon extracting the contents, he found a plethora of gold and silver coins alongside some provisions and a few books. However, there were no magical artifacts or spirit stones, only several sealed wooden boxes. Since they were sealed, it was certain that they contained spiritual herbs. Over the years, Li Qingdao had carelessly stored his spiritual herbs in a storage pouch. Unfortunately, he lacked the time to craft wooden boxes and inscribe sealing talismans. Ignoring these items, Li Qingdao swiftly perused the books. They included the complete version of the Corpse Demon Sutra, a manual on the formation of 10,000 ghosts, and a tome documenting several divine abilities. The latter piqued Li Qingdao's interest the most. As he flipped through the tome, he discovered several divine abilities. Albeit the text was somewhat tattered, with 3 of the abilities incomplete. Sighing at the names of the abilities, he noted that 2 were intact: Heaven and Earth in a Pot and Bean Soldiers, both of which were quite impressive. After scrutinizing the 3 incomplete abilities and determining they were beyond his reach, Li Qingdao focused on Bean Soldiers and Heaven and Earth in a Pot. After committing these 2 abilities to memory, Li Qingdao quickly gathered all the items and turned his attention to the ancient lamp. At this moment, the spirit energy crystals within the lamp had reached 20, each the size of a longan. Excellent, Qingjun, Li Qingdao remarked, let us depart. It is unwise to linger here with a formidable presence from the corpse demon sect nearby. Qingjun nodded vigorously. Yes, master. Let us go. Feeling the immense power within him, Li Qingdao could hardly contain the joy evident in his gaze. After 3 years of slaying demons and purging evil, the ancient lamp had amassed considerable spirit energy crystals. Following his refinement, the liquid magical power in his dantian had successfully exceeded 200 drops. Just a fraction more was needed to break through to the condensation realm. With this thought, the delight in Li Qingdao's eyes intensified. Master, what troubles you? Li Qingdao finally came to his senses and smiled, saying, no worries, let us return. After speaking, he lifted Qingjun and soared through the air on his sword, heading towards Ascension. 3 years had passed. Yet Qingjun still appeared to be merely 3 or 4 years old, perhaps due to his cultivation. By the time his cultivation reached 300 years, his physical form should mature. Cradling the young girl, Li Qingdao advanced with remarkable speed. Naturally, while traversing desolate lands, he did not conceal his presence. However, in populated areas, he opted for invisibility. 2 months later, Li Qingdao arrived at the pinnacle of Ascension, gazing at the flourishing Xian sect with satisfaction. He gently set down the little girl and said with a smile, Qingjun, we have arrived. This is our Xian sect. Qingjun, looking down, beheld a myriad of buildings and exclaimed, oh, master, this place is so beautiful. Li Qingdao responded, Qingjun, please refrain from recklessly damaging the structures here. This will be our home in the future. By the way, you have 2 senior brothers. I shall summon them. Over the course of 3 years, Li Qingdao's cultivation had significantly advanced, allowing his divine consciousness to envelop the entirety of Ascension. He soon spotted Qian Mao and Gao Ping'an. Qian Mao, now 11, had successfully broken through to the soul-nourishing realm. Gao Ping'an, at 17, remained at the liquid transformation realm, albeit with only 21 drops of liquid mana within him. By rights, in 3 years, he should have cultivated to over 30 drops of liquid mana. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that Gao Ping'an would require over 50 years to reach 365 drops. Nevertheless, as the liquid transformation realm allowed for a lifespan of 200 years, 50 years was not overly concerning, and Li Qingdao chose not to dwell on it. In truth, Gao Ping'an's cultivation speed was quite commendable. He simply followed Li Qingdao's guidance, occasionally suppressing his own advancement to engage in array training. The same could be said for Qian Mao, who also periodically entered the arrays for practice. Aside from these 2 disciples, Li Qingdao took a moment to assess the outer disciples. In the span of 3 years, the number of outer disciples had increased from 5 to 8, averaging an annual growth of 1. The lead outer disciple, Bai Yinfeng, had achieved a breakthrough to the law condensation realm, though his stability seemed precarious, likely due to the consumption of some spiritual medicine. Li Qingdao paid him no mind. The use of spiritual medicine was a testament to one's own abilities. Regarding the outer disciples, Li Qingdao was not overly concerned, considering it had only been 3 years. Nevertheless, having a disciple in the law condensation realm was quite commendable. In addition, there were over 50 miscellaneous disciples. The number of these miscellaneous disciples had grown by 2 or 3 dozen, which pleased Li Qingdao. It was a pity that the talent among the miscellaneous disciples was rather lacking. Otherwise, strengthening the Xian sect would not pose much of a challenge. As for Elder Gua, the outer sect steward, he appeared considerably rejuvenated. At that moment, he was reclining in a separate courtyard, sipping tea while observing the disciples training nearby. The miscellaneous disciples were naturally under the tutelage of those from 3 years prior. Meanwhile, Qian Donglai was diligently cultivating in his own courtyard. Now, Qian Donglai has developed a fervent passion for cultivation. Although he is aware that he may not achieve significant accomplishments, he has nonetheless experienced a rejuvenation of his physique through his practice. In the past, ascending the Purple Flame Mountain posed quite a challenge, however. It is now a task he accomplishes with ease. Li Qingdao's spiritual sense swept through Qian Donglai's body, revealing a glimmer of astonishment in his gaze. 3/10 of Qian Donglai's meridians have already been opened, with a sufficient influx of spiritual energy. It is not a challenge to connect the remaining 7/10 and break through to the condensation method realm. Furthermore, as the sect's logistical elder, Qian Donglai has been diligently occupied with various tasks. It is imperative to cultivate him well. The smile in Li Qingdao's eyes was uncontainable. He was determined to assist Qian Donglai in breaking through to the condensation method realm. Such a capable logistical elder was not someone Li Qingdao was willing to overlook. Elder Qian, Mao, Pinyin, and Old Gua swiftly gather at the sect's grand hall. Your sect leader awaits your presence here. Expressing his satisfaction, Li Qingdao conveyed his thoughts through spiritual communication, his voice resonating directly in the ears of Qian Donglai and the others. Grasping the Qingjun sword, Li Qingdao swiftly soared toward the direction of the sect's grand hall. Chapter 80. The development of the sect, utterly satisfied in the secluded courtyard of the true inheritance disciples. Gao Pingyan suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the summit of Xian Mountain. Possessing spiritual awareness, he could naturally sense the source of Li Qingdao's consciousness. The master has returned. Instantly rising, he made his way outside the courtyard. Qian Mao, who was instructing the outer disciples, abruptly halted, his gaze shifting towards the direction of the sect's main hall. Has the master returned? Subsequently, he turned his attention to the outer disciples, solemnly instructing Bai Yunfeng. Ensure they practice diligently. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he swiftly proceeded towards the main hall. Bai Yunfeng and the others hurriedly exclaimed, We bid you farewell, senior brother. In the elder's courtyard, Qian Donglai suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. The sect leader has returned? My path is complete. He rose and made his way to the main hall. In the servants' quarters, Old Gua sprang from his recliner, racing at an astonishing speed towards the main hall. Observing his sudden movement, the servant disciples exchanged puzzled glances, yet no one offered an explanation, leaving them to wonder. Upon entering the main hall, Li Qingdao was seated on a meditation cushion. He pointed to the third cushion, saying, Qingjun, this is your place. Sit and wait for your two senior brothers to arrive. Qingjun nodded eagerly. All right, master. With that, the little girl quickly settled onto the cushion Li Qingdao indicated, inquiring, Master, what are my two senior brothers like? Li Qingdao chuckled. You shall know once you meet them. Having cultivated for over 200 years, Qingjun's prowess equated to the liquid transformation stage, albeit lacking in extensive combat experience, her strength falling short of Li Qingdao's. Should she surpass 300 years of cultivation, she would attain the equivalent of the human race's condensation stage. It remained uncertain how long it would take her to achieve this. To reach the refinement stage, one must cultivate for 500 years, a formidable journey indeed. However, this little one's mental growth had been rather slow. She required careful nurturing. The first to arrive was Gao Pingyan, whose flying sword had been successfully refined. Soaring through the air, he flew faster than anyone else. Master, I bow before you. At 17, Gao Pingyan was handsome and spirited, carrying his sword like a youthful swordsman. Li Qingdao was quite pleased with his appearance. Moreover, he had just observed that Gao Pingyan had already mastered the sword control technique to a commendable degree. All right, rise. This is your third junior sister, Qingjun. Qingjun, this is your second senior brother. Quickly pay your respects. Qingjun sprang to her feet, earnestly addressing Gao Pingyan. Qingjun pays her respects to second senior brother. Gao Pingyan regarded the little girl with fondness in his eyes. There is no need for such formality, junior sister. In the Xian sect, should you require assistance, second senior brother will not decline. Qingjun promptly nodded. Okay, second senior brother. I wish to eat something delicious. Gao Pingyan smiled. Rest assured, once master concludes his matters, I shall take you to buy some tasty treats. Upon hearing these words, Qingjun was filled with joy. Really? That is truly wonderful. Li Qingdao smiled and said, Please, take your seats. We shall speak when they arrive. Yes, master. Gao Pingyan and the others promptly responded, returning to their respective cushions. Before long, Qian Mao also arrived. Apart from Gao Pingyan, Qian Mao possessed the most formidable cultivation, having achieved the soul-nourishing realm in just 3 years. With the resources brought by Xian Yuan Dao around for further cultivation, it would not be long before he could ascend to the spirit soul realm. Greetings, Master. Li Qingdao waved his hand and said, enough of the formalities. Qing Jun, come forward to meet your senior brother. Qing Jun quickly rose. Gazing at the 11-year-old Qian Mao with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, yet she still bowed respectfully, saying, greetings, senior brother. Gao Ping'an had already stood up. Offering a slight bow to Qian Mao, senior brother. Qian Mao chuckled, there is no need for such formality, 22nd junior brother. And you must be the 3rd junior sister? Welcome to the Xian sect. From now on, we are family. Qing Jun nodded eagerly. Yes, senior brother. Will you buy me delicious treats? A tender smile flickered across Qian Mao's face as he replied, rest assured, I certainly will. The sudden appearance of a cute little junior sister, only 3 or 4 years old, was enough to invoke a sense of affection in him. Qing Jun exclaimed joyfully, oh yay, thank you, senior brother. Someone is buying me tasty food again. How could I not be happy? Li Qingdao interjected, all right, everyone, please take your seats. We shall wait for Elder Qian and Deacon Gui to arrive. The 3 quickly settled down, anticipating the arrival of Qian Donglai and the elderly Gua. Before long, the 2 entered the main hall of the sect, one after the other. After paying their respects to Li Qingdao, he introduced Qing Jun to them before turning his attention to Qian Mao. Well done, Maoer. In just 3 years, you have already advanced to the soul-nourishing realm. By the way, here is something for you, brought by your master from the underworld. It will greatly benefit your cultivation. As he spoke, a multitude of resources appeared before Li Qingdao. With a wave of his hand, they instantly materialized in front of Qian Mao. Given the value of storage bags in this era, it was only natural that he would not be using one for Qian Mao. Qian Mao gazed at the resources with astonishment, swiftly stowing them away and expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Master. I shall pay my respects to my Grandmaster shortly. Qian Donglai was equally elated. These resources would be sufficient for his son to break through to the spirit soul realm. He understood that to master the path of the spirit soul, one must reach the spirit soul realm to gain sufficient combat power. Li Qingdao waved his hand, saying, there is no need for excessive formality. These resources are meant solely for you. Elevate your cultivation swiftly. As the eldest disciple of Xian sect, the position of sect master will soon be yours. Qian Mao nodded earnestly. Yes, master. Li Qingdao then turned to Gao Ping'an, smiling as he remarked, you are doing quite well, lad. Continue to strive in your cultivation and aim to break through to the condensation realm as soon as possible. In the future, if I find myself at the Purple Flame sect, you may venture forth to seek experience, for your current cultivation has endowed you with the means for self-preservation. A glimmer of joy flickered in Gao Ping'an's eyes as he hastily replied, yes, master, I was indeed contemplating a journey home. Li Qingdao waved his hand dismissively, saying, with your speed in sword flight, it shall not take long. However, do your utmost to avoid conflicts with disciples from formidable sects such as Maoshan or Longhushan. Should anyone provoke you, do not hesitate to retaliate. Our Purple Flame sect does not instigate trouble, yet we fear not the challenges that arise. Gao Ping'an nodded, affirming, yes, master, I understand. Having reached the liquid transformation realm and cultivated over 20 drops of liquid mana, his prowess was formidable. He harbored no fear of any practitioner below the Yin spirit realm, and he even possessed the capability to vanquish them. Even if he were to encounter a cultivator of the Yin spirit realm, he could simply take flight on his sword and escape, remaining unperturbed by their presence. Chapter 81. The expansion of the sect. Li Qingdao turned to Qing Jun and said with a smile, Qing Jun, as a member of the demon clan, I will find a way to awaken your dragon bloodline. At that time, your cultivation will undoubtedly increase significantly. For now, indulge in your desires, but do not harm others. Do you understand? Qing Jun promptly nodded and replied, yes, master, I understand. To eat and drink as one pleases. Wasn't that the life one yearned for? What could possibly be objectionable? As for cultivation, it could proceed as before, with daily practice for a while. The others instinctively turned their gazes towards Qing Jun, their expressions a mix of surprise and curiosity, yet devoid of fear. After all, at that moment, Qing Jun appeared much like a 3 or 4-year-old child, posing no threat whatsoever. Li Qingdao chuckled, do not be curious. Qing Jun has promised me that she will not reveal her true demon form in public. Furthermore, she has never harmed a human, and there is not a trace of malice within her. You may rest easy. Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed in relief. astonished to learn that the sect master's third disciple was indeed a member of the demon clan. However, they quickly pondered the implications of Li Qingdao's earlier statement regarding the awakening of a dragon bloodline. Could it be that the sect master's third disciple possessed such lineage? This notion was truly remarkable. Li Qingdao inquired, Elder Qian, how are your arrangements progressing? Qian Donglai promptly responded, Master, I have diligently attended to the task you entrusted to me. The security team in Fengye Town, belonging to Beifeng County, is now under our control. This team consists of over 1,000 armed personnel. Moreover, the local authorities have become our allies, allowing us to operate freely throughout Beifeng County. Additionally, I have consolidated the assets of our Xian sect and assigned the newly initiated disciples to manage them. Currently, we are generating a monthly income of over 1,000 silver dollars, and with continued resource expansion, future profits will be even greater. Li Qingdao nodded in satisfaction, excellent work. But I wonder, from where does the security team's salary originate? Qian Donglai chuckled, I made a trip to the provincial city and saved a person with a longevity pill, who then took on the responsibility for the military salaries. However, we cannot rely solely on others. Our sect's assets must be continuously expanded. Li Qingdao acknowledged, indeed, Elder Qian. You have done well. In the future, you should impart your business acumen to the disciples, ensuring they can manage independently. Qian Donglai nodded eagerly, yes, master. Li Qingdao slightly nodded, very well, please stay a moment after this. His gaze then shifted to Old Gua. Although Old Gua had strengthened his physique considerably, his advanced age made it impossible for him to fully connect his meridians. As a practitioner of only the liquid transformation realm, Li Qingdao found himself unable to assist. Sighing softly, Li Qingdao asked, Old Gua, how's your health? Old Gua smiled, thank you for your concern, master. I am in good health and enjoying my time at Xian sect. Li Qingdao inquired, how many miscellaneous disciples are there now? How many are ready to be dispatched? Old Gu hastily replied, in response to the sect master, there are currently 63 miscellaneous disciples, and 6 of them are eligible to be dispatched, already arranged by Elder Qian. Li Qingdao, puzzled, asked, what are the criteria for being dispatched as mentioned by Elder Gu? Old Gu quickly explained, sect master. Only those who have broken through to the dark strength level are permitted to advance. Otherwise, they shall not leave Xian Mountain. Li Qingdao nodded slightly, acknowledging that, given the current martial arts landscape, breaking through to dark strength is no trivial feat. The Xian sect is distinct, with its rich spiritual energy. Staying here for a while will greatly enhance one's physique. Coupled with Old Gu's guidance, while achieving a breakthrough in 3 years may seem challenging, it is far from impossible. Li Qingdao then asked, may I inquire, to what level has Elder Gu attained? The realms of martial arts and immortality diverge, and Li Qingdao's divine sense could not perceive Old Gu's martial prowess. Old Gu chuckled, I originally reached the transformation strength level. But after coming to the Xian sect and learning the spirit absorption technique from the sect master, I have now attained the Dan strength level. Alas, age has caught up with me. Li Qingdao replied with a smile. Elder, your vitality is commendable. Living to 100 should pose no problem. 3 years have passed. And while Old Gu approaches 70, his physique remains robust, suggesting he may well live another decade or so. By that time, the Xian sect will undoubtedly cultivate even more formidable miscellaneous disciples, and having powerful disciples to mentor future generations of miscellaneous disciples is quite advantageous. Of course, by then, those strong disciples would no longer be referred to as miscellaneous disciples, they would be stewards. A little incentive would ensure their utmost diligence. Old Gu nodded, stating, indeed. The spirit absorption technique has healed the hidden injuries in my body. I feel as though I could live another 20 or 30 years. Li Qingdao chuckled, excellent. I too hope Elder Gu enjoys a long life. He refrained from making any promises. Uncertain of the current state of Xianyuan Daoist, and whether he could arrange for individuals to become ghostly enforcers. He had already made a commitment to Qian Donglai and was wary of making further promises. Mauer, how are the outer disciples faring? How have the outer and miscellaneous disciples been recruited over the past 3 years? Qian Mao replied earnestly, in response to my master, for the past 3 years. The formation has remained adjacent to the Xian Immortal Temple, and we have consistently stationed personnel to guard it. Anyone who passes through the formation may become a miscellaneous disciple of the Xian sect. Of course, each individual only has one opportunity. There are no second chances. Li Qingdao expressed his satisfaction, observing that the reputation of the Xian sect is gradually spreading, resulting in an increasing number of individuals attempting to breach the formation. The current formation may not be very impressive, but it must be fortified in the future to ensure its longevity. Only in this way can the Xian sect continually provide a steady stream of disciples. Li Qingdao smiled. I see we have gained 3 more outer disciples. Could you share their circumstances? Qian Mao and his companions were well aware of Li Qingdao's spiritual insight, and the situation at the Xian gate did not faze them. They promptly reported, Master, the 3 outer disciples have all successfully integrated their spiritual essence within 3 days. One is from the Qian family as collateral branch, Qian Rong, while the other 2 hail from different towns. Their backgrounds have been thoroughly investigated and are impeccable. Listening to his eldest disciple, Li Qingdao nodded with satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. In that case, let them join the outer sect. As long as their character and temperament are commendable, they can contribute to the growth of our Xian gate in the future. Let us nurture them well, with the hope that they will eventually become capable practitioners. Qian Mao quickly affirmed, Yes, Master, I shall ensure I guide them diligently in their cultivation. Gao Pingyan also added, I too will take great care in instructing them. The responsibility of mentoring the outer disciples now rested upon the shoulders of these 2 brothers, a task they had grown accustomed to and found quite manageable. For instance, today, Qian Mao entrusted the matters to Bai Yunfeng. As the eldest brother of the outer sect, Bai Yunfeng had progressed swiftly in his cultivation, reaching the stage of formula condensation, making it quite effortless for him to teach those at the spiritual integration stage. Thanks to the esteemed benefactor for the invaluable support. Only today did I see this. And thus I shall add another chapter. Chapter 82. The arrival of monetary rewards. Li Qingdao waved his hand, saying, Well done. Cultivate the outer disciples diligently. Once someone has successfully navigated through 2 trials in the formation, allow them to proceed to the 3rd test, thereby increasing the number of our outer disciples. Qian Mao quickly responded, Yes, Master. What direction should our Xian sect take moving forward? Li Wenxuan gently shook his head. There is no need for haste. We shall discuss our development once all disciples have matured. The current state of Xian sect pales in comparison to the other major sects, particularly against the disciples of Maoshan. Those who can graduate from their respective sects certainly exceed 30, and that is a conservative estimate. What does it mean to graduate? A practitioner must reach the liquid transformation realm, and their spiritual essence must attain the soul realm. Currently, only I and Gao Pingyan can graduate from Xian sect. Qing Jun does not belong to the human race. Should he venture out, he may face extermination by demon hunters. Therefore, Xian sect remains too weak and must continue to enhance its strength. Qian Mao nodded earnestly. Indeed, Master. In truth, it is not merely a lack of capable graduates, but also the absence of a formidable force to dominate the region. Li Qingdao's cultivation remains at the liquid transformation realm. While his magical power exceeds 200 droplets, he has yet to reach the condensation realm and is still relatively weak. His ability to vanquish a ghostly cultivator from the Corpse Ghost sect stemmed from the adversary's recent breakthrough and the chaotic nature of their spirit, coupled with Qing Jun's assistance. Otherwise, he may not have succeeded. Thus, until he breaks through to the condensation realm, it would be prudent for Xian sect to remain sheltered in Maple Leaf Town, perhaps extending their reach to Beifeng County. As for himself and Gao Pingyan, their cultivation is sufficient, allowing them to travel freely. Li Qingdao did not mention the need for arduous training for the disciples. Rather, as the sect's leader, he naturally roams the world. With Qian Mao and Gao Pingyan at the helm, he need not concern himself, and he is free to explore. Additionally, with the cunning of Qian Donglai, Xian sect enjoys greater stability. Reflecting on this, Li Qingdao said lightly, All right, you may all return to your duties. Elder Qian, remain here. Qian Mao, please arrange accommodations for Qing Jun. Understood, sect master. Upon hearing this, Qian Mao and the others swiftly withdrew. Qing Jun then addressed Li Qingdao, Very well, master. I shall take my leave. After speaking, she glanced at the others. Qian Mao smiled. Come with me, little junior sister. Qing Jun nodded eagerly. Certainly, senior brother. Once Qian Mao and the others departed, Qian Donglai looked at Li Qingdao with excitement. Li Qingdao smiled. Elder Qian, you have performed admirably. I can fulfill my promise to you. I shall channel powerful magical energy through your meridians to assist you in achieving the spirit assimilation realm. Once you complete your training in this realm, the refinement of magical power will depend on your own efforts. Qian Donglai promptly nodded. Yes, sect master. If I can cultivate to the spirit assimilation realm, I will undoubtedly be able to refine magical power. not to mention the abundant spiritual energy of Xian's sect. It won't be long before I achieve the condensation realm. Li Chengdao nodded solemnly. All right, sit cross-legged and focus your mind. I shall assist you in channeling your meridians. Qian Donglai promptly assumed a cross-legged position, concentrating intently. Li Chengdao placed a hand upon his head, a surge of formidable spiritual energy flowing into him. Gradually, the energy coursed through Qian Donglai's meridians, gently cleansing them. Before long, one spiritual channel was opened, then a second, followed by a third. 3 days swiftly passed. Li Chengdao's forehead glistened with faint beads of sweat, yet his eyes shimmered with a subtle joy. It was a success, indeed. A true success, and his mastery over spiritual energy had significantly strengthened. Once the final meridian was opened, Li Chengdao withdrew his hand and produced several spiritual herbs, placing them into Qian Donglai's mouth. Hurry, consume these, and then practice the turtle breath concentration method. While he could forego sustenance for 3 days, it was essential for Qian Donglai to eat. Upon seeing the herbs, Qian Donglai's eyes sparkled with surprise, yet more so with gratitude. Li Chengdao had mentioned that this was the age of diminished magic, and such herbs were rare. He never anticipated that the sect master would provide him food. He realized he had not eaten for 3 days, and if he delayed any longer, he might succumb to starvation. Qian Donglai swiftly consumed the herbs and diligently began his cultivation. Li Chengdao nodded in satisfaction and stepped outside. Upon his emergence, he found Qian Mao anxiously guarding the entrance. His gaze fixed on the hall. Seeing Li Chengdao, his eyes brightened, and he rushed forward. Master, how is my father? He inquired anxiously. Li Chengdao reassured him. Do not fret. Your father is well and is currently breaking through to the condensation realm. Qian Mao breathed a sigh of relief, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Master, have you truly helped my father open his meridians? Li Chengdao replied with a smile. Indeed. If your father can live for several more decades, it will aid you immensely when you become the sect master. Qian Mao chuckled wryly, shaking his head slightly. To extend one's lifespan, one must reach the in-spirit realm. That is no easy feat, Li Chengdao responded with a smile. It is all a matter of effort. Acquire more resources. Although he himself could not procure the resources, Xian Yuan Daoist certainly could. As long as Xian Yuan Daoist held sufficient status, he could undoubtedly gather what was needed to elevate a person to the realm of in-spirit. With Qian Donglai present, Li Chengdao need not concern himself with such matters. He could effortlessly strengthen the Xian sect. With such a capable steward, he could devote himself to cultivation, focusing solely on nurturing his disciples. Mauer, I intend to enhance the spiritual veins of the Xian sect. Inform the disciples not to panic. Qian Mao's eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly asked, Master, does this mean we can enhance the spiritual energy of the Xian sect? Li Chengdao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, not only that, but we can ensure a continuous increase of spiritual energy for the sect. This time, he had acquired not just 2 spiritual veins, but also a considerable number of spirit stones, sufficient to set up a spirit gathering array, allowing the surrounding spiritual energy to flow perpetually towards Xian Mountain. Moreover, during this excursion, a considerable amount of spiritual herbs was acquired. Upon inspection, it was evident that many of these herbs could thrive, thus presenting the opportunity to cultivate a patch of spiritual land. Qian Mao promptly nodded in agreement, affirming, Yes, Master. I shall attend to this matter immediately. With that, he swiftly departed in a specific direction, soon arriving at the courtyard where Gao Pingyan was engaged in his cultivation, requesting him to relay Li Chengdao's command. Although he himself lacked the ability to fly, his second junior brother possessed such a skill. It would be unwise not to take advantage of such a convenient resource. Observing Gao Pingyan soaring through the air on his sword towards the mountainside, Li Chengdao couldn't help but smile. His eldest disciple demonstrated commendable acumen in directing others. Had he been tasked with this journey, it would have taken a considerable half-hour to disseminate his orders throughout the entire Xian sect. Presently, the Xian sect had a modest number of members, but as it grows, the task of communicating directives will undoubtedly become more cumbersome. Chapter 83. The spirit gathering formation as the commands of the reliable ancestor and Li Chengdao reverberated throughout the Purple Flame sect. Gao Pingyan returned to report. Master, your orders have been disseminated across the Purple Flame sect. Li Chengdao replied with a satisfied smile. Good, you shall wait here. With those words, he soared towards the mountain peak on his sword. Upon reaching the summit, Li Chengdao entered the cave where he had established the spirit vein. With a mere thought, he descended underground and, without hesitation, extracted 2 spirit veins, merging them with the 3-meter spirit vein. As the 3 veins drew near, the purple flame grand formation surged, and the 3 spirit veins swiftly amalgamated. Soon after, they coalesced into a single 10-meter-long spirit vein, gradually sinking until it halted over 10 meters below. As the spirit vein expanded, the emanating spiritual energy gradually intensified, slowly enhancing the aura of Purple Flame Mountain. Naturally, this elevation in energy was a gradual process, requiring time. Li Chengdao remained unhurried, glancing at the flourishing 10-year-old Zhu fruit, nodding in satisfaction. If I were not so eager to break through to the condensation realm, perhaps I could achieve it by the time you mature. Alas, I must expedite my advancement. With a slight shake of his head, Li Chengdao turned and exited the cave. Upon leaving, he beheld a nearby flat expanse. This location is ideal for cultivating a spirit field. However, I cannot do it alone. My disciples shall bear the labor. Miao, Pinyin, come here, he called. Shortly thereafter, Gao Pinyin accompanied Qian Mao to Li Chengdao's side. Gazing at their master, they respectfully inquired, "Master, what is your command?" Li Chengdao pointed towards the nearby flat land and said casually, "I have a task for you. Do you see this plot? I have prepared some spirit herbs that can be planted here. I entrust the cultivation of the spirit field to you both. What say you?" Gao Pingyin's eyes brightened as they turned to the expanse. "Master, leave it to us." Li Chengdao smiled. "You need not toil yourselves. You may enlist the help of outer sect disciples or miscellaneous students. The cultivation of the spirit field requires the infusion of spiritual energy from the spirit veins. Can you manage this? Be careful not to damage the veins, as they are crucial to the sect's expansion." Gao Pinyin replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Master. There will be no issues." Li Chengdao calmly stated, "Very well, I leave it in your hands. I shall proceed to arrange the spirit gathering formation and expand the purple flame grand formation." With that, he vanished in an instant, reappearing in the grand hall of the Purple Flame sect. This hall, a legacy from the ancestor, had remained intact, for the heart of the Purple Flame grand formation resided here. Li Chengdao entered and commenced the expansion of the formation's scope, doubling its range. Moreover, he expended 100 spirit stones to fortify the formation further. In total, Li Chengdao utilized 150 spirit stones for this endeavor. After completing his tasks, he swiftly made his way to his secluded estate, where he had arranged a spirit gathering array. Subsequently, he proceeded to the residences of the 3 main disciples to set up additional spirit gathering formations. Furthermore, the grand hall of the sect and the plaza in front were similarly adorned with these formations. Once he finished, Li Chengdao glanced at his spirit stones and could not suppress a smile. With 50 intact spirit stones remaining, he was just able to establish the spirit gathering array for the Purple Flame sect. As for the remaining fragments of spirit stones, Li Chengdao intended to use them as rewards for his disciples in Qin Donglai. After all, they were practitioners. It would be unreasonable to reward them solely with money. The spirit stones were simply too few. It was nearly impossible for him to distribute monthly allowances to his disciples using spirit stones alone. Currently, the spirit vein of the Purple Flame sect was too small to yield spirit stones, and it would only be when Li Chengdao expanded the vein, allowing it to produce spirit stones, that the sect would truly flourish. He arrived at the edge of the Purple Flame Great Array at an astonishing speed, prepared to set up the formation, but suddenly halted. Wait a moment. Hadn't he, the ancestral master, left behind a spirit gathering array back in the day? However, it had become ineffective due to the subsequent lack of spirit stones. As this thought crossed his mind, he moved in a specific direction and soon discovered the location of the array's core. Before long, Li Chengdao confirmed that the spirit gathering array was indeed functional, though its range was regrettably too vast, extending beyond the confines of the Purple Flame Great Array. Fortunately, he had sufficient spirit stones, with merely 36 stones. He activated the formation. As the formation unfolded, Li Chengdao's eyes widened in disbelief at the continuous influx of spiritual energy. Who could have anticipated that merely activating the spirit gathering array would cause the energy from a 10-mile radius to surge into the array's domain? This was merely with the investment of 1 spirit stone, according to Xian Yuan Dao Ren. The ancestral master had originally designed the spirit gathering array to accommodate hundreds of spirit stones, not just a total of 100, but 100 at each core. With the influx of spiritual energy reflecting within the formation, Li Chengdao hastily made his way back towards the Purple Flame sect. It wasn't long before he re-entered the realm of the Purple Flame Great Array, and the surprise on his face was impossible to conceal. Tenfold. Had he truly reached a tenfold increase in spiritual energy so swiftly? Li Qingdao had not anticipated such a rapid enhancement. This was indeed 10 times the previous density of spiritual energy. If he were to cultivate within this environment, his progress would undoubtedly accelerate. The purple flame great array inherently possessed the effect of gathering spirits, and with the immense spirit gathering array outside funneling energy into the purple flame sect. It was no wonder that the energy levels had surged. Li Qingdao even observed the spirit vein seemingly converging spiritual energy, continuously elevating its grade. Excellent. Just as it should be, the ancestral master was indeed reliable. At that moment, Li Qingdao truly comprehended the extent of his ancestral master's reliability. Previously, he had thought the ancestral master was merely spinning grand tales, but it appeared that he had indeed left behind some valuable resources. With the combined might of the spirit gathering array and the purple flame great array, Li Qingdao found no grounds for complaint. Others also sensed the significant increase in spiritual energy within the sect, especially the 8 outer disciples of the purple flame sect. 8 external disciples were diligently cultivating, fully aware that the surge of spiritual energy was undoubtedly orchestrated by the sect leader. Suddenly, the concentration of spiritual energy surged tenfold, filling the 8 with unbridled joy. In an instant, Hua Longfeng and Zhao Xuer swiftly began to absorb the energy, quickly achieving the success of unblocking their meridians. In such an enriched environment, they effortlessly advanced to the spirit-gathering realm, having already been on the verge of completion. At that moment, the voice of Li Qingdao echoed forth. The external disciples were commanded to gather in the square before the sect's grand hall, where the great spirit array would facilitate a swifter cultivation process. Upon hearing this, the disciples exchanged glances, their initial surprise quickly giving way to excitement. Recognizing the authority of Li Qingdao's voice, they understood it to be the leader's decree and promptly responded with utmost respect. Yes, Master. Chapter 84. The method of condensation. After respectfully bowing to Li Qingdao, the 8 outer disciples hastened towards the expansive square outside the main hall of the Xian sect. Upon arrival, they discovered that the 3 esteemed disciples, Qian Mao and others, were already present, and they promptly approached to pay their respects. Greetings to the 3 senior brothers and sisters. Qian Mao smiled and said, "All right, focus on your cultivation here. Strive to complete your condensation of spirit as swiftly as possible and diligently refine your magical power." With that, he closed his eyes and began his own cultivation. The atmosphere was thick with spiritual energy, promising ample opportunities for the refinement of magical power. Although the path of the soul primarily revolves around the soul itself, the cultivation of magical power remains essential. After all, when casting spells and performing supernatural feats, one requires not only the strength of the soul, but also the synergy of magical power. Only upon transcending the heavenly tribulation and achieving the primordial spirit can one engage in battle directly with the primordial spirit. However, at that stage, the primordial spirit would ascend to the celestial realm, where those with connections would attain celestial ranks, while those without would become minor deities, still a commendable outcome. The outer disciples promptly responded with reverence, "Yes, senior brother." Subsequently, whether they were true disciples or outer disciples, they all sat cross-legged outside the main hall of the sect, earnestly engaging in their cultivation. Li Qingdao understood well that the stronger the disciples of the Xian sect became, the more advantageous it would be for the sect's growth. And he was quite pleased with this. Particularly, he was gratified by the formations left by the ancestral master and was determined to seek out more resources in the future, investing hundreds of spirit stones into each formation node, allowing the spiritual energy of the Xian sect to thicken into mist and even spiritual rain. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, during which Li Qingdao continuously inspected the various formations of the Xian sect, and the spiritual energy within the Xian Mountain's great formation had become even more abundant. At that moment, the spiritual energy of Xian Mountain was exceptionally rich, perhaps reminiscent of the ordinary places from before the age of decline. After half a month, Qian Donglai completed his cultivation. Thanks to consuming spiritual herbs and the rich spiritual energy of the Xian sect, he had successfully refined a strand of magical power. Though it was but a single strand, Qian Donglai was elated, as it marked the threshold into the realm of condensation. If he continued his cultivation, he would inevitably cultivate an inexhaustible source of magical power, refining his body and extending his lifespan to 100 years. Now in his 50s, Qian Donglai had over 40 years until he reached a century. during which he could contribute significantly to the Xian sect. Moreover, with the current abundance of spiritual energy, he could undoubtedly attain the soul-nourishing realm within those 40 years. When that time comes, Li Qingdao would have Xian Yuan Daoist procure additional resources for soul cultivation, enabling him to elevate his cultivation to the soul realm. Upon falling from this realm, with Xian Yuan Daoist's assistance, making a modest living in the underworld would not pose a problem. Should Qian Donglai indeed reach the soul realm, his starting point upon entering the underworld would surpass that of Xian Yuan Daoist in his early days. Not to mention, Qian Donglai would not be alone in a century's time. With Xian Yuan Daoist's influence, he would undoubtedly thrive. If he could cultivate to the Yin spirit realm, that would be even more ideal, allowing him to live to 150 years. Even after death, he would be highly esteemed in the underworld. Thank you, Sect Master. In life, I shall be a disciple of the Xian sect. In death, I shall be a spirit of the Xian sect. As Li Qingdao stepped into the grand hall of the sect, Qian Donglai opened his eyes and bowed in gratitude. Li Qingdao smiled and said, "There is no need for such formalities. You are an elder of the Xian sect, and from now on, matters concerning the sect will rest upon your capable shoulders." Elder Qian understood that for the Xian sect to flourish, it required ample resources. The current sect leader could not remain within the confines of the sect. He needed to venture forth to seek out these resources. The internal affairs of the sect would be entrusted to Elder Qian, and Li Qingdao had every confidence in his abilities. By the way, these resources are now in your care. Should any disciples within the sect make significant contributions, they may be duly rewarded. While speaking, Li Qingdao presented Qian Donglai with 100 fragments of spirit stones and some spiritual herbs that could not be cultivated. You can have Mauer store these in a spatial pouch. For now, your magical power is too weak to utilize it. But once you break through to the soul-nurturing realm and can harness your soul power, I will provide you with the spatial pouch. Upon seeing the resources before him, particularly the spirit stones, Qian Donglai couldn't help but swallow hard. Although he was covetous of the spirit stones and herbs, he understood that they did not belong to him but were merely entrusted to his care. Nevertheless, with the financial power of the Qian family, acquiring spirit stones was unfeasible. Yet obtaining some spiritual herbs was certainly within reach. Yes, sect leader, I will make the most of these resources and strive to strengthen the Xian sect as much as possible. Li Qingdao replied with a smile. If Mauer wishes to refine elixirs, you may provide him with the herbs. The refined elixirs can also serve as rewards for the disciples. Having delivered the items, he announced, I shall now retreat for cultivation. Should any pressing matters arise, feel free to seek me in the Peak Cave. With that, Li Qingdao swiftly took to the skies on his sword, soaring toward the summit of Xian Mountain. The Xian sect was now on the right track, but it would require sufficient time to assimilate the spiritual energy and resources at its disposal. In the cave, Li Qingdao sat cross-legged, facing a pile of monster hides. These hides were quite valuable, particularly the serpent skin from Qingjun, which he intended to fashion into a garment. As for the remaining hides, if they could not be crafted into spatial pouches, they would be transformed into clothing. After all, a sect leader ought to possess a defensive artifact in the form of attire to signify the strength of the Xian sect. Having made up his mind, he swiftly categorized the monster hides, dividing them into 2 distinct groups. Among them, 5 hides were suitable for crafting spatial pouches, varying in size but capable of being cut into 9 equally sized pieces. These spatial pouches shall serve as rewards for the inner disciples. Should anyone succeed in breaking through to the soul-nurturing realm, they may be bestowed upon them. The 9 1-cubic spatial pouches would enhance the foundation of the Xian sect, serving to motivate the outer disciples and facilitate their rapid growth. The other portion of hides was reserved for crafting a magical robe for himself. Although it is preferable to craft magical garments primarily from materials such as silkworm silk, Li Qingdao found himself in a predicament. The Purple Flame sect was far too impoverished to procure such exquisite silks. Consequently, Li Qingdao had no choice but to utilize the hide of a monster to forge his own magical attire. He first seized a piece of hide intended for crafting a storage pouch and began inscribing the reinforcement magical seal, a process he had executed numerous times before. Before long, the reinforcement seal was successfully etched. Next came the shaping of the storage pouch. Although the resulting small pouch was slightly smaller than a conventional storage pouch, Li Qingdao remained unfazed. With the shaping complete, he proceeded to inscribe the spatial magical seal. Having ample experience with this particular seal, he encountered no errors, and thus the first storage pouch took form. After a moment's hesitation, he embarked on inscribing the second reinforcement seal, with the first pouch already crafted. The success of the subsequent seals became inconsequential. Chapter 85. Refining magical artifacts. Should this endeavor succeed, the expansion of space would be most advantageous. Even in the event of failure, I would still possess a cubic space, which remains a commendable storage pouch. With the successful enhancement of the second spatial enchantment, Li Chengdao focused his mind and began to inscribe the second spatial incantation. Upon the successful completion of this second incantation, he proceeded to etch the third spatial enchantment. In the blink of an eye, the third spatial incantation was successfully refined, prompting Li Chengdao to pause and a satisfied smile to grace his features. A mid-grade storage pouch with an interior space of 3 cubic units. It appears my crafting skills are quite commendable indeed. I shall continue refining, eager to see how many 3 cubic mid-grade storage pouches I can produce. The second pouch was soon crafted successfully, also a mid-grade artifact, once again boasting 3 cubic units. The third pouch, 3 cubic units. The fourth pouch, 2 cubic units. The fifth pouch, 3 cubic units. The sixth pouch, 2 cubic units. The seventh pouch, 3 cubic units. The eighth pouch, 3 cubic units. However, by the ninth pouch, Li Chengdao found himself somewhat overconfident, managing only a single cubic unit of space. After 5 days, Li Chengdao gazed upon the 9 storage pouches arrayed before him, unable to contain his joy. Haha, this surpasses my expectations. 6 pouches of 3 cubic units, 2 pouches of 2 cubic units, and 1 pouch of 1 cubic unit. It was time for Mao and Pingyan to receive upgraded storage pouches. No, I ought to enhance the quality of their pouches. The materials used for the storage pouches of Qian Mao and the others were far superior to those of the 9 pouches I currently crafted. When the time comes to reclaim their pouches, I shall refine them thoroughly. Perhaps I can produce pouches of 6 or even 9 cubic units. Setting aside the 9 pouches, Li Chengdao turned his gaze toward the leather intended for crafting ropes. With a sweep of his hand, the leather flew toward him. Is it only possible to refine a single rope? Nonetheless, that shall suffice. A slight smile graced his lips, and a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as the ancient lamp appeared beside him. I shall borrow your flames. As the words left his lips, a blaze materialized before him, and the leather was instantly engulfed in flames. This time, rather than enhancing first, Li Chengdao began shaping the material. Once the robe was sculpted, it emerged as a pale violet garment, tailored to fit Li Chengdao's stature. Without delay, he inscribed the enhancement enchantment, which was completed in mere moments. Following this, he etched a protective incantation, executing 2 consecutively, both inscribed instantaneously. The fourth enchantment was again an enhancement, while the fifth was a protective incantation. The sixth enchantment was the bell shield incantation, which would envelop the robe in a golden dome, shielding against adversarial attacks. Upon completion of this incantation, the robe attained the pinnacle of mid-grade artifact status. The seventh enchantment reverted to enhancement. Li Chengdao feared the leather might lack the strength to withstand the enchantments and risk shattering under pressure. The eighth enchantment once again became the bell shield incantation. And as this final incantation was inscribed, a smile broke across Li Chengdao's face. Upon the completion of the 8th magical inscription, Li Chengdao paused. After channeling his spiritual energy, the 8 inscriptions illuminated instantaneously, forming a high-quality magical robe. It was not that Li Chengdao lacked the desire to continue with the crafting. Rather, the quality of the demon hides limited his ambition. Even with his aspirations to forge a top-tier magical artifact, he found himself constrained. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the robe adorned his figure, and as his spiritual energy surged, a dual-layered golden bell shield enveloped him. Observing the golden bell shield enveloping his body, Li Chengdao nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this level of defense was commendable. It could effectively shield against a fatal blow in dire circumstances, which was sufficient for his needs. He was exceedingly pleased with the robe, as it fully satisfied his current requirements. With the robe completed, Li Chengdao retrieved several other items. Among them was a slender needle, merely an inch long and as fine as a hair, crafted from a unique alloy designed to attract lightning. The term alloy was fitting, for this needle was forged from the essences of gold, silver, copper, and iron, and had been thoroughly unified through the tempering of thunder. At present, the needle radiated a faint aura of lightning, appearing quite extraordinary. Should it be crafted into a magical treasure, its power would undoubtedly be formidable. Furthermore, having undergone the tempestuous forging, The needle's material was exceptionally robust, rendering it suitable for the creation of a magical artifact. For the time being, Li Chundao opted not to forge this needle, intending instead to gather more gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, and subject them to lightning strikes to ascertain whether their quality could be enhanced. Even if he could not forge a flying sword, he could at least create flying needles. Besides this needle, he possessed a 3-foot-long ebony stake, derived from a 500-year-old lightning-struck peach tree, which would facilitate the creation of a low-tier magical artifact with ease. The third item was a piece of Earth origin magnet, an excellent material for crafting flying swords. Unfortunately, its size was rather diminutive, comparable to that of a pigeon egg. These 3 items were entirely capable of being forged into magical artifacts. However, Li Qingdao currently intended only to work with the lightning-struck wood. As he had successfully crafted numerous magical artifacts in the past, this endeavor proceeded with remarkable ease. The quality of the 500-year-old peach wood was commendable, and coupled with the thunderous tempering, Li Qingdao quickly forged a high-quality magical artifact with 9 inscriptions. Only 1 inscription remained for the lightning-struck wood flying sword to ascend to the status of a top-tier magical artifact. It was not due to a lack of skill in crafting that he could not produce it. Rather, Li Chengdao intended to cultivate the Tiangang 7 Stars sword technique, which required 7 flying swords of identical quality. He had already acquired the 3 swords, the Sun Yang Purple Bamboo Sword, the Sun Sword, and the Supreme Sun Sword. With the addition of the flying sword crafted from the lightning-struck wood, he was merely 3 swords short. However, in this age of declining magical practice, sourcing such resources was no easy feat. Therefore, Li Qingdao contemplated the possibility of discovering higher-grade resources, which would allow him to elevate these flying swords and forge them all into top-tier magical artifacts. Should such resources prove elusive, he would have no choice but to practice the Tiangang 7 Stars sword technique with the 7 high-quality flying swords he had. Although the power may be somewhat lacking in comparison, acquiring 7 exquisite flying swords is already quite commendable. With this thought, Li Qingdao gently caressed the flying sword forged from Thunderstrike wood and declared, "You shall be named the Thunderstrike sword." Having spoken, he promptly stowed it away. Li Qingdao then cast a glance at the 9 storage bags beside him, his eyes reflecting a hint of exasperation. It is impossible to place a storage bag within another, as the collapse of space would ensue if items of the same quality were combined. However, if the spatial quality is superior, one can indeed place storage bags within. For instance, spatial spiritual treasures possess a remarkably high rank, allowing for the accommodation of storage bags. As for storage equipment of the magical artifact grade, it may not even suffice to contain storage bags of the flying sword grade. Reluctantly, Li Qingdao rose to his feet, grasping the 9 storage bags as he exited the cave dwelling. Upon emerging, he found Qi Jun sitting idly on a stone bench outside, occasionally glancing towards the cave. Chapter 86. Transplanting the purple bamboo. When she saw Li Qingdao emerge, her eyes brightened with delight. "Master, you are out." Li Qingdao, intrigued, inquired, "Qing Jun, why are you wandering outside my cave instead of diligently cultivating?" With a sigh, Qi Jun replied, "Master, I crave candied hawthorn, delicious treats. But both my senior brothers are engrossed in their training, leaving me without a companion to go by them." Li Qingdao, with a hint of exasperation, suggested, "Very well. I shall give you some money, and you can ask either a servant disciple or old Gua to accompany you. As long as you have funds, you can procure whatever you desire. However, do not transform into your true form while in town, nor should you allow the servant disciples to do so. Do you understand?" Qing Jun promptly assured him, "Master, I understand completely. I will not transform into a serpent." Her small eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Li Chengdao handed her over a dozen large coins, saying, "Take this. If you run out, simply come back to me for more." "Thank you, master," Qing Jun exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with joy as she dashed toward the base of Zihua Mountain. Li Qingdao remained unconcerned. Given Qing Jun's abilities, he feared no harm would befall her. After all, who would dare provoke her? It was unlikely she would encounter trouble, especially since everyone in Fengye Town recognized the attire of the Zihua sect disciples. Watching her depart, Li Qingdao directed his spiritual sense toward Gao Pingan's courtyard. Where's that lad?" Not finding Gao Pingan in his quarters, nor anywhere on Zihua Mountain, he turned to Qian Mao. "Do you know where your junior brother has gone?" Although Gao Pingan was absent, Li Chengdao spotted Qian Mao and sent a mental message. Qian Mao quickly responded, "Master, after you entered seclusion, junior brother left Zihua sect, stating he wished to visit home, a matter you had previously approved." Li Chengdao nodded slightly. Indeed, it is time for him to return home. Once you achieve the Soul Realm, you may also go back. Qian Mao shook his head. Master, there is no need. My father is at Zihua's sect, and my mother is also here. Zihua's sect is my true home. There is no necessity to return. Li Chengdao chuckled. Then, what of the purple bamboo grove? Do you not intend to claim it? Qian Mao quickly replied, Master, let us move the purple bamboo grove to Zihua's sect. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and the purple bamboo will surely thrive. In time, we may even cultivate several specimens suitable for refining. Li Chengdao nodded slightly. While the spiritual energy in the purple bamboo grove was rich, it paled in comparison to that of Zihua Mountain. It would indeed be wiser to relocate it, saving 2 solar stones in the process. Well said, I shall attend to this matter shortly. With that, Li Chengdao took flight on his sword, soaring swiftly toward the direction of the purple bamboo grove. Qian Mao, please inform your father of this. His final words echoed in Qian Mao's ears as Li Chengdao's figure vanished without a trace. Qian Mao gazed enviously, realizing he was the only one unable to fly. Yet, his eyes brimmed with determination. Once he cultivated to the Yang God stage, he too would soar through the skies. I shall set forth at once. With a nod, Qian Mao swiftly executed his light body technique, heading rapidly toward the grand hall of the sect. During this period, Qian Donglai and the others had been cultivating in the plaza outside the grand hall, where a spirit gathering array intensified the surrounding spiritual energy. Li Chengdao soared through the air on his sword, directing his flight toward the purple bamboo forest, arriving there in merely half an hour. Given his current magical prowess and sword control, such a duration was not particularly swift. Within the purple bamboo forest, the spiritual energy was denser than outside, yet still not overwhelmingly so. In comparison to the purple flame sect, it was like a mere novice beside a master. Without hesitation, Li Chengdao commenced the excavation of the purple bamboo. He was careful not to damage the root systems, as these bamboos were intended for replanting. Some of the purple bamboo could already be refined into low-grade magical artifacts, which Li Chengdao deemed unworthy. Yet there were many disciples within the purple flame sect who could benefit. Once they became inner disciples, it would serve them well to cultivate a low-grade magical artifact for self-defense from the purple bamboo. If the bamboo were planted in the purple flame sect, it would undoubtedly thrive rapidly, potentially enhancing the quality of those capable of being refined into magical artifacts. In due time, he could seek numerous solar stones or draw the power of the sun into the bamboo forest, possibly leading to a mass production of the 3 young purple bamboo. Even if it did not yield 3 young purple bamboo, he would be content with merely 1 young purple bamboo. Before long, all the purple bamboo in the area had been unearthed and stowed away in his storage pouch. Li Chengdao's storage pouch was quite spacious, with a volume of 9 cubic units and another of 21 cubic units, allowing ample room for many treasures. With such capacity, transporting the entire bamboo grove was a trivial task. After extracting the bamboo, he also unearthed some solar stones and a few modeled spirit stones. After a meticulous search of the surroundings confirmed the absence of any further treasures, Li Chengdao swiftly took to the skies on his sword. At the pinnacle of Purple Flame Mountain, the spirit field had been fully established, though the spiritual energy was still insufficient for planting spiritual herbs. Li Chengdao surveyed the area and divided the purple bamboo into 3 portions. A section of the bamboo, now classified as spiritual entities, was to be planted near the spirit vein, while the remaining 2 portions would be planted outside the courtyards of the inner disciples and the elders. Having made his decision, Li Chengdao wasted no time in executing his plan. Before long, a considerable number of purple bamboo had been planted on Purple Flame Mountain, with a small cluster of spiritual bamboo nestled near the summit, swaying gently in the breeze and occasionally shimmering with a subtle violet glow. Li Chengdao gazed with satisfaction at these few bamboos, noting the tender shoots sprouting nearby, and nodded approvingly. These purple bamboos had become spiritual entities, and even the newly sprouted bamboo shoots possessed a hint of spiritual essence, promising a bright future for their growth. Feeling the weight of his storage pouch at his waist, Li Chengdao steeled himself and set up a spirit gathering array around the purple bamboo. Once the array was successfully established, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into this small bamboo grove. As for the ordinary purple bamboo, Li Chengdao refrained from arranging any formations, as his supply of spirit stones was limited, sufficient only for these spiritual entities. Outside the bamboo grove, a spirit convergence array was meticulously arranged. He approached the nearby spirit field without any favoritism and promptly began the formation. Once the array was successfully established, Li Chengdao nodded in satisfaction, knowing that all that remained was to plant the spiritual herbs within the field. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a particular purple bamboo. To his astonishment, this bamboo appeared to be absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy. Li Chengdao swiftly examined it, confirming that the bamboo lacked sentience, meaning it was not a spirit creature. Yet, this raised a question: why was the bamboo engaging in such energy exchange? Wait, it seemed that the spiritual energy surrounding the purple bamboo had not diminished. In fact, it had become even more abundant. This discovery filled Li Chengdao with elation, and he extended his consciousness around the bamboo, enveloping it completely. Before long, he discerned the underlying reason. Hiss. Could it be that my intuition was indeed correct? Chapter 87. Simplifying Divine Powers. The Xian Yuan judge Li Chengdao's astonishment arose from the sight of the purple bamboo, which was absorbing the earth's energy and transforming it into spiritual essence, thereby enriching the surrounding spiritual atmosphere. His eyes sparkled with excitement. If this were true, it meant that by seeking numerous entities capable of absorbing earth energy and converting it into spiritual essence, the spiritual energy of Xian Mountain could be perpetually replenished. Earth energy originates from the ley lines and can be harnessed through formations to connect with these ley lines. Once the ley lines are tapped into, the energy could flow towards Xian Mountain, where it could be absorbed and transformed into spiritual essence by entities like the purple bamboo. Despite being in an age of dwindling spiritual energy, the ley line energy remains abundant. However, such entities are certainly rare, compelling Li Chengdao to venture further afield, perhaps even to more remote locations in search of them. It seems that his next expedition for resources cannot be limited to famous mountains and rivers. He must also brave more perilous areas. Perhaps he should consider Kunlun Mountain in Shenanjia, or even the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Although Kunlun Mountain is home to the Kunlun Dao sect, they occupy merely a small portion of the mountainous range. Much of it remains unexplored and shrouded in mystery. Within those depths may lurk formidable beasts and demons, as well as abundant natural treasures. The spiritual energy in those regions is notably rich, yet fraught with danger, and few dare to enter. Shenanjia also presents significant hazards, as few currently have the courage to explore its depths. The 10,000 Great Mountains are even more treacherous, teeming with venomous creatures and toxic mists. Entering such a domain without formidable strength could prove fatal. Taking a deep breath, Li Chengdao's gaze hardened with resolve. As the leader of the Xian sect, he is determined to elevate its status and cultivate to immortality, and such aspirations cannot be pursued timidly. Beyond these few locations, he must also explore beneath the boundless sea. However, there is no rush. He shall first focus on breaking through to the next level of mastery. The perilous areas within the country can indeed be scouted. Should the situation become dire, retreat is always an option. With his decision made, Li Chengdao resumed his examination of the purple bamboo, noting that the others remained inert, and he shook his head in resignation. It appears that only certain special entities possess such effects, while others are utterly ineffective. Maor, the purple bamboo has shifted. Please attend to it. He communicated telepathically to Qian Mao. I have also arranged a gathering formation around the spiritual field. Once the spiritual energy reaches sufficient density, plant those spiritual herbs. After transmitting his message, Li Chengdao soared on his sword and arrived at the entrance of the Xian Shinzuan temple. Upon entering the temple, he offered 3 sticks of incense to his ancestral master. An array of divine light entered his mind. Haha, good child, you have performed admirably. Your ancestor has been practicing in a stable manner over the years and may soon take a small step forward. If possible, you must continue to build temples for me. As you serve your ancestor, I shall not neglect you. I have arranged for someone to bring a gift for your master. Let us see if he can deliver it to you. Your ancestor will now return to cultivation. Continue to erect temples for me, ensuring the incense burns continuously, as I strive to break through to the mid-stage of immortality within 5 years. In due time, the venerable ancestor shall ascend to the rank of a medium celestial general, capable of commanding 500 subordinates, thereby wielding greater influence. Alas, with divine power being finite, I shall confine my words to this. In conclusion, I shall impart upon you one divine technique. As the words fell, the divine light dissipated, and within Li Chengdao's mind, a wealth of information emerged. He closed his eyes, gradually organizing the thoughts in his mind, a smile gracing his face. Moments later, a hint of helplessness flickered in Li Chengdao's gaze. Did the venerable ancestor truly remain unaware that we dwell in an age of waning magic? The divine technique is indeed remarkable, yet the prerequisite of breaking through to the condensation realm is a formidable challenge. This time, the ancestor did not merely paint grand visions. He genuinely bestowed upon him a simplified version of the golden light technique. The golden light, a technique among the 36 transformations of the heavenly talisman, is not trivial. Even the simplified version bestowed upon him is beyond the scope of his current cultivation. The authentic golden light technique allows one to transform into golden light. Traversing 1,000 miles in a single breath, even this simplified variant would cover over 10 miles, far beyond his current capabilities. However, with this technique, once I break through the condensation realm, I shall venture into exceedingly perilous places in search of opportunities. Given my current speed, should danger arise, escape may not be feasible. Yet, with the simplified golden light technique, few in this world could hope to match my pace. Contemplating this, Li Chengdao smiled and turned towards the palace dedicated to the venerable Xianyuan Taoist. Sensing his approach, a figure clad in a red judge's robe emerged from the statue. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the Xianyuan Taoist. Li Chengdao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the Xianyuan Taoist before him. "Master, what is this?" The Xianyuan Taoist laughed heartily. "I have now become a judge of this realm. How impressive is that?" Li Chengdao could not help but curl his lips. "Master, this must be due to the venerable ancestor, right?" The Xianyuan Taoist nodded. "Indeed, it is thanks to the venerable ancestor. I never anticipated his connections to be so formidable, capable of sending items down from the heavenly realm. You cannot imagine the stir caused in the great underworld when someone arrived. The powerful figures there rushed to greet him, only to find he came for me. How do you think these great beings of the underworld reacted?" This time, the Xianyuan Taoist truly basked in glory. Li Chengdao quickly inquired, "Master, please elaborate. How did the venerable ancestor manage to bring something from the celestial realm?" The Xianyuan Taoist chuckled awkwardly. "Do you know that the venerable ancestor came to deliver something for you?" Li Chengdao nodded slightly. "Indeed. The venerable ancestor left a wisp of spiritual light for me and imparted a simplified version of a divine technique." "Ah," the Xianyuan Taoist gasped, "a divine technique. Even if it is a simplified version, it is an extraordinary gift. Truly, the venerable ancestor holds you in high esteem. Such techniques are rare, even among the dignitaries of the underworld." Li Chengdao quickly pressed for more information. "Master, please tell me, what is the great underworld? How does it differ from the underworld of this realm? Furthermore, what treasures has the ancestral master bestowed upon me? Hurry, present them for my perusal." The Xianyuan Taoist retrieved the yin-yang pouch and casually tossed it to Li Chengdao. "Here, these are for your cultivation. Take a look. As for the underworld, you must be familiar with the adage that one flower represents one world. Beneath the celestial realm, there exists not merely one mortal realm, and correspondingly, the underworld comprises more than one domain. Though our world belongs to the age of decline, there are still corresponding realms in the underworld. The Great Thousand Underworld is the principal domain. As your cultivation advances, you will come to understand its significance. You have executed your duties regarding the ancestral master commendably. The stronger his cultivation and the higher his status, the greater the benefits we shall reap. Regrettably, the previous ancestors did not hold positions in the underworld. Otherwise, the ancestral master could have offered further protection." As he spoke these words, a smile could not be contained on Xianyuan Taoist's face, for he had received the ancestral master's blessing and had become a judge in the underworld. Chapter 88. The Blessing of the Ancestor and the Discussion of Temple Establishment. Li Chengdao had not anticipated such notions existing within the underworld, and he remained oblivious to the true nature of the vast underworld. This was not information he could ascertain at present. Although Xianyuan Taoist had become a judge, his position might not be high, yet commanding a few spirits should pose no challenge. Consequently, the foundation of Xian sect within the underworld was established. Li Chengdao transferred the resources from the yin-yang pouch into his storage bag and returned the pouch to Xianyuan Taoist. "Master, with your current strength, to what rank can you ascend within the underworld?" Xianyuan Taoist's expression turned solemn as he replied, "Due to certain reasons, I have ascended to the level of Yin Commander. Yet this equates merely to the Yang God realm of the soul path. Such cultivation is not particularly impressive here. It can only be deemed mid-tier. Should you provoke any individuals, do not invoke my name. I may not be able to withstand the repercussions." Li Xuanjun could not help but smirk, recognizing the implications of Xianyuan Taoist words. Though this underworld did not belong to the grand underworld, it harbored numerous formidable beings. Attaining the status of Yin Commander indicated a significant advancement over Li Qingdao, yet if Li Qingdao were to cause trouble in the underworld, he would still be unable to cope. The reason for Xianyuan Daoist's rapid elevation likely stemmed from the benefits bestowed by their ancestor. His current role as a judge was attributed to the arrival of individuals from the Grand Underworld, leading to his breakthrough to the Yin Commander level. However, Li Qingdao was unconcerned. The stronger Xianyuan Daoist became, the more advantageous it would be for him. The path established by their ancestors should not be neglected. Temples must be erected in reverence. According to Qian Donglai, Beifeng County had already fallen within the sphere of influence of the Xian sect. The entirety of Beifeng County encompassed 7 or 8 towns, coupled with the county seat, providing ample opportunities for the construction of several temples for their ancestor. Master, rest assured, I have no intention of provoking individuals from the underworld, at least not until I reach a certain level of strength, Li Qingdao assured. Xianyuan Daoist hastily interjected, no. What I mean is to avoid provoking powers such as Mao Shan, Long Hushan, and Xuanjin as much as possible. Their strength in the underworld is formidable, and even their ancestors occupy positions within the upper echelons of the underworld. Should we offend them, I would be unable to bear the consequences. Li Qingdao chuckled. As long as they do not come to disturb the Xian sect, I will naturally pay them no heed. However, if they dare to act recklessly within our domain, my disciple is not to be trifled with. His current magical prowess was profound. Once his liquid mana reached 365 drops, he could invoke the heavenly essence to refine his mana, achieving the realm of condensed essence. At that point, even the celestial masters of the major sects might not intimidate him. The refined mana of the heavenly essence was immensely powerful and lethal. In the time preceding the end of the Dharma, while a condensed essence cultivator might not have been considered exceptional, in this era of dwindling spiritual energy, even the liquid realm was a rarity, making the condensed essence realm all the more impressive. As for breaking through the refinement stage, such prowess could easily surpass the celestial masters, marking one as among the strongest in this age of dwindling Dharma. Regrettably, Li Qingdao was still far from this level, requiring gradual cultivation. The Taoist Xianyuan sighed and remarked, very well, do as you see fit. I shall return to my cultivation. Seize this opportunity to reap greater benefits and elevate your prowess swiftly. Li Qingdao understood that his master aimed to capitalize on the current favor of their ancestral master. Otherwise, when the momentum dissipated, there would be nothing to gain. With the resources dispatched by the ancestral master, Taoist Xianyuan had indeed struck a considerable fortune. Nonetheless, to maximize these benefits, he needed to return and make meticulous arrangements. Li Qingdao, preoccupied with thoughts on expanding the Xian Immortal Temple, paid little heed to him. If he could establish additional Xian Immortal Temples, the incense offerings to the Xian Immortal would increase, thereby benefiting him more. With this in mind, Li Qingdao lifted his gaze towards the statue of Taoist Xianyuan, bowed respectfully, and then turned to leave. Not only did Li Qingdao intend to inspect the resources bestowed upon him by the ancestral master, but he also sought to confer with Qian Donglai regarding the temple construction. Exiting the temple, his gaze drifted towards the guardian deity hall. For several years now, the guardian deity, Yin Yang, had advanced to the early stage of the fierce and malevolent realm, safeguarding the various Xian immortal temples and ensuring their security. Nodding in satisfaction, Li Qingdao swiftly soared towards Xian Mountain. As his cultivation had not yet reached the condensing qi stage, he could only fly with a sword. Once he broke through to the condensing qi stage, he would be able to fly unaided through the air. Li Qingdao moved with remarkable speed, and it wasn't long before he arrived outside Qian Donglai's courtyard. Knock, knock, knock. Li Qingdao rapped on the door and called out, is Elder Qian in? Qian Donglai was diligently organizing the resources entrusted to him by Li Qingdao. Although these resources would ultimately be stored in Qian Mao's storage bag, he still meticulously counted them several times. These were cultivation resources, far superior to any mundane wealth. Upon hearing Li Qingdao's voice, Qian Donglai promptly set the resources aside and walked towards the door. Opening it, he welcomed Li Qingdao with a warm smile, inquiring, what instructions do you have, sect master? Li Qingdao rarely visited his courtyard, as he was usually occupied with affairs of the Xian sect, only seeking him out for matters of great importance. Without preamble, Li Qingdao stated, Elder Qian, North Peak County now belongs to our Xian sect, does it not? We should be able to establish the Xian Immortal Temple in North Peak County and the surrounding towns, correct? Let's assign a few junior disciples to serve as temple stewards to maximize the incense offerings to our ancestral master. With the ancestral master's elevated status, and with his master already reaping benefits, Elder Qian, upon his eventual arrival in the netherworld, should be able to secure a position of some authority. Should the ancestral master's status continue to rise, and with his master's elevation, it would not be impossible for Elder Qian to attain a commendable position in the afterlife. What do you think, Elder Qian? Li Chidao asked. Qian Donglai chuckled. What the sect master suggests is indeed wise. Even if you had not mentioned this, I had already contemplated such actions. Since establishing temples would benefit our ancestral master, should we not consider erecting more? Currently, our strength is relatively weak, limiting our influence to North Peak County. However, if we grow stronger, might we not extend our reach to neighboring counties? Li Qingdao's eyes sparkled with realization. Qian Donglai was indeed a remarkable talent. The notion of imparting wisdom through martial prowess, seizing control of the surrounding counties with armed strength, and subsequently establishing temples was not without merit. Elder Qian's insights were astute, yet the current strength of the Xian sect was insufficient. It would be prudent to commence from Beifeng County. Although Li Chengdao felt a surge of enthusiasm, he was reluctant to expand the influence of the Xian sect too drastically before reaching the realm of solidification. He could manage a territory encompassing merely 2 or 3 counties. But should the domain grow too vast, the lack of sufficient strength could invite calamity, especially given the relative weakness of the disciples. Qian Donglai nodded slightly, acknowledging. The sect master speaks wisely. We must expedite the cultivation of our disciples. Once our disciples grow formidable, we will no longer need to tread cautiously. However, I have faith in the sect master. Under your leadership, the Xian sect shall undoubtedly rise swiftly. Chapter 89. The benevolence of the ancestor. Li Chengdao nodded gently and remarked, in 10 years, with the current spiritual energy of our Xian sect, our disciples will surely flourish. Over this decade, we should endeavor to recruit as many outer disciples as possible in hopes of discovering a few promising talents. Elder Qian, despite his advanced age, responded, indeed. The sect leader speaks wisely. Though I may be older, cultivating to the realm of divine consciousness should not pose a significant challenge. His eyes sparkled with confidence as he spoke. Elder Qian was not lacking in wealth. His resources could procure a considerable amount of spiritual herbs and aged medicinal materials. With Qian Mao's alchemical skills, he could certainly ascend to the soul-nurturing realm. Should he attain that level, he might even solicit assistance from Xin Yuan Daoist for resources to further enhance his cultivation. After all, he had dedicated many years to establishing temples for the Xian ancestor, including one for Xin Yuan Daoist himself. Given this merit, it was unlikely that Xin Yuan Daoist would deny him. In truth, Xin Yuan Daoist would likely be more than willing to assist, potentially offering even greater resources to help Elder Qian break through to higher realms. Li Qingdao had previously discussed with Xin Yuan Daoist the benefits of Elder Qian's longevity for the Xian sect. If Elder Qian could transcend to the Yin God realm, it would be expected that he be aided to surpass merely the divine consciousness realm. Likewise, should he reach the Young God realm, he would not be confined to the Yin God realm. After all, ascending to the Yin God realm could grant one an extended lifespan of 150 years, while the Young God realm could extend life to 300 years. As for the possibility of transcending to immortality, both Li Chengdao and Xin Yuan Daoist remained uncertain. The path to becoming an immortal is notoriously unpredictable. Li Chengdao smiled and proposed, here's a thought. If you can establish another temple in honor of the Xian immortal, I shall grant you 10 pieces of spiritual stone fragments of this size. As he spoke, he revealed a fragment the size of a half-pigeon egg. Though merely fragments, they represented an invaluable resource for Elder Qian's cultivation. With sufficient spiritual stone fragments, Elder Qian could swiftly complete his techniques, condensing 9 strands of spiritual energy to initiate the process of soul nurturing. The path of divine consciousness requires the condensation of 9 strands of energy, a process relatively straightforward. With the aid of spiritual stones, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. The allure of such resources stirred Elder Qian's heart. If he could indeed acquire numerous fragments, breaking through to the soul-nurturing realm would be within reach. Sect leader, does Beifeng County count? He inquired eagerly. Li Chengdao chuckled. Of course, it does, after all. Beifeng County belongs to our Xian sect, thanks to your efforts. Elder Qian promptly replied, understood, sect leader. I shall take charge of this matter. Please prepare the spiritual stones at once. With that, he turned and strode out of the courtyard, paying no further heed to Li Qingdao. It was only natural. In this age of decline, amassing sufficient resources was essential for enhancing one's cultivation. The spiritual stones are undoubtedly a rare and precious resource, and it is likely that they will soon become entirely extinct. Li Qingdao, having the means to offer such a substantial reward in spiritual stones, is determined to acquire them all. With a resigned shake of his head, he soared through the air on his sword, heading towards the cave at the summit of Xian Mountain. This cave is typically where Li Qingdao engages in secluded cultivation, and no one else has ever entered it. Upon entering the cave, Li Qingdao executed several incantations, causing arrays to materialize at the entrance, sealing the cave securely. He intended to inventory the resources bestowed upon him by his ancestral master to ascertain their nature. After all, his master is an immortal, and the resources delivered should undoubtedly be of a superior grade. He retrieved all the resources from the storage pouch, forming a small mountain on the ground. First were the spiritual stones, each the size of an egg, totaling no less than 500. Upon seeing these spiritual stones, Li Qingdao could not suppress his astonishment. High-grade spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are categorized by quality, and what Li Qingdao typically possessed were primarily low-grade stones, only the size of pigeon eggs. Medium-grade stones are akin to ping-pong balls, containing a more concentrated essence of spiritual energy. High-grade stones, resembling chicken eggs, exhibit even greater purity and richness of spiritual energy. As for the top-grade spiritual stones, they are as large as a fist, infused with a faint celestial aura that ordinary beings cannot attain. 500 high-grade spiritual stones is indeed a considerable sum, and it leaves Li Qingdao pondering the origin of such a bounty from his master. After all, his master resides in the celestial realm. How could he possibly possess such stones? Wait a moment, could it be that I have made an assumption? The celestial realm may not be the abundant realm of spiritual stones and energies that I envision. Given the existence of the vast underworld, is it not plausible that the celestial realm is akin to a grand world? The more he contemplated, the more convinced Li Qingdao became that the celestial realm is not solely populated by immortals, but also by beings of lesser stature. If his master, having just attained immortality, could become a minor celestial general, it suggests that the celestial realm harbors numerous practitioners beneath the rank of immortals. With this realization, Li Qingdao felt at ease as he accepted the 500 high-grade spiritual stones and turned his gaze towards the other resources. There were more than a dozen palm-sized ores, likely materials for refining artifacts, the exact nature of which Li Qingdao was uncertain. However, given that they were a gift from his master, their quality would surely be commendable. He also discovered 3 vials of elixirs, each labeled as Fa Yuan Dan, which presumably enhance magical power, though he remained unaware of their specific efficacy. Upon opening one of the jade vials, a rich medicinal aroma wafted into his nostrils, accelerating the flow of magical energy within him significantly. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingdao was astonished. The elixirs of the celestial realm possess remarkable effects. He wondered how much magical power would be augmented by consuming one and whether a single vial could elevate him to the liquid transformation realm. Suppressing the urge to consume the elixirs, he hastily stored the 3 jade vials. His gaze then fell upon a larger jade vial, inscribed with the words True Flame Evil Qi. Evil Qi? Upon encountering these 4 characters, Li Qingdao felt a jolt of surprise. The path to cultivating the condensed gang realm is not particularly arduous. One merely needs to invoke the celestial gang to descend and refine their magical power with it to achieve a breakthrough. However, the process of refining the malevolent qi is markedly different, as it necessitates the identification of suitable malevolent energy, which must be integrated into one's own magical essence. The challenge lies in the elusive nature of malevolent qi, particularly in finding a match that resonates with oneself. Thus, when Li Qingdao beheld the true flame malevolence, he could not suppress his excitement. His venerable master had indeed shown him great favor, providing such a precious resource. The Purple Flame Immortal Sutra is inherently a fire attribute technique, and the infusion of true flame malevolence during the breakthrough into the malevolence refinement realm is perfectly fortuitous. Li Qingdao swiftly stowed away the jade vial and bowed towards the heavens. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude to his esteemed master, vowing never again to utter disparaging remarks about his master's promises. Indeed, Li Qingdao holds deep affection for his master, who generously provides resources and imparts genuine mystical abilities. Chapter 90. 2 techniques. Spirit Stone Transformation. Li Chengdao meticulously cataloged the resources available for enhancing his cultivation and crafting magical artifacts, turning his gaze to the last 2 small booklets. These booklets contained records of cultivation techniques. One detailed the path of magical power, while the other elucidated the path of the spirit. Upon glancing at the titles, Li Chengdao could not help but curl his lip in disdain. The technique for cultivating magical power was named the Purple Flame Celestial Technique, while the one for the spirit was titled the Purple Flame Primordial Spirit Method. Li Chengdao was uncertain how these 2 techniques had come into the possession of his ancestor, yet upon reading their names, he realized that his ancestor had shamelessly claimed them as part of the Purple Flame sect's teachings. However, he dismissed this thought. After all, the presence of the term celestial suggested that this technique could indeed lead one directly to the celestial realm. As he perused the content, he shook his head thoughtfully after finishing. It was not that he looked down upon this technique. While it could indeed facilitate ascension to the celestial realm, its quality paled in comparison to the Purple Flame Immortal Technique and the Azure Cloud Immortal Technique. Although the Purple Flame Celestial Technique was commendable, it still fell short when compared to the Azure Cloud Immortal Technique. Nevertheless, Li Chengdao had no intention of practicing this technique. It could serve as a reference when he later developed the subsequent parts of the Purple Flame Immortal Technique, which was still quite valuable. His attention then shifted to the Purple Flame Primordial Spirit Method, and a smile graced his face upon viewing this technique. In contrast to the Purple Flame Celestial Technique, the Purple Flame Primordial Spirit Method was indeed quite impressive. This technique allowed for cultivation up to the primordial spirit realm, encompassing the methods for transcending the tribulations following the Yang spirit stage, along with spells and supernatural abilities related to the path of the spirit. It appeared that his ancestor indeed aimed to rapidly expand the Purple Flame sect. With the Purple Flame Primordial Spirit Method in hand, Li Chengdao made a decisive resolution. Henceforth, true disciples would cultivate the Purple Flame Primordial Spirit Method, while outer disciples would practice the Turtle Breath Concentration Method. This would effectively distinguish true disciples from outer disciples. Although the Turtle Breath Concentration Method could also lead to the Yang Spirit stage and eventual ascension, it was still considerably inferior to the Purple Flame Primordial Spirit Method. Quickly storing away the 2 techniques, Li Chengdao gazed at the sky with a smile. His ancestor had done well, and he would find a way to expand the temple in the future. As his thoughts settled, 100 high-grade spirit stones appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, Li Chengdao began to cultivate using the Purple Flame Immortal Technique. In mere moments, he opened his eyes and shook his head in dismay. Although high-grade spirit stones were excellent, they were currently beyond his capability to utilize, as he could not extract the spiritual energy within them. His cultivation level was simply too low. He needed to elevate it urgently. Gritting his teeth, Li Chengdao glanced at the high-grade spirit stones in his hands, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and the ancient lamp materialized beside him. Could this ancient lamp transform into spiritual energy crystals? No sooner had he thought this than the purple flame leapt from the lamp and landed upon the high-grade spirit stones beside him. Shortly thereafter, the spirit stones vanished, and the purple flame returned to the ancient lamp. Within the lamp's interior space, 10 crystals the size of longan fruit gradually began to materialize. Li Qingdao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the 10 spirit stone crystals, and he couldn't help but break into a hearty laugh. One superior spirit stone could transform into 10 spirit energy crystals. Did that mean 500 stones would yield 5,000 crystals the size of longan? An overwhelming sense of joy surged within him, and the smile on his face was impossible to suppress. He decided to test a lower-grade spirit stone. A stone the size of a pigeon egg appeared in Li Qingdao's hand, and he addressed the ancient lamp, saying, "Ancient lamp, try consuming this." All forms of energy could be transformed into spirit energy crystals, and spirit stones were no exception. The lower-grade stone in Li Qingdao's hand was certainly capable as well. The flames on the ancient lamp engulfed the spirit stone, which quickly transformed into 2 crystals the size of rice grains. Li Qingdao blinked, incredulity washing over him as he observed the space within the ancient lamp. Was there such a vast disparity between the superior and lower-grade stones? The superior spirit stone produced 10 longan-sized energy crystals, sufficient to refine 10 drops of liquid mana, while the lower-grade stone yielded only 2 rice-sized crystals. Barely enough for Li Qingdao to cultivate a single drop of liquid mana. What about the medium-grade spirit stone? How much spirit energy would it contain? Could it possibly yield a single Longan-sized energy crystal? Li Qingdao shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Since the superior spirit stone could transform into energy crystals, he would not hold back. Presently, he possessed 223 drops of liquid mana within him, requiring only 142 drops to reach the pinnacle of liquid transformation. He had to admit, his ancestral master had bestowed upon him a magnificent gift. Without hesitation, he retrieved 14 superior spirit stones and addressed the ancient lamp. I leave this to you. Convert them into spirit energy crystals for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the purple flame on the ancient lamp surged in size, enveloping all the superior spirit stones within its embrace. Li Qingdao observed the spirit stones floating in the purple flame, perplexed by its apparent reluctance to return. It wasn't until 2 hours later that the purple flame suddenly shrank and flew back into the ancient lamp. Realization dawned on Li Qingdao. The purple flame had been digesting those 14 superior spirit stones. It seemed the flame's rank was too low. It needed to be upgraded urgently. Nevertheless, he now had 170 Longan-sized spirit energy crystals and 10 rice-sized crystals in the space of the ancient lamp. Witnessing this, Li Qingdao beamed with delight. He decided to first impart the cultivation method to Mauer before focusing on his own practice. As for the spirit-gathering array, there was no need to rush. His current cultivation was merely at the liquid transformation stage, and if the spirit energy in Ascension was overly concentrated, it might attract unnecessary trouble. Especially since a more powerful spirit-gathering array would expand its range of energy absorption, this would undoubtedly draw the attention of other cultivators, putting Zhang Gate in jeopardy. To strengthen the spirit-gathering array, one must possess sufficiently formidable cultivation. Stepping out of his cave, he spotted Qingjun outside and couldn't help but smile. Qingjun, why are you here instead of practicing? Qingjun glanced at Li Qingdao, sniffed the air with her little nose, and earnestly replied, Master, you have a very rich aura of spirit energy. Li Qingdao, somewhat astonished, inquired, Qingjun, how did you know? Can you really tell by scent? Qingjun nodded swiftly and said, Master, I am uncertain, but this time I can sense the abundant spiritual energy emanating from you. Li Qingdao produced a high-grade spirit stone and casually tossed it to her. Qingjun gazed at the exquisite spirit stone in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with delight. Master, the spiritual energy contained within is so rich. May I have it? Li Qingdao replied with a smile, It is yours. Try to see if you can absorb the energy from this spirit stone. He was unable to absorb the energy from the high-grade spirit stone himself, and he wondered if Qingjun could succeed. Qingjun's eyes shone with joy as she swiftly consumed the spirit stone, transforming into a green serpent and coiling at Li Qingdao's feet. Li Qingdao furrowed his brow, observing the human form of Qingjun and awaiting the outcome. With ample resources at hand, Li Qingdao felt no immediate need to enter seclusion for cultivation. Instead, he decided to watch whether Qingjun could refine the high-grade spirit stone. Chapter 91. Secluded Cultivation. The transformation of Qingjun before long. Li Qingdao found himself smiling, albeit with a hint of bitterness. Qingjun possessed the ability to refine high-grade spirit stones, yet he himself could not extract the spiritual energy contained within them. Indeed, he was outclassed by his own disciple. The aura emanating from Qingjun gradually intensified, and the spirit stones consumed began to transform swiftly into demonic essence. Wait a moment. What is this? Suddenly, Li Qingdao's expression turned solemn as his gaze fixated intently on Qingjun, who was radiating a faint draconic majesty. This aura was exceedingly subtle. Had it not been for Li Qingdao's formidable cultivation, he would have likely overlooked it. Was the bloodline of the dragon tribe on the verge of awakening? He stared at Qingjun with bated breath, filled with anticipation. Should his disciple awaken the dragon bloodline, it would herald great prosperity for the Xian sect. As time passed, 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye, during which Li Qingdao had remained vigilantly by Qingjun's side, anxious that Qingjun might fail to awaken his draconic heritage. Suddenly, Qingjun's eyes flew open, filled with yearning as he looked toward Li Qingdao. Master, do you have any more of those spirit stones? I still need them. Without hesitation, Li Qingdao produced 10 high-grade spirit stones and tossed them into Qingjun's gaping maw. Gratitude flickered in Qingjun's eyes, his face suffused with deep reliance. Thank you, Master. Li Qingdao nodded slightly, urging, hurry and cultivate. Should you find the spirit stones insufficient, I shall provide you with more. I hope you can awaken the dragon bloodline. Qingjun nodded his serpentine head and closed his eyes to resume his cultivation. Watching him, Li Chengdao's figure shimmered before he soared into the air on his sword, swiftly heading towards Qian Mao's courtyard. Qian Mao was immersed in his own cultivation. In the past few months, his progress had been remarkable, as the resources provided by the Xianyuan master were perfectly suited to his development. Suddenly, Li Chengdao arrived on his sword, landing gracefully in Qian Mao's yard. Sensing Li Chengdao's presence, Qian Mao hastily ceased his practice, opened his eyes, and peered outside. "Greetings, master." Li Chengdao replied with a smile. "Indeed, your spiritual strength is impressive. Continue to work hard and strive to break through to the soul realm. However, before you do, refrain from practicing the turtle breathing method. This technique was bestowed upon me by our ancestor. See if it suits you." As he spoke, he handed Qian Mao the Xian Yuanshan method. Qian Mao's heart leaped with joy. Although it was a gift from their ancestor to his master, it was undoubtedly a treasure. Upon receiving the technique, Qian Mao examined it earnestly. Half an hour later, Li Chengdao expressed his delight. "Thank you, master. This Xian Yuanshan method actually contains a method for transcending tribulation. How wonderful!" While the turtle breathing method can reach the peak of the Yang God stage and attract heavenly tribulations, lacking a method for transcending them makes it nearly impossible to survive. After all, they are not practitioners of the magical path and cannot withstand the heavenly tribulations directly. With a method for transcending tribulation, their spiritual essence can ascend effortlessly to the realm of the immortals. Li Chengdao chuckled. "Excellent. In that case, cultivate diligently and strive for a future among the immortals." "Yes, master." Qian Mao nodded quickly, reassured by the presence of the ancestral master. Even if he were merely to ascend as a primordial spirit, his achievements would not be lacking. Li Chengdao remarked, "Very well, I shall commence my cultivation now. Please inform your second junior brother upon his return." This time, he intended to delve into seclusion, aiming directly for the pinnacle of liquid transformation. Ideally, upon his emergence, he would be able to draw the celestial energies into his body, refining his magical essence and attaining the realm of condensation. Qian Mao nodded slightly. "Understood, master. By the way, should this technique be imparted to the outer disciples?" Li Chengdao waved his hand dismissively. "No need. This technique shall henceforth belong solely to the true disciples. As for the outer disciples, they may cultivate the turtle breathing and concentration method." He continued, "You and Ping and shall each receive 5 fragments of spirit stones annually. Make good use of them for your cultivation." With that, 50 fragments of spirit stones soared towards Qian Mao, hovering before him. Qian Mao accepted the spirit stones with a serious demeanor. "Yes, master." Li Chengdao swiftly made his way to the cave at the mountain summit, where the spiritual energy was abundant and ideal for cultivation. Although he possessed crystallized spiritual energy and did not require the energies of Zihua Mountain, he chose to leave the spiritual resources within the sect for others to utilize. With resources still scarce, he could not afford to provide spirit stones to the outer disciples. Fortunately, the rich spiritual energy of Zihua's sect allowed for rapid cultivation without the need for spirit stones. For instance, Bai Yunfeng, the senior disciple of the outer sect, had swiftly broken through to the condensation realm, having cultivated 4 strands of magical essence over the past few months. Hualong Feng and Zhao Shuer had also manifested 3 strands each. Zhao Yumei, having restored her health, had just begun her cultivation journey, still in the process of drawing spiritual energy into her body and connecting her meridians. Chun Danqing had recently broken through to the condensation realm, but had only managed to cultivate a single strand of magical essence. The remaining 3 outer disciples, due to their brief time in the sect, were still in the stage of gathering spiritual energy. The miscellaneous disciples, benefiting from the rich spiritual energy, were experiencing improvements in their physical conditions, with some even attempting to draw spiritual energy into their bodies. However, they were merely drawing in energy to refine their physical forms and could not yet connect their meridians to break through to the condensation realm. Nevertheless, their martial arts cultivation was advancing rapidly, much to the satisfaction of Old Gua. As for Qian Donglai, he had departed Zihua's sect for Beifeng County, eager to establish the Zihua Immortal Temple. By that time, he would possess a substantial amount of spirit stones for swift cultivation advancement. Upon returning to the cave, Li Chengdao surveyed Zihua Mountain with his spiritual consciousness, nodded slightly, and entered the cave. The Qing Jun lay motionless on the ground, diligently absorbing the spiritual energy from the high-grade spirit stones. Once inside the cave, Li Chengdao sat cross-legged, retrieving the crystallized spiritual energy, one in each hand. and began to cultivate earnestly. The Zihua immortal technique circulated within him, continuously refining the spiritual energy crystals. 10 days later, the 2 crystals in Li Qingdao's hands vanished, replaced by 2 droplets of liquid magical essence within him. After 10 days of refining 2 dragon eye-sized crystals, it seemed that to cultivate the remaining 140 droplets of liquid magical essence, he would need to refine 140 spiritual crystals. Thus, it appeared that Li Qingdao would require nearly 2 years to reach the pinnacle of liquid transformation, a remarkable feat indeed. In the present day, Li Qingdao is merely 25 or 26 years of age, and even 2 years hence, he shall not exceed the age of 30. Achieving the pinnacle of liquid transformation at such a tender age is a rarity, even prior to the age of calamity. As Li Qingdao's consciousness swept over the exterior, he observed the formidable dragon aura emanating from Qingjun, which had intensified considerably. Satisfied, he nodded affirmatively and once again extracted 2 spirit energy crystals, immersing himself in earnest cultivation. As time gradually elapsed, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingdao opened his eyes, furrowing his brow, and directed his consciousness outward. Abruptly, he sprang to his feet and swiftly appeared at the entrance of the cave dwelling. At that moment, Qian Mao and Gao Ping'an stood outside the cave, cautiously surveying their surroundings while occasionally glancing at the prostrate Qingjun. The dragon aura surrounding Qingjun had grown immensely powerful, yet it still fell short of awakening her bloodline. Nevertheless, her dragon aura continued to rise, adversely affecting the normal cultivation of the disciples of the Xian sect. Upon witnessing Qingjun's true form, Qian Mao and Gao Ping'an were taken aback, but they quickly recalled their junior sister and chose to remain in this place to protect her. Chapter 92. The prolonged retreat. Li Qingdao gazed at Qingjun, his eyes reflecting a sense of astonishment. It is happening. It is about to happen. Qingjun, do you still require spirit stones? No sooner had he spoken than Qingjun instinctively opened her mouth, anticipating his offering. Li Qingdao smiled and, without hesitation, placed 10 superior spirit stones into her mouth. Qingjun closed her mouth and resumed her cultivation, lying on the ground, observing the increasingly potent dragon aura emanating from her. Li Qingdao turned to Qian Mao and the others, chuckling. Your junior sister is on the verge of awakening her dragon lineage. When she awakens, her cultivation will likely surpass yours. You should continue your practice. Qian Mao promptly inquired, Master, what about here? Li Qingdao shook his head, saying, I will set up a formation here to isolate Qingjun's aura. You need not worry. The 2 then sighed in relief, nodding, Yes, Master, we shall go and cultivate. Once the 2 departed, Li Qingdao began to arrange the formation. Although his understanding of formations was not profound, years of interaction with the Purple Flame Grand Array had elevated his skills to a rudimentary level. He took out inferior spirit stones and swiftly set up the formation around him. This formation was designed to conceal Qingjun's aura,